Chapter 34, William Burleigh, Kermit Tully. Notes. Content warning, cannibalism. Eldritch horror. 133 AC. William Burleigh. She was hauling bodies. When last Bill had seen Lady Myers, she had been flushed with victory and wine, having felled a target no one even knew she had been hunting. She had seemed at home in the halls of a great house, wearing as fine a gown as any lady he had ever seen and glittering in the torchlight. He could not reconcile that image with the one he saw now. Eyes hollowed with tiredness, now that the battle blood had waned, dirt and rust from the mail armor coating the inky gambeson. She had smeared the mix on her jaw while conversing. There was a splatter of fluids, only some of them blood, down one side of her greaves. Some hair had wormed its way from the arming cap and was snarled terribly in the links of her coif. It would be a painful removal. Lady Ursula Myers looked more like a grubby, unwashed squire in need of a stiff drink and a lecture about battlefield awareness, rather than a woman of any standing. There was some token protest from the men when she moved to assist, but others, who he judged to be the veterans by their bearing, put a stop to it quickly. Instead, Lady Ursula was directed to where their own Myerland's men had fallen. She worked with Sir Darren to identify each man, that handmaiden of hers running about to seek those who might know their names or families. Personal effects were gathered and organized. It was madness. How had she ended up here? Bill was certain he had not failed to notice her, not with eyes like his. Bill got a hold of himself. He had too much to do to be thinking about this at the moment. It would not do well to chase his thoughts in circles after a battle. It cooled his blood well enough, but often plunged him into melancholy if he was not sufficiently distracted. The situation was as it was. The lady was here and not elsewhere, likely summoned by Lord Tully in some fashion. There wasn't anything he could meaningfully do about it now. Many a man had lost much by opening his mouth too soon. It would cost him nothing to wait and bite back the 100 words that pressed against his teeth like the tide. Already he felt the fire in his nerves build like it did after battle. He had to master himself or exhaust himself, either would do. It would be better in the morning. The rudimentary camp was being set up quickly, now that many of the men were allowed out of the wagons and under the sky. The night was coming in fast and the wind along the open space by the King's Road was tinged with frost. There was little to hunt, so close to the inns and holdings that hugged the trade route, and the bandits had likely scared off many who made their home here in winter. Bill sent his scouts to assist the officers and turned his hands to assembling the camp. He could make himself useful here. Sir Cone was a veteran of the march, and through their time journeying together Bill had come to admire his knowledge. Open fields had been the man's proving ground. Bill had most of his experience in rough terrain like mountainsides, forests, and narrow town streets, and he would be a fool to overlook it. The wagons were circled and locked with iron chains, a crude but effective barrier from any horseman who might choose to lead a charge in the night. It seemed Cone's role was to organize some officers in charge of the affairs. To each he gave an objective and set them to work. A heavier guard roster was to be enforced. They could not move too far from the site of the battle and the enemy would have a good idea of where they were. It was unlikely that they would return, but no man had ever lost coin betting on the stupidity of others. Healers had been trained among the Meyer men, and they had formed an infirmary in what appeared to be a tent for the purpose. This was to be the priority and wounded men were being carried in. A team of men were set to digging ditches, though whether for latrines or to discourage any nighttime horseback raids further, Bill couldn't say. Some were unloading gathering wood for campfires or building pyres. A practiced rhythm was evident in their movements. Sir Ender had clearly valued discipline in the training of his men, and it showed well. Still others were arranging river reed mats and animal hides for sleeping on. At first, he had thought it rudimentary padding to keep the men off of the damp and frozen ground. Yet he had quickly been set to work assembling what appeared to be very simple large wooden frames, lashed together. A scant handful of inches above the cold earth it may have been, but it was pure luxury to a marching winter soldier to have dry bedding. Many men slept in the wagons, but like those outside it seemed Meyerland men were content to sleep in close quarters this winter. It appeared there were as many as 4 to a bed given the numbers. Lengths of canvas and wool were unrolled from one of the wagons, the smell hinting at the fats and lanolins used to treat them. Attached to the wagons and stretched halfway above the clearing in the center, they formed quick protection from the elements. Nothing could be done about the wind that whipped through the tall grass like a scythe, except a good fire and a more sheltered position. But the light being what it was, the officers had judged they would not make it to better ground before it was too dark to see by. Bill privately thanked the gods that he was in the south and not ranging in the mountains of his home. In the end it was done well enough and quickly, leaving him at quite a loose end while the rest of the men set about their business of campfires and cookpots. In the distance, he could see the others scurrying like ants to gather bodies. Bill found his gaze drawn there often when the wind shifted. The scent of blood and death curdled the nostrils. His hand trembled slightly, and he pulled it tight into a fist. Here, they have it well in hand. I'm heading over to help, said a reedy-looking man, with sharp black eyes, his boiled leather armor gleaming with a new coat of oil. In his hand he held a flickering torch. Though not quite sunset, it was not far now. With a short nod, Bill agreed to follow, and the man introduced himself as Kennick while they picked their way through the open field and towards the cluster of Meyer landmen at work. He was a scout, though he took pains to make it clear he was not so gifted as to be trained in Wieldstead, and Bill set that bit of information to one side so that he might examine it later. He engaged in conversation instead. It was good to talk after a battle. Too much silence made him wary, as like to snap and snarl as he was to brood and grow maudlin. I am surprised to see Lady Myers present. I had thought her preoccupied with guarding her shores from the Ironborn, began Bill, leadingly. A little woodenly, Kennick nodded. Aye, but when a Lord Paramount summons your lord, they must answer. So it were with Lord Ander, so it is with his daughter. Still, no one would have expected a lady to come and put herself in danger like this. I am shocked to hear Lord Tully would do such a thing, he said, shading his voice with disapproval, hoping to thaw the man slightly. It seemed to do the trick as Kennick's voice warmed and his spindly frame leaned closer to speak to him, as though imparting a great secret. If Our Lady came with us, she must have had the knowing of why. The man gave a nod that clearly was meant to be something of significance, but mostly it made him look like a crane bobbing for frogs. The knowing. Oh, did you not see her holy ravens in the battle? Perhaps you've not heard where you are from in the north? The crone brought the first ravens into the world. They are her sign as much as the lantern. I don't know how different it might be, all our northern ones seem to know the ravens are blessed. Kennick gestured vaguely at the sky. Though Lady Myers was wont to travel with a pet raven, Bill had never seen her with a flock. There were ravens about. But there were ravens about most places and they were not too far from Raventree Hall itself. Yet there was something about the man's voice. It was possible he had missed something during the battle, when his world had narrowed to the beat of his heart in his ears, all sound lost to him. There was only the breath, the bow, and the knowledge carved into his limbs by his forefathers of how to make his arrows fly exactly where he needed them to. No, I'm afraid we've nowt about ravens in the faith of the old gods. Stories about green seers of the children were a favorite as a boy. My sister told me that the children could use the eyes of ravens to see. It wasn't quite like that, of course, but let the man think him a simple, superstitious northerner. It was useful. The man shrugged, sniffing. Mayhap ravens follow different gods, same as humans. All I know is that they're a sign of Our Lady's gift. She's crone touched, I've seen it. You have witnessed such a thing. She's ridden with her men before. The night the Ironborn raided our shores she rode out with the soldiers. I saw her raise her hand when she spoke to the crowd. I saw the light in it like a lantern. The crone pulled a star for her to guide em with. In other circumstances, further evidence that she had risked her life needlessly would have left him aghast. Yet Bill was so unsettled by the certainty in the man's voice and the fervor in his eyes that he found himself only nodding, unwilling to press him any further. There was no accounting for what these followers of the Seven would believe. Was it the nature of their faith that caused in them the need to see symbols and portents everywhere? On campaign he hadn't been able to walk so much as 50 paces without tripping over something the other men claimed was a sign of something or other. The old gods were silent gods, yet even Bandrui did not augur over much. Worship and prayer was more about reflection than anything else. The old gods preferred action in their followers. There were some stories of signs of favor, but they were rare unless you were a Stark of old. Wait, he thought to himself, wait until you know what it is you are hunting for. Many times as a lad had he been smacked upside the head for drawing his bow before he'd got his bearings, this was no different. They approached the clutch of men. Lady Myers was directing them with a briskness that suited her better than the simpering he'd seen her able to perform when required. When their eyes met again, he held his tongue and simply offered another nod. At his side, Kennick was eager enough to speak for both of them, asking where they might be of best use and full of the ladies and thick-tongued compliments Southron ladies often accepted as their due. She turned to the scout and smiled at him with appalling charm, directing the pair of them to bring in the last of the bandits to where Sir Darren stood. If Bill had a moment to find anything strange, outside of her being so out of place on the battlefield, it was that this kind of clean-up was generally the most unpleasant and thankless task. It was to be avoided. Often it was taken on by lords who had need of the weapons and armor for his own levies, and as a result was often looked down on. And even then, never were there attempts to burn or bury anyone but their own most lauded dead. In some ways, Bill had reflected bitterly after bloody battles, they were simply the first of the vultures, before camp followers made their way across the bloodied landscape. Eventually the locals would have to manage the long dead or else be at risk of disease from the bodies rotting in the field. As he made his way between the pyres, Bill could not help but cast his eyes over the corpses still to be lifted onto them. Cutters had been at work for a few fallen but not quite gone. Someone had ordered the bandits stripped of their weapons and armor, which was good practice, but their clothes had been taken too. It was startling, and a little eerie, to see the pile of dead, naked limbs, stiff and twisted as the flesh set and cooled. Bill stopped short. He recognized a face among the pale dead. A Northman. The name was poised on the tip of his tongue like a headsman's blade, but he could not recall it. He'd conversed with him in Fairmarket, when the Stark host had passed through. He was a smith's son, though as the youngest he only knew a little of the trade. Good with a mace. What was he doing here? The answer came to Bill like an icy fist around his heart. He felt the tremor start in his fingers. Something inside him, that he ordinarily was able to keep down after battle, unlocked. The man had been left to die. The northern host had come south knowing they were dead already. When no battle had appeared for them to die in service to the north, they had been bandied about Widow's Fair and Lordly Keep in the hopes that they might be taken somewhere to survive the winter and build a life. Many had followed Lord Stark home, to live as long as they could on what food and fire the north could provide, before heading out into the snows, lest the bairns starve. But some had stayed south, hoping to try their luck. It seemed the lad had found allies. Had he found warmth? Food? Some measure of comfort in the last 2 years? Had he raped and raided gladly, like the rest of them? How many broken men that swelled her ranks were in fact northerners who had slipped away from the main host, unwilling to resign themselves to a white, lonely death? William. He turned abruptly, realizing that staring at a pile of dead, naked bodies in the aftermath of battle might lead others to think he'd taken leave of his senses or else become the sort of soldier who was more dangerous to keep around than kill. Lady Myers stood before him, sweat beading at her temples even in the chill wind and more dirt and stains across the front of her gambeson. The orange rust smear across her jaw was probably going to stain for some days if she left it any longer. Someone had taken the chain mail, and her hair was braided back from her face. The oils at the crown were thick from many days unwashed, and presumably hidden in a wagon, and the front pieces that worked their way loose were stiff with dried mud or blood. Her eyes were silver mirrors in the fading light. By all the gods, what were you thinking? Bill snapped, completely abandoning his decision to hold his tongue. An infuriatingly raised eyebrow was his only response. It was not, perhaps, acceptable to address a lady who he did not know well in this manner. Bill found he didn't care. I doubt the September is prone to train young ladies in the finer points of combat, unless I've completely misunderstood the seven. What possessed you? At the very least you could have stayed hidden in the wagons. Bill continued, breathing heavily, surprised to find that he had raised his voice. Still she said nothing, simply staring at him, her expression shuddered. Even a moment's silence from someone normally so talkative seemed unbearable. Furious, he pressed on. To put yourself in that position, for I know Sir Cone is too experienced a knight to assume he could assure your safety, shows a senselessness I had not thought you capable of unless, and here he grew cold at the new and terrible thought that presented itself and changed his tack abruptly, unless, that is, you were ordered to? Surely Lord Tully would not. Did he do such a thing? Lady Myers' brow furrowed. Finally, she asked, William, are you all right? That he did not scream in frustration was a testament to the apparent northern stoicism everyone mocked him for. She continued in a low voice, taking a slow step towards him, it was a risk, yes. I'd have avoided combat, if at all possible, but those wagon sides do leave you quite exposed. I was safer behind Pavis shields than out in the open. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you I was part of the convoy. I hope you do not feel it a slight on your honor. It was simply that I did not know it was you who was to meet us. Lord Tully was convinced of spies, and uncertain who he could trust. It was clear from his letter that he meant to disguise even what he asked of me. I was wary of entrusting my safety to anyone other than Sir Cone. She took another step, uncommonly close, and laid a hand on his arm. Despite himself, he flinched. He clenched his fist to stop the shaking. You can come shout at me closer to the fire, if you prefer. Only you've been staring at that man's face for a while now and the lads are nervous of coming to haul these last bodies away. Shame rushed hot behind his ears, prickling across his cheeks like needles. I knew him. His tongue had run away from him this evening. A new response to the press of battle, and one he would have to watch. Lady Myers' face crumpled with a terrible sympathy, and said, was he a friend? From numb lips, he said, I cannot even recall his name. Sometimes that feels worse, she replied, gently. Knowingly. Behind her, in the swallowing dark, men and torches were approaching. It seemed the camp was ready before the pyres. Bill steeled himself. I am sorry for that, as I should not have spoken to you that way. It is nothing. Forgotten already. What is the use of friendship if we cannot be generous with each other? But I really must insist you come away from there. Sir Darren has been eager to ask you about your dragon slaying all week. Officially, he hopes you might offer some insight as to Ali's beast. It had hardly been dragon slaying from songs of old, though he had felled the creature. It seemed the tale had grown twisted in the retelling. They began to walk, and Bill found himself asking, and unofficially. I think he admires you and will not say. You must be kind to him, William, he is a friend to me. Do you make a habit of forcing your friends to suffer one another, he japed, but followed as she directed. There was time to question her later, when he had a better mastery of his temper. It was only when he looked up from conversation with Sir Darren that he found his tremors had stopped, the pyre was built, and his head cleared from battle fog. He had been quite neatly managed, he thought, ruefully. Come on, she'll be doing a ceremony to honor the fallen. The men will mislike it if you leave, whatever gods you keep to, chivied Sir Darren. Lady Myers was stood before her men, still as grimy and dishevelled as she had been at the start of the proceedings. On her shoulder was a raven, in her hand was a torch. Silence fell. Beside him, Sir Darren made some kind of sign. He'd seen the followers of the Seven do it before. After a moment, she spoke. Her voice quivered, some harp-strung note of feeling in it which trembled but grew stronger as she went. A list of names. The dead, Bill realized, she was reciting the list of the dead. There may come a day, a black day, where the list will be too long to speak, or names will be lost to us. But that is not this day. To walk knowingly into a trap to make it choke on you, I am blessed to have such valor in my lands. We have fought and shed blood together. We have been victorious together. Now we shall mourn together too. She raised the torch and stepped towards the pyre, her face lit red by the light of it. A river to our people. A river, came the response, disjointed and scattered, as though pulled from the throats of the onlookers quite by surprise. Once the flame was set to both pyres, songs of mourning were sung for the dead. A riverland's custom that had taken him some time to become used to. It was such that Bill was surprised to hear a northern tune among them, sung by many, of a woman who fussed as she dressed her husband for a hunt in winter, not knowing that he had no intention of returning. There was another that moved him, though he did not know the words, of the sweet sleep of the dead beneath soft green, whose hurts were gone and whose fears were silenced as they waited patiently to see their loved ones again. Many songs he knew, and many he didn't, rolling out across the fields. It was an act of defiance as much as mourning. Those flames rose high enough to be seen clearly in such a flat landscape. Let them come, they seemed to say, we will be waiting. It don't matter, where you bury me. I'll be home, and I'll be free. It don't matter, anywhere I lay. All my tears be washed away. Kermit Tully. In the weeks since he had sent Bill to meet the Meyer Lands Company, the camps had been built up to be more properly embedded and orderly, and the siege engines were constructed or nearing completion. But the truth was, they were stretched thin. At night he paced and plotted, but always fell asleep with his thoughts only half finished. The exhaustion haunted his every step. It loomed like a living thing, pressing down on his shoulders. Ladders at the height of walls such as Harrenhal were a long, flimsy climb to your death. Even if it wouldn't be a waste of men for anything more than a good showing of aggression, for now he needed to root these spies out of his holdings, or any hope of surprise would be lost. Building a siege tower alone was looking to be impossibly high, and even then, it was likely that a ramp would be needed if they intended any kind of infantry assault. How did one build a siege tower to scale a mountain like the walls of Harrenhal? Not to mention the need for more timber than they might be able to gather. The scorched earth tactics the Riverlands had brought to bear against Criston Cole's army south of the God's Eye, were bitter, brutal and effective. It would be decades before those forests were again what they had been. Though the nearby woodlands were serviceable for fuel, it had meant more men were needed to transport the tall straight timbers needed for large construction from further afield, before sending it in rafts across the God's Eye. Not to mention the difficulties he had heard from the northern camp. What his people had done to the land south of the God's Eye, Prince Aemond had done writ large to the fields and forests of the Riverlands north of Harrenhal. Even with Lord Mouton's arrival and swift command over the northern gate camp, they were not a large force for a castle the size of Harrenhal. There had been more clashes with scouting parties and some raiders, though none so swift and decisive as that first blow. Some quick-thinking men had brought surviving enemies to camp to be interrogated. It quickly became apparent that such a thing was useless, gibbering fanatics that they were. There were other methods and, his stomach rolling, Kermit had left those to the professionals. These produced only more howls and shrieks, but also roughly illuminated their belief in what the Witch Queen of Harrenhal could do. The accounts varied a little but had some consistency. They claimed she could put a man in a trance, read the future and the present in pools of water and fire smoke, set blood magic to wicked purpose, and definitely had a dragon. Maester Cyril had not been able to illuminate him on how such tricks could be performed, for it was clear that Alice Rivers was performing them for her men and drawing them in. Instead, he explained that eating man flesh was so unnatural that it caused madness and an almost childlike numbness to death in consequence. Privately, Kermit felt that perhaps it was less a symptom than a cause. It was to this morning that the Meyerlanders arrived, much to the irritation of his lords who had felt slighted not to be appraised of the situation. The slowly lumbering wagons had been impressive in their own way, despite the pitiful showing of only 200 men brought on campaign. Indeed, though the wagons were large, they certainly did not match the numbers of the wagon train that had followed the army for Lord Pinkmaiden's troops alone. Indeed, they only just made the number for carrying the commander's provisions and pavilion furnishings. The commander was a Circarin who had been sent to field armies in his young lord's name and was thoroughly enjoying the luxuries afforded to the accommodations for the commander of so wealthy a house. He had let his lords mock and titter to themselves, as it served to soothe their ruffled feathers for now. Yet he had found himself gritting his teeth, for so small a contingent had come and risked themselves in a trap without hesitation, and it felt like poor recognition of their service. The Meyerlanders did not have enough men to effectively split them, so would all reinforce Kermit's position at the front of the castle. Yet what they had managed to pull out and assemble from those wagons had been impressive in and of itself. They had set to work quickly constructing their allotted section of camp. Some of the men wore strange cloth adornments on their belt, stitched with symbols and patterns, and were often called on, but for what reason he could not decide. Being late arrivals. Once the men had been set to their tasks, Bill, Sir Cone, and his squire marched towards the command tent, where the lords were arrayed. A raven had been perched on his shoulder, as though to declare for all watching that this man had come with the favour of his liege lady. He had been stern-mouthed, and his face was thick with a wiry black beard from his journey the past few weeks. The man's greetings had been mannerly but not overly obsequious and grasping. He reported briskly the results of the clash between the Myers wagon convoy and the raiders and requested a private audience in his tent. It seemed they had much to discuss. It was only when ensconced in the canvas that had been his home for the past weeks and Kermit had insisted they sit, just beginning to allow himself to be pleased that Lady Myers had sent so sensible a commander, that the squire had removed their ill-fitting helmet. He hadn't dropped the glass, because he was a man of the world. A secret part of his cynical little heart, that Oscar claimed looked a lot like his mother's in the right light, had known this had been going too well. "Lady Myers, I am horrified to find you here," said Kermit, flatly, and took a sip of his wine. Churlishly, he was now not inclined to offer any to his guests. She sat opposite him, dressed in a gambeson that served only to highlight how ill-suited she was to the place. Sir Cone at her right, Bill on her left. Fluttering onto her lap was that strange raven, which she stroked absent-mindedly like a pet, and Kermit fought the sense memory of Hamish and his teeth that gave him the powerful urge to boot the creature. She seemed tired, but not suffering from the bleak exhaustion of the troops in the camp. Kermit himself had slept especially poorly in the last few days, and was infuriated that it should be so. "I am horrified to be here, my lord," she replied pertly, flashing one of those sharp little smiles. Ordinarily he would be amused, but between the lack of sleep and his anticipation of the bewildered reactions of his lords, he had little to bring him joy. There was also the indelicate truth that fat mouths like Sir Regis would begin to jape that he had brought his mistress on campaign. How to broach that cesspit of a topic was beyond him. Mother had not covered those particular social intricacies in the nursery. If memory served, he would also not be the only man of standing convinced of such a thing. Benjicot's arrival had been a boon for him personally in many ways. The lad had a mind like a blade when it came to battle, and it only grew sharper as he studied and tested his enemies. Yet it grated Kermit to know he would undoubtedly have much to say on the subject. Especially since he had spent much of that leaden morning redirecting both Benji and Lord Bracken from each other, both of them desperate to outdo the other to the point where it had devolved into a row over someone's ancient slight against his cousin's good sister. The slight appeared to have been a murder, in fairness, but as it was a century ago Kermit had been prepared to consider the matter settled. He was very much alone in that, it had seemed. Wistfully, he wondered if he could send Lord Bracken to the camp near the rear gate and discarded it for the outrage it would cause for him to be fighting by only a Blackwood and not a Bracken, now that they were, of course, all one side. Kermit had enough headaches as it was. Whatever else might be said, the Meyerlanders had arrived in camp triumphant. Though Sir Cone was a noted knight with a history of good service, he had pledged that service to House Myers, and so it was House Myers who had been first with a marked victory against the enemy. It was as he had hoped, but it also meant that a not insignificant amount of his time would be spent soothing wounded pride. It was an unfortunate truth that had the Meyerlanders been unsuccessful, he would have less need to justify his decisions to his vassals. Kermit looked to Bill, whose dark expression revealed some of the answer even before he'd asked it. "Did you know about this?" "Not at all, my lord, until I saw her in the aftermath of the battle. She had been hidden in a wagon and guarded by her men, whom she charged to say nothing for fear of spies. By then, we were only a few days away from camp," Bill said, his tone admirably bland for the consternation in his expression. Yet he had not revealed her afterwards, nor had he disrupted her ruse in front of the other lords. Kermit put that particular observation to one side. He could interrogate his friend on it later. More pressing was the idea that the woman, who 2 years ago had been a novitiate of the Seven, had been in the thick of an ambush by bandits. A trap, yes, but still a scenario where any might die from a stray arrow or rock, let alone an enemy blade. "Nothing in my missive could possibly have been mistaken for an instruction to come here yourself," he said, schooling his features to a more neutral version of the glower he wanted to direct at her. "No lord need ask for leal service from his vassals. It should be given freely," she said, her gaze steadfast and steely. Kermit paused. He had heard those words before. He had gifted a lordship to the man who had said them. "I'm a woman, I know. And no talent on the battlefield, so you need not fear I shall attempt to force my way onto it. But I am my father's daughter, my lord." Those eyes like winter skies cut through him, and despite her disheveled appearance she drew herself up like the lady of a great house. For a moment, the trappings of long travel and unwomanly garb faded, and there was only Ursula Myers so like her father. As good a man as any he had known, who had loved her so well that Kermit had known her name even before she had returned to the ruin of her house. Something about her tone struck a sore, tired part of himself like a bell. For a wild, delirious moment, an exhausted Kermit wondered if he should simply start granting lordships to people he liked and trusted. Bill was a good man. That would be a nice start. He'd give John a large mine of some kind. He'd be good at it. Was this how it had been when the world was younger? Before they were lordly legacies with their antique hatreds, had they been good men and women who served with nobility? After a moment, Kermit came to in the world he lived in, and not the one he dreamed of. I also thought it would be an interesting way to see who knows what they should not if even you were unaware. Could any of your men know I am here? It might be a useful weapon for you, my lord. It was tempting, he had to admit, but he quickly waved the idea away. If my lords found I had concealed your arrival it would go poorly. They would feel slighted not to be in my confidence, or they may assume untoward motivations. I have enough ruffled feathers to soothe from concealing the scheme with your wagon train from them. You will declare yourself, pitch your tent, and endure the wagging tongues you have invited with your presence. She nodded amiably, as you say, my lord. I shall have to consult Lady Frey as to the best path forward there. He snorted, despite himself, replying, a bladed tongue and several victories under your belt will go far in ensuring that the talk is only seldom to your face. Nothing erases it. Sabitha Frey would either take this girl under her leathery wings or sneer at the trappings of military prowess without the grit to see it through. She could be remarkably unpredictable that way. Only Alice Ann Blackwood appeared to have shown herself in a pleasing light to the Harridan. Either way, he hoped to be far away from the outcome. Kermit added, the gambeson is a good choice for a young squire, but not decorous enough for a lordly house. Have you plate armor? Something flickered behind the eyes, quickly smothered. We are a small house, my lord. And as of yet my father's shoes are too big, Lady Myers replied, crisply, though my sister tells me I grow like a weed. He nodded shortly, there was little to be done. Resigning himself to the situation, he offered the wine he had denied them at the outset, pouring it for them in a lordly gesture of generosity. Go on then, why have you come? You do not strike me as a maiden taken by songs of disguises and glorious battle. Nor do you strike me as an idiot in the reality of matters, despite your sex. You would be aware or, and here he chanced to glance at Sir Cone, been stridently made aware, that risks were great and the conditions in order to manage to lay that trap for the bandits would have been extremely uncomfortable. Out with it. My lord, began Lady Myers, with a fortifying sip of wine, I have come in person because of your concern for spies in the camp. I am no shield maiden, but I have some skill in gathering information. What I have learned could not be trusted to another. A man may be a loyal and good servant, but he only need have a superior be a spy, or have correspondence rifled through in his sleep. Kermit's eyes narrowed. The back of his neck prickling with sudden sharpness. He gestured abruptly for her to speak. I have been told that there is a significance in threes, my lord. From your own mouth, if I recall. So I bring 3 things in service to your cause. I have consulted with my maester what he knows of magic. He was not well liked in the citadel and likely has few who would recommend him, so small a house are we. Yet he has a gifted memory. What he knows he has declared provincial superstition, but it is my hope that it may illuminate Alice River's motives or methods. From the trap, I have a wagon filled with the armor, weapons, and soiled, tattered clothes of nearly 50 bandits from inside the keep, and I have sent scouts who are ready at a word to spread rumors of winter fever among my men. Finally, I have the reason I risked coming in person in the first place. I know of a way inside Harrenhal, very likely the way the raiders used to escape the castle with their horses. Fire lit the inside of his belly at her words, and Kermit gave a sharp grin of his own. Finally, progress. He eyed Lady Myers. He was not so tired as to notice when someone was holding back. She had been a leal vassal and brought him useful intelligence. If it all went well, he would find a way to see such service rewarded. Yet for now, he would give her the gift of his ear. She had proven herself sensible enough for such a thing. I confess, I do not know where to begin with the gifts you claim to bring to my table. Tell me, Lady Myers, you spoke of her methods and motivations. What did you learn from your maester? Her answer was prompt and precise. Gesturing as she spoke, Kermit fancied he could see the shape of the sermons she might have given had life been different and she had completed her septa training. If the woman believes herself capable of magic, or wishes others to believe such a thing, her rituals likely involve blood. Blood magic is old and storied in Westeros. Many small folk will know a tale or two about how such a thing might be done. Such superstitions would hardly be difficult to play into. Her belief in this will fuel her motives. She will lay traps and use slow cunning. Anything to spill blood. The more blood spilled in her name, the greater she will assume her powers to be, and the more her men will believe her. After all, a victory is a victory. Kermit waved a hand, exasperated. It is not helpful to tell me that our enemy wishes to win battles. She wishes to spill blood, my lord. That is not always the same thing. Your men might fight and die for you, you may even allow a strategy that sentences some company of men to death for a victory. Their deaths will be a necessary sacrifice for a greater goal, they will not be the goal in its entirety. So you tell me she is mad, he said, blandly, putting aside his horror at the implications. Perhaps she could be baited into battle? It would quite remove her advantage of high walls and garrisoned men. I tell you, she thinks she has power. She sits in a grand fortress that her father's house controlled, a lady of a keep who was never meant to rise so high. She believes her arts and her men will keep her safe. Whatever else she can do, based on Lord Bully's appraisal on our way here, it is clear there is someone in that keep who has sound military strategy. Ali's rivers need only sit, survive, bleed your army slowly, and let her legend grow. The only hope for the besieged is reinforcement. How long before some enterprising Greens decide to take you by surprise? Thus, the hidden entrance and the need for swift reprisal. I see your play, he said, taking another pull from his glass. The beginnings of a strategy began to scratch at the back of his mind. Standing abruptly, he made his way over to the map table that had been assembled for him. Lady Myers followed, but there was something in her expression that he misliked. She hovered at the fringes of the polished mahogany, biting her lip. But to his surprise, it was Bill who spoke up, his tone low and his eyes serious. My lord, it might be best to ensure that no one but ourselves knows the truth for now. You recall the issue with the scouts. It gave Kermit pause. Bill was not the strategist that he or Benji was, not having been given the training or the gift, but he was a seasoned warrior and keen-eyed in more than just the felling of his targets. The man had been favored by Lady Alice Anne in court and battle, and for all she had been quite a bewildering woman, she had been invaluable to Benji in securing his holdings and his forces in the midst of a brutal and unexpected succession. Then you would advise me not to tell the other lords? That is certain to bring disaster. When I say that they will be displeased to have been uninformed of this small trap, I do not exaggerate, he said, bitterly, leaning his hands on the map table. The politics of lordship have long been a challenge on campaign, said Sir Cone sagely, and with no small amount of weariness. If they are not told, they will find some way to show their displeasure, and it is a break in discipline an army can ill afford. I think we can tell them actually, said Lady Myers, her eyes gazing off into the distance, for as you say, they must feel united. It will only go better for you, my lord, if you bring them this information with a spirit of confidence, I suppose. For they are your leal vassals, and you have such faith in them even with the spies in camp. But the plan would need to be made here and executed carefully. Swearing them to complete secrecy would also give Kermit a good list of suspects if the word were to get out, but he kept that one to himself. It is only, she continued, musing, that once such vital information leaves the camp, you have no control over it. Ravens can be shot down, riders can be intercepted, and from their high vantage point they have the advantage of such attacks. From that height? It would be a hell of a shot, my lady, Sir Cone interjected. William could make it. It stands to reason that another might do the same, she said, absently, and Kermit watched the man's expression go completely flat in response, but it is more that coordinating between the two camps will result in an increase in riders and ravens that will look quite obvious to whomever was clever enough to attack your scouts first. They'll know you are braced for something and become interested at the moment. Your best weapon against them is their arrogance. Sir Cone nodded at his liege lady, as puffed and proud as a brooding hen. It would have been amusing to watch had the situation not been so fraught. Still, Kermit had to agree. She has declared herself an enemy to all loyal Westerosi lords, though her son can only be a few years of age and the dragon a hatchling. Ali's Rivers does not lack for arrogance, he allowed, gesturing wryly with his glass of wine in the vague direction of the castle. With a huff of breath that was more a sigh of exasperation than an expression of amusement, Sir Cone said, her men cried out that she was their queen in battle. She has a high opinion of herself indeed. It seems the men shared it enough to be fierce. Though many fled once they saw it was a trap, those who had committed to engage us seemed to fear no pain or death. It is almost as though they think her some kind of goddess. Lady Myers nodded in agreement, her hand raising up to pinch the bridge of her nose in a gesture well known to Kermit. She too had to fend off headaches, it seemed. She's a performer. To declare such a thing, to invite parleys, she wants to be recognized and feared. Going from a bastard wet nurse of House Strong, to paramour to a prince, and now the power behind the only successor she will ever accept on the Iron Throne. Ali's Rivers will have found the taste of that sweet indeed. Her men also sit in the most unconquerable fortress in Westeros, save perhaps for Blackwater Watch, added Bill, his eyes roving the map table. It will leave her forces feeling safe at night, which is the last thing one wants in a siege. Walking around the table, Lady Myers pointed to a spot northeast of the fortress. It would be half a day's walk away from the keep itself, though much swifter by horses if the ground were flat. There is a hillock here, I do not know if it has a name, but you might recognize it, for there is a grove of hemlock trees all about it. Not worth the effort it takes to fell them for firewood, given how hard they are to split. Not to mention that burning them is more likely to send sparks into your eyes than raise a steady flame for your cooking pot. I'd wager this was a grave planted here many years ago to dissuade the curious. It is hidden here that you will find a long, narrow tunnel into the keep. I'd wager it is where the bandits are able to enter and exit. Lady Meyer's men, being so small a company, are all known to her and her officers by name and face. It would be nearly impossible to sneak a man into her service or her part of the camp. They have shown that they can keep their mouths tightly sealed enough to fool even myself as to Lady Meyer's presence, and my scouts had free rein among them. Perhaps they could form the point of the spear, suggested Bill, who was doing that mummer's act where he pretended to drink more than he did from his goblet. He had seen it put others at ease, but it always rose Kermit's hackles, as though he was being managed. He kept his tone civil, though, it would not do to reveal he knew his friend's tells. You could send a group in there, but the quarters would be cramped and dark. Not to mention, the bandits would likely be moving in and out regularly. It is hardly a safe entry if the men inside are aware and making use of the tunnel. It would only take one at the rear to escape and make it known to his fellows within. They'd block or collapse the passage and we would lose our advantage, Kermit said, his mind scrabbling to recall his boyhood lessons on siegecraft. It might be simpler to collapse the tunnel from our side, suggested Sir Cone, lifting an infantry token and placing it beside Lady Meyer's pale finger. I could lead a force and see it done swiftly, my lord. Once the bandits have no means to leave or return, the siege becomes long but traditional. There is only so long that they can survive within the keep without supplies. Yes, but if spring plantings failed to go into the ground, the houses of the Riverlands would be in more dire straits. The bandits had been a thorn in the heart of the Riverlands for longer than he cared to admit, and they would not lack for stores stolen from other travelers and merchants. Though horses and armies were expensive to feed, it would still take some weeks. Nor did he think that a fortress of man-eating occupants would fall quickly. They had means of sustaining themselves that Kermit did not want to contemplate over long. There was a long moment of silence as they all stared at the map. Bill had a point about the value a small, well-known company of men would be to him if he could make good use of them. They might circumvent any efforts to report on the plans of the siege camp. He would need to couch it in more unflattering terms, however. For his lords to accept such a thing it would be seen as depriving worthy houses of glory. If Kermit could get one of them to suggest the idea for him, that had potential. After that political mud pit, would be finding a way to use these minor forces well, which posed a challenge. If only he weren't so drained, his mind might be equal to the task. Yet even now his vision blurred as he stared at the map. For a moment, Kermit desperately wanted to go home, crawl into bed, and pretend his father was still alive. If only for an hour. It does not need decided now. A day or two will make little difference and allow a tighter strategy with more minds to attack its flaws. Lady Myers, I thank you for your service. I know of no better compliment to offer you than my assurances that your father sung your praises often, and now I see he sung them truly. Go to your tent and ready yourself. I will reveal your presence to the lords while you do so. The revelation of Lady Meyer's presence had been as unbearable as he had expected, though his swift revelation that he had matters of grave importance to share with them, and them alone, had quickly redirected attention. Kermit would not be able to stop talk so long as men had tongues, but higher concerns were helpful to focus the men and made the gossiper seem of low character and consequence in the face of it. The plans flew fast and thick between the assembled lords. From plans to send sappers to seal in the bandits, to teams of spies sent to join the ranks in rags. Twice, someone was called a whoreson, but no one challenged anyone to a duel or declared a feud that would last 100 generations, so as far as Riverlands politics went, Kermit felt it was a success. Outside, the watery winter light faded in the mid-afternoon, and he needed to bring this to a close before soldiers and servants would have to come light braziers. Kermit was certain the lordly temperaments were not so hard to manage during Tumbleton, but then there had been a driving rage at the loss of his father and grandfather, a dragon rider at their backs, and the ever-present threat of combat. Sieges gave the men time to think and argue, and unlike the soldiers he could not put them to manual labor to exhaust them into keeping discipline. Kermit let them talk themselves in circles for some time, listening to the plans with merit and noting the men who clearly had cotton between their ears, before standing and praising them all carefully. Men liked to hear their names in their liege lord's mouth, it made them feel important. So long as his tone was warm, though he kept his expression lordly, they stopped listening closely afterwards. There was no need, he had assured them, for a decision to be made this night. It was only he knew they were seasoned veterans and would undoubtedly have some insight. Time to think and sleep would be valuable. It would also allow him to discreetly put in place a few men he knew well and trusted, to see if any of the old greens were not so loyal as they proclaimed. As the sky darkened, he could hear the sounds of the Meyerlanders finishing their work for the day, in surprisingly bright spirits for all they had been forced to hack their way through bandits and march for the day. It struck him again how tired everyone was. Plagued by dreams and nerves like foolish children, the camp had little liveliness outside of the horror tents outside the palisades. It was hardly seemly, and Kermit did not think it good for discipline or sickness. But his grandfather had been adamant that while fines or strict separation was one thing, he could not chase the women from the edges of the camp entirely and would have to be content with punishing the men or confiscating coin from the women as his form of discouragement. Men without entertainments became boorish in their own way, and bored, listless guards with nothing to look forward to were the kind who fell asleep on the walls. They were playing music. Though still early, winter darkness was oppressive, and he found himself lifting the tent curtain to observe them. There was a man with a drum, keeping rhythm, and one with a pitchy flute that was merry enough, even if it would have made his mother wince. Despite himself, Kermit smiled and found himself walking towards them. Their wagons had been split into groups and turned into a makeshift set of walls. Long oiled cloths were pitched against them. Fires crackled merrily. A few other soldiers had wandered over, drawn by the light and noise this early evening. Like himself, they tarried a while. At the center was Lady Myers, a handmaiden at one side and Sir Cone on the other. The gathered Meyerlanders were singing silly songs he did not know about a man whose wife had scorned him and his plans to create a raucous gathering by the river banks, full of fish and wine, to lure her back to him. There were the classics such as The Fair Maids of Summer, that he had known as a boy back when it was expected he learn the lute and poetry all abandoned once he'd found the love of the sword. Even holy songs, such as Maiden, Mother and Crone. For a moment, stood there, it seemed impossible that they were camped in the gloomy shadow of Laughingnell. The other soldiers began to offer song suggestions, some of which caused Sir Cone to upbraid them, for these songs had the potential to scandalize a laughing Lady Myers. Kermit felt the smile tug into a true grin, before he steeled himself, and marched back into his tent to do the work that needed done. Let justice roll down like a river. Let justice flow down to the sea. Let justice roll down like a river. Let justice begin through me. That dawn, Kermit awoke refreshed. His sleep had, for once, been long, deep and dreamless. Yet his waking was not as peaceful as his slumber would imply. A rider had come to the gates, sweating and shaking as badly as his horse. The man would speak to no one except Lord Tully, on his honor, he had been charged with this duty. He was from Lord Mouton's company in the northern camp. They had been exhausted, came the report, their men's nights as restless and sleepless as Kermit's own before this one. It seemed they had suffered more bandit attacks than Kermit's own gates, though each one had been successfully repelled. There had been another sortie. Or at least, what they had thought was a sortie. In the night, the northern gates had shrieked and clattered their way open, and the guards had sounded the alarm. But nothing emerged from that gaping maw, only stillness and darkness. The walls too were empty of those figures that signaled the ever-present defenders. After long moments, it was clear that this was a trap, yet there was an eagerness to see it done. The chance to get a force within the gates had been tempting indeed to the lords of the camp. Kermit could picture it as the messenger spoke, while sweat dripped from his face and the hollows beneath his eyes purpled in the morning like as though he had been beaten with a mailed fist. The exhaustion. The eagerness. The weighing of acceptable losses. They had ordered a small number in, marching beneath the roofs of battering rams, whose surfaces were covered in wet hides to save them from catching quickly. Behind them, a company of men followed, shields raised in case the archers returned or they had to pass through. Only 200 in total would be made to cross that threshold, but it was a strong enough force to form up and take the gatehouse if needed. Laughingnell's strength was its walls, and much could be justified in removing them as an obstacle. That no lord had followed was not said, but strongly implied. Scouts had followed on horseback, eyes peeled for defenders at the walls. Shields and spearmen had been mustered to guard against charges from the east or west. The battering rams had entered that thick darkness with no resistance. No clanging of the gates, nor creaking of trap doors. The murder holes were pitch dark and unmanned empty sockets that stared down at them. The first group of shield-bearing men followed behind, narrowed into a column that they might pass through the middle of the gate. Then the screaming had begun. Wailing and howling like a flight of demons had rattled portcullis and poured forth like a hurricane from that long gullet of a gatehouse. Just as it reached a fever pitch the iron gates had dropped like a headsman's axe, clanging shut with a crash. The toll of some dread bell. The scouts close enough to see had ridden back in terror. They had seen nothing, apparently. Though one claimed that the men in that dark had turned on each other in a fit of madness. That no one else had been in that long passage. They had cut each other down like scything wheat, roaring and raging at their fellow soldiers. He had been hung for his lies, for his cowardice had turned his mind and his babbling damaged discipline among the troops. It was a trap, as expected, nothing more. Except the gates had opened again, hours after, and a lone figure, his kirtle and Mouton colours, had crawled their way towards the walls of the northern camp. Raiders had ridden out once he was out of range of any arrows, to carry him. His legs had been cut off and seared with fire. He claimed they had fed them to a dragon right before his eyes. He had told a story very much like that terrified scouts. Before his fevered death, he claimed that Alice Rivers, witch queen of Laughingnell, would parley with the maiden who had come to squat at her doors. The girl would enter and leave unharmed. A promise from the Dowager Queen of Westeros to her subjects. Kermit found himself suddenly grateful that he had received the messenger in private, within his tent. It made nothing else about the wretched mess better, but at least no one else saw him swear and throw his glass goblet, where it had shattered against the edge of a chair. Chapter 35, Ursula Myers. Notes. Content warning. Alice Rivers is basically her own content warning. Gore, someone gets their throat cut. The sensation of being unmade is described in detail. I don't find any of these particularly graphic, but your mileage may vary. As always, protect yourself. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. A surprising amount of training in the novitiate had been on the political landscape of Westeros. It made sense on closer inspection. Firstly, septas were supposed to be educated. Even if you were like me and desperate for the cloister, you were expected to read and understand the history of the faith. Many septas would educate and advise young highborn women as they grew. Knowledge of houses and their standings, histories, and marriages, even the heraldry of the region. All this and more we had been expected to learn. The structure and contents of the lessons varied hugely from novitiate to novitiate. So too did access to learning, with septas being allowed to offer more lessons or invite tutors at their discretion. They were not the only reasons, but they were the ones given to those pious lords and ladies who might make donations to novitiates or sponsor mother houses. The lines sometimes blurred with the educations granted to highborn and lowborn novices, for all our origins were to be forgotten. Reach, Riverlands, and Crownlands houses often sent second or third daughters to the novitiates. Not necessarily to take vows, though a surprising number did, but because it served as a way to meet daughters of other houses and receive what passed for an education in Westeros while appearing as pious as possible, of course. This meant that highborn novitiates were often cloistered together and attended lessons and did little if any labor. Hedge knight daughters were a pleasing middle ground in many ways. Highborn enough to join in on lessons and eventually serve a noble house, but lowborn enough to never really be a true companion to these girls and to instead serve as an unofficial handmaiden. We were few and far between, however, so the odd artisan or merchant's daughter would be dropped in and told to keep her mouth shut and her eyes open. It was there, that my Westerosi political education had first been put to use. Septa Nicella had taken an interest in me from the first. I was unusually well spoken for a child of my age and my knowledge of my numbers and letters outstripped many. I had cheated, of course, but she wasn't to know that. I had found the lessons easy, though memorization had never been my favorite way to learn. But I had little passion for them. Often, I struggled with a sense of despair or disdain in the early days. As far as I was concerned, Westeros was backwards, brutal, and best left unexamined outside of my lessons. I excelled in order to access the learning I was truly interested in, and was quickly selected as a talent for scribe work and painting. I had no desire to join a highborn house to raise its daughters in the light of the seven, and would be a boon to any cloister I chose to join. It had been enough. Septa Nicella had dangled the possibility of that safety over my head like a carrot, and I obediently trotted along with whatever it was she wanted me to learn. I wrote letters home and buried my head in the sand. It hadn't helped, in the end. But for a time, it was easy. At least for the first couple of years. When I had been old enough to join the lessons of the highborn ladies, the ones who were only there for a season or two, Nicella would come visit me after evening prayer and ask me questions. At first, they had seemed a long list of nonsense. Some made sense, such as the heraldry of the houses who had sent their daughters or what I knew of their history. Others were more difficult to answer or even recall. How had the young lady worn her hair? Why was it allowed to escape her hood without censure when others had tucked it carefully away? Who did they prefer to speak to? What topics did they consider safe and what did they shy away from? At times she would have one of the girls say something strange or significant and test me to see if I'd noticed. One memorable morning, she'd had one of the highborn girls reprimanded for something only I would have been able to tell her, and watched with cat-like satisfaction as I'd had to talk my way out of it. It had taken some time before I understood. It became clear that I had done well enough to receive a different kind of education from Nicella, for all I would not be advising some great house. She took it farther and faster over the years, but that was where it had begun. I had not learned combat nor battle strategy until I had become head of my own house. No one in their right mind would train a girl in such a thing, and examples of exceptional warriors served as much to keep young women from the field as anything else. I had no passion for bloodshed, that I would push for those lessons. Not to mention that one had to be twice as good for half as much time in the yard, and it would follow you as something unusual or unwomanly. I could not afford to be more unusual than I already was. But that did not mean Septa Nicella would release me from her novitiate without the means to fight. If I had been a girl of 12 in truth, I might have missed it. But I knew then that she loved me well enough to make sure I could protect myself wherever I went. My lessons applied in more places than lordly halls or courts. The broad strokes of houses or history was one thing, but it was a map, and the territory was harder to traverse than simply walking across its surface. In a world where highborn families and their legacies were commanders and rulers of the land, I would have to find a way to read their faces or walk into their heads in order to understand what I had been taught as anything more than dry words on flaking pages. The personal was politics in Westeros. A lady might destroy her neighboring house's prospective traits and gain great wealth for her family, but she had also been slighted by the theft of a promising betrothal by the matriarch of that house. Some knight might fear the censure of his liege lord and so share with him more than he should. A king might feel guilt over the manner of his queen's death and swear to make a daughter his heir. His next wife might feel differently. These personal choices had gutted the realm up the middle, and more than just the dance and their after effects would never quite fade. In light of this, people would hide their motivations, paint them as logical or best for their house with the wave of a hand. Everyone thought themselves canny or honorable as the situation demanded. No one ever thought themselves foolish or a villain. If you tried to think of others in that way, you would never understand them. And if I could not understand them, I could not survive. Septinicella was fond of explaining that in practice, most political maneuvers were a trick, a trap, or a trial. These were also, incidentally, the methods by which she taught best. Like Socrates with a switch and a mean sense of humor. It was because of these lessons that as I was leading a prayer for my men who worshipped the seven, appearing publicly pious was always an advantage, I began to turn over the situation in my mind. With smoky dawn rising over the riverlands and turning the god's eye into a silver mirror, I wondered what Alice would do now that she could not savage the camp with sleepless nights. So when a lone rider from the north, shaking with exhaustion and fear, had come barreling towards the gates of our camp, I thought trick. When Kermit Tully had sent his cupbearer running to the guards at each gate, the others around the camp had not taken much notice. Young boys on the battlefield were there almost for the explicit purpose of running madly to deliver messages. But when no scouting or foraging parties were permitted to leave, and any who had returned were detained, it took on a different color. A noose snaked around the camp. I looked at it as Septinicella had taught me and thought trap. When the lords and ladies present had been instructed to neither leave the camp nor send a raven, it became clear that something was afoot. A runner was sent, and we were all firmly invited to the noon meal with Kermit Tully in his tent. I looked at the landscape and thought, trial. Cedra, I have a need for one of your dear ravens. Don't worry, they won't be going far. With the crisp light of dawn breaking through the wet fog, and the sounds of the camp as it woke around me, I made my way forward. If I am made to go, we will need to come up with a plausible way out. That's the thing I cannot get my head around. Even out in the open, she'll kill me the second anything even appears to go awry. Kermit's expression was aghast. Surely you are not considering such a thing. His gaunt face was somewhat distressing. It added a certain gloom and gravitas to his displeasure which made me all the more nervous about my plan. He was a young man to look so pale and unwell. I had not noticed in the tent, so exhausted had I been yesterday. But in the cold morning light he was as green as any glass. Possibly it strained Westerosi chivalry to even consider parley between ladies ending in bloodshed. I shrugged, affecting a nonchalance I did not feel. It seemed I would have to be cool-headed enough for both of us. We could take turns at outrage and panic. The situation is as it is. What else is there to do but consider? A consideration is not a commitment to a course of action. If I do not consider, I do not know what there is to be gained or lost in the doing. Because it's a trap. He snapped, taking a gulp of the tisane I had prepared and making an expression of extreme regret after he did so. Most things are. I suppose the question is, how can we trap her back? Preferably without me dying. I clenched my hands in my skirts to stop them from trembling, memories of agony licking at my nerves invasively. Kermit Tully dragged one hand across his face in exhaustion. If she's a woman of her word, perhaps you would simply enter Harrenhal, parley, and be allowed to go. His voice had a wistfulness to it. The distraction would certainly be helpful. Many things were possible, I supposed. But all that woman's words were snares. I'd not listen unless I had my cutting edge about me. I may enter and leave unharmed, my lord, but not a word of her message said when she would release me. No, if I am to enter the keep, it will be so that she has a hostage, and none would be able to guarantee my safety. Nothing you say convinces me that you have not lost your head, Lady Myers, he said, flatly, taking another brave stab at the tisane. I paused, cup halfway to my mouth. A trial. Would it help, my lord, if I said I had a plan? For all it is not yet fully formed, and I am reluctant to share it. Kermit Tully's expression turned grim. I could almost picture him, morning star in hand, charging towards Tumbleton. But he did not rebuke me. You spoke before of her arrogance. That will be how we bait a trap. She holds all the cards at the moment. How do we make her show her hand? Power resides where men believe it resides. In knowing that, we can perhaps make a show of it. Blue eyes like chips of ice flickered with recognition. An old tale. An older lesson. My grandfather would have been pleased to hear you make reference to it. What is your point? She thinks her power is in her arts, her bloodshed. But that is because it is the way she will win legitimacy and standing. For a bastard, that's powerful coin. The wife of Aemon Targaryen would be treated differently in battle than she has been. Terms would have been discussed. Options, futures for her son. She may still have chosen to reject them all in favor of this very scheme, but until she had this castle and her army, no one in their right mind would listen to her. So she wants to be listened to? Feared and obeyed. Are queens not listened to, feared and obeyed? It would flatter her vanity that you were cowed enough to send me at all, for surely if you chose to do so, I could not refuse. I suppose I ask you if you think it might win us anything. How are we to win when her informants inevitably know or discover any stratagem of ours? I have not been idle, my lady. I have 100 plans and no success in rooting out spies. Worse still, she seems able to bait traps of her own, if our scouts in last night are any indication. I took a breath. Flying by the seat of my pants did not even begin to cover it, but I had to think and think quickly. Tempo was important. Sitting and waiting had not served the siege camp well, and they were not arrayed against an ordinary enemy. My lord, you know exactly what needs to be done. You have known it since you received the message from the scout. My voice was soft, but firm. Courage. Courage. A river to my people. And what is it, you presume, that I know I must do? Lie. Just as I had. I was dressed in a simple black coat, hardy, fur-lined for the weather. Cedra had taken my gambeson to clean the night we arrived, practically hissing at me when I tried to insist on keeping it in a fit of paranoia. She had been spending quite a lot of time as a raven, on reflection, and could probably use a break. Though her work was done, it was thick fabric and would take a while to dry. A gown would make me seem less respectable in this tent so thick with armed and armored highborn, but I was resigned to it. I was not a warrior, and it would not suit me to wear the trappings of one. I wanted my armor to be something I could run in, which would keep me alive. I wouldn't even know how to put decorated plate on without 3 pairs of hands. There was nothing that could be done about seeming weak, womanly, and out of place, so instead I would have to lean into it. Quoth, as ever, had fluttered to accompany me, but despite his squawking and a nip so hard I worried he had cut me again, I had left him with Cedra. I'd not leave the camp without him, nor would I take food and drink in strange company. But if I was to play the role assigned to me, I had to look as mousy and uninteresting as possible. I knew in my bones I would wake tomorrow to find a mouse on my pillow, but it was necessary. The atmosphere within the tent was oppressive, to say the least. Many faces I did not know eyed me shamelessly. Likely looking for weakness, or even to intimidate me. Sir Cone had known the other lords would be sore over not having been the first to strike a decisive blow and warned me that it would be something I would have to answer for. They could not blame their liege lord openly for denying them glory and spoils, so instead they would blame me. Others still chanced an uneasy glance at Kermit Tully, who was stood by the map table with a face like thunder. Lord Benjicott Blackwood and his favourites were seated on the other side of the tent, and his gaze skipped disinterestedly over me. William tried to offer an encouraging nod without moving his head, which was mildly amusing, and I was grateful for the gesture of support. We could not be seen to speak freely while his liege lord was in attendance at the siege camp. Quite apart from the fact that Lord Benjicott was likely one of the names supporting the notion that I was some grasping slattern, William's highest loyalty had to be publicly expressed in his proximity to his liege lord in time of war. Lord Tarek offered an easy smile, which I returned, but was quickly drawn into quiet conversation with another man whom I did not know. No food was forthcoming, but then only a fool would have missed the blatant ruse. My eyes lingered for a moment on those who seemed disappointed by the lack of sustenance. It would be good to know the fools by face. Kermit was stood proudly, fresh-faced and clean-shaven, his expression as cold and unfeeling as the winter weather outside. Lord Tully bid his vassals be seated like a schoolteacher about to deliver a lecture. He was still incredibly young for the power he held, but I fancied I could see in the line of his jaw and the authority in his tone the leader he would become. The news was terrible, of course. With a sickening dread on the listening faces, the occupants of the tent watched Kermit Tully explain the situation. Guilt welled within me like a font of blood as he relayed the fate of 200 soldiers who had been marched into a trap, their commanders' swords at their back. Alice had decided to gather power in the wake of her sight being deflected from where I was. What she would do with it, I tried not to speculate. I had a large frame of reference for horror and enough trouble sleeping as it was. But then, I was told something fascinating. Lord Tully's tone went as cruel and jagged as a serrated edge, and for a moment I resisted the urge to look about the tent in search of his mother, so similar was the effect. Around him the wooden faces of the assembled vassals gave away almost nothing, but their eyes darted about the confines, searching for some hint as to the direction of the proceedings. I was told that Alice Rivers has asked to parley with the maiden who has just arrived in my camp. That she would enter and exit Harrenhal unharmed. I felt my stomach lurch, pressing my lips together involuntarily. Somewhat embarrassed by my reaction, I fought to school my features. I had known I was a person of interest, I could hardly be otherwise given I had wandered through her dreaming and hidden myself from her. But truly I had not expected so blatant an attempt to put me under her power. Some nights I pictured the feast that had been laid out for her men and shivered. What was truth and what was seeming did not matter, not really. Not in the face of something like that. Lord Tully's gaze moved slowly over the assembled lords, his lip curled in a sneer. The only one who fits such a description would be Lady Myers, who arrived last evening after doing a great service to our cause by placing herself and her men in the jaws of a trap to lure the bandits out. I find myself concerned that such information has left the camp, given how clearly I had ordered nothing we discussed should have left even this tent. Now I find myself wary who could have done such a thing? What else might they have told our enemy? We discussed much strategy based on the information brought by Lady Myers, to allow us to enter the keep. Have we been forsaken there as well? Immediately the clamor and outrage erupted among the men gathered. I looked down at my hands, worried my expression might give something away, and let the great tide of protestations and denials wash over me like a wave. Being heard was going to be hard to do with all this cacophony. I chanced to look at the room, hoping my lowered head and clenched fists would keep me out of consideration for a moment longer. The puffed-up repudiations flying overhead were of no interest to me, for all Kermit Tully was watching faces like a hawk. I knew no one had revealed my presence except myself. Alice would have to be a fool not to notice that her ability to leisurely scry on the Tully war camp had come to an abrupt end. She had not let this slow her, however, and by calling for me had managed to sow discord among the Lord Paramount and his vassals. They were convinced that someone had to have revealed something, it stood to reason. I had originally hoped that keeping myself hidden would reveal to my liege lord that something unnatural was at play with Ali's knowledge, but his insistence on announcing my presence to the other lords had instead opened everyone up to such accusations. It needed reined in, and quickly, or this would get out of hand in a way we could ill afford. The lords were foul to each other, the cold and poor sleep had taken a toll on even those in the most luxurious comfort a campaign had to offer. I could only imagine how fractious the soldiers themselves had become. Everywhere, exhaustion clung like a burr-reed, turning the edges of things furred and prickly all at once. In the conversations, which occurred blatantly above my head with no need to include me at all, there was a buzz of impatience. The assembled lords had expected a woman cowed by the might of the Riverlands, or a rabble that had little notion of how to wage proper warfare. Instead, they had been met by Ali's appetite for theatre and her military advisor's cunning. They slavered and champed at the bit like horses straining to leap forward. No lord would have endured a winter siege if they had known it would be so protracted an affair. They likely would have left Ali's rivers and hoped starvation or winter fever claimed her followers, only deigning to return come summer and plenty. This agitation could be used to my advantage but equally might spell my death if handled wrongly. Carefully, I scanned the room and picked my moment. My lord, thought I understand your concerns, the situation may not be as dire as you say. For one, it is entirely possible that she knows nothing about the discovery of the entrance for now at least. A quiet voice is sometimes an interesting counterpoint to the ear in a loud room, you naturally try to pick up on it. The last outcries fell like the final splutters of rain. Lord Tully turned his cold blue eyes towards me and gestured for me to speak. I feel confident that the access point is undiscovered. Or that, at least, it has not been collapsed. I have received a report. A few bandits have been seen roaming, and surely if it were known that their way was no longer secret, there would be movement only venturing in one direction either to amass outside the walls or to flee inwards to safety. The path is narrow and dark, likely their horses are kept elsewhere so that the men may travel freely. Perhaps the army might sneak their way in through there. The trick to selling something in this environment, was often to be wrong about some particular. Especially as a woman. A certain kind of man loves to correct you, and in doing so they can convince themselves of quite anything at all. I needed the idea in circulation at least, if only to prepare the groundwork for my plan. Ah, my lady, it would not be wise to send the whole of the army into a narrow passage with little hope of escape should there be a crush or a trap, said a Lord Humphrey, who I had spoken to briefly in Riverrun, stroking his chin wisely. It was a poor choice, as it drew attention to his efforts to grow a beard. That or a particular kind of skin disease scattered across his cheeks. Perhaps my choice of the particulars in my speech was poor, my lord, but the principle remains the same, does it not? A large force would be at a disadvantage in such narrow confines, and if what you say is true, we could hardly take the cavalry. Not to mention that the sound of plate and arms make a good deal of noise. Oh, I said, willing myself to blush. My cheeks remained pale, and I felt a brief flare of envy for William's talented sister, who he had claimed could bring a flush to her cheeks without effort. I am embarrassed, my lord. Strategy is not my gift. So only a tidy force could make their way through swiftly before the alarm could be raised? Why, they would need to be swift and successful indeed. Perhaps not even obviously dressed as soldiers, so as to avoid your concerns. He nodded generously, if at all, my lady, secret passages being what they are. There is no guarantee they will end up somewhere useful. 100 men spilling into someone's bedchamber is hardly a tenable position. This one should come to the cellar of the northeastern tower, but I take your point and thank you for explaining the situation to me, Lord Humphrey. Your candor is appreciated, I replied, pleased with the results of my efforts. How can you know such a thing? Scoffed a knight whose name I did not know, his ruddy face marred by a sneer. I have an eye on the situation, I said, coolly. Bah! More spies? Perhaps we should be concerned about Lady Myers' own activities. Who is to say that she shouldn't have revealed her presence to Alice Rivers herself? Came a distressed voice from the left. I resisted the urge to reach up and hold that artfully crafted piece of idiocy to the light, so that I might better examine it for posterity. The fact that he was accidentally correct was little excuse. I glanced over. I'd seen him in my earlier scans of the tent. Dark of hair and eye, middle-aged. Wealthy, if the ornate gold filigree on his pauldrons was anything to go by. Trying to memorize and discern so many new faces was really putting me on the back foot. I did not know the name of the lord, but he was slow enough that he had looked rather despondent about the lack of repast, so I took pity on him. As I said, the situation is perhaps not so bad as all that. My arrival may have gone unremarked due to my manner of dress, but I was sat in camp for all to see. My presence is not a secret. Any number of persons could have seen and mentioned it. I pitched my voice and tone carefully, trying to draw out the response I wanted. If they circled and snapped for too long, I did not see a way for the siege not to take months. My people could not afford to wait that long and hope the Ironborn never got hungry. Indeed. If you had desired a clandestine presence in an overcrowded siege camp, your methods were poorly chosen, said Lady Frey, dryly. So you see. Even Lady Frey sees that such methods make her only more suspect. I suggested no such thing, Sir Jefford, and I'll thank you not to put nonsense in my mouth, snapped the Lady of the Crossing, looking cross indeed. I simply agree that Lady Myers' presence was no secret and that any number of missives could have been sent or received regarding her. Half a line about the Myrlanders' victory against the bandits could have been the culprit, and shooting a raven out of the sky is not new thinking. This is hardly relevant. What is most important is the safety of our access to the keep. How much do you trust your sources? Said Lord Benjicott, slicing through the air with one hand as though to stop that line of questioning dead. I think you'll find, said Lord Tully tightly, that the inability of this camp to keep even the simplest piece of information contained is highly relevant. What strategy is worth proposing if I cannot be certain that the enemy will not know it and have time to prepare? He rose from his seat, expression dark, and leant on the oak map table to glare at the assembled lords. So what am I to do? Lord Hugh reminds me of the planting season, Sir Regis warns of tarrying during a winter campaign and inviting disease. Yet in our eagerness to rush, the North Camp walked 200 men into the mouth of a trap and paid the price for it. Lady Myers seems assured that the way is still open to us, but for how long? It seems likely we will have to rip the camp in half to find the source of this babbling brook that seems to run straight from our tents to Alice River's ears. I have half a mind to abandon the scheme altogether if the conditions are as Lady Myers describes. It will be a death knell for half our forces in such confines, even if we succeed. Silence reigned. None of the lords were eager to make eye contact with anyone. Instead, they examined their nails or shifted in their seats. Well, he barked, has she taken our tongues along with our stratagems? Speak. In the bluster that followed, I watched the eyes of the men speaking. They were heavy with bags, purple and hollow bruises in the flickering light of the braziers beneath the canvas. Last night was probably the first good night's sleep any of them had got in a while. Yet sleep deprivation is not cured as quickly as it is caused. It was clear to me what needed to be done. Grandmother's lessons were thorough in their own way. I had weeks of nothing but sitting in the dark and painting that refracting crystal in my mind's eye. I was reasonably confident in my people staying hidden even if they left my side. But minds half exhausted and already sticky with Ali's influence was another matter entirely. My plan had to work. I had to do it and not die. There wasn't another option that I could countenance. Benjicott Blackwood spoke up, his voice softer than I had expected in such company, despite the resoluteness of his expression. It seems that while she has much knowledge of our movements, we have none of hers. There has to be a way to tip the scales in our favor. We don't even know how many men she has beyond account of the bandit riders. If the entrance is still clear, a lone scout could make their way within and try to blend in with the forces there. There was a derisive noise from opposite him, and I watched his confident expression turn as sour as old milk. And if we lose access to this spy, or they are caught, our only means of ending this decisively has been compromised. She's had since her pregnancy to plot. I for one do not wish to place the hopes of an entire campaign on her being an idiot. If it were so, we'd all still have our scouts and the northern camp would have its battering rams, came a cutting voice. It could only have been Lady Sabitha Frey, her hawkish features and whip-sharp tone were unmistakable. That, and the bridged towers emblazoned across her breastplate. Lord Tully waved his hand nonchalantly, replying, the Myrlanders were a late addition. They can head north and reinforce Lord Mouton easily without compromising our position here. Muttering and nods from the assembled men. A smirk or two could be seen from ones who believed that I was being moved because he had been embarrassed to have his mistress on campaign. This rumor was becoming irritatingly persistent. As for your suggestion, Benji, you have a point. But so too does Lady Frey. We need information. But if we lose what we have gained, then we are left with less than nothing. What we would need to make that work, we do not have. Unless any of you have business in Harrenhal that I should know about. Barring Lady Myers' own invitation. The wicked little barb came from that same ruddy-faced knight. I had been a careful student of Septa Nicella's teachings. I did not flinch at all, but I made sure to be visibly controlling myself. A clenched fist, pursed lips, a muscle tightening in the jaw. Kermit Tully was a credit to his mother, when he wanted to be. It had been very neatly done. Even Benjicott Blackwood seemed shocked by the suggestion. But fear and convenience were poisonous company, and I did not find it surprising that someone should make a mean-spirited suggestion. Nor would I register surprise when there were a few faces who made eyes at one another. The same mentality that would see 200 men into the jaws of a trap in order to speed up a winter siege, would gladly see me into the arms of Ali's Rivers if it bought them victory. The only saving grace I had was that no one could see how such a thing might be achieved. It meant I could bait a different hook. The only possible help that would be, is if Ali's Rivers would bring her military advisor to a parley. Even then, I hardly know what I might glean from that conversation. I said, a tad saccharine, tilting my head at the assembled men. From her position far to the right of me, I noted that Sabitha Frey's hooded eyes had narrowed suspiciously, but she seemed to be the only one. A wash of sensation flooded from the base of my neck: fear, adrenaline, anticipation. I was on the knife's edge now. That is not unlikely, said Lord Tully, steepling his fingers, for I doubt a bastard wet nurse knows much of parley or war. She'd likely keep them close, to advise her. Surely a lady would want her military commander focusing on the siege she is running, my lord? I would not wish to keep Sir Cone from his business, when I have so little knowledge of it. I was perhaps laying it on thick, but subtlety was not an effective tactic for what I wanted. The stage had to be set, after all, for the star performer. That is because, Lady Myers, your father raised you to value your talents and leave others to their own. Ali's Rivers has grasped for the station of a lady, not merely any lady but a queen, should her claims of legitimate marriage be true. She will want her advisor there. Which means he will have to leave plans for his men, or put someone else in command, said Lord Tully, trailing off masterfully as his eyes seemed to fix on a distant point. It was perhaps only obvious to me, and perhaps the keen eyes of those such as Benjicott or William who knew him well, but there was a lightness to his motions and expressions for all he was still glower and reproach. It grew as the silence in the scent stretched almost to breaking point, the lords almost physically leaning in to hear him. Kermit Tully was having fun. What a bastard! It was probably why I liked him. After a long moment, he straightened. I have it. Well, my lord? What say you? Said Sir Geofford, his dark hair falling into his eyes as he leant forward, eager. You will forgive me if I am circumspect with the details, sir, given the last few days, but it is possible that Lady Myers' parley would be enough to buy us a distraction we need. In doing so, we could deal a crushing blow to our enemy. Lord Tully's eyes darted to me as murmurs broke out around the tent like a sweat. Lady Myers, we must arrange for parley outside of the castle if possible. You will need to meet with her. You would have the authority to promise little, but you have a way with conversation. I would have you draw her into it. William and Lord Blackwood started in their seats, discomfited by their friend's choice of plan. Even the ruddy knight spluttered protestations, for all he had made the mean-spirited jest. My lord. Still, he persisted. While you do so, eyes in the keep will be on Ali's Rivers. We will be armed and ready, as though to ride out at the first sign of danger. Yet to the rear, Lord Mouton's forces can slip their way into the hemlock grove without much trouble. In some ways they were correct in their haste the previous night. It would only take a small force to take and hold a gatehouse. Once the portcullis is open, they could strike a decisive blow and open it for our side. So I must speak at length, to buy time? Draw her into it, you said. The risk to you would be great, Lord Tully said, gravely, and I have little faith in a bastard wench's honour in parley. But it would buy us time and distraction. Better still, if the commander who blinded our scouts and felled Derry forces in the fields is occupied, they cannot respond to us effectively. He is a rare talent, but by its nature rare talent is seldom found. I'd wager there is no other in the keep with his skill. I lifted my chin as the attention of the room fell on me like hammer blows. Very carefully, I folded my trembling hands in my lap. It did not go unnoticed, for all it was a genuine reaction. A part of my heart that always carried Nicella's voice was pleased that my fear was being put to good use in my charade. If my liege lord has need of me, in time of war, I will do as I am bid. Lord Tully's eyes seemed to glitter in the smoky haze from the charcoal fires. Are you not afraid? I am terrified, my lord. But I will see it through. I had sent Honorine Tully my will before I had even left Hag's Hill. There was little else to be done. I would be a river to my people. But still, sat there, as the murmurs broke out around me, I worried. Please. Please let this work. It was not a prayer precisely. But what is a prayer except to hope as hard as you can, in the face of it all? Shortly after the conversation within the command tent, I informed Sir Cone of the actual plan and the layers of ruse that had been drawn over it. Chiefly that Lord Tully had claimed he was to take my men and reinforce the northern camp. He stared at me in silence for a long time. Does the plan not work? You must speak now, Sir, before the time to alter it is gone from us completely. It is a risk, certainly. As are all battle strategies. We will lose men in the attempt, but that is the nature of war, my lady. Our scouts have reported as you asked, and we have the clothes and arms from battle. No, it will do well, despite any outrage that may come. So long as the gates are raised and the lords can vent their frustrations by strength of arms, much will be forgiven. You will only truly be censured if the venture fails. That is often the way with battle, the risks only justify themselves in victory. It is only I think of the parley. Why not station one of our men with a bow? One we trust? Sir Cone asked, dark eyes studying my face for the answer. For a moment, I was transported, to a small window in a smaller room, the symbol of the seven hung on the wall. A tiny hearth that was always flickering in the corner, and Septinicella perched on the end of my cot. It seemed all the teachers of my life in West Eros preferred questions as a method of instruction. I should perhaps be grateful that Sir Cone did not seem a man inclined to make use of a switch. If we can arrange the meeting in a place where such an attack might be possible, it would be an excellent choice, I admitted, already wondering how to turn the side of the parley to our advantage, despite the dishonorable nature of the attack. I find highborn can twist their honor any which way they desire in the name of their goals. Particularly if the victim is lowborn. Personally, what I know of her crimes entitles her to little mercy or clemency from me. Yet, she is not advised by fools. Anywhere with tree cover, or too close to our own palisades, will not likely be accepted. The details of the meeting will have to be adapted to the circumstances. That much I cannot control. You spoke before of her arrogance, he mused, scratching at his beard with a gloved hand. Nothing pleases an arrogant commander so much as to see others humbled. A storied knight being made to jump to his foolish whims. A lord known for his strategy and valor following plans not his own, no matter the loss of life nor the blood and sweat that went into making a mad venture work. Perhaps this alley's rivers might be the same. It is likely that she will wish to see me humbled, yes. I take it you have a suggestion. Have Sir Darren lead you as though you were made to go. Have them think you a prisoner, forced by her cruel liege lord to speak to the queen. The image will please her, I think, of a frightened lady forced to do her bidding, when once she would have been under the power of women like yourself. It will also give Darren leave to stay close or have a hand on you at all times, in case the meeting turns sour. Which is likely, given the risk to you. I nodded, there was sense to his suggestion. Still, the fear trickled through my veins like streams of ice. I sighed, sitting beside him in my tent. Desperate to do something with my hands, I pretended to warm them by the heat of the brazier. For all Sir Cone had raged against my coming, he had not once undermined me in public or private about my choices since we had set foot on the road. A professional soldier in all senses of the word, it seemed. He made his opinion clear, and either I would take his advice, or I would not, but either way Sir Cone would strive to keep the men under his command alive. Still, even he had not quite been able to conceal his horror when he learned of the conditions for Ali's River's parley. I think of the risks, Sir, as well. I think of them constantly. There are a million ways it may go wrong. I turn the possibilities over and over in my head. But the eyes on the camp are cunning. I fear that Lord Tully has the right of it when he says that only my men can be thought to be free of such influence. And the longer you stay, the less he will believe that to be true. She will not be drawn out by anything less than what she has asked for. It needs to be me. Does it, my lady? Said Cone, his voice delicate. Fuck. Then, very carefully, those dark eyes fixed on the side of my face like brands, he said, I have been turning the events over in my mind as well. For instance, there is no spy in the world who could have known the movements of every scouting party and coordinated an attack in the same breath. The ability to send information and ensure parties were where they should be, do not make sense in my mind. I keep trying to piece it together and I have had no success. Here, Cone broke off, his hands fisting in his lap, looking away from me, where I sat frozen in anticipation. Each lord would have different priorities, from forage to mapping the area. Yet scouts move more freely than their orders suggest. They must, if they are any good. They would follow a trail, or linger over long in a place should the way ahead have signs of uncertainty or ambush. Scouts catch other scouts slowly, cautiously, reading the signs of their passing is difficult if the group is any good. Might they have knowledge of their orders? They could have caught them from the other direction by riding ahead. Knowledge of lordly orders would give some direction, it is true. But orders for scouts are often only goals after all, the whole purpose of the party is to discover what you do not know. Perhaps the bandit riders were resolved to attack the scouts already and lay patiently in wait, but to catch almost all of them? No wonder they are plagued with poor sleep. This siege camp has certainly been beset by misfortune, I replied, choosing my words carefully. If not a spy, what do you assume to have happened instead? I do not know, my lady, but I suspect you do. Though I had known he was building up to it, each word still struck me hard enough that I grit my teeth against them. Cone pressed on, though now he struggled to keep his voice even. I understood your desire to hide the true entrance from the lords. With spies on the loose, it only made sense. But you lied to Lord Tully, so I thought you did not trust Burleigh. Yet when you kept hold of the fiction, I worried. You would have me lie even to our men until we are free from the camp and away. Such subterfuge is concerning, and for some might be considered treason. Though your plan puts yourself at great personal risk. I can only think that you know something else. I can only think that you feel you must be stood before Ali's rivers when the trap is sprung. With shaking hands, I brushed my hair from my face and said, in my defense, it was the only way I could think of to be able to share the plan and not the plan at the same time, in the face of Ali's rivers' informants. The plan would work just as well if you let Ali's rivers falsely anticipate an attack from her informants without your need to serve as a distraction. Lord Tully may be half cut from tiredness, but I am not so impaired. He could send word to the Mutin camp and have us pincer the keep quickly. There were a number of neat truths I could have laid before him. Little twinkling jewels strewn in his path to distract Sir Cone. I might have told him that walking into a trap like that did not inspire Lord Tully's confidence in their competence, nor that their camp was free from spies. I could simply have tried to point out that redundancies needed built into the plan to make it effective. Or even that I knew the north entrance to be true, only Cedra had said it was too narrow for horseflesh to move in and out quickly. None of them alone would be quite enough, but perhaps all of them together might convince him. Instead, I looked up at his serious face. Cone's dark eyes were unreadable, but he had always been kind. I would miss him, when he led the troops away to hide. I would sleep uneasily without him to guard me. Cone would fight with everything in him to keep our men alive, damn the commanders. Though inconvenient, the questioning was a mark of his respect. If he thought myself and my plans as foolish as he had some lords he'd served, he would not have questioned me, merely told me everything I wished to hear and done exactly as was needed to save his troops. It was why I respected him. He had always been loyal, to his men and to my father. Even when it had cost him his own kin, he had been good and true to me. And though I knew I could not tell him the whole truth, neither could I bear to reward his love for me with a lie. If this camp empties and leaves me behind, or if I follow our men separately, or if any number of other plans come to pass, I know that Kermit Tully's host will not be able to keep the knowledge to themselves. They will be outmaneuvered. I will not be able to protect them from it. The words didn't come out right, too jagged and stubborn, as though peeled from my throat instead of spoken. He was silent for a long time. I dropped my gaze to stare into the brazier, too cowardly to look at him. Sir Cone would never reach out to lay hands on me without permission unless my life was in danger. He was too much a knight for that. But when he finally spoke, as I convinced myself that my eyes only watered from staring too hard into the flames, his voice was soft as a caress. May the crone watch over you, my lady. Ordinarily warring lords would meet at an agreed-upon place, with an agreed-upon escort. The letter composed by Lord Tully was carried in his own hands to be tied to one of his own ravens. No more intermediaries were permitted for such acts. Alice was in a particular position, as she was not so free to move around without great risk to herself. I myself would not be venturing into the keep unless the situation were particularly dire. Yet there were few places that were an acceptable middle ground. Her prompt reply, written in an unschooled hand, was clear on this point. So it was that she agreed to meet in the strip of land between our respective armies, out of the range of both our archers. We would each have a guard and be mounted on horseback. Nothing else was guaranteed. This did not surprise me, however disheartening. Ali's Rivers was no fool, and all the scrying in the world wouldn't protect her from a stray arrow fired by some enterprising lord who wished to be home in time for a spring he thought was coming. It has been said that misfortune is a fine opiate to personal terror. I tried to take heart in that, in the fact that my bone-watering fear of the coming parley might have been worse if I'd led a more charmed life. Eventually, days after the process had begun, we agreed to a time and place. The morning of the meeting was bitterly cold. The sky slipped from pearlescent dawn to deep iron, and the trees seemed to rustle uneasily, bowing their bare heads in the wind that skated ripples across the surface of the god's eye, as though they were in prayer. Weather was coming. I was wrapped in a thick, hooded kirtle that quite bewildered the onlookers. Ivana had insisted that a lady needed to be able to show elegance no matter where she was, for all I had been convinced that plain gowns and gambesons might be sufficient. The rules were different for women, especially those in the company of highborn men. I had balked less at the price, given the improvements to our woolen industry and the coin coming in from the glassworks, and given Ivana leave to do what she wanted. Frankly, it was the warmest thing I owned, and the snug partlet was incredible reusable, so I had to be glad that my sister's fussing had once again been in my favor. It was made of the same indigo blue wool which graced my gambeson, quilted more for warmth than protection. A thick, wrapped indigo partlet was folded high around my neck and chest, embroidered with a wave pattern, as well as lined and trimmed with rich orange fur. The same fox fur adorned my unusually draping sleeve, folding thickly in the lining for a pleasing flash of contrast with the dark blue. Though it was in fashion at the moment, I generally favored the utility of tighter fabric at my wrists, yet the drapes were marvelously useful for other things. It hung long over my legs, still more fabric pinned at the seam for letting out in case I continued to grow, and was quite roomy enough for me to ride in without it bunching at my knees and scandalizing the soldiers. It was a tight fit to lace it over gambeson and chain mail, but the partlet neatly hid where the metal gleamed between my laces. Perhaps I would start a fashion. Practical corsetry for the discerning Westerosi. Sir Darren's hand was steady on my horse's reins, as though leading a horse-shy maiden alongside in a paddock. Yet under the threatening sky it gave the look of one stopping me from bolting. Overhead, I heard the caw of ravens, a harsh melody that nevertheless brought a drop of warmth to the middle of me. Quoth would be close by, for all he could not be on my shoulder. Ravens would not be an unusual sight. The scent of the dead had faded after months in the cold and wet, but I tried not to look too closely at the field closer to the gates of Harrenhal. The ragged shapes of what had once been men made my stomach churn. She's late, said Sir Darren, his head turning as he tried to make out a possible ambush. The other two guards were similarly tense at our back, their hands on their sword hilts. Of course she is late, I thought, this is the first time I've been away from the commanders in days. She'll have taken the time to scry. We wait. She'll come. After a long while, my gloved hands fisted in the furs of my sleeve to stave off the frigid air, I could hear the hooves, faintly. I felt my breath come thinly and my lips buzz with adrenaline before a blissful numbness caught me. It seemed I had been afraid for long enough that it almost felt like self-mastery. Though the frost nipped and turned my nose pink from the cold, I was grateful that it had not begun to run as it usually did when I was out for too long. They were figures in the distance at first, a man and a woman. Then clearer and clearer they became, as still they rode closer, like a mirage coming into focus. Alice Rivers was perhaps the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Thick black hair tumbled in shining waves from her head. Piercing green eyes like woodland pools were thickly lashed, wide and knowing. Her skin was pale and unmarked, the square cut of her crimson gown displayed a long, elegant neck. She had red, full lips, as sumptuous as sin. When she came to a stop in front of me, the ozone scent of power was so unmistakable it was as though lightning had struck the very ground before me. For all the lordly bluster back at the camp, it was clear that none had ever seen her in person, or else they'd have not dismissed her presence so readily. Alice Rivers looked the very picture of what a high-born lady was thought to be. Bone white as china, all velvets and silks. As untouchable and remote as a dream, it seemed impossible that she had been responsible for something so unclean as blood and death. And if she had, was it not justice? It was difficult to take my gaze from her mouth, but looking into her eyes felt equally dangerous. I remembered how they had cocooned me in her dream, until I had almost been lost. It was easier now than it had been, to draw my focus away, though I felt bereft, a gut-wrenching twist of longing as I separated my yearning from its object. The men behind me were half lost already. Fortunately, Sir Darren had kept to my instructions and was in full helmet at my side, his gaze fixed on the man beside Alice. Two more of her own men were on horseback behind her, but the man to the front was the one to hold up his hand and halt them. A commander of some sort, though not necessarily the one we were hoping to have drawn out. He was dark-haired and chestnut-eyed, his skin once tanned from the sun had faded into the color of weak tea this winter. On his back was slung a bow, at his sides a sword and quiver. My horse pranced nervously, as I squeezed his sides too hard as I fought to clear the fog from my head. It served, as it allowed Sir Darren to yank the reins into place and shoot me a look. I did not cringe, such a thing would be too obvious, but I refused to meet his gaze and shifted my body back in the saddle, as though distancing myself from his hand. Lady Ursula Myers, purred Alice Rivers, we meet again. I inclined my head, a show of humbling myself before her, though I doubt it convinced her of much. Beside me, I felt every cell of Sir Darren's strain to remain still as her hideous choice of opening put him firmly on the back foot. I could only hope that the men behind me were too enthralled to remember much, but I was rarely that lucky. It seemed we were to be frank, this conversation. I am afraid I do not know how to address you. You were never crowned, so your grace is hardly fitting, yet you claim you are mother to the true king, which means I should call you Queen Mother. Let the lords of Westeros worry about who true kings were and the power of titles. I would focus on staying unharmed in this conversation for as long as possible. Her smile spread slowly, as though savoring the moment. Where the wind had knotted my hair or worked it loose from its braid, it served only to make her look wild and unbound. A force of nature. Queen Mother will do, dear Ursula, she replied, the informality of her address to me clearly delighting her. So good of you to come. Mayhap we could have met under fairer winds than this, but you've spent a good deal of time hiding from me, haven't you? If I have been hiding from you, Queen Mother, it was at first because I thought you a dream. It was only later that I realized the truth of the matter. I was afraid of you, I said, simply. It served me to tell the truth as much as possible, not least because it would please Alice Rivers to be able to instill fear in others. She raised one white hand and swept her long dark tresses to one side, effectively and absently drawing attention to her beauty as though the very gesture was automatic. Such courtesies, lady. I've not mastered them quite yet. I make up for it in other ways. But you have made things very difficult for Tyron here, dear Ursula. He's a very clever man, but you have hidden our enemy from my sight. Now he must be everywhere at once instead of where it suits us best. It does seem a feature of my presence, I admitted, but the very night I arrived you managed to strike a blow. Was it taxing? Enough, Alice said, easily, those heavy-lidded green eyes staring into me, that soft voice a husky hum that made my tendons ache distantly. She was nothing like grandmother, but she had enough similarities that I found my already strained nerves under more pressure still. There's more where it came from. She did not look on with apathy, not precisely, for Alice Rivers wanted something from me still. But she was distant in her interest, as one might observe a flare of light so faint that it barely registered in the iris, a curiosity that could only be stoked so far before other, greater matters came calling. How much of this was truth and how much was a carefully crafted ruse, I could not say. With a sudden terror, I wondered what happened to a person with a talent for magic, when men spilled blood in their name. I wondered what it would do to you, slowly, like rocks under tide. Why call to meet me, Queen Mother? I asked, buying myself time to think. I found you very interesting, dear Ursula. I wanted to see you in the waking world, take stock, and your measure. There it was, a thin sliver of disdain in her tone. Narrowed eyes. Unclear as it was to me what she had expected, it was apparent that I had fallen short. Perhaps she found my lack of prion disease disturbing. I'm sorry to have disappointed you, Queen Mother, I said, my eyes shifting nervously towards Sir Darren and then away. Dangerously, it drew her attention towards him, but hopefully she would begin to put the pieces together the way I wanted her to. Not quite yet. Go on then, state the terms they've puppeteered into you, sweet girl. Ali's hand twitched in an aborted gesture, as though to reach towards me across the scant few meters between us. To stroke my face or slice it. I would wager not even she quite knew. I let some true bitterness seep into my tone, as much as to disguise my disquiet as anything else. I have little power, Queen Mother, though I might say anything, I can promise little. Powerful men often tell a woman she can do as she likes to keep her quiet only to do whatever it was they were going to do in the first place and call it good sense. I paused, considering, as the wind blew in sharp gusts around me. There were, in fact, some promises I was prepared to make, despite what difficulties it might cause. You are plain speaking, for one at parley. Mayhap beyond sense. Why should you do such a thing? With a gentle shrug so as not to dislodge my sleeves, I said, I have no fine gifts, Queen Mother, no gold or jewels for you to show my goodwill. I give you my honesty because you are frightening, and I do not want to anger you. I have no talent for lies against one whose sight extends as far as yours. Consider it my way of currying favor. Around us, there was an oppressive chill, and the dour sky threatened shards of icy rain. My ears had begun to throb from the cold. I resisted the temptation to draw up my hood. The handsome, silent Tyron had no such compunctions and did so, but Alice seemed unaffected, or at least uninterested in the weather. You tell me I am frightening so often, dear Ursula, it begins to wear. Am I not beautiful? Does your maidenly heart envy me that you speak so unkindly? I chose my words with care. I dared not allow the fog that threatened behind her eyes to encircle me again, but I allowed the memory of it to color my words. I am a lover of beauty. I have loved it my whole life and seek to bring it into the world. It cannot be denied that the world treats the highborn and beautiful better than almost anyone else. Yet beauty can be a shackle. Never again would I go unnoticed, if I looked like you. Yes, your nasty little habit of hiding. I am not so striking as you, Queen Mother. I did not think anyone would miss me. I missed you, when you were gone from my sight, sweet girl. I searched high and low, every pool and flame. I looked for your face. Green eyes slanted sideways towards Tyron, and Alice seemed to suddenly remember we were here for more than just her amusement. Tell me then, what terms might you bring? With a deep breath, I straightened, bringing my stubborn chin forward. My arms stayed still at my sides. Hopefully the cold would disguise how little I wanted to move them. Honesty might distract from such a thing. I have been told that you must surrender, Queen Mother. That you must quit the castle. They will claim to let you live, and some of the lords might mean it. The rest will sleep soundly once your head rests on a pike. How likely you are to win yourself, I cannot say. I have not your knowledge of magic, and I have no lordly knowledge of arms. I only know that one may win for a long time, many years, in fact. But you only need to lose once for all you've built and all you've dreamed to be destroyed. As for what I can offer you? I have the authority to offer less than nothing, if what you desire comes from the mouths and hands of the other lords. But I wish for your son to be safe, no matter the outcome. In that, I suppose we have common cause. Children do not deserve to suffer. It isn't their fault they're here. If you love your son and want him to live safely, surrender and quit the field. I would help you and your child run. I will use my nasty little habit of hiding and cloak you from all who would find you. I would pay your passage anywhere you chose to go, so that you and your babe might live in comfort. I meant it from the very depths of my soul. For all her foulness, her boy did not deserve to suffer for her choices. The idea was also pleasingly treasonous, enough that a startled Sir Darren jolted in his saddle, yanking at my horse's reins and making the beast toss his head in alarm. I gasped involuntarily from the sudden movement. That sharp glance towards me was filled with true surprise, from the half-raised hand to the aborted exclamation. It helped flesh out the picture I wanted to paint for Ali's Rivers. It was a beautiful dream. Another woman might have seized it. Yet even before I said the words, I knew it would never work. Above us, those ominous clouds drew closer as if to listen. Her beautiful features twisted into an ugly snarl. My son is the rightful king. You would rob him of his birthright and his place and call that comfort? You, girl, with your soft hands and soft head? You think to sit there and claim common cause with me as you spit on all my child is owed, as you pretend to be here of your own free will. That green glower cut like knives where it darted across the figure of Sir Darren, her smirk derisive and devastatingly lovely. Tell me, did they drag you here across the mud before they dolled you up to greet me so prettily? Or were you such a lamb that you could be led on a string? My cheeks were burning with cold, chapped by the wind. I hoped it looked like shame. I bested you, though. Didn't I? I cut down half your bandits and you never saw it coming. Not something a lamb would do. Ali's Rivers gave a nasty laugh, as sharp as razor blades. How did they treat you for your victory, I wonder, that you have been dragged here so they might shatter themselves against my walls? You brought winter fever to their camp, fool girl, when the Riverlands has managed to stave it off for so long. Did you think you could hide it from me and hope to save your pride? Do the lords know their very camp has been seeded with the means to destroy them all already, while you sit here and pretend at parley like the puppet you are? You must be grateful not to be trussed up like a suckling pig. I flinched. By which I mean to say I schooled my features into a placid mask. Sudden blankness is often as much of a tell as anything else. That Lord Tully of yours thinks like spirals. To lie to his vassals about Lord Mouton and send your cloaked little cockroaches creeping into my castle, here she sucked her teeth mockingly and waved her hand. Tyron left instructions with his men. Sir Cone and his soldiers will slip up that cellar and right into his net. My dear boy has such a vicious little mind. All I have to do is keep you here and you might hear them scream. As I said, there's more where it came from. When I found my voice, it was crisp and cold. I am only a young girl, and know little of magic, 'tis true, but it is not without consequence, Queen Mother. What would you know of consequence, little lamb? I know you've raised the stakes so high the fall might kill us all. Quit the field. Take your boy. I'll help you. There is only death or suffering here. Blood and sweat are the twin keys that unlock the whole world, dear Ursula. Let my men draw their lives from your own, sticky sweet. Let them do so in my name. I am not afraid to wear a little red, she sneered, a crimson tongue running along her teeth. Though it was clear to me that Alice subscribed to the fuck around and find out theory of magical power, it was equally clear that consequences were rarely immediate. Perhaps in a few years when she was hardly human, invoked more than invoking, the cost might bear out. We could not afford to wait, nor could we afford to suffer her rise in the meantime. I opened my mouth, mind scrabbling for something that might pause her tirade, or at least draw her deeper into discussion when those green eyes flared like lambent lanterns. There is nothing you can say to those lords that has not already been said. I stated my terms moons ago when those honourable men denied me the right to parley. They would not hear me, so I made myself heard. As the cold nights core out the marrow of them, as their dreams become sticky, dripping with my arts, they will only be easy prey. They are dead men. Livestock. They're just too foolish to know it yet. Her throaty voice scraped along my ears, like the drawing of a blade from its scabbard. The world tilted. Do you think you'll learn anything from those hollow lords and their empty promises? I can be a mother to you, Ursula, little lost girl. You are not where you should be. I knew it when I saw you in the dreaming, I see it in your wintry eyes even now. All I know I learned at my mother's knee, and I would share it with you. You would have a place at my side, or even on my small council while I was Queen Regent. Look how I make your captor drop the reins. See how he wants to obey me. Woozy with pressure behind my skull, I watched Sir Darren bring one gauntlet hand up to his helmet, as though to pull it off. His other hand lifted away from the reins, and my horse snorted and pawed at the ground, his breath coming in great billows of steam that seemed to roll forward forever into the vast fog that suddenly surrounded us. Burning, melting, my flesh rippled beneath her green gaze. Kneel to me, swear to me. Be my first true vassal, and I will favor you with power and glory. I will stitch the stars into your hair. The words vibrated with power, jarring my teeth and sternum like a strike from a mailed fist. Hot enough to boil my brain, I simmered like soup. It was pain beyond description. It was bliss. Yet it moved thickly, like molasses, stretching my consciousness like taffy, until I was a thin stream of self in the face of her empyrean presence. In my mind's eye, instantly and in eons, I felt myself be tugged into place. Sir Darren's helmet was being gripped by both his hands. Distantly I knew, as I fought my mouth's disobedient desire to form the words she asked of me, that something terrible would happen to him once he was done. Alice looked at me with hunger, but Darren barely registered in her glances, as one might peruse meat at the butcher's and decide to make do. I reached out into the air, out into the cold, out into the wind that sliced its way side-like across the waves of browned grasses and pulled it around me through the agony. Just as grandmother had taught me. For 3 nights as long as lifetimes, she had drawn blood and sweat from my brow. This was only pain. I knew the trick. Do it. Don't die. Though within I bubbled like a witch's brew, it only drew the cold deeper, darker, and sharper around me, spooling up myself into a crystalline cage as hard as diamonds. This was a test of will. One moment, the world was a dizzy ooze of movement and hues. The next it came sharply into focus, refracted like a lens, layered 100 times in that crystalline consciousness I had drawn about myself. A line of fire cut across my mind, white-hot and fathomless, like the plucked strings of the stars. Above me, ravens cawed. I heaved a sudden breath, my chemise soaked through with sweat, droplets of it dripping from my temples despite the chill. My very nerves felt as though they had been peeled from my spine and unspooled like so much thread. Beside me, Sir Darren lowered his hands, trembling, from where he had raised them. Sudden snuffling and alarm sounded from behind me as the 2 enchanted guards came to with alarm. I did not know how long it had been, only that I felt older than the earth. My thanks, Queen Mother, I panted, as her eyes widened, uncomprehending and alarmed, but I must decline. 3 things happened swiftly. Behind Alice, in the distance, a great grinding, cranking groan sounded like the death throes of some giant beyond the wall. The gates had been opened. A horn sounded, and behind me the Tully host pounded their swords and fists against their shields like a dread drumbeat, a wall of noise as much as they were anything else. Alice Rivers, eyes wild with fury and fear, reached out to Tyron with a wicked little knife clutched in one hand, and slit his throat. Blood burst from the wound like a geyser, splattering myself and Sir Darren in droplets so shockingly hot they burned even my own fevered skin. It slowed to a sluggish waterfall of deepest red, so dark it was almost black. A hideous whistling gurgle rattled from the gaping hole in Tyron's neck as, senseless, he slid from his saddle and poured his lifeblood into the frozen earth for his queen in one final act of service. His face was still frozen in surprise. In one chillingly detached moment, I found it strange that a spell to control me had so exhausted her from the bounty she had extracted from the northern camp, that she'd needed to resupply herself immediately. Then it occurred to me, like a blade in my bloodstream, that she had perhaps spent her power from that night elsewhere. It was at this point that everything went to shit. Notes. No points for guessing that the alternative chapter title for this was A Trick, a Trap, and a Trial. There are many, many pieces of the puzzle unexplained in this chapter. That's because the people who are in the tick of executing Ursula and Kermit's plans are in the following part. I would have included it here, but after 1-2k words I need to go lie down in a dark room and rest my fingers. Let me know what you thought. I'd love to get in amongst some discussion in the comments of this one. Chapter 36, Sir Cohn, Cedra, Ursula Myers. Notes. Content warning, please note the rating change. Gore, death, animal death, and Alice Rivers. Medical trauma and birth trauma. Skip the italics section for that. Seriously, pain and fear are very brutally described here, and there are lots of descriptions of wounds and suffering. If this sort of thing is too much, I'd skip it and ask for a quick summary in the comments. This is about as bad as the gore gets in the whole story, as far as I'm concerned. 133 AC. Sir Cohn. Ander Myers had been like a brother to Cohn, so well loved was he. In both long war and peace, they had trained and fought together. When his friend had been risen high from his great deeds of honor, Ander had not forgotten Cohn. He was to become his dear friend's leal vassal. His station as Master of Arms to Lord Myers was well enough that he had been able to bring his dearest Nora to Hag's Hill. Sir Cohn had only occasionally met Ursula in her youth, and she had seemed shy of him in that way children are to men they do not know. She had gone to the cloister quite young and broken her father's heart every year she did not return. His old friend would boast of his daughters and their accomplishments almost as much as he did his sons. From Ursula, Cohn had heard many an archly written line or amusing tale penned for her father, who would occasionally insist on reading her letters out loud. Ander himself used to write letters to her over the course of days, long rambling things that he added lines and paragraphs to when the fancy struck him. Once a knight had been in his cups and quite ruined a drafted piece with an ungainly slosh of ale, and Ender had nearly taken the man's eye for the insult. He had only really got to know Lady Ursula after Ender had died. Though she was the very image of her father, he allowed that they were also quite alike in temperament. Many other knights who had known his old friend remarked on their shared humor and jawline in equal measure. It would come as a surprise to others, to know that among the pair's many similarities, chief among them was a love of a well-placed profanity. Ender had lived a hedge knight's life, his money made in tourneys or on the field before he had been taken into House Tully's service. The man had been a prodigiously foul mouth in the company of soldiers and fellow knights. He collected curses the way other men might collect daggers, or bastards. Some of his more stinging retorts had not even been overly seasoned with profanity, so visceral was his imagery. Watching him tell an odious seer quarrel to piss cheese and eat it, had been a particular favourite of Cohn's. His daughter, it turned out, was as deft with her vulgarities as she was with her turns of phrase when the mood struck. While it was shocking behaviour for a lady, he could not help but be certain that Ender would have guffawed to hear it as delighted about this as he was almost anything his children did. It pained Cohn, that what should have been Ender's privilege to witness, was now merely his own. In the command tent, still reeking of blood, she had demonstrated to Lord Tully that she was her father's daughter in courage and honour as well. A part of Cohn had felt such a surge of pride, bittersweet with loss. But it was afterwards, when she had told him that the whole affair was looking like an absolute clusterfuck, that he'd found himself stung with sudden tears. Yet it was always the small things that barbed grief. He had little to do these past days but stand and think, and his liege lady was a safer topic than dwelling on any of what he had seen within this wretched, cursed keep. Cohn amused himself by wondering what exactly they would have made of Harenule and exactly how they might have chosen to vent their spleen. It was certainly easier than allowing his mind to wander towards thoughts of Lady Meyer's uncanny knowledge. The Meyerlanders had quite enough to worry about without him attempting an understanding of the workings of the faith. That way lay a kind of madness, if he was not careful, and this keep was full enough with that already. Their plan quite ignored Lord Mouton's forces. Whether his lady would be able to have them follow or no, Cohn was not prepared to take them into account. Lady Meyer's warnings, or perhaps portents, led him to believe that she would have to adapt her plan at any moment in order to stay ahead of disaster. He was not prepared to stake the survival of his company of soldiers on help that may or may not arrive. It had been almost too easy to infiltrate the denizens of Harenule. Remaining within its walls even for a few days was proving a trial, however. After the scouts had done their work for the Lady of Hag's Hill, they had slipped in through the secret passage and between the guard rotations like a knife between the ribs. The castle was almost comically vast, though the scouts had found pathways to the main towers and kitchens, which meant that they could avoid cutting through the courtyards and thickly forested godswood. This served two purposes. First, in allowing the Meyerlanders to congregate in other parts of the structure seldom visited by others. It would not do for a long infiltration, nor would it be sufficient conditions to live in for any greater length of time, but it was enough to be getting on with. Secondly, the further they were from Ali's rivers and her dragon, the better. Blacker than pitch and sinuous, the creature hunted what living creatures had made their home in the godswood. It was more for sport than sustenance at its current size, which was worse than it simply hunting for a meal. The scouts had been very clear on that subject. It had been two of them who had led the slow infiltration over the last week. A Northman named Georg, who was unsettlingly quiet, and a young girl named Sasha, who would have passed easily for a skinny lad had she not been dressed in a plain brown smock and covered her lank brown hair with a filthy kerchief. The pair of them were a tad uncanny, the way all well-trained scouts were, able to track the slightest change in movement and air like those hunting hounds favoured by Cedra and Lady Myers. The handmaiden herself had donned a disguise brought by Sasha over her own ill-fitting gambeson, a shapeless, grubby sack of a dress that puddled a little over her feet to hide the better quality of her boots. Cohn had grown used to Cedra in the finer fashions of a handmaiden rather than a scullery, and it surprised him how swiftly she slipped back into the role. Upon his protestations that she should remain with the camp, Cedra had bared her teeth in a snarl. She had work for Lady Myers and would not be swayed from it, daring to lock eyes with him and ask if he would have her defy a command from their liege lady. Cohn was somewhat resigned to seeing women in battle now, having spent long hours training the womenfolk of Hag's Hill to defend themselves. Until there were more menfolk born and raised to it, there was a need for the extra hands in the event of an attack, however much he misliked it. He was no green boy. Women were caught in war and attack just as much as menfolk, and while much was made of the helplessness of maidens, male youths fared no better when faced with horses running them down, or blades in the stomach. Cohn had been a knight a long time. The shine had worn off the chivalry until it was as speckled and warped as an image in an old-looking glass. He still recognized himself, mostly, and tried not to look away. Honor was a muscle, his liege lady had said, so he would strengthen it with use. The keep was a busier place than he had anticipated. It was hard to catch the numbers without a proper count, but Georg had estimated at least 1,000 fighting men. Many more were camp followers of a kind. Old women, whores, and the like. In many ways, this was to their advantage, as a slow trickle of men into the keep went unremarked. Word of food, shelter, and warmth had summoned many to Harrenhal's gates, it appeared. Ali's River's forces had been buoyed and sustained by the damage wrought by the dance, and of the weeping lound that Prince Aemon's burning had made of the riverlands. Villages and holdfasts a wreck, armies who left their shattered men to die, and the ones who had wandered from their homes of their own volition, called by something in Ali's Rivers herself that Khone dared not name. Most of the fighting men were small folk who had been forced to seek shelter, or bandits who had seen what a fine opportunity an empty fortress was. They were cruel, in the way life made men cruel, but shockingly ordinary. Like folk anywhere, they prayed that the gates would stay barred to those who would do them harm, and that their stores would last the winter. It was impossible not to note how similar their needs were to the folk of the Mire lands. Lady Myers had forever changed his view of such things, though long training meant he knew that while taking heed of such notions was important, he would not allow it to move him to pity. These men would die, likely many of the women too. They were simple folk, poorly outfitted in armor though well armed from weapons stored lower in the keep that had avoided dragon fire. It was with these men who it was safest to blend, for all it made their purpose harder to achieve. Gior had told them the commanders and officers were of a different breed. The last time Khone had seen men like that, he'd been in Tumbleton. It would be overly generous to say that they prowled like beasts, or that they stalked the womenfolk of the keep like a wolf does a wounded lamb. They did, in a sense, but they were not so obvious as that. It was not their hunger that made Khone's stomach turn. It was an absence of something behind the eyes that you did not realize you recognized in all mankind until it was gone. The sickness that infected the chosen of Ali's Rivers was all too human. It had known suffering, hunger and sorrow. It had decided that it would never be made to feel that way again. It looked at others the way a man might examine a bloody haunch of venison, or a squirming whore, disgust and intrigue all at once as that gaze contemplated what might be done to feed or fuck. It did not, necessarily, make a distinction. It often enjoyed the suffering as one might seasoning in a dish. This was a knowing, calculated ugliness only humans were capable of. Khone had chosen to stand stone-faced on bitterly cold ramparts and avoided eye contact. Fortunately, his disguise held water. He'd found it painful to treat his armor as he had, covered in furs and sacking, smeared with mud until it looked ground in, the way it sometimes got after a pitch battle in sucking mud. Khone had not made it so long as a tourney knight and then in service to many Westerosi lords by disrespecting his equipment. It would take an eternity to buff it out again with coarse wool and vinegar. He could only be grateful that between their salvage of the dead at the ambush, as well as Gior and his scouts, they had scrounged enough cloth and disguises for the rest of the company. Khone needed to keep his head clear and sharp, untainted with fear and suspicion. He could not believe that Lord Mutin's men would follow. He decided it likely that they had never received a raven at all. It was him and nearly 200 men who would need to fight their way out, only marginally less deadly than having to fight their way in. Instead, he had the Mirelanders examine the walls and gatehouses as carefully as they could, relying heavily on what his scouts had seen in the time they had stayed. Though grand in size as anything was in Harrenhal, the gatehouses were designed much the same as anywhere else. The entrances were narrow, to allow a force to easily defend it, and they were stocked well with arrows, rocks, and vats of sand. There were even apartments in the Barbican, though they had been set alight by Prince Aemond and Viagar, where once gatehouse keepers and other military men might have lived in comfort, lauding in their trusted position. These rooms were unfit for habitation now, not when so many other towers had lower levels still in sound condition, closer to the kitchens and their strange witch queen's protection. It had been almost impossible to get men safely into the guard rotation of the gatehouse without destroying the veil of secrecy that hung over them. Yet women rushing about with supplies and firewood got little notice, except the obvious kind. As a woman, Cedra had better run of the keep in her own way, and she and Sasha reported what they could. The first day he had seen Cedra return to them as pale as milk, and he feared that she'd had some violence done to her. It was not so, she had said, but then the girl had entreated him to never take food unless it was from the hands of someone in their company. Though it may have been cowardly, Khone decided to remain ignorant. The Mirelanders watched, waited, avoided the kitchens and tried not to flinch at the sounds that would howl from deeper in the keep. Anticipation keen as a blade in their bellies, they would make solemn eye contact with their compatriots when they crossed paths, searching for the signal that would send them in secret 2s and 3s to the gatehouse. Khone knew that Lady Myers' prediction had come true when the fighting men had all been summoned to the Great Hall, to have the plans relayed for the Mirelander attack through the secret tunnel. While the storm outside brewed and bubbled the clouds like a witch's cauldron, they were told how they would lie in wait, staggered in units. Some at the very entrance of the cellar, and others to hold the narrow confines that were the slender stone staircase up from the cellar. He was a man of swords, not subterfuge, and so had summoned all his steely discipline to give no sign of how disconcerting it was to have himself and his men spoke of in such terms. Tyron was Ali's River's commander. He was a keen-eyed man, watchful as a wolf, and his plan for the anticipated force of Mirelanders was simple and brutal, the way all military genius was, at its core. It was the planned aftermath, relayed in whispers among the rest of the men, that had been sickening. Striding from the Great Hall, Sir Khone squared his shoulders, locked eyes with a disguised officer named Kells, and said, gruffly, "You seen a lantern round these parts?" Cedra had mocked his attempts to round his vowels and roughen his speech, but had helped him during the wagon journey as best as she could. Affecting a shrug, Kells wandered on to collect his men, asking the same question idly, as though curious. To an officer named Yorn, his face smeared with filth in what Cone could only commend as determined dedication to his role, he jeered, "Give those bastards what they deserve." Yorn's company was smaller, hardier, and full of men from the neck who had survived Cragtreath or Northmen in Lady Myre's service from their holdfast in Hag's Mire. Their work was vital, bringing up the rear of the men who had been instructed to hold the cellar and make swift work of any coming through. Of course, they had other plans for how that particular strategy was going to go, and Yorn had a wicked little streak in him from years of living at the neck. Perhaps his little traps and tricks would be enough to turn the tide for so small a force. Even holding that narrow exit, they were vulnerable to attack from behind. He could only hope they succeeded, but Cone tried not to wish men alive who might have to die. It haunted him less, that way. With a grim mien, Cone made his way to the gatehouse, his hands wrapped so tightly around the hilt of his sword his knuckles screamed. The hard part would be holding the gatehouse and barbican until help arrived. But soldiering was simpler than chivalric tales would have you believe, for all the blood and fear and shit and death. It was mostly butchery when you got down to it. That part had always been easy. With any luck, he'd still recognize himself once the rough work had been done. Cedra. Cedra was a good girl, her ma had always said so. For her ma, that meant she was a good worker who didn't draw attention to herself. A girl like that might live long enough to look after you in your old age. She knew how to move quickly and carry heavy loads, a presence to make the tiresome workings of a keep such as this run just that bit smoother. Nothing was so effective as a drab girl with a large basket of washing, particularly if she looked to be in a hurry. Striding swiftly from room to room was not a foolproof plan, however, as there would always be those who delighted in having power over others. A sharp-eyed girl who misliked being ignored. A man and his friends looking for sport. A fellow maid who disliked that you had something she coveted. Nothing was so effective as a drab girl scrambling to pick up her basket of washing, tears streaming down her face. The cruel would drink the image in, if they could. In the time before House Myers had come to Hag's Hill, she had found that angry women were often well soothed by your own degradation or humiliation. As long as they could visit it upon you at a time of their choosing, the power they held over you was addictive. In turn, there was power for the victim, should they find a way to harness that obsession and turn the tables. With men, Cedra found it was better to never be noticed at all. She had her time as a cat to thank for that, a natural turning into shadow, softness in her step. It mostly worked. It had taken her a full day to notice, but there were no children in Harrenhal. Despite her mission, Cedra had struggled to find anyone whose babes had made the journey with them. Even if they survived blighted crops or burning fields, hunger had its way. When asked, a number of hollow-eyed women had tales of babes starving on the breast, their body pushed too far past endurance to make any food for their young. The lack of pregnancies was strange as well. Some of that would have been due to the dried stores of tansy tea from the maester's old rooms, or winter hunger, but with this many people crawling the walls of Harrenhal, surely some would have quickened? Not so, apparently. Most babes died in the womb this winter, where they caught it all. There was a little sadness about that fact, but also some relief given the long harsh winter that surrounded them. But Cedra found their conversation on the topic stilted by grief and a strange unwillingness to look it head-on. In some ways it was a consolation, she did not think vulnerable young babes and laughing children belonged anywhere near the men that stalked the Great Hall. When she'd discovered what special rations they were entitled to, she had been sick with fear and disgust. Still, it made her work harder. The child had to be somewhere, for all the Witch Queen had hidden him away. They had been here for some days and still, Cedra had seen hide nor hair of the supposed heir to the Iron Throne. Bringing and taking anything to the Witch Queen's rooms was risky. For all Cedra might have been afraid to have her mind clawed open like extracting meat from a shell, she suspected that whatever working Lady Myers had been so intent on the whole journey to Harrenhal might shine like a beacon of its own when examined. How could it do otherwise? Not to mention the dragon that lurked about. She had never seen the dragon up close. It flew in the God's Wood, perhaps enjoying a thick forest, though it seemed to know never to fly above the walls of Harrenhal. It was a shadow in the corner of her eyes, night black and burning, or a suggestion in between the parapets that she could never quite turn fast enough to see. But she knew. Somehow in her bones she knew it was a dragon true. By the time Quoth had come bearing the missive with the planned date for Ali's River's absence, Cedra was confident that the route she and Sasha had planned was sound. It would not be absent of men or guards, but it was swift. Outside, the weather rose like a vengeful warrior, turning the world half-shadowed for all it was still mid-morning. It was easy enough, in the chaos of preparations, to slip away to Ali's River's empty rooms. The only place yet that she had not searched. Except the dungeons. Even for her lady, Cedra would not go down there. Better the boy die, if he'd been kept down there at all. There was a bed, sumptuously made with the richest sheets that could still be scrounged from the keep. A merrily crackling hearth, and a writing desk upon which a strange basin of water sat, likely for washing. Mostly, the room was a right mess. Half-eaten meals perched on fine plates atop chests of drawers or tables, goblets of wine and water half drunk. Clothes were flung over a chaise, perhaps carelessly, or perhaps in an attempt to find something to suit the witch queen. There was a pile of sheets and blankets in the corner of the room, draped over a chair as though to form a tent. A quick examination revealed no boy. Cursing inwardly, Cedra considered that perhaps the child had been left with someone else while his mother attended to the parley. This had been a likely scenario, but Lady Myers was not the kind of woman content to let a young boy die for the sins of his mother. Yet the risk to Cedra to actively seek him was great, and she had been forbidden from doing more than this, already dangerous play. Prepared to give it up as a loss, she moved towards the door, determined to aid her lady in other ways. From beneath the bed, there was a sound. The slide of fabric. Putting down her basket, she got down on her hands and knees and looked beneath the bed skirt. The boy was a small, filthy thing. His eyes were bright, and his limbs seemed sound, but he was not a large child. His eyes were black, gleaming from his hiding place in the strange, haloed light that came with winter storms. Outside the wind blew a fierce, howling gale that scrabbled along the walls of Harrenhal like some living thing, demanding entrance. Two souls not where they ought to be stared at each other, a point of stillness in the shattering din outside the door. Men were clattering their way to the rally point, but the child did not even flinch at the sound. So calm of face it was eerie, the boy stuck his fist into his mouth, gnawing at the knuckles. Children cried and shied from strangers, surely? This one just watched her, absently, as if waiting to see what she might do. This could only be the child her lady had sent her to retrieve. Cedra had wandered the keep for days and seen neither hide nor hair of anyone else even the right age. He did not look like a Targaryen babe, no storied silver hair or violet eyes, though she fancied that a shade of lavender could be seen about the iris when the light fell just right. As she hoisted him into her arms, her ears and body tensed for his screams, the child gripped the neck of her gown and tried to pull it down. Hungry, he whimpered, when she yanked the fabric from him. Squinting down, Cedra tried to consider the boy's age. Based on what Lady Myers had told her, he would be about 3 years old. It was not unheard of for mothers to be slow to fully wean their babes in winter, especially when times were lean. But Ali's Rivers was not lacking in food, the cellars of Harrenhal were still stuffed to the brim. Where once they had been expected to feed the people across the vast lands of House Strong, a force of only a few thousand men and women still had much left to consume, even with the unseasonably long winter. The luxuries were long gone, but there was grain and root vegetables. Even dried fruits. This room alone was piled with half-eaten meals. Ali's Rivers had been a wet nurse herself, Lady Myers had said, so mayhap she was comfortable with such a thing. As it was, Cedra was unsettled that the boy would try to feed from someone he didn't know, at an age where he had his teeth. Reaching into the large pockets of her skirts, Cedra handed him a crust of travel bread she had brought with her from the wagons. The child shyly took it from her, gnawing on it strangely, as though not in practice. He chewed and swallowed it well enough, with more grace than young Yelena in the end, so Cedra decided not to worry unless he went blue. Humming quietly, she bounced him gently, towing open the door and glancing about the hallway. It was a quick journey from here to the wrecked apartments at the top of the gatehouse. With one foot, she toppled the pile of washing from her large basket and bent to place the boy among the linens. He did not protest, except for some grisling discomfort when she gently tipped him onto his back. Startled, she glanced down. The crook of her arm where she'd supported him was damp. The child had soaked through his breeches. Perhaps a while ago, judging by the relative isolation of this part of the keep. Where was the boy's dragon? Where were his carers? In what world was the heir an afterthought? It was the work of a moment to fashion a change with some of the sheets on the floor. She didn't have time to go raking around these chambers any more than she had. Making silly faces at him, Cedra piled the linens gently on top of him, trying to make him giggle so that he might not protest the game. The child just watched her with those huge, dark eyes, and made not a sound. Swiftly striding past the guards on the battlements, she hoped to go busy and unseen as she always had and make it to the apartments above the Barbican as she had practiced the other day. The walls of Harrenhal were vast, and the men would have been forced to make choices about where to station themselves. With all available information now pointing to the cellar, there were to be fewer guards at the front gates than normal. It should have been simple. Sadly, it was not to be. As the wind up on the walls threatened to lift both girl and basket aloft, one of the guards caught a glimpse of her face and the pile of washing in her basket and followed her with his gaze. Wincing inwardly, Cedra tried to summon the imperious disdain that worked so well for Lady Ivana or Septa Nicella. It felt crumpled and uneven on her face, the expression of a liar rather than a leader. You there, lass? Where are you going? A northern burr, this one must have broken from the Stark host. More here had joined rather than face a cold, hungry death than the hardy honor of the North would care to admit. Washing, she said, curtly, without turning around. Our queen has just ridden out, the enemy is at our doors and you're doing the washing. The man's voice did not bother to sound incredulous, instead the tone was one of flat disbelief. The gentle clink of his chainmail as he swung towards her caught painfully in her ears like the crashing of plates. Washing needs done, else we'll not have cloth for bandages. Unless you'd like your friends to bleed to death. He said, his bushy black brows drawn down in a frown, but you've been this way just the other day. Can't have more than a few sheets between em across the way and you walked past with a load bout that high. She resisted the urge to bare her teeth. It was clear that the crisp imperiousness of her teachers would not serve her well. But Cedra had learned that there were as many ways to play it as there were to be a person. She had watched Lady Myers change like flashes beneath river water when she needed to. Weakness, she had said, could be a weapon. Her head darting about, as though worried they might be overheard, Cedra hissed, not so loud. If word gets out, I'll be lucky if her grace just beats me. The urge to duck instinctively in the face of a secret moved the man's body before his mind caught up, and small folk all over the land were united in their desire not to get caught muddling orders from their masters. Slavery was gone from West Eros, but cruelty thrived. Sometimes the punishments were severe indeed. Especially in Laughingnell. Please don't cry, she thought desperately at her hidden charge, enjoy the game a while longer, little lad. Cedra leaned close, her expression crumpling. I'm not supposed to say what I saw. Her bed I saw, here, she recalled her fear and terror whenever some crueler mistress than Lady Myers had grabbed her mother's arm and shaken her like a rag doll, or the sights she had seen in Riverrun, when ladies smirked to witness a prettier handmaid being struck or beaten. It was enough that the man reached to comfort her. She did not have to hide her flinch, which was useful. Lady Myers and Septinicella said that things could be true when you lied, and often it helped. Her side ached from the weight of the basket, holding it steady on her hip. What happened, lass? He asked, his voice low and soothing. Barrack got like that sometimes, when her mind went away with her. Usually during training Cedra was able to focus, but sometimes the memory of that white-hot slice across her belly bubbled up from the foggy soup of memory. She wondered, awkwardly, if that was just how Northmen spoke to distraught women. Shaking her head, Cedra said, I'm to take these sheets, pile on any more I can find, and wash them clean. Please, please just let me do that. I don't want to go back past the rooms. Sometimes, she had learned, it was best to let someone else's mind fill in the gaps. With a sigh, and a distant, pained look that made treacherous pity well in her heart, the guard nodded. Cedra felt a kind of sorrow as she walked away. This one may not have been one of the man-shaped monsters that stalked the half-melted halls of this ruined keep, but he was her enemy all the same. That he was kind just made it easier to lie to him. That he was kind just meant the need for his death stung harder. The barbican and gatehouse were the size of the keep at Hag's Hill, so vast was Laughingnell. It had been repaired in the days of House Strong, though you'd never have known it to look at it now. The turrets had crumbled beneath the impossible flames of Viagar, so old and vast and terrible. Like runny icing, it almost looked comical. A child's mud sculpture of a castle. Until you remembered that the dragon's breath had been hot enough to melt stone. Within the basket, the boy had begun to twist and shift, growing bored, or frightened. Cedra slipped through the door at the side of the barbican and turned immediately right to scrabble up the ruined slope that once were steps. This route kept her safe from the sight of the men blustering and grumbling below and led straight up into the highest of the barbican's rooms. The stone here was unnaturally slick beneath her feet from where it had softened and begun to run, and the wind was even harsher here, the sides having crumbled, half open to the sky, buffeting her on already unsteady ground. The first spitting of rain was falling, little needlepoints of cold in the winter air that already chapped her hands and made her knuckles ache where they clutched the basket. The steps were less stair than a slope of once molten rock, and by now the babe was beginning to give a plaintive cry from within the linens. It was a strange, thin thing, more perfunctory than purposeful. As though he couldn't yet help the cry. As though the boy did not understand why his body did such a thing without his permission. Hardly a word from him, and this the only sound. Could he really be so old as 3? In the wreckage of the room, Sasha was waiting, grim-faced and nervous, her bow already strung. Hastily dropping into a crouch, Cedra removed the linens from atop the boy, smiling with exaggerated pleasure at seeing him again and offering praise that he was so good and quiet. The cold in the room was like a living thing when the wind twisted in the right direction, and the dim light from the holes where windows had once been declared that the storm was rolling in mightily. An ill omen for the assault on the castle. You've done so well, little lad, I just need you to be quiet and good a bit longer. The noises outside might get loud and scary, but we'll be safe and sound in here. My friend Sasha is going to make sure we are all right, so you don't have to worry. Those huge eyes blinked up at her as she stuffed some of the coarse sheets around him in a makeshift nest. She placed it close to her head and put her body between him and the fire. It would make it less likely that he could hurt himself, for all every inch away from the little hearth in this half-open room would be an icy one. With a nod at Sasha, she signaled the woman to stand guard. There was no way around what she had to do without trusting someone, and so she had made a choice to trust. For the first time, Cedra had shared her secret of her own volition. She was of the mire, as Cedra was, and once she had learned that this was a way to defend their lady, Sasha's stern face had grown resolute. "All right, little lad, I'm going to lie down now. If you need anything you can get Sasha, but I'm going to be a little busy," she whispered as she wrapped herself in a sheet of her own. He tilted his head, eyes sharpening as he watched where she lay, in front of a meager hearth whose tiny, flickering flame was little protection. He gave a decisive nod. "I'm posed to be quiet at a seeing." Startled, she felt herself jolt with surprise. So he could speak. Slowly, she nodded in response, wondering at just how much he understood of his circumstances in this keep. Though it was probably all he had ever known. "That's right. I'm going to go see now, okay? Don't be afraid." Reaching down from his little throne of linens, the boy patted her face awkwardly. "Mama says I'm blood of the dragon, I'm not afraidy." Cedra nodded, closed her eyes, and went away. Ursula Myers. The world was still bleeding back into my consciousness, my senses half numb from shielding her attempt to control me. Squeezing my knees too tight in an attempt to halt the trembling that threatened to shake the teeth from my head, the horse beneath me whinnied and jittered, his ears going back. Time was slower in a battle. As the rain began to barb downwards in earnest, stinging my skin and eyes, I watched almost outside of myself as the guards behind me charged forwards. Sir Darren was ahead of them, but he maneuvered his horse deftly to block me from Ali's view, his shield high, and shouted, "My lady, run." In that slow time, I caught the strangest details. The incredible calm of Sir Darren's horse, though the scent of blood and shit was thick through the damp air of the winter storm. The cloud of steam from the body where it had fallen. A bead of sweat trickling down my temple and into the corner of my mouth salt. I gripped my reins and made to go. The muscles of the great beast beneath me tensed, and my horse pivoted and began to pick up speed. I had to leave Darren to his fate. There wasn't room enough in me to feel any sort of way about it. Just a distant agony. Barely a feeling. The way someone in a wreck knows they're missing something, but if they just don't think about it right now, they might survive long enough for it to be a problem. I had to live. Something prickled the hairs on the back of my neck, and I turned to see that Sir Darren had engaged not with an enemy, but with one of the guards who had accompanied us. She had made up for her disadvantage, then. Who Alice had turned like a puppet to her side, I could not say, only that even from this distance she locked eyes with me, full of hate. With a scraping roar of fury torn from her throat, with the strength bought from Tyron's body dropped to that frosted earth with a sickening crack, Alice Rivers brought her hand up swiftly and clawed the air before her. She rent the space between us like tearing through tissue, and some unseen force simply pulped my horse's head, like an overripe melon beneath a boot. The muck and marrow of him flew, and a cry of horror burst from my lips. It splattered across my face and chest, the overwhelming rust scent of blood and the unpleasant oily odor of offal. The horse dropped beneath me mid-stride, like a stone, and I tipped forward with my hands outstretched so suddenly I wasn't quite sure what part of me hit the ground first. A sickening thud. A crunch. More than one. A ragged gasp from lungs that couldn't quite get the air back in them. I lay in a crumpled heap on the shockingly cold earth, a cut to my temple was bleeding vigorously, stinging my eyes, and the world rolled under and above me like a wave. I felt the nausea rise dangerously in my throat. Flat on my back and without the strength to turn, I did not want to die choking on my own vomit. I did not want to die at all, but it didn't seem like I was going to get much choice in the matter. The distant sounds of battle came in and out of focus in pops and bursts. The shrieking scrape of steel and the shockingly brutal thuds of impact. From above, I heard the terrible cacophony of ravens and the screaming of a horse. The sky's dark clouds turned the whole heavens watery grey and gold. I couldn't feel the cold in my limbs, even pressed against the earth as I was. Sir Cohn's insistence on riding lessons had been a cumbersome necessity, but now I was simply grateful that all those hours of drilling meant it had been automatic to unhook my feet from the stirrups when I felt myself start to fall. Much of our practice had been about falling backwards off of a bucking horse, so I did not know if attempting to tuck my chin towards my chest had been the right move. I hoped I would live long enough for him to scold me. I tried to take stock of my body, distantly aware that I needed to get moving before the shock wore off and I could feel what had been done to it. My left wrist felt swollen and any attempt to move it suddenly triggered a vice of pain around the joint. My head throbbed, but my nausea seemed to be ebbing. It was the breathing that was something of a problem, as I tipped myself sideways onto my sore but manageable right arm. The left side of me licked fire through my senses. There was something wrong with my shoulder too. Using the steaming carcass of my dead horse to heave myself up into kneeling position, I considered that my ribs might be bruised. I had to hope for bruised, given the level of pain, burning phosphorescent bright with every inhalation, and not broken. That one would kill me if I moved wrong. And I had to move. The march of an army across any kind of distance is slower than anyone caught in no man's land would care for it to be. I could not hope for any help from that quarter. Not in time. Ahead, not far at all, shattered beneath the weight of my horse, was the wicked little crossbow Maester Lewis had designed. Somewhere in the smashed wooden pieces would be a small whistle, though it would be impossible to use now even if I could find it. Still, some things were salvageable. Reaching forwards, I delicately plucked a whole bolt from the mangled wreckage about those equine knees. Belatedly, I realized I should have wiped my face first, to stop having to blink blood from my eyes, but I was too nervous about touching an open wound with those bolts in my hand, even if only the tip had been carefully dipped in poison. Jenny Greens had shown me what the poison did to rats. Struggling to my feet, I enjoyed a brief sensation of total numbness. Something was likely hurt, but for the moment, I felt able to walk, which hopefully meant it wasn't actively broken. Likely the luckiest unhorsing in history, considering the speed at which I had gone arse over tea kettle. There was little about me for cover. Some rocks and hedging, though it would hardly hide me for long. There was a triumphant shout. Ali's voice. Ahead there were corpses, man and horse alike. I could not see if she had done to their beasts what she had done to mine, or if Ali's had skipped the middleman and killed them outright. Something hateful in me thought, no. No, she'll have been enjoying the show. The show of blood. The show of worship. Knowledge is the most impotent of powers when the scent of blood is already in the air. My ability to puzzle out people and their motivations was little help to my knight in front of me. I was too far to do anything but close enough to see everything. The two fighters Ali's had brought with her were still standing, though one had been unhorsed and was harrying Darren's mount with his spear. I watched as Sir Darren took a powerful blow to the head from his opponent and went tumbling from his saddle. His helmet was half off of his face already. He had unstrapped it when Ali's had worked her arts on us and had no time to fix it before the situation had turned bloody. Darren is going to die, I thought. The horse bucked in alarm, and it drove the spearman back a few paces out of the range of those dangerous hooves. It bought time. The knight did not let his low position deter him. Sir Darren had rolled away from the site of his fall, his helmet completely dislodged and one arm hanging horribly limp at his side. With a flash of steel that caught the storm light, he cried, "A river! A river to my people!" and let fly his sword at Ali's river's horse. It arced impossibly through the air, slicing the side of the creature deeply where it was half buried. It howled and bucked in pain and fear. Ali's did not have the teachings I did, to stay safely on her horse or to fall as best as she could. She would be fine, I thought bitterly, even as she went down in a splay of limbs like a lead weight. 3 men had died for her. Had done so with an obsession for her in their hearts and her name on their lips. Ali's could use that in ways I could not even conceive. I would not look away, I decided. I would not look away and hide from what Darren was about to do for me, wrecked and wounded as I was. As Darren took his morning star from his belt, he ignored his armored opponent, and struck his own horse monstrously in the leg, darting out of the way as the pitiful creature collapsed in shock and agony, sending the spearman even further back in surprise. I felt the horror and bewilderment go through me like a bolt. He would be weeping, I knew, Darren would be weeping at what he had done. In the next moment, like a whirlwind, he did the same to the enemy horse, a sickening crack that echoed in the open field like the snap of a tree branch. Horses scream when they hurt. Horses scream when they think they are going to die. That man had been a good rider, however, and understood instantly what I was still bewildered by. He had seen the writing on the wall and was already halfway out of his saddle by the time Darren had given the other mount the same treatment. It meant he was ready. It meant that Sir Darren's exposed head was within the reach of his weapon. Soft as a boiled egg really, for all the resistance his bare skull would offer. The man swung and Darren died. Now Ali's and her guard were horseless. As I watched her rise from where she had fallen prone, as wild and beautiful still as any ancient queen, I knew the bargain Darren had made with his very life. Would they advance upon me and risk tarrying in the face of an encroaching army, or would they flee? Perhaps even try to find a way to her son, still locked up in a castle with enemies afoot. Like light from a lantern, it seared through me. Like truth, or grief, it was a lake of fire and the bitterest winter flood. He could not have known, could not have understood Ali's obsession and bitterness. Her certainty of her own power. Oh Darren! Darren! Who had followed me into the jaws of the great lords of the north and believed I could succeed. He had laughed at my jokes and thought "tits up" was the funniest phrase he'd heard in all his life. He had been the one to guard me during the trapped grain convoy for the Ironborn, a steady presence in his blackened plate. I'd killed him. I'd let him die. For me. For this useless body, my meager knowledge, and this cruel, fucking pit of a place. A hedge knight like my father. For a moment, the pain tugged at the corners of my eyes and nose, a howl threatening to break through the cage of my skull, the bars of my teeth. Behind me was a marching force that would not make it in time. Could they see me? Standing alone in the middle of the field, about to die? I doubted that the sort of men who ordered their own soldiers into a trap in the hope of gaining an advantage would break ranks to save me. Even if these lords were different, it did not quite make good sense. I was only one woman, their victory depended on a strong army and not on my life. Ahead were my men at the gatehouse, but too far for me to run and certainly not past a trio of enemies who hadn't broken anything. Already, I knew, they would come towards me. If only so allies could take this loss out of my hide. They advanced. It would take them moments to cross the space between us. But I would not run. There was nowhere to run to that made any kind of sense. Please, I thought, I want to live. They were closer now. The whites of their eyes, was that the phrase? Alice Rivers had a head wound of her own, it seemed, matting her dark locks with blood. Still she strode with a confident purpose, unfazed by her fall. Raising my eyes to the sky, I saw the small flock of mire ravens, quoth likely among them, comically tiny against the vast sky. I watched them dive and rise, battling the wind that whipped its way across the grass. I knew that their claws and beaks would be wet with blood. Why they had not attacked Alice, I could not say, but a part of me was fiercely glad that I saw no little black bodies littering the ground. Perhaps she was too difficult a quarry. Ravens are scavenging birds, at their core. It still refused to properly rain, just little shards of frigid water like needles which struck the skin. I was sodden with muck and blood, my eyes could not even summon the strength to weep. For a moment, the ravens formed a shape in the sky, almost like the points in a triangle. Almost like three white eyes. In the wind so sharp and strong that it threatened to snatch the breath from my battered lungs, I raised my one good hand, outstretched, the bolt sitting between my two forefingers. Quoth, I screamed into the wind, if you let him live I will never, ever feed you again. With a scraping screech that rattled my bones like an oncoming train, Quoth and his children folded themselves into a graceful dive. The man didn't even think to look up until the last moment, so focused had he been on his queen's orders. With a grim satisfaction warring against the nausea in my gut, I watched him fall with a howl, gauntlet fists battering and swiping the sharp death that came for him. The edge of his knuckles caught a raven in the breast and sent it careening to the earth. The spearman charged towards me, a growl in his throat. In theory, it was simple. He was right-handed, like me, clutching his spear in two hands to charge. If I dodged to the left, it would leave me under the range of his spear and I could drive my poisoned bolt into some vital and squishy point not covered by armor, like his armpit. If I'd had a lifetime of training, it might have worked. I gripped the bolt tight in my hands and prepared to die. From behind the low rocks and hedges, the hunting dogs came flying. They were silent beasts, these slate greyhounds of Wildstead. No braying or barking to harry or alert their prey. Those noises were for play, and these were working dogs. Streaking into vision, startling me, one clamped its powerful jaws around the hand closest to me, yanking it powerfully to the side and away. The other flash of silver went for the opposite side of the spearman's body, causing him to twist and spin away, bellowing with pain. Just as they had been trained to do with boars, the pair covered and harried a flank each, their powerful jaws clamped tight and unyielding. It was enough that for a moment, I staggered backwards in relief, and Alice Rivers came sweeping into view. Her face twisted in a snarl of rage and loathing, she charged bodily into my weak left side and bore me to the ground. The pain flooded my mind like the crashing of cymbals, blocking out all else. There was nothing queenly and remote about her now as she scrabbled atop me, pinning my arms with her knees and causing my broken wrist to sing its agony higher and keener than it had before. I could no longer feel my left shoulder. One hand wrapped around my throat and the other pressed two fingers to the center of my brow. Like adamant she stared down at me, and the world blurred to a molasses once more. Darkness crept in at the edges of my vision. A sharp punch against my ribs, I gasped in agony, all the air driven from my lungs. She had tried to stab me with that wicked little knife, only to met resistance from the chainmail beneath my dress. It still hurt like a stab wound, it still buckled my weakened ribs. You treacherous fucking bitch, she hissed, and reached out with one white hand and swiped her fingers through the blood gathered at my hairline. Bringing them to her mouth, she tasted it. Her violent gaze never left my face even as the air about me slowed to a crawl. Motion seemed to happen not at all, the field, the dark sky, my ruined body a frozen tableau, before skipping forward in short, sharp jerks. I could not tell if I had strained my body for moments or hours, the exhaustion trickling through my limbs like ice. She said, savoring, I knew there was something different about you. 'Tis not king's blood, I'd had that one before. Fresh and new, spiced with dreaming, brimful of bargains. What I could have worked with you if I'd had enough time. Oh, sweet thing, I'm going to make you feel it. Then I'm going to use your life's blood to crush that army. And then there was only the pain. The gurney is cold. It's so cold against my flesh which is so cold. I was so hot earlier, burning up with belly fire. There was a knife in my ribs, I was certain. I tried to unstick my mouth to ask for someone to remove it. Lights. Lights so bright, searing like a lantern in my eyelids, turning the world sticky with afterimages, outlines and not people came and put their cold wet hands on me. The click, beep, wheeze of machines. Hey, I thought, hey, make a fist. I can't. My hands are raw meat. I am nerve and bone, but my hands are lump and flesh. I do it anyway, something caught in my palm. Perhaps a tube of some kind. Maybe if I squeeze hard enough something important will be cut off and I can die. Convulsing, I'm convulsing as these clammy arms hold me down. My body wants oxygen, but there isn't any to be had at all in the world. My baby. Is my baby feeling this too? Rocked to the core by the tide of it. Don't let them see, I wail, or I think, don't let them see me like this, they'll be frightened. I'm so frightened. My lungs are clamped so tight, as though pressed between steel rollers. I can't get enough air. Hey, I thought, tilt that fist upwards, just a little. I can't. Who could do such a thing in the state I am in? Someone is between my legs. I am pinned open by metal. Splayed like a butterfly on cardstock. If I had wings, this starched and steel boy would have plucked them just to see me writhe, I think spitefully. He says I am bleeding out. I could have told him that at least I can't feel that one happening anymore. I do it anyway. I tilt my fist upward, just a little, but it's so hard and so heavy, as though the very air around my wrist resists me. They speak over me, I am not a person anymore. I am a body waiting for the ice. I am fading flesh. Is this how I will be discussed in the morgue? A tag on my toe and a stern-faced doctor explaining to someone else how I died? They won't even tell me how I'm dying. They don't even tell me about my baby. Tongue lolling from my slack mouth, I fancy that already I am bloated with corpse gas, already fat with rot. Hey, I thought, it's only pain. It's only wool. Up you get. Did you know mothers carry their babies' fetal cells in their bloodstream for decades after birth? Knitted into my fabric was the body's knowledge of my baby. Did it go away when you died? I hoped it didn't, I hoped I'd die with that baby written into my blood like a flag. I didn't name him. I didn't name him. I thought I'd have time. I can't. I do it anyway. Clarity rushed in like a waterfall, and I drove that bolt right into Alice Rivers' calf, screaming from the effort. She jolted from the pain and surprise, howling, air rushing back into my lungs where her hand was dislodged from my throat. I used the sudden release of my right arm to topple her to the side. I couldn't roll over to my left to chase her immediately. My arm didn't seem to work anymore, and I was distantly grateful that my body was sparing me those sensations, but I could breathe again. Palm flat against the earth, I found a rock. I forced myself upright, ignoring the pain. It is only pain. I have will enough for this. I have a rock. Had it been only moments? From the corner of my eye, the one not washed shut with blood, I saw the dogs and the ravens, still taking their prey to pieces. I would learn from their example. I advanced on Alice, as she scrabbled backwards, trying to get to her feet despite the bolt in her leg. The poison would be excruciatingly painful, and it would take a longer time to die from a wound that far away from the heart. It was perhaps time I didn't have. Baleful eyes glared up at me, hot with hate and hollow with loss. Her people, her son, her power. All lost for this. Sir Darren lost, for this. What a waste. I'll not let you spend my life so easily, she spat, still moving backwards. For once, I didn't have anything to say. I raised the rock. Shrikos! Roared Alice, her hair wild, her eyes wilder. The wind picked up, like forge bellows. In her hand was that sharp blade she had tried to stab me with, the same one she had used to slit Tyron's throat. She raised it, but I moved in time, and it caught me in the arm, a scraping metal sound where it scratched against the mail. I brought the rock down. I brought it down a few times. From the horizon, came a guttural roar. Looking up, and up again, I saw the shape outlined against the grey-gold sky. Coal black and growing larger with each moment it sped towards the field. A dragon. Wonder rose within me, despite myself. A real-life dragon. Lady Myers. Came a shout from behind me, Lady Myers. Ursula. I turned, there was a person thundering towards me on horseback. I screwed up my face, squinting through the blood to try and make out the rider. They were wearing a very ugly helmet, pointed like a bullet, but it did not hide their face. William. William was on a horse, far ahead of the host marching behind him. William. I shouted, nonsensically, there's a fucking dragon. Ursula, he bellowed back, get on the fucking horse. Chapter 37, William Burleigh. 133 AC. William Burleigh. I am terrified, my lord. But I will see it through. That jaw set in determination, a mask against whatever emotion brewed behind those wintry eyes of hers. Lady Myers tilted her chin up, defiantly, and stared Lord Kermit Tully straight in the eyes. Beside him, Lord Benjicott stilled, the full weight of what this woman had been made to do finally hitting him like a blow to the belly. When first meeting Lord Tully in the command tent, Bill had been struck by her self-possession. It seemed to exist outside of the expected bounds for her sex, but in the South, those bounds were rigid even to Bill. Yet he did not know half 100 men who would have held their own as she had. Lady Myers was here as her father would have been here, to serve her liege lord. To serve him so well, in fact, that she had method and means to help cut through what was to be a ruinously long winter siege. It seemed shockingly callous of Lord Tully to throw such service to the wolves as he appeared to be doing. Bill bit his tongue and prayed that he was wrong. Lady Myers' hands were clasped tight in her lap, likely to prevent them trembling. She did not like to give much away unless it suited her. As the discussion progressed, even as knights and lords offered some blustering protest that a lady should be put in such a position, she did not recant her words. Perhaps there was more to the South than his Northman brethren knew, if they raised their women as Sir Ender had raised his daughter. To hear her tell of it, she was the less fearsome sister, which was enough to make a man balk. Later, when he had been sat in Lord Benjicott's tent, the man seemed discomfited. It just doesn't make sense, Bill. The strategy does seem risky, he began, but was cut off. No, the strategy is sound. With a spy on the move, it allows us to lie to the men and still get everything in position. I've not seen a clearer way in my mind's eye to break this siege with so little risk and ungallant as it is. Lady Myers is a cheap distraction when weighed against the lives of a whole army. With any luck Lord Mouton's forces will be infiltrating just as the parley ends. The young man gestured dismissively as he spoke, 100 other options considered and discarded behind those eyes. Bill's lips thinned, but Lord Benjicott had a mind for war unlike many men he had known, and so he said nothing. I just don't understand why she agreed to it. The risk to her far outweighs the rewards. You don't suppose that father of hers trained her in combat, do you? With a raised eyebrow, he asked, when? As a child or during the years she was away from him in a September. If anyone taught her anything it would have been Sir Cone. She was not unpracticed with a crossbow, though, to hear her men tell of the ambush. Bill's older sister had no patience for such things, but his nieces were fair hunters and as good with a bow as any burly should be. No self-respecting man would allow his wife or daughters to take to ranging or to war, but life was harsh and unpredictable. Letting half a household be ignorant of how to defend itself was folly. He had learned during his time in the South to say little and less of such things. In the North, the mountain clans were a little insular, but respected for their long warring against the wildlings. To Sauron's, however, they were just the barbarians of a barbarian nation, and they took offense to such talk. Rolling his eyes, Lord Benjicott gave an expectant look, clearly desirous of more information. Bill found himself curiously reluctant to discuss Lady Myers, not least because he was half afraid his clumsy tongue would find some other way to inflame the unjust rumors about her. But also because he did not know how to explain half of what he knew in his bones to be true. Hesitantly, he made the attempt. I think that her father did teach her what leal service means to a vassal. She would not shame his memory by refusing to aid her liege lord, or by being a coward. I think she feels strongly on the matter. She has a duty. If she desires influence, there are easier ways to get it, Lord Benjicott said, frankly. Bill bit back some frustration. Idly, he wondered if Lord Benjicott would listen to him better if he were in possession of the easy way Lady Emmeline had with flattery. Or at least pretty tits. He allowed that the image would be striking, if discomfiting. I was not aware that you believed she was Lord Tully's mistress, he said, carefully, especially since you are in his confidence. Lord Benjicott, a young man whom Bill had personally seen outthink and outflank commanders with thrice as many years on him, waved away the truth like it was a troublesome plume of smoke. Kermit isn't a fool, but you cannot deny that she desires her liege lord's ear. When a young girl from a young house continues to seek audiences with high-ranking men, there are only a limited number of reasons why that might be, said the young lord, resting his chin on his hand. Mostly I'm disappointed in Kermit. Startling, Bill's head lifted sharply to stare at Lord Benjicott, who was fortunately gazing into the flames of the tent's brazier and not at him. My lord. With a heaving sigh, his liege said, it's not as if it's a bad plan on her part, especially if she wishes to keep control of her lands for that bit longer before she must inevitably marry. But of all the ways to dissuade a foolish young girl, that neat little trap in front of all the gathered lords was cold. Putting her into such a dangerous circumstance, it does not sit well with me. He was right, in his own way, Bill thought ruefully. With that insight, a different possibility unfolded in his mind's eye like a blooming flower. It had been a very neat little scene indeed, and there had been no signs of surprise on Lady Myers' features, only steel in the face of what must be done. The matter did not sit well with him either. Yet he flattered himself that he had a better view of the entirety of the situation, his gaze unhindered by Lady Emmeline's beauty and more accustomed to Lady Myers' character. Bill said, I am uneasy as well, my lord, but I know Lady Myers a little better, having travelled with her for some time. Knowing her as I do now, I fear you may be discounting the most likely possibility. Oh? And what is that? She had already volunteered. Long before any of us set foot in that tent, replied Bill, grimly. When the parley had turned shockingly to violence, the Tully host had already been marching towards the gate. Shields did not yet need raised high against any volley of arrows. Indeed, that would only be necessary once they reached the center ground which had been decided on for the parley. It aided their speed but not enough. It could only have been madness. Perhaps others who did not train their eyes as he had, did not see as clearly, but Alice Rivers slaughtered her own guardsmen. Old tales at his grandmother's knee, sparked somewhere in the back of his mind, but he gripped his reins tightly and kept his eyes peeled. One of Lady Myers' own guards, taken from the Tully host, had turned traitor. Perhaps they had uncovered the spy after all. His heart in his throat, Bill watched Sir Darren draw his horse in front of Lady Myers in defense. She turned to ride for safety, but the host was still too far away. In that moment, Bill knew with a certainty that she would die. Behind her the fight had turned viciously against Sir Darren. Outnumbered as he was, there would be no help from him now. Lady Myers would have done her duty in every way possible, with honor and courage, and now they would be forced to watch her die for it too, marching towards her and just out of reach. He thought of how she had bared her teeth at him in Fairmarket, ready to be lordly brother and father in defense of all the women of her lands. That fierceness in her face when she had matched wits with Lord and Lady Stark. She had asked nothing of her prestige or her position when offered boons, merely trade so that her people might have means to make coin this winter. Merely the honor of being remembered. Sometimes it's all you get, she had said. It looked like that was truer than anyone had known it to be at the time. Bile rose. The thankless, disgusting task of clean-up she had taken on for herself. After battle, covered in filth and blood, she had laid hands on her people. She had learned their names, spoken them out loud. Lady Myers knew the power of names. She had pulled him back from the darkened swamp of battle fog by just such a thread. After just enough time for the horse to pick up speed, something happened to the beast's head almost too fast to see. Perhaps a slingshot or a hidden arbalest crushed just the right point, but whatever happened, Lady Myers went flying from her dead horse in a sickening tumble. Like a doll in flight, thrown by some angry child. As he watched that fall, which seemed to go on for an age as all bad falls do, it was as though he was absent of all thought. Of all doubt. Suddenly his mind was as fresh and sharp as newly fallen snow, and there was only one course of action available to him. "My lord," he rasped, "give me leave to go." "What? Bill, you'll never make it in time." Lord Benjicot's face was dark with the same knowledge that filled Bill, but where it spurred him on, it held the young lord back. "Give me leave to try." Baffled, Lord Benjicot's expression was unguarded as he clearly warred with himself. "If I do not, are you going to break rank anyway?" Bill did not bother to state the obvious. It wouldn't serve his purpose. He tried a different tack. "My lord, she bought us a chance. She deserves the same." There was resignation in Lord Benjicot's expression, and even a hint of disappointment. It was only their long friendship and his good service that bought Bill the reluctant nod he received. He did not bother to offer thanks, already turning to go. Lord Benjicot turned and roared for the men in front of him to part and for a small number of riders to follow Bill towards the enemy. He was distantly grateful but did not bother to look behind him to see who followed, the horse's hooves thundering beneath him as he pelted towards where she had fallen. His liege lord did not understand, Bill knew, he could not possibly. Benjicot Blackwood had never run up against the shining steel of her. That Lady Myers' canny way of speaking, her way of seeing the truth, that her very way of being should die, nothing would replace it. Something vital would be gone from the world that it would never, ever get back. She was not obvious to these Sauron lords, but her virtues were metals in a mine. A lamplight hidden and singing. Faster, he urged his horse, his eyes fixed ahead, watching as Lady Myers staggered upright. The world narrowed, until he himself was the arrow in flight. She stood there alone, silhouetted against the sky, one arm outstretched to those ravens. As though in farewell. Some shaft of wood dangled between her fingers, a meager defense against the advancing butchers. But she did not flinch. Lady Myers stood as true and regally as any queen, ready to die on her feet. He would not get there in time. She shouted something to the heavens. Bill was going to watch her be cut down, blinking through the rivulets of rain that stung his eyes and froze his gloved hands. She was going to die without even knowing someone was riding towards her, thinking herself alone. Yet to call out might distract her at a crucial moment. Bill was a prisoner of his own flesh, forced to witness the miraculous appearance of those well-trained hunting hounds. Forced to bite back a shout as Alice Rivers had charged into Lady Myers, those white hands choking the life from her. When the impossible happened, when the lady had saved herself, relief flooded his senses like a wave against rocks, nearly unbalancing him. It had been a brutal way to kill and a brutal way to die, yet Bill could not feel much except gladness that it had been done. He called to her, her name a shard of glass in his mouth. "Ursula." Then came a roar, ragged at the edges, that had his every hair stand on end. He'd heard such sounds before in Tumbleton. So dark it was almost hard to make out, the rising dragon looked like a blight on the skies, a cursed outline coming towards them. Fuck. William. There's a fucking dragon! Cried Ursula, one arm dangling hideously from its socket and the other gesturing wildly up at the sky. Suddenly furious at her priorities, he screamed, Ursula, get on the fucking horse. Her face contorted in irritation, he was going to throttle her, and as the horse closed the distance between them, she bellowed like a fishwife, my left arm doesn't work. Above, the cruel winds dashed across the open field, buffeting the airborne monstrosity backwards. It was a blessing that the creature was still small enough to struggle at the height of a gale, but even from this distance he could see it was certainly not the size of a mere hatchling. Perhaps not yet big enough for a full-grown man to ride, but certainly large enough to have ambitions about its meals. It gave another scraping shriek that chilled the blood. On second thought, it was definitely bigger than he had initially assumed. And it was definitely headed towards where Ali's rivers had fallen. Yanking at the reins a touch more aggressively than was entirely fair to his mount, Bill brought the horse stamping and champing to an abrupt halt. He'd ridden it hard enough that a lesser beast, not bred for war, would be half dead by now. She was as white as a sheet. Ursula's front was a stinking mess of gore, her fine gown sodden with ichor. Across her face a splatter of crimson was drying to a dirt-streaked mask of rust, trails of pale skin visible where the rain had trickled through the muck. Her hair, which had been very simply braided out of her face that morning, was falling from its ties in mudded hanks. Her hand still clutched the rock. Peering down at her, Bill could see that some of the blood across her face was from a cut in her hairline, leaving the woman half blind in one eye. Her left arm had dislodged at the joint and the swelling at her wrist was such that the gown would need to be cut from her elbow down, to judge the damage. There were likely other wounds, though she'd not feel them the same way while the battle blood was high. Behind him, the Blackwood riders were gaining ground. Ahead, leathery wings beat as the dragon fought against the wind. Bill swung from the saddle and approached Ursula, his hands trembling with relief. No one looked that awful upright unless they were determined to live. We don't have much time. I will need to set your shoulder before we try to get you onto the saddle, he said, reaching for her arm. In truth, he did not have time to wait for her permission, but the intention was there. The little skin he could see beneath the muck paled further, and that muscle in her jaw stood out as she resisted her own fear. Yes, she began, thickly, you are right. If you could. Deciding to forego the wrist, Bill gripped her elbow firmly and pulled her left arm straight and forward in a smooth motion, giving her no time to finish her thought. The sound was sickening. He owned it was ungallant, but though he had built a life here it was plain to him that the Sautrons often prized chivalry over practicality. Honor and sense can exist quite well within the same skull, no matter what certain knights believed. Better that she was alive and fleeing, than cosset and dead. You cockhead! She spat, her next breath snatched from her lungs with the pain. Perversely he found himself resisting the urge to giggle, hearing a novice of the faith use such language. Where Ursula had learned it, he could not say, but Bill had said worse and for lesser offences. Fortunately, the Blackwood riders had only just arrived and gave no sign of hearing her coarse chastisement. At least she did not appear to hold her rage too dear. Trembling from pain and shock, Lady Myers stumbled towards the mount, who was already quite skittish from the sounds of the approaching dragon. It was the work of a moment to crouch and help her up onto the saddle, though she found it difficult to only use her right arm, the left tucked tenderly against her body. Take us back, he barked at the Blackwood men, who nodded sharply. They were hardly needed to fell those Harrenhal guards that had accompanied Ali's rivers now. No, she gasped, take me along somewhere, not right back. One of the riders opened their mouth, but Bill waved him silent. They didn't have time for Ursula to simply convince him to do as she wanted anyway. She would succeed, no doubt, just before they were roasted like boar on the spit. He nodded at her to continue, one eye on the horizon, squinting against the icy rain. Briskly, he arranged her along the saddle. He would listen, but that was no promise to obey. I killed her as she called for it. It'll want me dead enough to chase me. If we head straight back it will lead the creature and its fire straight into the main body of the Tully host. Fear and fury welled up inside him, but he forced it down with the ease of long practice. You cannot outride a dragon for long. He snapped, mounting the horse behind her with a grunt of effort so as not to jostle her too badly. The army built siege ballistæ, didn't it? I saw them, she hissed suddenly in pain as they began to move. A necessary evil. There was not a mount in the world that did not bob and jolt their rider when running. Let alone one which suddenly had twice the weight to bear. His mind raced, desperate for a solution as he urged the horse towards the host. It was better to ride than not, he would adjust as the situation became clearer. Great freezing droplets of rain splattered along the earth, striking the steel of his helm almost musically. It was heavy with the promise of sleet. Steadily, the sky began to chuck it down. Not ideal for anyone, but hopefully also unfavorable for the dragon. Bill would have to signal instructions to the other riders and hope they were passed along, rather than trying to shout over the storm, but better that they were moving than standing, however meager their speed would be against the incoming dragon. Spurring the well-trained horse into action, he gritted his teeth through the discomfort that accompanied the tooth-shattering gait of a galloping horse. Bill loathed riding to the rear of a saddle, having to half crouch and brace for any length of time was deeply unpleasant. It would be better if he were in front and able to control the reins without her in the way, but Ursula likely had other injuries which would make this already unpleasant race for their lives even more agonizing. The knife-sharp gasp of pain she gave when he tightened his arm around her was unavoidable if she wanted to stay in the saddle, but he winced in sympathy. With a sharp gesture, risking removing his hands from the reins briefly, Bill signaled the riders to disperse. It was unlikely to fool a dragon for long, but perhaps the rain and wind might aid them in confusing it into briefly following the wrong target. Every second was another one they were alive, even as the shadow of the beast fell across them from a great height. Bill could feel his own pulse hammering through his veins, and from the front Ursula's own heart was thundering in terror and in time. They leaned forwards as one, desperate to gain even an inch of distance more. There was a hideous sound from behind them, the scream of a horse. A shattering. It was even closer than he had imagined, and someone had paid the price. The dragon bellowed its displeasure at being tricked, and he fought the creeping helplessness that spread across his bones like hoarfrost. Bill was the veteran of many a hunt. Man is a clever enough predator, with fine tools and fine tactics, to make up for the lack of strength in his body or the dullness of his senses compared to his quarry. Yet the sensation of being stalked and hunted had ever been an unsettling one. Eyes in the undergrowth, gone in a blink. The crack of some misstep on a branch and the sudden deafening silence to follow, which made such a sound all the more evident. Even on nights the color of blood, when the rough work of scouting or sneaking needed done, the slow creeping sensation of being watched or followed by guards or spies can chill the blood. Hunters hunt each other more often than one might expect in civilization or the wilds. Being in the eye line of a dragon was nothing like any of those. There is no hope of being a predator when matched against a dragon. You are not simply out-hunted, but you have lost an arms race 100,000 years in the making. It was perhaps akin to the sensation of some trembling thing of fur, discovering that they are the preferred diet of bears. If bears flew or breathed fire, all you can be, in the end, is very clever prey, for a moment. There is a particular noise just before a dragon unleashes a gout of flame. A man might notice it if they have keen senses or poor luck. It is this, nothing at all. An eruption of heat behind him, almost pleasant in the cold before he realized how skin-peelingly close it was, as the dragon set the sodden earth ablaze just behind them. Dragon fire from elder beasts such as Viagar had melted stone and steel. Yet their young were no less unnatural. Effortlessly, the wet grass snapped and crackled like tinder. Even through the gambeson Bill could swear that he felt his mail shirt glow with heat. The horse remained steady on its course, and Bill wildly wondered if beasts could receive spoils for their service in combat. Perhaps a mountain's worth of apples. He had been screaming in fear, he realized, his throat now raw with it. Frankly, it had seemed like the only sensible reaction. Ursula turned to look over one shoulder, squinting for the creature through the cloud of acrid smoke that flickered but rose undaunted, as the sheets of rain put out the fire far slower than it ought. Her voice cracked as she shrieked, "In what world is a hatchling 15 feet across?" His stomach fell away from him, even as he kept his eyes trained ahead. A lurching sensation of horror that Bill was surprised his body could still produce, given the fact that every inch of him was near numb with terror. He had never seen a young dragon or a hatchling himself, but juveniles like Morning were said to be only the size of a large dog. Suddenly, Bill decided that Kermit Tully's decision to leave the ballystay at the rear of the army was the stupidest thing he'd ever done, never mind that the stratagem would have rendered such siege weapons a cumbersome obstacle for a swift march into an open gate. How the fuck are we even alive? That should have been it. Gasped Ursula, still staring, a hiccuping sound in her throat. Kicking her behind the knees to get her to stop squeezing the sides of an already frightened horse, Bill snarled, "Is it very important, this criticism of its technique? If it's got shit aim, I'll take my blessings. But if it's a vengeful bastard, we might be doing what it wants by riding right towards the soldiers." With the rain in his eyes and the smell of smoke and death in his lungs, Bill considered the thought that perhaps he ought to have left Ursula to her own devices after the parley. Clearly, she had now taken complete leave of her senses, and he should hate to put her out with any kind of sane reply. Yet some strange part of himself, the one that generally had been the cause of his older sister boxing his ears, took hold of his tongue as though possessed. "It has separated us from the other riders, near made us piss ourselves, and forced us to advance. My bet is on vengeful bastard." It was the safer bet too, as by assuming a clever opponent one tended to have to make fewer mistakes before they got themselves killed. "If you could get a shot at it, do you think you'd be able to stop it from killing me?" said Ursula, now the tourney prize winner for the most ungrateful survivor in Westeros. "Oh and would you like your luck buttered as well?" Bill spat, incredulous. There was a sharp, surprised sound from Ursula. A wet cough of a laugh that slid into a hideous half-sob. "Oh, please don't make me laugh right now, it hurts my ribs." He himself fought a grin. It appeared madness was catching. It should have alarmed him that his scathing retort made her mirthful instead of meek, but as it was, Bill found himself gentling his hold on her, sorrowful. He gave her the truth, as kindly as he knew how, even though his jaw ached from how hard he had clenched it in terror and helplessness. "If I stop for a second, we die, Ursula. I'm not certain that we live even if we keep running. There is nothing to distract it from us. We're prey it is playing with." She paused and bowed her head, as though in resignation. For a moment Bill bit back the rising bitterness of how unfair this was and fought the selfish urge to dip his head into the space where Ursula's neck met her shoulder. Too far out from the army for a volley of arrows, too far from the open gates to risk shelter, they were going to burn to death. He did not want to die unheld. It was a shameful thought for a warrior and a man grown. But then again, it never mattered how a man wanted to die, only that his end was assured. Death was a fixed point, it was all else that buckled and flowed around it. There, in the freezing rain and battering winds, William Burley tried to face his advancing end with some honor. He had tried to do right. He had tried to do right most of his life, though a man never knows how well he has done until he stands before the gods. He hoped it had been enough. "Please," she whispered, the sound so snatched away by wind and water that he half thought he'd imagined it, "please, I want to live." Ursula raised her right hand, still clutching that russet-edged rock, to her chest. She was praying. Suddenly, behind him, was a screech of rage and pain. As one, the pair of them snapped around to look. It was now close enough to see properly. The dragon was about 15 hands high, perhaps a little larger or smaller. Those sleek, powerful wings were near 3 times the size of its body, snapped taut against the fierce winds that had begun to arc and bend the distant trees. Its scales gleamed like glass, slick from the rain, and its maw opened wide to snap and snarl at something that he couldn't quite make out through the downpour. Ravens. Ravens were diving towards its eyes, scratching or clawing. They could do almost nothing against the scales of the beast. For all it was young, its scales were easily too tough for bird talons to pierce, and its leathery brow ridges protruded, designed to protect their eyes against attacks from above. Yet still they persisted, falling in volleys like rain and spiraling or darting down and away from it, only to catch the wind on their wings and rise again. Whatever its size, the creature was clearly still young and undisciplined enough to be drawn to these stinging irritants over larger quarry. The dragon's long snout mouth snapped shut on one tiny, feathered body, tossing it aside sharply. Dragons eat their meat cooked, Bill remembered, just as a plume of fire illuminated the sky in a sudden flash, like a second sun. In front of him, Ursula made a ragged, keening sound. A cowardly part of him wanted to charge ahead, perhaps straight into the imagined safety of the marching army. There was a chance that they would be in reach of a volley of arrows from the archers by the time the dragon had felled the hapless birds or grown used to their futile attempts. Yet none of them would be so close as he was now, and those scales would repel even bodkins unless they struck true. And at this size, it had flames enough for them all to burn. Even now the grass behind them still blackened beneath tongues of fire, though battered by rain. And it would only take a moment to cook a man in his armor. His leech had given him leave to retrieve Ursula, though by all rights he should have stood guard to protect Lord Blackwood, and it was not his fault Bill had failed. It would be poor payment to bring a fiery death towards his men. The lad was only 15. With a little time, just enough to make the arrow flight true, he might make the shot before the dragon could get off another blast of fire. If his luck was indeed buttered, he might even survive the attempt. "Take the reins, Ursula. Once I'm off, you ride for that host and you do not look back," he whispered in her ear, as though afraid the dragon might hear him and know his plan. Though every inch of muscle in the exhausted horse did not want to, terrified of the predator behind it, William eased it slower with a steady hand. Ursula did not sob or protest, nor did she thank him. Bill felt her give a jerking nod. It was better this way, he'd not believe platitudes. Her right arm dropped to where his own was around her waist. A moment of pressure, of warmth and connection. Then it was gone. He did not wait, nor did he look at her as he slid off, lest his courage fail him. A fool on a fool's errand. With a deep breath, Bill clutched his bow, lax in his hand for the moment. Ahead, there were markedly fewer ravens harrying the dragon. His time was running out. The bow was made of weirwood, pale as bone in his hands. Smooth and unbroken in its deceptively gentle curve, it was as familiar to him as a limb. The bow had been a gift from his father before Bill had, in the manner of younger sons the world over, left to seek his future. The Burleys had a distant cousin already in service to the Blackwoods, and it was far south enough that his mother had been cheered to think of the plenty at such a table. Too far south, as far as his father was concerned, but at least they kept to decent gods. His father had not the coin or the skill to carve it with anything significant. Lord Benjicott Blackwood had a most ornate weirwood bow, though in a flat bow style, and it was intricately wrought, heralding its owner as a Blackwood heir. There were even exquisitely detailed raven feathers carved at the tips. Bill's family had legends of their own, but to carve a bow without harming its power and strength was an expensive skill. Instead, his father had seen the bandrui, and received a blessed bower from a weirwood in their grove, over which all the old rites and words had been conducted. It would bear him south and into his future, a white arc to remind him of his home. He did not need notches shaped like dagger blades, or to have the treacherous, forested peaks of his home etched, to remember where he came from. Nor to remember what he had been taught. A breath, and everything fell away. Battle happened in flashes, heartbeats, when the sword was in his hand. But the bow was a different weapon, and it slowed his world to a crawl. It was a common misconception among commanders and men who trained their sword skill more than the bow, that archers simply fired a rain of arrows down on their enemies from a great distance before retreating. There was some truth to it. Bill himself was a deadly shot even at 100 yards. But at long range, one expected to harry the enemy or force them out of formation. With a large enough force of bowmen, such as the Blackwood Archer Company, one could reasonably expect to fell poorly armored levies in great numbers before they reached your own. But those kinds of strikes were often more to sting the enemy into movement than anything else. In truth, the deadliest range of a longbowman was closer than any who did not know the craft might expect. The enemy was always going to have to run to you unless they had a bow themselves, and the closer your mark was, the more devastating the damage. A man in plate armor was always an easy target. It was hitting him exactly at the right place and the right moment that was the trick. The gaps in the armor, the opening of his tasset. Even close enough to his warhorse's eyes to get 1,000 pounds of panicking beast to buck and trample. Bill found that the best range at which to put an armored man down was 30 paces, when they were exhausted from running towards you. His draw was such that, with fair wind and firm ground, a knight struck in the center of their helmet would find it harshly dented and difficult to remove. Fighting with a severe blow to the head was generally a recipe for a slow death. Often the blow to a man on horseback would be enough to slow a charge or unseat the unwary. His own father had fired an arrow down an enemy's vambraces at 30 paces. Unfortunately for him, he was stood amid the gale and driving rain, the earth turning to mud beneath his boots, and facing an enemy whose range far exceeded his own. From his quiver, he took one of 3 white arrows that he had carried for many years and knocked it. The last 3 of the 9 he had brought from home. They said Brandon Snow, bastard brother to Torrhen Stark, had fletched 3 such white arrows with which to try and fell a dragon. It had been ceremonial, a gift for the boy who would leave home. He had not expected to put it to purpose so many times in his short life. Left leg slipping forwards into his stance, Bill leaned his weight on it and forced fear and tremors from his mind. There was only him, his bow, and the myriad lessons of his father and grandfather before him. The pull of his shoulder, the way the muscles of his arching back strained and twisted to make a full draw. His chest rose in a breath, tendons quivering at the weight. Both eyes were open and steady. The weirwood arrow rested upon the silver scar at the side of his knuckle. The inevitable injury of a bowman, where 1,000 arrows had been launched 1,000 times before. Release. At the last moment, the dragon's head reared back for a roar, sending the arrow smacking into the side of its snout. Painful, but by no means incapacitating. Now the beast was content to ignore the pitiful irritations of the ravens, tossing its head hard enough to send another one spiraling to the earth. It dove, pivoting mid-flight, and was barreling down, 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 straight towards him. Its yellow eyes were lit from within with a malice hotter than any flame. Quicker than blinking, Bill knocked another weirwood arrow, but even as he did so he knew it was nothing more than a last stand before his death. His heart in his throat, he shifted his feet into a deep stance, as powerfully as he knew how. The wind was blowing powerfully at his back, but it was easy enough to adjust for and would give speed and power to his final act. Perhaps the arrow would fly just high enough to miss the flames that would kill him. Streaking towards its target, as ink-black as any death, the dragon opened its wide mouth to roast its newest prey. At that moment, something flew across the beast's eye line. What it was, Bill could not say, only that it was small and in a rapidly falling arc that quite missed the creature's face. But it was just enough that it hesitated for a split second. Now. Release. The pale shaft soared, straight and true, the wind aiding its flight just enough. It buried itself, deep and cruel, into that amber eye, right through to the brain. With a tattered screech, the dragon's wings dropped, as though a puppet with its strings cut, and all that dead weight came crashing down towards him. A fountain of mud flew up the sides of it as it wore a groove into the earth. Bill threw himself bodily out of the way, his arms over his head, but still the beast's wingtips clipped the side of him hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs with all the force of a hammer blow. His ears ringing, Bill found himself flat on his back, bow still clutched in his hand, gasping for breath that struggled to come. On watery legs, he forced himself up from the sucking squelch of mud and squinted through the rain at the twitching form of the dragon in the last of its death throes. At some point, he might be impressed with his shot. As it was, he was only glad that he had not soiled himself. Only then did he see her, Ursula, not far behind where he had been standing at all. It appeared she had only ridden off to the side a little way, but for what reason his still addled mind could not yet piece together. She was still mounted, calling to him in fits and bursts through the booming in his ears. Yet Bill was a man of keen eyes, even when all the rest was lost. She was shivering from the cold and rain, so hard it was apparent even at this distance. Her left hand was still tucked against her chest. That wrist was definitely broken. Her right hand waved, gesturing for him to approach. Her palm was empty. Notes. Whew, there we go. A shorter chapter this time, with a much tighter perspective. Easier and harder to write all at once. I had fun inside Bill's head, though Bill, of course, is having one of the worst days of his life. None of my characters enjoys a visit from me, it must be said. Benjicott continues to be a tad obtuse regarding Ursula, but in some ways he is not wrong about her goals, merely about her methods and motives. Chapter 38, Meyer Landers, Kermit Tully. Notes. Content warning, violence and death. Torture and cannibalism. Harrenhal is a hellscape right now. 133 AC. Kennick. The man had wild eyes. His skin was yellowed and stretched taut over his flesh like he might burst, though he was well muscled for winter. Kennick reflected on this fact as he desperately tried to knock another arrow before he staved another Meyerlander's head in. He had volunteered to be part of Yorn's company. He would work with the rest to hold the cellar and buy time for the Tully host to march into the castle. Some of Yorn's clever little traps had gone off, but the element of surprise was long gone now. Seconds crawled like hours as the narrow opening was slowly pushed back by the advancing enemy. And this beast of a man seemed no closer to dying. He was so pincushioned by arrows he looked as though he'd been tarred and feathered. It should have made him laugh, were he not so likely to piss himself. It was unnatural, that's what it was. All battle stank of sweat and shit. After a while you stopped noticing the blood, but the scent of rot and musk pervaded any space you were in. Mayhap that Septa was right about ill humors, Kennick reflected, as this arrow struck true and bit deeply into the neck of some lad behind the behemoth. He could see how being half-pickled in the juices of battle would cause sickness to run rife through a camp. Hideously, the wild-eyed Mad swung his hammer upwards and caught some poor fucker in the chin with enough force that Kennick was certain he'd be near impossible to recognize. The infantry closed ranks around the gap. A large man with a large hammer did not worry about armor if he was any good. He could turn your protective shell into a weapon against you with a well-placed strike. The corridor should have bought them a better advantage against him. But that only worked if they could fell the bastard. Which was hard enough to do when trembling in terror, but also when you were all crushed together your own selves. Kennick was half certain he would misfire and skewer an ally by mistake. Ahead, a spearman fell, an enemy bolt through his eye, though the shield still held. Gripping his own spear, Kennick darted forwards to fill the gap with bristling steel. Sir Cone had been clear in his training. All infantry wanted to do at its core was hold a line or charge a gap. A space where the bandits were less likely to be skewered by blades would be one they would target immediately if they had any sense. His ma had been known to say he was more string bean than boy. Kennick had his late father's height, but he'd not filled out like his brothers. Ma promised there was time for that, but coming on 17 years he'd not seen hide nor hair of such a thing. It meant he was oft thought older than he was, but also that he was not strong enough to have been made a part of the vanguard. Their pay weren't any better than the scouts, but they got first cut of the spoils. This move would keep his fellow Meyerlanders alive, but it would be his chance to make something of a promotion in rank. The first enemy Kennick caught in the gap of their armor at the Tacit, sending him staggering back and howling. The second he peeked from behind the shield wall and quicker than lightning he stabbed them in the face, struggling to wrench and twist his spear from that ruined cheek. Kennick was quick and clever, with good aim from his training besides. Yet there was a reason the vanguards preferred by Yorn and Cone were of hardier stock. It was a dangerous, thankless job, and you were as like to die in battle as anything else. If you fell, so did the people behind you. Kennick was slender enough that a stiff wind could have taken him for a ride, and he had never had the training he should to hold a charge. So when the charge came and the small team of Meyerlanders were shoved back in a shattering crash of steel and flesh, enemy bodies festooned against their spears, it was the vanguards who had trained for this who survived it. Mostly, anyway. Kennick's spear had snapped from the force, and some mad bandit had struck, like a crane darting to catch a frog, and sliced him from neck to nose. The line retreated to steadier ground, closing gaps as needed with the ease of long training. Kennick lay choking on the cold floor of Harrenhal, beneath the boots of the Witch Queen's men, and died. Runa. When the whisper caught her ear, Runa tensed her whole body trying to avoid turning her neck towards the sound. You seen a lantern round these parts? Her little knives were well hidden, tucked under the fold of her apron, strapped to a boot, and even one in the large pocket beneath her kirtle. The filthy kerchief around her head made her near invisible to passing men, but the women had been a harder sell. They knew who was to be working with them and didn't take kindly to strangers. It was fortunate then that Runa had her mother's stony face, for it was the iron control over her features that had been the true piece of their acceptance. When they brought her into the kitchens and told her to prepare food for the queen's chosen men, her flat, expressionless gaze had done well to hide the shrieking horror that welled up within her. He had been dead already, at least. It is one thing to kill a man in rage or fear and quite another to put him down like a pig for the feasting table. They had been impressed with her hands, steady from years of training at her father's side in Wildstead. A trapper who could not flesh a kill cleanly and efficiently was worse than no use at all. There was something damning about the act nonetheless, as though a tiny but vital part of herself had been carved off and cast away with every deft twist of her blade. Something Runa would never get back, even if she returned home to her mother's warm arms and her little brothers sleeping sweetly in a pile of furs. But it was for their lady, and the crone surely would absolve her of any sin done in service to her chosen. Those same knives she had used were burning like a brand from where they were hidden. She would need to move swiftly to the gatehouse, and hopefully unseen. There were very few reasons a woman might be sent in that direction. Yet perhaps her eyes had never been quite so cold as she had imagined them during her brief stay here. Perhaps Runa was often a quiet lass and so forgot how much women talked to each other. In any case, Runa did not see the narrowed blue eyes of a kitchen maid follow her as she slipped from the hall and headed quite in the wrong direction for her station. Runa did not know her, when she was confronted by this stranger in a stairwell. Though she had been taught to hide from predators, Runa's skills had been observation and patience. For all her skills as a tracker had led to Gior's tutelage, she was no bold hunter to fight an enemy that wanted her dead. She was still a trapper's daughter with a trapper's patience. She preferred to avoid, hide, and wait until the coast was clear. It had made her a very useful scout for the keep, but it made her a poor warrior. The woman had hateful eyes and was about the same age as her mother, face lined with life and grief. She had thick calluses on her hands and a rod in her gums had grotesquely swelled the side of her jaw. But she was fiercely devoted to their queen, who had given them food and shelter this winter. In the end, Runa should hardly have been surprised when the woman had lunged at her. A knife tucked into a belt was no fit weapon when your enemy was already on top of you. Grabbing great fistfuls of Runa's dark curls, the woman beat her head against the stone step so viciously that for a moment her vision went white, before returning in a slippery tremble, like the lingering murmur of a rung bell. Yet she did not need her eyes to know where her little knives were, and as the woman dragged her up again by her stinging, pulsing scalp, Runa's hands had untucked her blade and pushed it up into her attacker. Ripping her weapon from the wound, blood and fluid spilled across her torso. A foul, putrid smell erupted between them. She had torn the bowels. Doe would have shaken her for that mistake with an animal. It damaged the furs and made the meat near unsalvageable in some beasts. The woman gave a howl of agony that echoed so loudly in the stairwell Runa thought she would be sick from the sound. Even now her vision was foggy, her motions slow and sluggish where once she had been swift and deft. Raising her hand again, she arced the knife before her to slice the woman's throat and silence her. It was salvageable, she thought, frantically, now that the one who had discovered her was dead. The stair had been carefully chosen so that few would follow and fewer still would make use of it. It would cause concern if she was found, but there was plenty of time for Runa to make it to the other Meyerlanders. Staggering upright, she used the cold stone to steady herself, a bright smear of red against the rock. Her head was pounding. The cold air on the battlements did little to help her, and she bent double, vomiting from nausea. Perhaps it was from the smell, or her wound, she could not say. It was hard to focus. Runa reasoned that she had a little time, and was unlikely to be discovered so out of the way. A short rest would help, to catch her breath and let this headache fade. It would not be long until she caught up with the Meyerlanders, to open the gates for her lady. That was important, she had to remember that. Runa slumped against the wall of the battlements, 100 yards from her destination, closed her eyes, and died. Yorn. Yorn had been named for his father, a legacy he would carry all his life. He'd have passed the name to his son if he'd had any living. Yet his time in the neck had taught him a new legacy, that there is much a fisherman might do to hunt hardier prey. Lizard lions were built for the murky waters of the neck. Silent, swift, and powerful. If a man on his own wanted to eat, he'd best work the terrain to his advantage. If a man wanted to come home to his wife, he'd best never fall in. Herrenhjul was full of abandoned projects, though all the good steel was being worked by the men who had the knowing of such things. Yet gears, half-bent, rusted nails and rope do not seem useful to any who might be focused on swinging big swords around, so it had not been difficult for him to assemble what he needed. The trick was to think in twists, like a maze. A block of wood is not threatening until it is swinging towards your head with speed. Pots full of flaming rags will split and catch against the shelves Yorn spent a whole night tarring, before anyone thinks to get out of the way. Hot sand gets into the nooks and crannies of armor to melt against your skin or heat steel, and is easier to store and carry than oil, besides. Where the rest of the keep was flagstoned, a cellar had an earthen floor by design, and was easier to dig. No man looks for trapper snares in a cellar. This might have worked better if one of the men sent into the cellars had not been a green youth, who wandered from the bristling cluster of armed men to examine something on a shelf. He had wandered straight into a spike that had been intended to shred the leg of any archers, who might have wanted to use such a place to take cover. In the clash that followed, Yorn had bellowed commands and tried to hold the line against the men who would reveal the truth of the Meyerlanders' presence in the castle. He had seen no battle in the dance, waiting as long as he had for Cregan Stark's host to make its way to the neck that he might join. Yet there was a certain simplicity to the process that was sickening. Humans did not need to be taught how to kill each other, not like children needed the gills or the gutting of fish explained to them. Humans carried the knowing of how to best hurt each other inside of themselves. A hideous mirror knowledge made up of all the things you desperately wanted to avoid happening to you. So when the blade had found the gap in his armor at his armpit, Yorn knew he was not long for this world. Blood sprayed from the wound in a torrent, and already he could feel the world blurring at the edges, oozing into blackness at the corners. He had known he might not survive this task. Even as Sir Cohn's face had revealed nothing and he claimed some optimism, Yorn had not been fooled. Unusually, he was a worldly sort for small folk. Yorn had left the Meyer lands as a young man to wed a woman from the neck dark-eyed Anna, who he dreamed of even now. His return after the dance had pleased his father, but devastated himself. For he never would have left his Ona had she still been living. He'd have starved to death in the grasses outside their houseboat gladly, if only for a few more years of her. Yet the fens carried disease easily in the summer, and one such fever had taken her from him. He had been waiting a long time to see her again. A river to my people. Yorn howled, with the last of his strength, and around him heard the cry echoed in waves by the Meyer landers. Flinging himself bodily at his opponent, he sent the pair of them tumbling down the narrow cellar steps with a sickening crack where the bastard's skull met the floor. He had taken a few by surprise and they had fallen from the edge of the stair as well, a fact that he noted distantly but with dark satisfaction. Already bleeding out, he did not bother to raise his head from where their figures lay tangled like broken dolls, and died. Tyler. He had been discovered almost immediately. Tyler was a good scout, but a poor performer. From his very youth he could hide in trees of Wildstead, and between the long grasses of a treacherous mountainside, but a castle is a different landscape altogether. It had been all he could do to convince them that he had been one of the survivors of a captured merchant caravan. He had feigned death, and sought to escape the butchery. In that instant, Tyler had been ready to die. For a moment, it seemed the soldiers were amused by the success of his deception. For a moment, Tyler had thought that this might make him more useful than anyone had anticipated. When they had clapped him on the shoulder, jeering at his cowardice while at the same time praising his cunning, Tyler had adopted a hangdog expression, but secretly his veins were awash with a heady relief. He played into their jokes, hoping to either be released or taken into confidence the way one does an amusing pet. Whichever they chose was no matter to him so long as they did not take his life. It might have been simpler if they had. It was dark here. It made the sounds worse, scraping across his swollen mind in vivid purples and greens. Like a bruise. Like rot. Tyler did not know their names, the men who hurt him. But he had prayed in that darkness, silent and whimpering or screaming and agonized. Whatever burst from his throat, he did not know. It was beyond him now. Still, Tyler's mind always held the same refrain, down in the core where they could not quite touch him, though with each passing moment the walls grew thinner and thinner. Prayers to the patron of the Meyer landers, prayers to the one who put starlight into Lady Meyer's palm. Crone, guide me. I am in the dark and I cannot see the way. Mother of mothers, still my tongue so that it might not harm my brethren. Ancient lady, carry me from here. Carry me from here on soft wings. He cleaved to the pattern of 3, for 3 was an important number in prayers to the crone who saw the past, present, and future. 3 and 3 and 3 again. As they twisted the very sinews of him, Tyler prayed that the crone would not let him betray his people, his lady, his home. If he failed, they were lost. By the time they had left him, a gibbering wreck stretched on a rack as a tanner might stretch a hide, he did not know what he had revealed. Pain unlocks a man's tongue but he will sing any tune you put before him to make it stop. Minutes or hours, he did not know how long he laid there, his life's blood draining away. A festering scent wafted from his last endurance of their cruelty. They would come for him, he could hear them shouting. They would come. They would come. They would come. It was so dark. He was so afraid. In that blackness, the rushing of blood in his ears sounded like wing beats. Then, light. Blinding white light. Sunlight. Starlight. Lantern light. She had come for him. She had heard his prayers. Tyler gave a gasp of ecstasy, bathed in glorious illumination that burst behind his eyelids, and died. Kermit Tully. When all the killing had been done, and much of the looting also, Kermit was exhausted down to the bone. He sat nursing some wine from the only remaining glass goblet in his possession, and determinedly ignored the maester's sour expression as he stalked from the command tent with bloodied bandages. Head wounds bled a worrying amount, but it was hardly his first. Lord Muden's forces had been tasked with the work of hunting down the dregs of Ali's River's men within the walls of Harrenhal. Not to mention his role in having to seek out any sign of a Targaryen bastard. It was thankless work, with little glory, but he had not shirked from his duty, nor had he griped about the spoils owed to him. If nothing else, Kermit found he quite liked his future good brother. If only because he was not another source of impending headaches. Until such time as his work had been completed, however, laughingnell was not safe. It would be all too easy for some angry surviving bandit to hide in a convenient passage and kill someone important in their sleep. Interestingly, Sir Cone had not taken the opportunity to rest and recover. Instead, he'd gone to reclaim the personal effects of what men his officers could recognize, and secure the wagons stationed in the hemlock grove outside the hidden passage to laughingnell. Perhaps he had seen the writing on the wall and decided to do some discreet looting of his own. Lady Myers could not command the same rewards as a military lord, after all. The man was a veteran of many a campaign and would be well aware of how such a thing would look. It was obvious that he took his duty to his liege lady seriously. It cheered Kermit somewhat to know that Lady Myers had so capable and loyal a household. It was becoming clear that with luck like hers she required more than a little looking after. Gripping his hair tightly, Kermit turned his thoughts to the woman who he had once foolishly considered his least concerning vassal. Looking back over the past few days, indeed looking back over the past few hours, there was much that needed answered. From his place in the host, he had been able to do little more than lock eyes with Lady Myers as she rode back with Bill. She had given him a steady nod, as though she had not just survived the impossible, but Bill had steered her towards the Blackwood command. To slow the march would have been to lose the window of advantage, and the bandits would not be confused forever. He had ordered the men to continue and tried not to be too obvious about turning to gawp at the pair of them. It might have gone worse for him if everyone else hadn't been in a similar situation and pretending otherwise. He was no green boy. Kermit had seen women look a fright before. Tumbleton had been an education he'd sooner forget, but so too had the battle on the King's Road. Small folk find it difficult to get out of the way in time, and armies rarely bother to make certain they have. It had been perhaps, he acknowledged, made more unsettling given how composed she'd seemed. Lady Myers did not ask for a cloak to cover herself, nor try to wipe her face. There was an honest practicality about her situation that made all expected maidenly shyness or shame at her appearance seem foolish indeed. Instead she called for a sling and a splint, stony-faced and somehow impatient to get on with it. It was no badge of honor either, the mess that had been made of her gown and arm. She looked fierce and fearsome indeed, but she wore it like some wore their nose or the color of their eyes. A simple fact that had no bearing on anything of substance. Her fierceness had granted Lady Myers a beauty nature had denied her. Or perhaps not beauty, but a dignity. Which lasted longer. Only the most veteran of lords present had ever seen a woman of her station in such a state, and it had been disconcerting to say the least. Whether Lady Myers had any idea of how to use it or not, Kermit knew her appearance and bearing that morning would serve a purpose. Any man who tried to forget that she had survived an ambush and beaten her attacker to death with a rock, or stood tall and refused to flee to safety as the dragon had come swooping towards Bill, would find it hard to put that image out of their head. Bill himself, who would be able to subsist on legends of this day for 100 years once the gossips got hold of it, had hovered over her shoulder while Maester Cyril had clambered out of the rear wagon and raced towards her. The Northman was little better in appearance. He was half drenched in the rain, as they all were, but covered in icy mud besides. Kermit had felt a pang of petty irritation that the Blackwoods seemed to command bowmen of legend as a matter of course. Benjicott was going to be insufferable. The last he'd seen of the pair, they had stood in total silence, only for Lady Myers to very obviously snap something at Maester Cyril as a splint was tightened around her wrist. It had sent Bill into half-stifled giggles like a child. Bill did not laugh easy, but if a man couldn't have a fit of delirium after felling a dragon, then when could he? It occurred to Kermit, as he warmed his hands by the brazier, that his mother was about to become particularly insufferable. But as this would be directed at a target other than himself, he allowed a smirk to escape. "My lord, you summoned me," came a voice from the opening of the tent. Kermit turned to greet her, ushering his vassal into a seat. He did feel a brute to make Lady Myers meet him upright in a chair within the command tent, rather than going to see her where she might be recovering in a more restful position. Yet it truly would fan flames of gossip he had every intention of smothering if he went to her side like a lover or worse, a subordinate. Milk of the poppy had been given to help with the pain, but she'd refused to take the full dose and had allegedly quoted scripture so assiduously at the maester that he'd given up and fled the tent. Even so, her grey eyes were hazy with the stuff and a sharp little part of Kermit, that sounded not unlike his mother, noted that this would be as good a time as any to get the answers he wanted. The way the horse's head had been pulped, no sling could do such a thing so thoroughly. The guard, Brennan who he had vouched for himself, turning traitor despite all he knew of him. That moment where a dragon, that had been no hatchling at all, had sensed Alice River's death, though she was no Targaryen. 3 times. 3 sources. It no longer mattered what was possible, he supposed. All that remained was to puzzle out the truth of what had been. But for all Kermit struggled to believe his own eyes, what other choice did he have? In her own way, he recalled, Lady Myers had tried to warn him. He saw little reason to prevaricate and had little energy for it besides. Did you know? Did you know what would happen? Through pursed lips, she replied, My lord, I had no idea. I hoped she might crow over having someone forced to parley. I hoped to distract her from our true purpose. I did not possess imagination enough for Alice River's madness. There was half a pause, as though she did not want to continue, before she said, I watched her kill her own military commander, believing his life's blood would fuel her arts. She looked very young, damp-haired, and small in the firelight, Kermit thought, for all they were nearly of height and age with one another. Lady Myers would not be a stranger to death. The world and wars would not allow anyone that luxury in this cruel season. But brutality and death were not always the same thing. He felt a pang of sympathy. Had you never seen someone killed before? He asked, as gently as he could. Kermit was reluctant to offer someone wine when they were dosed with milk of the poppy in any amount, but he'd avoid any water on campaign that he did not trust, and so had nothing to do with his hands except flex them uselessly around the glass goblet. Lady Myers shook her head. I have seen both battle and judgment. It was different in battle. It all happened so quickly, I don't think I even noticed they were dead. As awful as that sounds. It was different to have it happen in front of me that way. More shocking, or stark, I suppose. Taking another mouthful of wine to affect a nonchalance he did not feel, he asked, and was it witchcraft, in the end? She went very quiet and still. It was interesting, now that he knew what to look for. Kermit didn't think he'd ever seen someone sit for so long, and strain so hard, to work out how not to lie to him. I did not understand quite what she did, and I could only make a guess as to how she managed it. I saw her nearly take Sir Darren's mind from him before the end. I felt her try to take mine. I watched her crush my mount's skull and call a dragon that had no way of hearing her. From such a place of ignorance, I would call it magic, yes. Is that why you gave your soldiers those orders? He said, voice low. The hours after the assault had produced some interesting talk among the men. Those grey eyes were silvered mirrors, and the thoughts behind them were almost impossible to read. Kermit continued, I am hearing word that I am something of a ruthless genius. Sir Brennan's betrayal has made it clear that the spy was among us all along and nearly thwarted our attempt. Benji is threatening to write a song. Here, at least, she had the grace to look embarrassed. I did perhaps have my men lay it on a bit thick. With the army's blood up from victory, it seemed the best opportunity. Lady Myers tilted her chin up, not a little defiantly, no doubt anticipating and inviting the next question that pressed against his throat. The sudden motion tugged painfully on the sling, and she flinched despite herself. A cracked and healing cut on her lip had begun beating a droplet of blood once more. Her ribs had been badly bruised, according to Maester Cyril. Some may be fractured. The palm-shaped marks painted across her neck looked ghoulish in the half-light. Lady Myers somehow looked in a worse state, dressed in warm clothes and cosset by the best treatment a maester could offer, than she had, covered in blood and brain matter, bracing her injured arm against her chest. A moment hung between them, as thin and shining as a thread of spun glass. Easy to shatter or to ignore. Kermit was still a young man, he knew, for all he felt tired and ancient this night. As such, his mother had counseled him against his own instinct to trust those who seemed pleasant or agreeable. It was natural for a man to fall to flattery. It could cut deeper than swords and hook into you like a fisherman's line. He himself had been taught to hide his true motivations and feelings as a boy, so that none might read him easily enough to take advantage. These lessons would have Kermit remove Lady Myers from his confidence and shun her counsel. Her methods were suspect, and her motives unclear. He'd likely have trusted her more if she'd asked for riches or territories. He had long struggled with Oscar's charge that he was his mother's son in every measure. It was an old accusation, and like all unpleasant barbs it stung with truth. It did not flatter men to think of themselves as like their mothers, perhaps especially not if those mothers were like Lady Honorine Tully. Her viperous tongue and feigned hysteria, or even her icy cruelty when called for, were not virtuous traits. Manipulating events until people danced in lockstep, utterly and mistakenly certain of their own initiative, was hardly the stuff of ballads. Yet sitting here opposite Lady Myers, he could not deny that she had used similar methods in his service, most effectively. It seemed a poor acknowledgement of her efforts to dismiss them as folly, or even as a threat, though his instincts yearned to. Perhaps if the left side of her face hadn't been swelling up into one giant bruise, he might have found it easier. After all, it had been that same streak of ruthlessness in him that enabled Kermit to flatter and lie in turn to the lords present, to ensure the difficulties of a winter siege did not damage his standing among them. It was the same understanding of power and hierarchy he had leaned on to appear cold and calculating, or generous in turn. His mother's teachings warred with his father's for a brief spell. But Elmo Tully's lessons were the ones that had compelled Kermit to elevate Sir Ender, and from such a seed a mighty oak was sprouting. He could not find it in him to doubt her. Lady Myers had proved true and leal in her service at every turn. Even at a cost to herself. Kermit remembered when she had first arrived in his tent and spoken words that had chimed within him like a bell. He recalled the longing he had felt, the walls on his soul thinned with frustration and exhaustion, for the dream of lordship and vassalage as it had been in ancient times and tales. Perhaps the Myers were a house that longed for the same world. Perhaps he could build it, one day. He made a choice, quietly, in that moment. To take what he could of both his parents' teachings and make something new. It would be hard, Kermit knew, to make something that had never been seen before, something he did not quite have the words to describe. But in the quiet of the tent, in the patient silence between himself and this young woman who was almost a friend, he thought that it would be worse to never try. Kermit allowed a wry smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. This is another one of those little moments where I had best ask no questions, isn't it? With a wince, Lady Myers replied, I'll answer you truly, my lord, if you ask. As you answered me truly during our meeting that morning. I never said anything untrue, she answered, slowly, her movements stiff as she clearly stifled those gestures she often used to emphasize her speech, though I will admit that one being as careful with the truth as I was that day bears almost no difference in practice. To admit such to your liege lord, I cannot tell if you are brave or foolhardy, he sighed, leaning back in his chair. With a tone as dry as dawn she replied, this morning I beat a woman to death with a rock, my lord neither can I. The laugh that burbled from him was a tired, worn thing, but it was a laugh true. Lady Myers' lips pressed tightly together, holding her own amusement at bay, though her shoulders were shaking slightly. You have killed a witch and faced down a dragon, you'll be immortalist in song within a week. I should be jealous, I am sure, Kermit said, his tone still mirthful, gesturing to her as if toasting. I am uncertain if our friendship can survive such a thing. I didn't kill the dragon. That was William. I sat on a horse and panicked, mostly, Lady Myers snapped, rolling her eyes with a distinct lack of amusement. He could see it now, in her tone and the cutting line of her glare she would have been a formidable septa indeed. William, was it? Hiding his smirk behind his whine, Kermit wondered if older siblings tormented younger sisters in the same way as they surely must torment younger brothers. It seemed the natural order to things. For a moment, he contemplated what would happen if he teased her as he would tease Oscar. Would she snap back like his brother, or were there sisterly arts of retaliation he ought to fear? Was such a thing even permissible between lordly men and women? It was only barely allowable between himself and Benjicot, and that was born of long years of friendship from when he and Oscar had been boys together. Yet, now that his mind had returned to the expected roles of a lord and his vassals, his next thought was sobering. Lady Myers, he began, his tone unusually hesitant, I will not be able to reward you as you deserve. She paused, blinking up at him, her gaze a little unfocused as if seeing something inward. After a moment, he continued, expression dogged, barreling towards the unpleasant truth he had been mulling over before he had summoned her to the tent. The men who have been with us from the beginning will expect the greatest share of spoils. Those lords who committed to pitch battle are due concessions and considerations that needs must eclipse your own contributions. Here he waved a hand absently, and while I can offer trinkets such as jewels found in Ali's chambers or some bolts of fine fabric found in the stores, the bulk of the reward will need to be seen going to those men who marched with me. You have done your duty with bravery and honor, and your service has been invaluable, but there are certain considerations that have to be made. As a lord paramount, I must consider how such a thing might look, were I to reward you in the same fashion. Unless, of course, you can think of an alternative. The unfairness of it stuck in his throat, for it was a hard thing to say to a woman whose very body carried the marks of her service to her liege lord. But frankness was the only weapon he could give her in such circumstances. Those grey eyes still gazed unseeing, inward and watchful. It was strange to see her so still. Kermit had long realized that half her charm had been the vivacity of her conversation, but he had not noticed how much she moved her hands or leant in close to invite the other party in. Without it she seemed as remote as a star. Still, for a long moment, Lady Myers said nothing. Kermit felt himself grow uncomfortable. Nodding slowly, Lady Myers said, I understand, my lord. A woman cannot be seen to have contributed significantly to your victory. Not with so many fighting men who expect their due. Another one of those aborted gestures caused her to stiffen once more. There was no bitterness in her expression, but then it had been so carefully wiped clean of all feeling it could only be deliberate. Therefore, she continued, perhaps a courtly reward for what was essentially a courtly service of parley? Come spring, House Myers will be fostering Lord Reed's niece. If it were known that you approved of such a thing, or even helped arrange additional fosters, then that would go some way to bolstering our reputation. It would reassure other lordly houses that you feel my rather unconventional service has been leal and true. Kermit fought to school his expression. Ruefully he admitted to himself that if he wanted to maintain any measure of aloofness in his bearing, a conversation with Ursula Myers was never a safe place to do so. He pointedly ignored the wine in his hands. He'd fucking earned it. Fostering girls was not unheard of, in that nothing forbid a family from doing so. Indeed, many lordly houses sent their daughters to mother houses and novitiates in order to have them make connections with girls from other pious families. It simply was not done directly between houses. The connections high-born women made with houses were marriages and babes, not the sort of thing that one risked by sending your own daughters to be reared inside a house where they were under someone else's power. Not to mention that it would be almost laughable, to some lords, the idea that the friendships formed between women in these fosterings, or their foster house, would be as strong and enduring as the bonds of fostering between lordly sons. Yet, he recalled that Lady Myers had only gotten herself involved in the first place because of a letter written to her by Lady Derry. Lady Eloise had remarked that her own younger sister was almost overly fond of Lady Myers. His own lady mother was fond enough of Lady Myers to keep her raptorial hand on the pulse of her marriage prospects. The neck? House Reed is old and storied to be joining hands with your own house, for all their ways are considered odd, he said, to buy himself a little more time. As I understand it, the North is pleased with the glass gardens that are being built, Lady Myers replied, but she graciously did not push for more conversation. A notably pious woman whose lands were crawling with septas. It would not appeal for educating a lordly son, but surely it was entirely proper for a high-born daughter. The Myers family were courtly in their bearing and manners. They were a small house that might be willing to foster girls from other small houses. Lady Myers had a good head on her shoulders at that. And soon, he knew, word would get out about her contributions here. If Kermit could arrange something, a second cousin of some kind, it would go a long way to establishing fostering with House Myers as something to be coveted and offer his vassal the protection of his approval. I warn you, he said, even as a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, my name may not be enough to achieve what you seek. I will consult my mother. She likely has a better idea of which families would be willing to give their daughters up to your care. They may be only willing to send their most difficult children. A sharp little dagger of a smile. Why, that is almost ideal, my lord. There was much, it seemed, still to discuss. It was late into the night when Sir Cone and his small party returned. Kermit was not permitted to sleep for another few hours with his head wound, and so had shamelessly stuck his head outside his tent to observe the happenings. There was little else of interest this night, now as clear and crisp as the day had been thunderous and stormy. A crusted mess of blood and soot, the gathered soldiers who had remained with him looked half dead on their feet as they trudged into camp. The wagons were long since circled and the Myers camp re-established, but they did not fall into their bedrolls as Kermit may have done in their position. Instead, they shuffled awkwardly as Sir Cone approached their liege lady, whose figure threw long shadows across the earth where it was lit by the flickering light of the campfires. At Lady Myers' shoulder was that pet raven of hers, its own form stretched into something otherworldly and monstrous along the ground, as though it was many times its size. Into her uninjured hand, Sir Cone placed a battered helmet. Lady Myers stood there for a long moment. Enough that Kermit wondered if he ought to have her checked again by a maester. Eventually she bowed her head, pressing her forehead to the front of the helmet for a brief moment. It was quiet enough that the ditty should have carried more than it did. But her breath was so weak Kermit found he had to strain to hear it. It was something about a swan. Her voice had been pleasant enough the first time he had heard it. It had been a cheery counterpoint to the grim sleeplessness that had pervaded the siege camp like a fog. But now her throat was raw and damaged from Alice River's attack, and it warbled like an unsteady dancer, cracking unpleasantly. Yet still, he listened. It seemed like the respectful thing to do. Leaning her breast against a reedy shore, she sang her first, her last, then sang no more. Farewell all joys, O death come close mine eyes. More geese than swans now live, more fools than wise. Across the camp, his eyes caught movement. Over where the Blackwoods had pitched their camp, was Bill. Bill, who was lucky to be alive. Bill, who made a sign with his hands that Kermit did not know the meaning of but recognized from Northmen and Blackwoods as a sign to the old gods. As he stepped back into the confines of his tent, leaving Bill to his strangeness and Lady Myers to her grief, some small ember of a thought he had been nurturing all evening caught a spark. The moment where her hidden hunting dogs had sprinted from the undergrowth and attacked her would-be killers. The impossible sight of ravens diving fearlessly towards the cruel visage of a dragon. That split second of hesitation, when Bill should have been charred to the bone. 3 times, he thought. Notes. The alternative title for this chapter was Cost and Consequence. I honestly found this chapter impossible to write. Please bear with me as I adjust to a slower pace in the following cool-down sections. We are looking at a short time skip in the next chapter, so brace for me getting a little experimental with the form. Hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 39, Meyerlanders and Missives. Notes. I don't know what happened. I wrote this in a fugue state. This is the most self-indulgent thing I've ever written, and in this story that's saying quite a lot. I hope you enjoy it anyway. The events in each region describe changes between 132 AC to where we will return, about 6 months into 133 AC. Interlude, Meyerlands and Missives. To the Lady of Hag's Hill. Unacceptable. You must survive. I will not see another in your place so easily when you have barely begun. Live. Win. Guard my son from those who would see him harmed. Otherwise I'll let you go to your grave wondering if that niece of yours will ever see the fruits of your labors. Lady Honorine Tully. Family. Duty. Honor. To the mad Lady Ursula. I have half a mind to summon you to give the account in person, if not for the fact that Kermit swears not to have left a detail unexplained. I know you are not from a highborn house by birth, so allow me to educate you. Let the men die in battle. Having to give birth and face dragons all at once is too much for anyone's destiny. If both fates became a requirement of us all, armies would simply lie flat and let the enemy take them. How is your arm? Let me know if anything expensive can be done about it. Bill Burley is the one with the shoulders, yes? Dour expression, follows that Blackwood boy like a shadow? How unaccountably northern. Perhaps I should be fielding marriage proposals for that one. Many a house would like to steal the dragon slayer out from under Benjicott Blackwood. You will be delighted to know that I have rebuffed several unflattering offers for a woman of your breeding to augment the robustness of certain smaller houses. That's right, my girl, you have elevated yourself to the status of expensive horseflesh. I'd claim it would be different the higher in station you are, but frankly I find falsehoods tiresome when the truth is so much more upsetting. Winter runs out soon, child. Yet you have guarded my son and kept his counsel, far better than even I asked. Mothers have long memories, and I'll not forget the service you did for him. I have arranged several gatherings where I shall be quite unsubtle about the benefits of fostering for girls and the unparalleled elegance of glass as a material. Send me something pretty to show off. Lady Amelia Cox is happy to send her youngest grandchild to your household come spring. She's 11 and has been unbearable since her father's death. As a third cousin of the Tullis, that ought to give you some legitimacy. Finally, you have completely failed to make any use of your new status, and it will fade fast if you do not. Surely that septa of yours is advising you similarly, if that hooded bat is of any use. Get on with it. Write back promptly, I do so enjoy our little talks. H. A written report from a maester, left on a lordly desk to moulder, unread. Though not common, it is not entirely unheard of that a Westerosi woman with education would have works published. There is not much in the way of demand from keeps and maesters for a woman's scribbling, but diaries and poems are often collected and bound posthumously for a lady's family. In the past months, a much circulated collection of pamphlets can be found roaming the riverlands, folded in courier parcels, read aloud within musical salons and secretively passed between stuffy September pews on feast days. Though not strictly frowned upon, the writings of a lady appear often in the solars and chambers of many a gently raised young woman, who cannot ever recall how such a thing came to be in their possession in the first place. These pamphlets are varied in content and sometimes well researched considering the author is a female. It would seem that a lady is a woman of wealth and fancies herself someone of discernment, giving thoughts on music, fashions, and even trade, but to name a few topics. Shamelessly, her own opinion is shared. Strangely, the opinions of other women are solicited as though she somehow believes a reader might respond. More unusual is the insistence on anonymity and the crass references to current events. Histories, as you know my lord, should be written by those with training and expertise. By men of standing who are secure in their understanding of the ways of the world. The manner of circulation is also the subject of much discussion, for the services of a bookbinder and scribe are expensive and easy enough to track down or discover. It is likely that this is the reason the works are handwritten and bound in thread. Additionally, in order to spread the writings further, it would appear that many young ladies have put their own skills to use, scribing the work and stitching new copies together themselves. This is a cumbersome method and reliant on being undiscovered for some time, before discerning fathers put a stop to such nonsense. This has, thankfully, slowed its reach to all but the most socially connected riverland houses, though how long this will continue to keep the majority of vulnerable young women safe from this sort of nonsense, I cannot speculate. While there is much fanfare and bartering between wealthier womenfolk to own an original, with its elegant hand and finely wrought thread binding, most are happy simply to receive a copy at all. It is becoming a little fashionable in the riverlands for high-born women, possessed of a certain disposition, to create ornate fabric covers for these pamphlets, displaying to all watching that they are in possession of unconventional materials. Beyond brief flashes of insight, they contain little more than idle gossip. But I fear these pamphlets are to be looked upon as a sign of the slipping standards for young high-born women, so pervasive after the disastrous precedents set by the dance. I would urge you to take your daughters and nieces in hand before it gets worse. Excerpts from the motifs and music of the Riverlands by a lady. It is said that Northmen drink at funerals, the Vale says prayers and the Reach make wreaths. Riverlanders sing at death, as we burn and return our dead to the river. Poignant and painful, this tune circling the Riverlands is written like a tragic ballad, but musically it best fits the style of a Riverland funeral dirge. It tells of the unintended death of a boy in the bowels of Harrenhal. Not an unusual tale for that most haunted of keeps, but the subject matter differs from most work of its ilk. It is a more mournful offering than my usual fare, but the composer is skilled indeed. The lyrics are simply chosen, as a child's words might be simply chosen. Fit for lordly halls only among those who do not fear weeping, or those who have no hearts. Rarely does music come from the immediate aftermath of a battle to mourn the innocents. The sack of Tumbleton is gruesome in its detail, but it makes cruel use of the lives lost before the lads freed the town in order to horrify its listeners. Traditionally there would be a repeated refrain every other line, as with the well-known tragic ballad Magur's Sister. Instead it breaks from that style with a longer refrain more akin to Riverman songs. The pattern does remain in the notes, but the lyricism is given more freedom from the traditional meter. Yet despite the way the song drops into the more sorrowful scales at the end of each verse, it should be sung sweetly. The boy's identity is not subtle, neither is his fate. For all Alice River's wickedness, and she was foul indeed, the cruelest act is perhaps her use of this young boy as a prop for her grasping ambitions. The confusion of the child is the true refrain of the song. Plays exquisitely on the harp. Child Ballad. Sweet babe, pale and found. Buried in the frozen ground. Hoarfrost creeps cross the floor. Turns Harenule silver evermore. I was a dragon's son. With silver hair and skin of dun. Mother's dream seated in me. Now she'll not rest till I am free. 'Tis cold, this house of stone. Where often she leaves me alone. An egg cracks, no turning back. This proof just shows her what she lacks. Sweet babe, pale and found. Buried in the frozen ground. Hoarfrost creeps cross the floor. Turns Harenule silver evermore. Her eyes are red, her hands are cold. Mother, why now do you look so old? Bite your tongue, dry your eyes. Your dragon flies among the skies. I was a dragon's son. Hidden away from everyone. Mother's gone, I know not where. I must stay in the secret stair. Sweet babe, pale and found. Buried in the frozen ground. Hoarfrost creeps cross the floor. Turns Harenule silver evermore. The crash of swords, echoing stone. I know not who comes to our home. I am too small to climb a throne. Still they'll not leave us alone. I was a dragon's son. In this room there is no one. I am cold, my heart is sore. I lie down to sleep forevermore. Southwold in Hag's Hill. The measure of a town's beauty ought to be taken when the weather is dreich and dreary. By this measure, Southwold was lovely to look upon. Even in the icy rain there was a pleasant rhythm and colour to the place, all the visiting merchants agreed. The tall houses were being decorated even in the winter gloom, taking inspiration from the designs of the September. On particularly snowy evenings, the homes and their glowing hearths looked like cream-topped cakes, fit enough for lordly tables. Some guild members had made enough coin that they were commissioning their own glass windows or ornaments to catch the light, to the seething envy of some wealthier merchant houses. Most carpenters were still tangled up with more practical tasks for daily living or had been drafted into the works around the September. But the nights were long and the houses warm enough that men and women seemed to be turning their own hands to ornamenting their dwellings by their own efforts or with purchases. Carvings, sgraffito, paints, and winter wreaths were beginning to appear. Cottage industries for ornamentation and beauty were springing up, the tiny trickle of coin unnoticeable in the grand wave of change brought by Lady Myers, but important, nevertheless. Why, it was said that Lorna could fashion Whelk shell buttons smooth as glass, and Evan was beginning to carve interesting patterns for the block printers that were becoming popular indeed. Plans were underway for water wheels to be erected outside of Southwold, easy travel between there and Murfield by the White Road. Canis Sugar Works, now registered under the Meyer Artisans, would need to expand eventually, and the hands were available for building this winter. The idea had been bandied about all throughout the last year, and Lady Myers herself had plans for industries that would make use of water wheels. As it was, crews had been ordered to prepare the ground, which was often the slowest part in winter weather. Crone's Crossing, the name given to the bridge connecting the north and south halves of the town, was still under construction, but the first shimmering slates, lined with tin and copper scales, were beginning to go up onto the roof. The schoolhouse had opened, along with the infirmary, and as though they had been summoned by the final brick another gaggle of septas and novices had made the journey from the south, each blisteringly vetted by Septa Nacella herself. The roads being safe to travel had been a boon for many, now that the bandits of Harenule were subdued. More young men and women could be seen at holy services or gatherings bearing those belts and scarves adorned with their training and accomplishments from the lessons in the schoolhouse or the evening tutoring of septas. The lack of uniformity was becoming an issue, but it was lively to look upon. As it was, Hag's Hill Keep was an ugly castle for so lovely a town as Southwold was becoming. Square in form and simple, the keep squatted atop the hill like an albino toad, the limestone as pale and pallid as a winter sky. It was beloved to the people for its promise of shelter and for house Myers who resided within, but it did not inspire thoughts of beauty. The curtain wall had finally been built to a good standard, however, and it cheered the inhabitants of Southwold to know that they had better fortifications to hide behind should the Ironborn come reaving again. That, it was agreed, was much more pleasing. It was no less square and uninteresting as the rest of Hag's Hill, but Theo Rivers had ensured it was built stout and sturdy over the last 2 years, the work going swifter given the sandstone shipments that had come up the river from River Run itself. It was simple work, well understood by many builders, and supported in labor by either a grinning Sir Dominic or a frowning Sir Cone, who believed that if the militia and soldiers weren't fit to keel over at the end of the day it had been a day wasted. There were 4 small outer towers, hardly impressive to the men who had marched on and into Laughingnell, but it was enough to keep them safe, and hold stores and sleeping quarters besides. The true jewels of the keep were kept well hidden and out of sight behind that wall. The training yard had seen little change beyond better fencing, as it was the purview of Sir Cone. The knight believed mud and sand to be good for the constitution and a better surface underfoot for sparring. Where men griped at his ways before, now they merely nodded sharply. He had seen them through a terrible trial at Laughingnell, and it was said that he had personally waded into the crush of men at the entrance to the gatehouse to retrieve young Rhys by the scruff of his neck, who now followed Sir Cone with the dogged ambition of becoming squire to the man who had saved his life. 4 hedge knights who had been hired on as part of the Tully host had followed their lady home to Southwold. No doubt they had been impressed by Lady Myers' cleverness and valour, or Sir Cone's skill in battle, but they were still treated like interlopers by most of the Southwold folks. It wasn't anything personal, old Gregor had been overheard saying, it was just that sometimes outside folk didn't understand how things were done and needed a little watching. Lady Ivana worked hard to see to their comfort, however, so it went some way to smoothing over any perceived slights. Sir Colm and Sir Winston were bushy-haired brothers, with chestnut hair and thick beards. They had begun work training riders and working with a few horse breeders in the Mire lands immediately. Their families were from old Riverlander stock, though not landed, and had been known to Sir Cone enough that he had been glad to appoint them. Sensible, solid, and mostly silent, they provided no sport at all and so were quite badly thought of, for all but those who loved horses more than people. Sir Owen, blue-eyed and wet behind the ears, was so clearly a planted man from Lord Tully that the servants almost felt sorry for him. He bore no ill will and seemed to take it upon himself to guard Lady Myers from all harm, including muddy puddles, so it was well enough. It was almost a compliment, that the Lord Paramount had sent someone to keep an eye on matters here, and Lady Myers seemed to like him fine. She was gentle towards him, as one might be towards a younger sibling or a particularly slow cousin. Lady Ivana had instructed to leave the poor lad be and to treat him no differently, if only because she did not desire him to get cannier about sending missives back to Riverrun. Nevertheless, he had been subject to a small hazing campaign of indignities. Sand in his boots, tears going unmended, all of his personal effects moved slightly to the left, the usual sort of thing. It only stopped when one evening, in his cups in the Great Hall, Rhys had managed to pull from him the tale of how he'd volunteered to come. Sir Owen had gone quiet and melancholy, before saying that he'd seen Lady Myers mourn Sir Darren, mourn her men, and wanted to understand what it was to serve a lady such as that. Far more mysterious and handsome, at least according to Holly, who was as easy to tumble as an empty pail in a high wind, was Sir Tomas. Long and lean, rangy as a hunting hound, he was a sleek blonde streak on the training grounds. He had quickly taken a liking to Sir Dominic, and the pair were fast friends. The knight had been impressed by his works in training the officers and the efficiencies of the Myers camp and organization. He had ideas of his own, apparently, which the people of Southwold were beginning to regard as a good omen. And he was very handsome, so was treated to gruff disdain from the menfolk and cooing from the young women enough that it all balanced out in the end. Meanwhile, Septinicella had finally had her way and begun to oversee a small force of couriers from some of the small folk who had little desire to continue their schooling now their letters and numbers were mastered. Sir Dominic had been much interested in the project and commandeered the lower levels of the rookery, which had previously served as an overflow store for arms and armour, into their centre of work. They did not travel far, for now, focusing mainly on the Mire lands themselves or journeying to the lands of their allies Houspa Edge or Terrick. The Septa had been overheard saying prayers to lift the wickedness from those who would deceive housevans in Fairmarket, beseeching the Father to lift the scales from their eyes so that their messengers could pass through unharmed. The people of Southwold had not forgotten the trial and exactly who Cormac had been reporting to. If the merchants from Fairmarket found themselves a little more closely watched, or their coin a little more closely examined, there was little to be done. Glass, whelk, or beetle shell, fine embroidery, printed cloths and sugar were exciting commodities and worth the awkwardness of these Hags Mire folk. The doors to the couriers' quarters were often festooned with holly, hawthorn, and rowan. Plants with sharp red winter berries for the uncaged ravens who roosted in the floors above. Though Lady Myers had said nothing, the tale of the ravens who had died to defend their own liege lady from a dragon was not something that could stay secret for long. Reverently, a Southwold man or woman might see to it that a bough or branch would be leant against the walls or tucked on the ledge above the doors and casements, in gratitude or for luck. The less said about how fat the hunting dogs were growing, the better. The kennel master was vicious in maintaining a healthy diet for the beasts and was as like to fight a kitchen boy sneaking them a lump of bacon as he was to throw a night out on their arse. Only Cedra was allowed to enter and engage unaccosted. Though how much of this was her distant relation to the kennel master and how much it was the rumor that the dogs would growl and snap at any who impeded her approach, the gossips could not agree. Cedra herself was a busy woman, between her work for Lady Myers and her work for Lady Ivana. She was often seen minding her younger brother, who her mother was now too old to care for properly. If it was remarked that the boy bore little resemblance to his older sister, or that Cedra's mother still lifted sodden loads of laundry the size of a small pony without so much as a flinch, the fool in question would be shunned until they got their tongue in order, and make no mistake. He was a nice enough lad, though a bit strange, and a playmate to the little Lady Yelena, who bossed him about with the stout confidence of a 2-year-old. Wee Allen found other children fascinating, and often stared longingly at them, but could really only stomach the young lady's company without growing distressed and calling for his sister. By now, the kitchens had seen the introduction of a large masonry oven of its own, a thick copper plate laid across the top of the covered hearth and used to prepare meals in iron pots and pans. It did not flicker and spit dangerous embers as was common with frying over open coals, though it took longer to heat up to a temperature deemed acceptable. Cook was enjoying the novelty for smaller meals prepared only for the household and staff, but the grand hearth and charcoal braziers were still their preference to feed as many as they did in the great hall. Nevertheless, it was clearly a sign of esteem and appreciation to have been granted one in their own domain, for the kitchens were perhaps the last buildings in all the lands to lack heat. Not to mention that an extra bread oven was always appreciated, no matter the source. Those newly built servants' quarters had undergone so much adaptation in the intervening year since their construction that it was almost laughable. They had been painted a rich yellow in secret one night, to the delight of some, the horror of others, and the sore backsides of the 7 serving boys who had apparently taken it upon themselves to choose the merry color. Who had put them up to it, and where they had got the paints, they would not say. As it was, the color was expensive enough that it was an acceptable placeholder for taste. Bare root plants, little more than dormant twigs, had been tenderly planted in pots and troughs along the balcony or inner walls facing the courtyard. Cold hardy seedlings were being raised on windowsills or in pockets of manure beds in anticipation of spring. Reach merchants had begun to ply their wares this far north again, now that Harrenhal had been subdued, and it seemed Southwold as a whole were determined to benefit from it. Money had been good lately, for winter, and the anticipated spring made folk freer with their coin in either direction. Lady Myers had insisted that the centre courtyard be made pleasing, having it paved with cobbled hagstone to manage the winter mud that churned underfoot so quickly. It would certainly make the well a nicer destination for all who had to visit it regularly. Enough so that it was rumoured the lady was contemplating the painting of a mural on one of the interior walls, a matter of much excitement given the tales of her skill from serving girls when they went home to their families. The courtyard was the first thing that visitors would see upon entrance to the keep, so having it made beautiful was well, with dormant ornamentals, fruit trees, and shrubs to be dug in and planted. They had arrived in great wagons, huge lumps of soil held to their roots that were kept wrapped in burlap soaked with clay slip. Gwyndolin was a dab hand with ornamental plants, having begun her time as novice in a reach cloister on Highgarden lands, famous for its rose perfume. She was determined to ensure success and surprisingly sharp with the workers who were considered more careless than they ought to be. There had even been 4 potted climbers sent from the north winter roses to be planted and trained over arches. They had arrived along with a guest from Winterfell, a man who claimed to know how to tend and repair the piped heating system of that great castle. The roses had been a gift for their liege lady, in thanks for the texts and birthing cloth that had been sent to Winterfell. Genta, who was high in the instep for her apprenticeship with Jenny Greens, claimed these had aided Lady Stark in a difficult birth. Whatever the cause, it was certainly something to see. Any who had business in the keep would shamelessly crane their necks to look upon the strange sight, blooms unfurling in frost and snow. A conversation overheard by Lady Honorine Tully, who was shamelessly lingering in the hallway to do so. "From my mother and now from you. I am done discussing it, Benji, leave it be." "I'll not. The girl damn near died for you. It was my man and my riders who went to her aid, if you recall. You speak as though such nonsense is to her benefit, when you yourself were taken in by the rumours. How often did your own words build this lovely little farce I'm now standing in? I dislike her, yes. For one of a low house, she is too accustomed to inserting herself into situations with powerful men, not merely yourself. I warned you against her, yes. That does not mean I cannot respect what she has done for you. You act as though no other man in the Riverlands finds the situation suspect, just the one who is honest with you about it. Yet the person who sends the most tongues wagging is yourself." The sound of something clattering to the floor. It is not technically possible to hear someone roll their eyes unless they suffer from a severe ocular condition, but the implication is heavy. "By all the gods, man, this I must hear. Tell me, Benji, how you have managed to make this my fault. Because you gave her no place or position after Harrenhal. It's almost worse that she isn't laying with you." The silence that followed was shocked and hollow. It went on for some time. "My aunt could advise me because she was my elder and my relation, as could my good sister, should I have had one. There was nothing strange about us meeting alone, I sorely needed it in the early days, if you recall. If she is your mistress, then you have chosen well and are engaging in the grand tradition of all lordly husbands, and she is happily rewarded with your cock or some such. Or she is a valuable vassal whose advice and service you rely on, who went seemingly unrewarded after she faced a traitor and a dragon. Either choice comes with consequence, and either choice comes with talk. A mistress is easy to explain to the other lords. A trusted advisor, almost impossible, considering her youth and low standing. Yet you do neither. If you do not make it clear what her place in society is, others will do it for you. William. I have nothing to write about the goings on here since my last message is still making its way towards you. What I have instead is news of a particular tune that is making its way across the riverlands at breakneck speed. No, not that awful ballad my sister composed, for which I shall need your help to think of a suitable revenge. I warn you, my sister is craftier and crueler than I, so whatever you think of needs to be unassailable and swift. It must be as righteous as my outrage is righteous. It must be said that I am envious. Not only is your legend spurred on by a much more pleasing tune that sounds raucous and joyous, apparently you have taken liberties with my person in the song that I was clearly too delirious and injured to notice. I have been dealt the twin blows of a maudlin ditty and an insipid character. I can hear you scoff even as I write it, but wait, my sage advice is not yet complete. For you see, in your last letter you mentioned that you were loath to write to your sister any details beyond assuring her of your well-being, though it had been nearly 2 months since the events at laughingnell. I invite you to consider what should happen to your person if you do not write to her before the song makes its way north. For younger siblings under the thumb of tyrannical older sisters everywhere, I charge you to save yourself while you still can. Ursula. Enclosed is a charcoal sketch of Yelena, staring at a spoon. It seems very fine to the recipient, but the artist is displeased by how much it lacks life and balance, and they cannot wait until their injuries are healed. In the satchel of a Meyerland courier, riding their way to House Tarek, Edge and Tully along the newly built Bay Road. Additional copies are in the wagon of a trader heading east, to be delivered to House Dairy and House Mouton. A detailed series of plans on the efficacy of manure beds for supplementing diets and starting crops. Successful trials have been conducted on growing carrots, other root vegetables which store well, when interplanted with quick, shallow crops such as lettuce or radishes. Some tuber known as a winter apple from Bear Island did very well, and it apparently stores for years in cold cellars, while being as filling as bread if prepared with some salt or butters for flavor. A diagram for what appears to be tunnels cut into the earth, topped with a sheet of glass, which better traps heat though lacking in light if the crop in question is small. It seems a more economic use of glass than a full garden. A similar structure can be made of wood, notes the plan, but that is best for small, frost-hardy crops and better for a lordly larder than feeding small folk. A treatise from Septa Walburga and Jenny Greens on the necessary components for nutrition, with a nearly shameless emphasis on the diet necessary for pregnant women to carry safely to term. Alternative crops are suggested, such as dark kales and hardy beans, though of course sufficient sustenance from grains are necessary for survival. A dry list of winter mushrooms and nutritious lichens is accompanied by strict instructions to consult an expert before taking the samples or spores to be grown in wooden logs in cellars. Sea kale, dried to preserve it, is encouraged as a supplement to bread and animal feed, and even the cores of pine trees can be eaten should the situation grow fraught for the small folk. Excerpts from the motifs and music of the Riverlands by A Lady. A ballad sung by enterprising bards who freely say that they are in the employ of Lady Ivana Myers. It has a great deal of artistic merit and is suitable for courtly ears, should any reader wish to publicly be seen enjoying something composed in the time after good Queen Ali's Anne, for a change. Interestingly, I have heard that the Lady of Hag's Hill will not have it played in her halls. Indeed, I have some sympathy. If the events she suffered are anything like what is alluded to in the music, I would not want to hear of it either. The religious overtones are tiresome, but perhaps necessary in order to avoid what is essentially the scandal of a woman having beaten someone to death with a rock. The ballad is interesting in that it makes use of common Riverlander musical motifs, but they are not echoed in the lyrics, giving it a freshness despite its dour subject matter. Perhaps Lady Ivana is wise, for all she seems to have deliberately crafted a song that Lady Myers will not hear. There is a lesson in what many would expect to be a triumphant crowing of her sister's valor and service. For all the sweetness of the tune, the notes are deliberately plaintive, as though purposefully incomplete in that delightful way music can be. The sharp ending is a choice, to show that a victory does not come without cost. A lesson we women know well, left alive and left behind to witness it. Their modesty does them credit, which is an odd sentiment in response to a commissioned ballad. A beautiful composition for the lute. The Witch Queen and the Lady. As I walked out that wintry day, on a misty morning early, I overheard a fair pretty maid crying for the life of her lady. Why do you weep, O maiden fair, on this misty morning early? For our Meyer lady riding there, who speaks wisdom to us truly, saddled on a gentle steed. Her knight was armoured brightly. The time had come for parley now, tween the Witch Queen and the lady. And when she came unto that place, the Meyer lady spoke wisely. For your sweet lad, lay down your arms, to build him a good life truly. Thus spake the lady fair and sharp. But the sky grew dark and gloomy. A silver tongue is no golden crown. And the Witch Queen she was angry. Oh, I will tear your pretty white flesh, and your tongue that sings so sweetly. For my boy is a dragon with fiery breath, and shall be crowned by many. Oh, she never had a sword or shield, though threatened most cruelly. So her knight rode forth in shining steel, to fight for his mire lady. The lady raced through the driving rain, sore in heart and body. That knight died bravely in her name. As she was running swiftly, through treachery and wicked might, the witch queen snatched the lady. She bore her to the ground mid-flight, to slay she who aided many. O maiden, mother, crone, she called. I am your daughter truly. Strike this witch from Laughingnell, who is condemned already. The seven blessed a river stone, with starlight for the lady. With all her might she drove it home, that misty morning early. Mirfield. Spring did not come. Morning after morning, the residents of Mirfield would open doors or shutters to the sight of frosted grass that sparkled like diamonds. As cruel, cold, and inedible as they were lovely. Sometimes it did not even take the opening of the shutters, for the unmistakable earthlight of snow which spilled over the sills to deaden and hushen all sound. The sun stayed stubbornly beneath the blanket of hills, unwilling to rise any earlier or tarry any longer in the heavens. Spinning headies had been provided, to be shared between the women of Mirfield so that the work could be done. There was some discussion about making Myrish lace, a joke which lasted a good se'night, but there was none with the knowing of how. Embroidery was becoming more common in even the lowliest house given the availability of thread, padding Mirfield dowries an envious amount, and knitting was an old skill in northern sheep country that was being shared. Lady Ivana was said to have long enjoyed it. With the headies, it was quite possible for a family of women to finish their day's work in hours. Given the shortage of men after the dance, no matter how many northern immigrants had been taken in, this was a welcome boon to all those who kept livestock farms or had menfolk that wished to take up the labouring work in Southwold or along the mire. Others still had begun to drift towards the September of an evening, where the novices were happy to teach numbers and letters for an hour or two. Girl children had started to crowd the September of an afternoon. Septa Apollonia was skilled with soap making, yes, but had much knowledge of herbs and tinctures too that she was happy to pass on. She spoke with authority on methods of planting and soil health, not to mention her strange ways of keeping bees. A few women, already from wealthier families and considered daring or perhaps envious of Hetty's good fortune, had sent themselves to apprentice trades in Southwold. Mostly the free time resulted in more pregnancies. The news of which, it was rumoured, had caused Lady Myers to cackle loud enough to be heard clean through the courtyard of Hag's Hill. But the spring did not come. At Septa Apollonia's sermons, the more devout clustered tighter together and lingered after hymns, as though they could warm the earth and heavens by sheer force of will. Some cursed the sky, others bargained with hawthorn branches that speckled with ruby fruit, left at the altar to the crone. Many of the men still had work in the fields if they kept beasts, or coin if they had taken winter work as labourers in one of Lady Myers' many projects, but coin is cold company when the soil will not thaw. The glass gardens had been harvesting radishes and bitter lettuces for some months, spicy little crunches of flavour that kept a short while and pickled even better. Dark kales from land and sea still amended pottage and flowers, and harvests of spinach, peas, and broad beans were like a sweet stolen promise of spring. Cabbages and leeks, even shallots came in bunches. The ice houses had kept the strict rationing of meat ongoing for longer than any had expected after the slaughter. These winter apples were so mysterious, so unlike the root vegetables the Mirfield folk were used to, that they inspired more frustration than excitement. They required much the same treatment as other roots, but the differences were strange. Farmers who had long worked with carrots, swedes, or sugar beet, were forbidden from exposing them to sunlight while they were still growing, and unlike beets the leaves were said to be inedible. It would not be long before the first harvest of those, but a man could not feed his household on a bowl of beets or tubers. Grain was the golden treasure of winter for good reason. Yet the stores would be emptying now after so long. And it seemed increasingly likely that there would be no grain harvested to fill them again this year. Each time the wagons rolled into town, clanking and groaning like beasts of burden themselves, a tiny bolt of fear would strike the hearts of the residents. Was this the day there was no more bread? They kept themselves busy with other pursuits, though the threat of hunger hounded like wolves. Weaving was a useful household skill, and most with family enough to do so made use of backstrap looms for their own purposes. Maud was different. Her cloths were woven on a large pedal loom and sold for a high price indeed for their quality. The fact that this meant she bought more thread from the other families, and came back faster for new purchases, did much to endear her to spinning households as well. As it was, the local weavers could not make fast enough use of the thread provided, and the merchants were becoming more interested in other wares. Thread was useful, but in the depths of winter folk wanted wool cloth. Even the dye works were beginning to grumble about the lack of pigment plants in their stores and raising their prices. Concern began to grow that thread would sit increasingly unpurchased for some time until it could be bought. This was not so dire as harvest crops sitting unused. Thread, dyed or otherwise, was not likely to rot. But there was a certain amount of coin that a family would expect in a winter year, and if there was none to buy it, incomes were looking to stop her far earlier than expected. A few villagers had looked to Hetty's family for a solution, but she was so often working in Southwold with Nate and hardly understood how weaving worked herself. Shearing wasn't likely to happen this year at all either, given the reluctance of spring to emerge, which meant that after 3 years of winter even the expected stores of wool would run out soon. Murfield had faith in Lady Myers, but their purpose was bound up tighter to the weather and seasons than most other places in the Meyerlands, and the anxieties were beginning to crack composure. It could have been worse, the people acknowledged. Why, they heard that the bandits had displaced many folk in the Riverlands. Crone guide them. Where such people might go, they could not say. The truth was, they did not even think about it often except late at night, while they clutched their children tighter. The kind prayed that other lords would be kind, and rebuild their ruined homes or welcome them into their lands. The sensible would flinch and roll over, searching for a sleep that would not come easy now. Yet still, spring did not come. The boon Maud had asked for her village did arrive, however. One morning, 4 new petal looms, dark wood gleaming, were delivered and assembled. Maud had borne no living babes and spoke little and less of the man to whom she had been wed. Yet her father had taught her a good trade which had fed her even at her lowest, and she did not wish to see his methods vanish when she died. She offered to take 8 children, boys or girls, as apprentices. This was met with some excitement. Folk rarely shared crafts like this outside of their family line. If she was delighted by the new invitations made to her by families, that she should come visit them in the evenings, or dine with them one night, she said nothing much. Though she smiled more often. Life had pared that woman down to the core in the past, but she had been brave and journeyed all the way to Southwold and spoken to Lady Myers in person. If she had been found good and noble by such a lady, it was as though Maud now had some extra shine that people wished to be close to, as though the esteem might transfer to them like ink or incense. Of these apprentices, it was young Jonel who was most fascinated by the work. The lad did not have the skill some of the others did with their steadier hands. Tierna and Wendell could already pick simple patterns into the weft with keen eyes, though Maud allowed that this was likely because they were a little older. He had been an unlikely choice, but Jonel had little interest in his father's trade with dairy and beef cattle, and as the youngest son it was no great loss for him to ply his trade elsewhere. The lad had not been overly interested in thread or cloth itself, but his eyes had lit like lanterns at the sight of those new looms, and the boy had nearly chattered poor Maud's ear off in his eagerness to learn exactly what each part did and how it was made. He was only 10 years of age, and as yet too young to work a loom alone as a grown man might, but children could work side by side once they had the knack of it. Besides, it would be good practice for when he was older and might wish to work wider pieces of cloth with a partner. Jonel enjoyed Maud's methods of 2-shuttle weaving, and often begged to be allowed to work on something with more than one color. Maud was adamant that she'd not allow such a thing until his weft threads were strong enough to dance on a turn of phrase she now realized her father had invented, to stop her own self as a girl pestering him before she was deft enough not to lose them coin. In the manner of most children, however, one might love a thing and still find it tedious. So it was that Maud wandered into the nearly empty workshop one bitterly frosty morning to find him playing with Tierna, batting an unthreaded shuttle at each other across the taut warp with a pair of wooden paddles. At the pedals was Wendell, tall enough to reach them all without assistance. He tried to catch them out, it seemed, stepping on each one almost at random to tangle the unsuspecting aggressor. Maud's hand had already closed around the broom handle in the doorway, wincing at each crack the paddles made against the fragile shuttle. She had been quite ready to leather them for treating these new machines so poorly, not to mention the damage they were doing to her warped threads, when she stopped short. Tilting her head and squinting, a very dangerous sensation fluttered about her throat. An idea. Lord Kermit Tully, Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. The Riverlands has been far less affected by plague than other parts of the 7 kingdoms. Even the north has been worse afflicted than yourself, despite theories that the colder climate keeps fevers at bay further inland. Barrowden suffers greatly, I am told. Yet though you are not afflicted, the disease seems to have spread in much smaller numbers. Tywland Lannister was interested in what methods of prevention you may have enforced so that the tide of winter fever could be stemmed in King's Landing. Grand Maester Munkin was disapproving, considering sources claimed your information came from the writings of a common septa and not a maester of the citadel. He is sick now, and unable to. I have visited many stricken by the disease, but there is little to be done for them once afflicted except to offer succor and company often in their final moments. I have determined that the only way forward is prevention, as treatment seems limited. Send me the writings of this septa if you believe they have merit, and anything else you know about this disease. Your king commands you. King Aegon III of House Targaryen, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. Fire and blood. On the leg of a raven, not nearly so charming as quoth Lord Kermit Tully, Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. After the tragic death of Tywland Lannister, the Regent's Council has convened, and Lord Onwin Peake is named Hand of the King and Protector of the Realm. Ursula. I write to you with a heavy heart. Plague has come far enough inland that it has reached our doors as well. While your septa's advice staved off much disaster, the trade from the south and along the coast seems to have brought more than grain to the Riverlands. At least, that is the cry I hear from the small folk. Between the burning of the last harvest, bandits, plague, and now a winter that will not end, I confess I am afraid. My mother trained me well in the art of courtesies, politics, and the manner a lady might serve her house through marriages and alliances. All the hours of my girlhood were spent learning. Yet I find myself pacing my rooms, useless. I do not have any skills that might make a meaningful difference in the face of what our people are suffering. In the mother house you would have learned to tend to the sick and dying, would you not? Is it very frightening? Where did you learn of harvests and accounts? Who taught you how to manage your holdings to safeguard against winter? My education falls short in every respect when I stack it against the challenges that face us. My uncle waves a careless hand when I bring him your ideas, certain that spring is around the corner. I think he clings to it to forget Harenule. Be that as it may, our stores are low enough that I fear even the gap between planting and harvesting when it comes. My mother sympathizes, but she does not understand my frustration at my own failings. As far as she is concerned, I would do well to get myself married to someone. This would best solve our problems, and I flatter myself that I would be discerning. A house of incomes and trade. The Vale, or perhaps a reach house, as though all the good marriages are not bartered among themselves. Yet it is easier said than done. A surprising number of girls have remained unmarried in the South, according to some old friends of mine. It seems the dance lingers even here, and all the men are too young or too old. I have studied your plans, and we have access to eddies and pools in dairy lands. I think it likely that we could farm river crayfish or similar without much trouble, and the river rarely freezes properly with it being so deep near us. Equally, there are a number of cattails, which I have been told are edible. I do not know who to consult, but I have incomes of my own left to me by my father. How did you find the right sorts of merchants and small folk to shore up knowledge where you lacked it? Am I mad for thinking so small a thing might stem the tide at all? Rosamond. Excerpts from the motifs and music of the Riverlands by a lady. Pleasingly suggestive. If only the more unsavory language could be omitted and still allow it to keep meter, it might be fit for lordly halls. Especially if a lady is willing to feign ignorance in the face of any blustering. It is a carousing song that will be popular in halls and taverns across the Riverlands and the north. With that in mind, it might be an ideal tune, depending on how scandalous one wishes to be. For the moment it goes unplayed in the Crownlands, so racked with plague are they. What impression the Crown may have of so rousing a song, I leave to you to speculate. I suggest only that it is too enjoyable a ditty to be done with any ill feeling. It is said that Lord Benjicott Blackwood insists on having a bard play it for him at least once every feast. William Burleigh, the titular hero, has been known to physically flee any room in which it is performed. Less musically refined, it is essentially a soldier's ballad. It makes use of the repeated refrains to affirm the rhythm and tempo of a hard march, and what a march it is. Though it lacks the complexities of the Riverland ballads discussed earlier, it is no less storied. We may dislike it, but much music of this type would have been influenced by the reign of house whores, whose sea shanty rhythms were blended over time with our own river songs. Fitting, considering the site of the events described in the verse. Both these traditions value pace and rhythm highly. Should a lady feel brave enough to sing it, I would urge her to do so after some practice so that her tongue does not twist around the speed of it, and under a blanket in a dark room so that none might hear you enjoy something that isn't about jonquil. Best when sung in chorus, better with drums. Billy rode harder. The castle walls were dark and deep. In those shadows did witches creep. A scaly dragon king did roar. For the bastard baby of a whore. But Billy, he rode harder. The distant maiden that he spied fought so hard he thought she died. So 'neath dark wings did he send more aid than other lads would lend. Oh Billy, he rode harder. Jump up Bill, get down. Jump up Bill, get down. Draw that bone-white bow, young Billy. A dragon slain to save a lady. Oh Billy, he rode harder. The wrathful sky did piss and moan. A vengeful beast denied a throne. So young Bill did grip her fierce. She soldiered on despite her years. But Billy, he rode harder. The creature soared as black as night. Its yellowed eye a hideous sight. The dragon's rage, a reckoning. And his breath, a fiery thing. Oh Billy, he rode harder. Jump up Bill, get down. Jump up Bill, get down. Draw that bone-white bow, young Billy. A dragon slain to save a lady. Oh Billy, he rode harder. He drew his weirwood bow aside. Kissed the maid and said goodbye. Through the muck and mud he climbed. To face the beast and buy her time. But Billy, he rode harder. His arrow was drawn straight and true. But gainst a flame there's naught to do. So as the lad prepared to die. Across the way, he let it fly. Oh Billy, he rode harder. Jump up Bill, get down. Jump up Bill, get down. Draw that bone-white bow, young Billy. A dragon slain to save a lady. Oh Billy, he rode harder. Oh boys, I know you are aware. Riverland girls are fierce and fair. That flash of smile, a sunlit stream, might be the last thing that you see. But Billy, he rode harder. The dragon drew a flaming breath. But that arrow spelled his death. So he rose back up alone. And went to ride the lady home. Oh Billy, he rode harder. Wildstead. Woodlands have rich, unfussy smells, but they inspire nostalgia even in those who do not live near them. The wet musty scent of wet wood and dark soils made rich by leaf litter, as cozy a blanket as ever the earth had fashioned. Tangy bursts of pine resin where the trunk of a tree has been clawed by some shadow cat, enough to sharpen the senses like a whetstone. Even the clean, dry smell of powdery snow, silvered in the light of the moon, in a clearing of bare trees that stretched towards the heavens like altar candles. The first of the tall houses had begun construction, and the masonry ovens were marvelled over a great deal. Fion's family had been so pleased with theirs that they often invited others of the Weald to spend an evening marvelling, pompously mentioning every time they would previously have worried about putting another log on the fire. Eventually the interest ran out enough that they were quite distraught and were forced to become good conversation again in order to rely on visitors. Lady Myers' sawmill had been met with some skepticism when it had been unveiled. The blade moving on its own had been the source of some spectacle, but wind and water mills were hardly new technology to West Eros. Most exciting was the fact that the movable carriage meant the logs could traverse slowly through the blade without needing constant guidance from the men. Yet it was painfully slow to watch, only managing 500 boards a day when the weather was good, and the blades did not need filed. Indeed, Bran and Rodri had laughingly raced the mill with a whipsaw between the two of them, determinedly stripping to the waist despite the cold being enough to make the nipples turn blue. It warmed some of the young women, however, and was considered good clean fun. Yet despite this, the influx of timber from the north meant that there was need for works to be done. Lumber work is work for stout shoulders and strong backs. It was a cruel trade that crippled the body as surely as the sun would rise. It was only even a matter of time before a man's knees or elbows would pain him enough that he needed to rely on his sons. Few girls were raised to the trade in the Weald, and it had nearly been swallowed by losses in the dance, if not for some Northmen from the Wolfswood regions who had taken it up again. With so few hands, it hadn't taken long for the menfolk to realize that, so long as they worked in shifts to load and remove logs and boards, the sawmill saved them more than time. A man not exhausted by the riving or hewing might be able to work longer before his body gave out, or at least spare his back and knees further suffering. Sawmills did not sleep, for all they were slow, as rivers did not sleep. And if, by the by, Septidara or Winifred would approach a young man with more free time than he'd been given before, and perhaps suggest that the lads might like some lessons in their letters or numbers. Well, that was Septas for you. Wildhounds were growing in legend across the Riverlands, though they did not have yet the breeding pairs to truly make a reliable trade in them. Certainly not in winter, when they struggled to keep their own beasts fed. Yet there was a certain burr of pride in the voice of hunters and breeders, that it had been their hounds which had saved Lady Myers from wicked bandits and defended her during an ambush. Many a wildhound on a range was snuck a treat or two that their normally strict handlers would deny them. Yet all was not well. The call had come from Mycon, but truly it was all the Reeves in agreement, and he had drawn the short straw. They were to cease hunting prey animals after the next moon's turn. Many of the folk in Wildstead had known this day was coming, though they had hoped to see the first flush of spring thaws, sending the becks and brooks trickling through the lace-white woods. The Meyer lands were blessed with good woodlands and a liege lady who gladly encouraged the use and management of it, rather than preserving it for her own table or her amusements. But while there was game enough to feed and fund their sleepy forest settlement through winter, it was becoming clear that this punishing season was not over. Possibly not for some time. If the prey were not let alone, it was possible that they'd not be seen in these parts again. This had, of course, been the source of much outrage among the folk who made their livelihoods from such work. Butchers, smokers, fleshers, tanners, and farriers. Wildstead was teeming craftsmen who relied on these beasts being brought back or trapped. Some folk were less concerned, such as Tavy, who bred pine martens and downy hares for their pelts. Yet the hunters and Reeves were unmoved by such clamoring. They had to hold off until a true spring and some birthing. Breeding did not ever quite cease in the winter, but babes died often or were quickly abandoned if injured. Gior and his scouts had looked on, dark-eyed and solemn. Young Sasha, whose service to Lady Myers and clear-eyed Cedra had garnered her no small amount of respect among Weald folk, stepped forwards. "I've been out ranging this past month. None here'll doubt my skill at tracking. We've good stock in the forest still, yet that'll not last us long if spring don't come soon. If we hunt ourselves out of a future, we're no better than fools." "Perhaps spring is not long out," came the quavering call of some young man, whose sense of hope was as weak as the winter light that fell upon the town square. Gior gave a grunt. Beside him, his wife, yellow-haired Bertha, nodded vigorously, as though he had made some decisive strike. "My man knows winter and woodland better than most," she said to the reluctant nods of many. "There are no thawings in the smaller streams, and the other week he mentioned that no shoots push up from the earth beneath the leafless trees. The lichen does not spread yet. The bears range rarely and do not mate before their return to slumber. No spring this year?" Hearts quailed at the prospect. "Our Lady Myers has not declared an end to rationing," added Septa Winifred, who wore a hood out of habit and a thick fur coat over her robes out of inclination. No one had confessed to providing her with such a gift, but Mycon looked so pleased to see her in it that there really wasn't much sport in the guessing. Winifred seemed under the impression that the 7 would provide, and remarked on it not at all. If it were so, she continued, she'd have shared what her maester predicted. At least with the faith, so that we might prepare you for the spring season. We have the sawmills and our timber crafts for coin, but we cannot eat metals. Even now she plants those glass gardens and has plans for more. In her first year, Lady Myers worked to plant the seeds of many projects besides crops. How do they fare? They were not bereft of resources. Dovecots and pigeon huts still provided some meat and feather. Ella suggested the making of pillows and blankets for the merchants, now that furs would be in short supply. Her cousin was in Murfield and eagerly shared news of the availability of thread for weaving. Septidara gestured at her young charges, who had attended lessons well and earned many stitched emblems to display their skills. Chief among them were the youths whose skill at carving might provide incomes for their families. Some of the lasses had learned Septa Winifred's skill at foraging and would be able to follow the reeve soon to gather seeds such as pine cones or dock seed. Or even plants like lichens, bittercress, winterleaf, and old man's beard. Hywl's sprawling family and their mushrooms had helped fill bellies across the Mire lands for a year now, and the cold, damp, dark cellars were still a fine place for him to work. He suggested that others with similar spaces might wish to receive some cut logs and try their luck. The more the better, if folk thought the winter would not break this year. Even if it took that long to establish well enough, it might see them through the planting without much trouble. Unsaid was the worry that it would be needed to see them through a harsher future than that. Runa's family had long bred rabbits and would be willing to spare some breeding pairs to those with the means to feed them. Perhaps those on the mean farm soils at the outskirts of Wildstead might have enough grass and seed to maintain the beasts long enough to provide should the rations run low. At that, old Aaron remarked that there was no reason a beast slaughter could not take place of horse flesh. Should the winter run over this year it would save him the feed, he'd added, his gruff voice fooling no one. And still, said Sasha, softly, the ration wagons will come. Cragtreath sends the bounty of the sea as surely as we send them mushrooms. Murfield and Southwold glass houses are said to be as warm as late spring, and Lady Myers has much faith in this winter apple crop to feed us when the grains run out. The men and women of the Weald began to clamour at that point, ideas flying thick and fast. A suggestion for trade here, an invitation to aid there. There was always building work to be done for coin. Why it was said that there were more projects along the Mire now. An insular, resourceful folk, they were long used to living out of the way from their liege lords. The reminders that they had been provided for were welcome enough to spur them into action. A thawing of a different kind than they had hoped. But a thawing nonetheless. Kermit. Don't be churlish. I can tell when I am being written to out of spite. You forget that your mother writes to me also. If you are angry that Lord Blackwood questions you, perhaps I should caution you that the man who simply smiles and does as he's told is not always a true friend. Frankly, I think him odious and irritating and am displeased that I must defend him at all. Whatever it is, I urge you to take it up with him. I refuse to intercede on your behalf at least until my wrist has healed. Septa Walberga tells me that the swelling as the bone heals can often result in this bent claw I have developed in my left hand, for all it is a wrist injury. I have been forced to do the most excruciating exercises in order to loosen it and so far progress has been slow. I'd mind less if my people didn't keep making the sign of the 7 every time they caught sight of it. Alongside this letter are 2 more glass goblets for you. They are less ornate than the ones I sent for your name day, but consider it gratitude. I know Lady Sabitha Frey would not have been particularly interested in my works at all without your intercession. The coin will be welcome anyway, for all you disdain mercantile pursuits. A road across the Mire to the Twins will be fraught with trouble and probably take 3 times as long as the one constructed from the coast to your holdings, but I have faith that the crew are up to the task. Much of the experimentation from my early days in Hag's Hill have yielded promising results. The stakes of wood have not even been penetrated by bugs, let alone begun to show signs of rot. Theo and Maester Lewis are confident enough to try, anyway. I have heard the song. I'm afraid we insist on having the minstrels play it every evening at supper. I'll never let it fade so long as I live. If William and I must suffer, it is only fair that you do as well. Tell Benjicot it's good, but keep my name out of it, lest he think he has my approval in any way, shape, or form when he has made you so angry. There. Have I not defended you sufficiently? Ursula. A conversation overheard by Lady Honorine Tully, who was chaperoning what should have been a conversation between courting young people, while simultaneously pretending to be mute, blind and deaf. My lord, do not. A sigh, sharp as a winter wind. Spring was expected to be here by now, Lady Eloise. If I do not answer this missive from the Reach houses, my honour is called into question. Who will make good trades to House Tully then? Any. Besides, it is not as though we have not been making good use of the grain. The longer winter is requiring that we sell it on to other houses. We can hardly send it back. I am sure you were marvellous company to my mother during a trying time for House Tully and the Riverlands, but the terms of the deal. If the anticipated date of spring were enough to enforce a contract, you and I would be wed already, my lord. Shocked silence. Who in the room is the most surprised? It is impossible to say. Hamish makes a quavering noise before he is forcibly silenced by a jeweled hand wielding a piece of cheese. I yield to your greater understanding of house politics and reputation. But those lords thought they were selling the last of their high-priced winter goods before the spring turn. To extract a princely sum before the thaws and planting went ahead. But now spring, which should have come months ago, is nowhere in sight. They would be fools not to pry your coin from you early. If the winter continues, you'll cripple your coffers before the small folk can put scythe to wheat. Then they will come slinking back and offering terms even the Iron Bank would find sinister. It's what I would do. If I were them. A delicate pause. Proof that miracles were possible. And what would you suggest? I would write back and reaffirm the terms of the trade deal. Which very clearly states spring. I would be full of praise for the Reach, who feeds the whole realm this winter. Then I would write to my brother. There is nothing you can rely on so much as family. It would have been better if her manner had either been sweeter, to lull him into good sense, or forthright with a voice hadn't trailed off at the end. But she'd learn in time. Honorine would make sure of it. Excerpts from the motifs and music of the Riverlands by a lady. Ladies of the Riverlands, I invite you to observe this completely spontaneous song that sprung up around the same time as the rest of the music surrounding the events at Harrenhal. Despite this, I confess a special fondness. As of yet, no bard will take credit, so I cannot bestow my favor on so brave a warrior. The language is coarse indeed, some of you will be pleased to hear. Enough so that I would caution any against playing it outside the privacy of a private salon with like-minded women. Preferably in a keep where fathers and husbands are absent or deaf. Yet this is closer to the victory song that should have sprouted from such great deeds at Harrenhal, where the brave men of the Riverlands rooted a pretender to the Iron Throne. It is one that Honorine Tully reluctantly admits to her favourites, at extremely exclusive gatherings, is quite good, even though it is saucy. Her taste in music may seem surprising, but as mentioned, these are rivermen beats that we have cleaved to for hundreds of years. They beat within us just the same it is in our blood. Or at least that is my excuse for often catching myself humming it under my breath. Though beset by infighting and competing legacies, the Riverlands are more closely tied in culture and inclination than the Crownlands, Vale, or the Reach. For all our old feuds and differing gods, we are as linked to one another as the rivers of our homeland link to each other. One of these bubbling eddies is our musical history, layered by the events that shaped our houses and our lands as surely as the water wears the banks. The song is lyrically artful for so simplistic a musical origin, peppered with echoed rhythms and half-rhymes. The running rhythm when singing of the harrowed whore of Harrenhal is particularly pleasing to the tongue, if scorching to the ears. Were I to invite women to hear it played to best effect, possibly in a cellar somewhere so that we might not get caught amusing ourselves, I would insist that it be sung with true drama and feeling the highs must be jubilant, the lows dreadful, and the horror whispered soft enough to chill. A piper is crucial to the mood of this piece, do not think to attempt it without one. The bitch queen of Harrenhal. The clouds were black and angry. The winds blew from the west. The pretender inside Harrenhal gave the men no rest. They snuck upon our scouts like cowards. They filled our camp with spies. But the Tully trout did hatch a plan. To strike them 'tween the eyes. The Raven maid was canny. She found where those men did hide. So to her lord she pledged her sword. And to him she did ride. When the Tully heard her secret, his heart stirred beneath his breast. He snuck his men into those halls. And bid them hide the rest. March ahead my clever lads. March ahead with pride. For the bitch queen calls her banners. And she's sentenced us to die. That harrowed whore of Harrenhal has called a cursed gale. But we've a Tully lad you see. And so we must prevail. The storm it was a-brewing. The men could not catch a breath. But Tully proof is in the doing. Forth and fear no death. When the bitch did parley, Raven maiden was betrayed. The Tully lord did sally forth. And marched into the fray. The steel it crashed like thunder. And the storm it shrieked and cried. But through that keep and under did come soldiers every side. They cut those bandits down to size. They rooted out their lair. Led through Harrenhal they followed. Tully, flaming-haired. March ahead my clever lads. March ahead with pride. For the bitch queen calls her banners. And she's sentenced us to die. That harrowed whore of Harrenhal has called a cursed gale. But we've a Tully lad you see. And so we must prevail. Crag treeth. Salt spray and sea foam. There was a rhythm to life on the shore that rocked as surely as the tides. As the faint pre-dawn light turned the permanently dour sky the color of steel plate, fishing boats would be untied and taken to the waves. If the sea had been calm, on the way out they would see night fishing lads with their expensive little green lanterns, thick-bottomed and more precious than rubies for their livelihood, returning home. The lamp lured all manner of squid and minnow to the surface to be caught. Dawn brought the beachcombers, who dredged up great ropes of sea kale to wash and dry, or hunted for rare treats to grace their own table like razor clams or crabs. Sand from the wider beaches was in demand for the glass industry and was loaded into wagons that trundled past salthouse workers and smokehouse tenders. The whole world woke early by the ocean, but the threat of winter storms had been fierce this year and kept most indoors making rope or tending to their crafts unless absolutely necessary to prepare the catch or repair a boat. The wines off the coast of Cragtreath were still winter blades that crept in the gaps between door and floor. Word had come of glass windows being fitted to some of the fancier houses in Southwold. Such folly could only be mocked. A glass pane would surely shatter in the briny blasts from Iron Man's Bay. The residents hung shells and driftwood, making decisions about whether the rabbits and ducks needed to be brought inside based on how they clattered and crashed together. It was said that a good Cragtreath lass could sleep through a gale, but would hear her husband's boat scrape the sand along the shore. There had been some sturdier towers erected on the beach, making use of the good sandstone from Riverrun, for defense against any raids. Magga misliked them with an intensity, recalling how vital it had been for folk to be able to maneuver and escape the raiders when the tide had turned against them. She preferred to use them in her strategies as decoys, even as she had folk drill sliding down the ladders at speed until their palms were raw just in case. The Ironborn had not been idle, between siege and sortie. A few times a longboat had been spotted that slipped past Seaguard patrols and made its way into Iron Man's Bay. The first time, the residents of Cragtreath had sent their signals and mustered their defences, bristling like sea urchins with the weapons their liege ladies' new wealth had bought them. They did not advance. They simply bobbed in the bay unsettlingly, as though watching to see what the Meyerlanders would do. There seemed no rhyme or reason that could be detected in their pattern, at least not enough to provide Seaguard with greater detail than knowledge their patrols were leaking. Magga refused to ever let her guard down, insisting through grumbles and protestations that to do so was to invite a pathetic, wet death. One particularly cold, moonless night, the longship had come far further into the bay by the time it was spotted, and the mustering had been slower than before. They think they can sneak in and tweak my cunt hairs while I'm not looking. Magga had spat, scandalizing everyone who was not used to her. I never kept a husband for the headache he'd give me. I'll not let some ironborn cur have what I denied a good Bear Islander. In her capacity as skald, she'd instructed all but the most vital workers down tools for the following day and had drilled them until Finn had wept with exhaustion and called her a washed-up old cow. Jeff had thumped him, even as Magga herself laughed. I am what I am, boy. And it'll keep you alive long after I'm gone. Up again. Pretend like there's a pretty maid on the beach and you've discovered she's blind. When the grumbling failed to fade as she expected, she'd leveled a steely blue glare and reminded them that their own liege lady had recently ridden out to serve the Lord Paramount and lay siege to a witch queen. I don't give a fuck if you're tired. Our lady is in a trapped wagon and shitting in a bucket to do her duty. You bring shame to her. Are you a river or not? Still, when word had reached Lady Myers on her return of such strange behavior from their old foe, she had misliked it with a fierceness. She had sequestered herself with Maester Lewis, Theo, and a few craftsmen for an entire day in her solar. Plans had been drawn up. Still, they watched the fogs with suspicion and sharply chastised any found to have fallen asleep in the signal towers. Magga herself had made a surprising decision. Though a fortified manor house had been commissioned and was slowly being built, she had insisted on a tall house of her own in Cragtreath proper. It helped some that, as what was functionally a landed knight newly in service, she had only a small household. She preferred the noises of a small town and found the idea of living somewhere so flat and lacking in trees and the sounds of the ocean a little unnerving. Come summer, Lady Myers had promised to consult with her about making sure her lands produced good incomes, but as far as Magga was concerned, that was a conversation her lady could have with Jeff. Her girls were well settled with their husbands, but her youngest granddaughters had been eager to leave home and make the journey to the Meyer lands. Maeve was 19 and before long would be too heavy with child to travel. Half the reason for the journey was concern over whether or not the babe would survive if the winter continued as it had. Already Bear Island were felling pine trees to supplement their diet, though with access to the sea it was not so bad as it was for some of the more inland settlements. If she found it well, the other girls could be sent for. Magga's children only seemed to throw daughters, as though the bloodline resented replacing her lost sons, but perhaps whatever mysterious bear husband Maeve had taken for her own would change the state of things. Lady Ivana had loudly proclaimed in the hearing of Ella, a carpenter's wife and scurrilous gossip, that Maeve was coming to be comforted by her grandmother and to grieve her husband, taken so cruelly by Ironborn in a raid. That had taken care of any concerns. Magga had seen the sense in it but found it amusing she'd never even met the girl before. By now, the numbers of bivalves and crustaceans in the mire had reached sufficient amounts to begin harvesting, and Lady Myers was happy her investment was beginning to show results. It was certainly not enough surplus to sell to any merchants, though the shells themselves were often being taken and repurposed by the locals of Cragtreath, but any supplement to the diet was appreciated. Clams and mussels, little blue crabs and brown shrimp, even. The oysters would need some time yet, though word was that the freshwater experiments would be able to have their first harvests in the next year. Where the shells were not used for ornamentation or to supplement animal feed, they were washed in vinegars and used to make a lustrous white pigment. Septa Agatha had discovered the method, adapted from old lessons in the Crownlands where she had been born. It looked and went on best when mixed with glue from rabbit hides, animals which many folk kept in their gardens, and Lady Myers had been so pleased by the use of it in her own work that she had offered to invest. After she had returned from Harrenhal, their lady seemed half a legend. But she was still the maiden who had ridden out to them when they had been attacked. Bitna was a diver woman who had as much respect from her skill as she did for her knowledge of the Meyer plants. Upon hearing that Lady Myers had been injured and suffered from inflammation of her wrist where it had broken, she had sent a useful little lozenge to help her lady manage the pain. Gum dandelion was a pretty yellow flower that grew in the drier, sandier soils. It was said that Lady Myers found it a pleasing plant to print on her own clothing, but in fact its roots could be mashed and folded with herbs and salt for a chew. Not to be swallowed, of course, but a hardy little plant. There was still much being built in Cragtreath. It had taken some time for the northern timber necessary to make its way to Hagsmire, but upon arrival work had begun on proper piers for trade ships from the reach bearing oats and barley, or northern shipments of ores and metals. The salt houses had been consulted on a project, where glass houses of their own could be erected over a cut channel of sea water. It would take some time before such a thing could be done, but it was something to hope for, come summer. The sense of urgency in getting these projects completed, which had leapt up in the anticipation of spring had dampened somewhat, but between the bivalve farms and the wagon rations, the small folk feared iron-born, bad weather, and little else. Lady Myers would provide. Accompanying the letter are a pair of glass earrings, carefully crafted to look like a cluster of leaping pink salmon. Delilah. A happy name day. While quarantine means there are no visits, and in fact might mean that you get this letter much later than anticipated, I hope you found some joy nevertheless. Do not be too sad, there will be other name days in store and I'd much rather you alive and kicking to celebrate them. As for your plan to visit in spring, it seems that the gods still keep that one away from us, however hard we pray. If I were you, I'd shift my focus to getting to visit soon after the quarantine is over and your household are all in the clear. I'm so pleased Lady Annalise is recovering well. I am much recovered as well, thank you. Though I am not free of those damned exercises. My left hand still seizes in the cold something awful when I'm not careful. You asked an interesting question in our last letter, and I've honestly struggled to give a response. What did your sister say when you asked her? I find that people value what they know because they know how hard won their skills are. If I were a master swordsman, I would have some confidence judging the character and skills of someone else who managed to learn what I know. I would understand the rhythm of the days he led, or the struggles he overcame. This seems to me only natural, but it falls down somewhat when it becomes the only measure by which one judges their peers. I suppose that when a woman is educated, she knows just how little she knows, if that makes any sense. She prizes knowledge and skill in others just as much as she prizes it in herself. Curiosity is often viewed as nosiness in our sex. But the world is full of knowledge and surely it is better that it exists in people's lives and heads instead of locked up in a tower somewhere. I do not have my sister's accomplishments with needlework, dancing or music. Does this mean I am uneducated for having focused on my histories or my art? Do we not benefit from a household where we work side by side? Ursula. Note scribed by Genta for Jenny Greens. Lewis scouring liquor. Hemp, monk's hood, angelica. Moonflower offers similar without risk of blindness. Milk of the poppy, mandragora, and henbane blurs pain but needs very high doses for little reward enough to lose consciousness is not enough to remain unconscious if severe enough pain occurs. Aconite key. Make use of tuber and not stem. 8 parts moonflower. 2 parts of monk's hood, lovage, crowweed. 1 part jack in the pulpit. All prepared through careful shredding with a clean blade. Washing with scouring liquor is best. Grind to a paste, cover hands and mouth. This is best done outdoors. Boil until reduced by half. Administer as a drink. Should be anywhere between half a day to a full day. Body still as stone though they will be able to breathe. I hope she'll let us try. I'll trial it myself. It would have saved Ma. Septinicella. I write in advance of my anticipated arrival at Southwold. Though I was reluctant to leave my place in Old Town, given my advanced age, Septa Agatha's message was nearly strident in its tone and took a whole page. From a woman with such an economy of words, the length alone was telling. Tales move slowly between kingdoms in winter, but I confess that even I was surprised to hear you were all so well settled in this bitter season. What you could possibly be doing that my old friend insists I come plant a flag before some other bugger comes and ruins it, I could not say. I bring some books, some wine, and Albrecht. The former are to bribe you for gossip and the latter a novice on the cusp of his vows, to accompany me in case I die to iron-born, dropsy, or the ravages of time. He has some sense and a pleasant voice, but he's a bit wet. Tell Agatha that I expect some of that smoked haddock she has been boasting about, and do warn me if your new liege lady is quite mad. I've served worse. Septon Maurice. Excerpts from the motifs and music of the Riverlands by a lady. Were Lady Ivana Myers a kinder sister, this simple ditty would be the type of composition she might have commissioned. It follows the riverman beats, but the call and response make it cumbersome during a feast. If one is inclined to perform it or have it performed, I would have enough musicians to make the necessary chorus pleasing. Yes, it is musically the simplest of all the gathered pieces, and the words are hardly inspired. Do not discount it, however. What is being sung in inns and alehouses are often a sign of the moods and opinions of the small folk, which we ignore at our peril, considering the sheer length of this winter is beginning to appear the result of some kind of curse. If something is raising their spirits this far from the expected spring harvests, for yes, the planting season is long past, be glad of it. If nothing else, I must appreciate that at no point is the Meyer lady hailed for her beauty. There are a pleasing range of qualities on display for so short a verse. I have half a heart to insist that each region gets a similar ditty of its own. What might the ladies of your lands inspire? Are you witty? Cunning? Fierce? Anything but beauty, lest I name the land's ladies dull indeed. Sung. Perhaps the bold might beat a table, but I fear for my inkwell. Meyer ladies. The sharpest lass that you can find. Ah-ho, way-ho, are you most done? Is a Meyer lady with her knowing eye. Clear the way ahead and let the river run. To me, I heard the sky did keen. Ah-ho, way-ho, are you most done? For a Meyer lady and all she'd seen. Clear the way ahead and let the river run. Oh, when darkness falls, I never fear. Ah-ho, way-ho, are you most done? There's a Meyer lady with a lantern here. Clear the way ahead and let the river run. When winter snow comes falling down. Ah-ho, way-ho, are you most done? A Meyer lady will feed your town. Clear the way ahead and let the river run. Oh, Meyer lady I long to see. Ah-ho, way-ho, are you most done? Your laughing face turned unto me. Clear the way ahead and let the river run. Oh, Meyer lady I long to know. Ah-ho, way-ho, are you most done? Why where you march your men follow. Clear the way ahead and let the river run. Chapter 40, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. Hands tucked into my wide, fur-lined sleeves, I watched the potato harvest be pulled from their neat rows. Lumpen ingots unearthed from the rich, black soil. Hidden away from prying eyes, I flexed my left hand as best as I could, going through the stretches by road now. The cold and the stress had done little to help my recovery. Why my wrist injury had resulted in a twisted hand, I did not know, but Septa Walburga had seen it before. The swelling that came with healing put stress on the same parts of the wrist that flexed the hand, curling my little and ring fingers into a claw as though I had bad arthritis, or perhaps talons. It was ugly and painful, so I did not like to look at it. Rumors had spun up amongst the small folk about it, which made me like it even less. For this, I blamed Ivana and that damned ballad. Mostly, I pretended not to hear them whisper and redirected all possible conversations to the harvest. The potatoes had taken longer to come to a decent size than I had hoped, following the instructions sent to us by Lord Mormont's men all that time ago. Heat and soil were valuable when the ground was thickly frozen, but none among us could induce the sun to stay longer in the sky than it did. Around me, there was laughter, the men and women singing as they pulled their treasure from the earth. They kept good time, though if the rhythm was from long practice or aided by the song, I did not know. It was catchy enough to get me into trouble eventually, some tune about a cuckold who kept getting distracted on the way to catch an unfaithful wife. Working in pairs, one man would wield the pitchfork and the other pull and lift the plant. The women followed behind with clawed tools to catch the inevitable bounty of potato left in the soil. It must have been cheering, to harvest something so significant this deep into winter, and the glass garden quickly warmed through from the masonry oven and the folk hard at work. I had let it be known that there was to be a prize for the most amusing shape of tuber. Which meant that the children, who were left with the unenviable task of sorting potatoes for size and quality at one end of the gardens, were significantly more enthused than they otherwise might have been. I watched as a pair of youngsters squabbled over one that looked not unlike an old man with a deeply displeased expression and felt a faint sense of delight despite my anxiety. Cook was ready to receive their bounty in advance of the ration carts. I had many delightful recipes and methods to impart. If all went well, I would introduce the harvest with a small feast as much an exercise in educating folk on how to make use of the tuber, as it was celebrating the miracle of a harvest in deepest frost. This was the rhythm of my days as of late, the swooping highs of success followed by the terrified gnawing in the gut that stole smiles from my cheeks. The potatoes were a necessity for more than just gastronomic nostalgia, calorically dense, safe to store, and able to grow in less light and heat than was required by wheat. Summer wheat needed more light than a short winter day would grant it, though the sickly-looking patch trial in the corner of one glass garden still limped along like a diseased limb. Winter wheat needed time in the snow and cold that we could not give it in a glass garden, and it was so notoriously hard to transplant that I had the distinct pleasure of watching the farmers I had consulted try their best not to laugh at me. I recalled it had been possible, scientists had to have some way to test controlled wheat in their labs. It was knowledge that stuck in the craw. I strained to extract it, but to no avail. Yet for all their uses, potatoes were not wheat, and as such any calculations Maester Lewis or my castellans made was a best guess. I did not have any knowledge myself about how these things were calculated. I could do the sums easily, if the information was in front of me, but I did not know how to calculate the equivalence of a pound of potatoes compared to half a pound of flour for a household's needs. If we were lucky, these harvests would stretch the use of flour that bit further, allowing us to keep delivering it with our rations that bit longer. Otherwise, the wheat would run out before the year was through. That was the thought that kept me up at night. Even with all our careful rationing, the wheat we had stored was going to run out. If we would make it another year with the potatoes before that would happen, or even less than that, I could not say. The only certainty was a dark period of time where the grains would run out and the small folk would be fearful. Potatoes are tasty indeed, but whole civilizations ran on grains for good reason, from rice to pasta to bread. And the glass gardens were small, expensive projects to feed so many, even as I continued to invest in them. Interplanting with beans and greens as they had grown, allowed us a succession of crops, though now of course they would need to be rotated for something else. Cabbages and kales were the prevailing wisdom, which I was inclined to trust, as few crops that fruited would tolerate the shorter days. The bare truth was that I had no idea if this would be enough. It was the same contradiction that had plagued me in my early days as Lady of Hag's Hill, coming to bear bitter fruit. With fewer people, our stores would stretch further. Without extra hands, we could not hope to build what we had managed. I could have shunned the northern offers, but been left with little coin, and less trust even if by some miracle the glass gardens were still able to be built. Septinicella had once rolled her eyes at some sermon or other preaching the sweet mercy that the mother bestowed to all her children. In fairness, that particular Septon was a frequent visitor to our mother house, and had been the sort of damp, obsequious individual that lit a killing fire in someone of Nicella's temperament. Mostly he tried to endear himself to those of influence, and sneered at those of us lower in status when he thought we weren't looking. The kind of man who regarded women with far less reverence than he preached. I'd teased her about it afterwards, nevertheless, enjoying a rare occasion where her iron self-control had faltered, only for her to fix me with a sharp look. Have you known the women in your life to be merciful, Ursula? They cannot afford to be, if they are women of any sense. Kindness is not kindness until it costs. My kindness had a cost, which had come to bear its fangs this winter. I had left the siege at Harrenhal barely rewarded for the scope of my service. Beyond what Sir Cone had managed to scrounge for the men, I had political rewards in the arrangements being made for fostering and my liege lord's good opinion. Beyond that, I had a few jewels and many fine fabrics from the looting of the castle, but these were trinkets. It was a cheap reward for the many people I had lost in the effort to open those gates. Trying to recite the names of the dead had stripped the strength from my already ruined throat. Cone had taken over. Had I not been half-stoned on milk of the poppy, I might not have reacted so placidly to Kermit's assessment of the situation. His reasoning was sound, in many ways, and it almost seemed to smooth my path with the other lords who had been present. Lord Benjicott had regarded me with something almost resembling his old friendliness, and Lord Bracken was so determined not to be outdone that I had an invitation to go hawking with his daughter. When my arm healed, anyway. Several other small houses had approached me in the final days to see about their nephews or cousins squiring with my knights, or even to offer marriages. Lady Sabitha Frey had been amenable to paying crews to build a trade road between the twins and Southwold. William's face had twisted briefly into a snarl when he'd heard, the anger bubbling through his normally neutral expression, but I hadn't been able to summon such emotion. The ugly truth of the matter was that I had been exhausted down to the marrow, too certain of my death too many times in quick succession. It felt as though there hadn't been any feeling left in me at all. My soul was scraped dry like an empty barrel. I'd just wanted to see the work done and go home. My people had died to bring them victory. Nothing could bring them back. It felt cheap to stand and try and make an accounting of their lives, as though their sacrifice could be bought. The very thought had made me sick to my stomach. What could I have even asked for, which we had not already confronted and earned? We had glass gardens and the untaxed winter stores harvested in my father's reign. I knew Kermit's small folk would need that grain he had purchased from the Reach. Our guilds were making money just as the Lord Paramount was hemorrhaging it trying to supply half the riverlands. Positions were noble indeed, but they did more for my prestige than they did for the well-being of my people. Not to mention the fact that it would necessarily take me away from them, and likely fuel the same rumors I was trying to stamp out, to no avail. Lady! Lady! Came the excited cry from the back. The children were waving eagerly, falling over themselves giggling. Ah, I said, wiping the melancholy from my thoughts, do you have a winner among you? They did indeed. A shy young lad, whose older sister introduced him as Lev, stepped forward and held out his treasure. In his palm was a squat little potato, knobbled at one end with a distinctive ridge. Struggling to keep my shoulders level, even as the mirth bubbled up within my chest, I accepted that this was a good find indeed. Frankly, I thought, as I stared down at the tuber, I should have expected this. The news came to us slowly. In pieces. First, it was the sudden spike of winter fever. Those vital reach transports of grain had sowed the seeds of plague everywhere they went. Like a backdraft bursting through a suddenly open door, word arrived from Genesa's merchant contacts that winter fever had erupted from Barrowton to Black Crown. It was the type of disease to burn hot and burn out, but it left devastation in its wake. Trade slowed to a crawl. Ivana's way station went empty of merchants for weeks at a time. Even those lordly houses who had been flushed with funds to purchase grain security were finding their supplies were not quite stretching as they should. Between plague and the breakdown of regular trade, the roads became harder to traverse. Regents had to leave their council tables to manage the affairs at home, some of them having to arrange succession or even take charge of their own holdings. Next, came the news of Tywin Lannister's death to winter fever, and once again the Regency Council was thrown into crisis. Onwin Peake was declared Hand of the King, presumably from a staggering lack of candidates, and swiftly decreed that any who had abandoned the King and King's Landing in this hour of need had clearly forfeited their place on the council. We here in Hags Hill were not so high as to hear how these council members responded to such a slight, but letters from Delilah had become increasingly worried her brother was barely recovered from winter fever when the new appointments had been declared. His messages home were few and far between, but each one landed like a lead weight. Finally, just as word reached us of Onwin Peake's decision to empty the Red Keep and publicly punish all those prisoners held within its bowels, a macabre display of piety and rectitude on the feast day of the Father, news from the north revealed that a wildling named Silas the Grim had overcome the Night's Watch at Queen's Gate and swarmed the gift. The picture was becoming clear chest deep into a winter that did not seem like it would end. The wheels were beginning to come off the carriage. Winter, and all those who would use it as cudgel to bludgeon those in their path, had come to take its heavy toll from our hides. Petition days grew long and crowded. Some of it was cheering, as folk banded together to try and shore up our defenses against winter. Permission was asked for 2 farmers to reduce their taxes to 1 household, so that they might slaughter a greater number of sheep and rebuild together come spring without beggaring their families. Maud had requested coin and a craftsman to help work on an idea for a new type of loom, hoping to do something about the looming oversupply of unpurchased thread. Old Gregor, who insisted on the adjective in his introduction, requested aid of a castellan to help decide if the horse breeders of Wildstead could afford a horse slaughter for meat at the end of the year, saving on feed and stretching supplies. Some of it was worrisome. Merchant houses begged me to lift the strictures on trade, or to close the way stations and allow supplies to flow more smoothly, hoping to somehow entice wagons that were not here. Their livelihoods were in a chokehold with the fierce grip plague had on the continent. A man accused his neighbor's family of trying to feign multiple pregnancies in order to wrangle more rations for their household. Several fights had been broken up between the Northmen and some locals. The Northmen in question having been accused of stealing grain that was rightfully the work of the Meyerlanders. Drunken idiots with little to do, solving it had been easy. But the implications left me worried. And all this was while the supplies were still good. But the people weren't stupid. They had lived on this land all their lives, for generations, and could well estimate the rewards of their own harvests. With the uncertainty around the length of winter, they were afraid. I dreaded to think what would happen when supplies dwindled. "Lady, the Septon has come to see you," said Cedra, bobbing awkwardly into a curtsy as best she could with her arms full of young Alan. "Delightful," I said, almost meaning it, waving my hand absently over the parchment in front of me to speed the drying of the ink. All my correspondence had arrived at once, and I did not want it open for him to read. A sennight is surely enough unsupervised time. Atop my desk, Quoth pecked at his, admittedly meager, dish of seeds. There was a small grunt from the boy in Cedra's arms as he readjusted in her hold to observe my avian friend more closely. He was a watchful wee thing, was Alan. Those wide, dark eyes tried to take in the whole room at once wherever he was, and he misliked shadowy corners with a fierceness. He was not prone to shrieking and crying like Yelena when displeased, but Alan's sullen, fearful mien was no better. It tore at my heart whenever I remembered what a state Cedra had found the boy in. At Cedra's insistent jostling, he took his fingers from his mouth where he had been worrying them nervously and said, "Hello, lady." I nodded seriously, with some exaggerated pleasure, "Hello, young Alan." This was about as much interaction from me as he could stomach, and he quickly buried his face into Cedra's shoulder once more. How much of his natural reticence was a result of his life up to this point, and how much it was a result of watching the men and women of Hags Hill treat me as someone important, I could not say. But he preferred Cedra's company best of all, and only tolerated my presence when Yelena was there, and even that much was likely because my niece would howl a hurricane into being if her auntie was not able to observe her very important babbling. I watched them go, pleased that they were well, and fearful we would be discovered. There had been no other choice I could have stomached, so it had not even been a decision in the end, once I'd seen Cedra curled up at the back of that wagon with her precious bundle of laundry. Yet kindness had a cost. I hoped this was one where we would not be asked to pay our dues any time soon. Lady Myers, said Septon Maurice, entering my solar draped in thick robes of cloud white. Around his neck gleamed a seven-pointed crystal, catching the sun from the window in a faint flickering of prismatic light that was gone in an instant. I did not rise from my seat. Indeed, I actively fought the training that coiled about my knees without permission. Quoth gazed balefully at our new visitor and did not bow. Beneath the table, my left hand ached fiercely for a moment. I tried not to show it on my face. Septon Maurice. Please do sit. May I offer you a tisane? His soft, wrinkled face smoothed slightly with a polite intrigue. Is it terribly beneficial? I believe so. I confess I drink it out of habit by now. Septon Maurice gave a little slump of disappointment, artfully pitched to make me dismiss him slightly. How regrettable. Yet it is hot, so I must gratefully accept. Taking a cup for himself, the old Septon turned his roomy brown eyes in my direction once more and took a gulp of no doubt scalding liquid with nary a flinch. Nor did he seem discomfited by Quoth's scrutiny. Consciousness during winter is a cruelty delivered upon the old, Lady Myers. For the sins of our youth, I am sure, and make no mistake. Are you of the belief that our elderly should hibernate, Septon Maurice? I asked, my expression brightening with amusement. The man had a surprisingly soft voice, a bland sponginess of tone not unlike dried willow bark beneath the fingertips. Soothing. Undoubtedly, were there any justice in the world. The mother counsels mercy, but she is outnumbered. So I must be awake and upright while the cold tries to climb inside my bones, a terrible fate. He was a wit, which was dangerous because I was quite partial to it. All my lives I had spent squinting at the spaces between quips to try and peer at the core of people, and I had found a deftness of speech led me wrong more often than anything else. People sharpened themselves on other people all the time, but the witty could get away with the especial cruelty of making everyone else join in. Tell me, Septon Maurice, what made you come all this way? The September is not yet complete, and we are not so large a house. Indeed, he chuckled warmly, half toasting me with his cup of tisane, and at my age I'll likely be long dead by the time that Theo Rivers puts the glass panes in. I was most impressed by what little I saw on my way to Hags Hill. Good construction is a lifetime's work, and his efforts are stunning. Shrugging, I flicked my fingers dismissively, if only to see what he would do in response to such actions from one once called a novice. It is not so large a project as a Grand September for King's Landing or some such. Sizable, yes, but at the current pace and funds it is not impossible to hope we should finish it within 10 years. The September would be gloriously ornamented, but the bones of it would not take so much time as the great projects of West Eros. That long, high hall would look grand indeed in a place like Hags Hill, but I had seen Riverrun with my own 2 eyes, and the spires of Old Town besides. That cobbled warren of stone and night-blooming flowers was something out of a fairy tale even when the stench of shit rose from the harbour in high summer. Half the battle is finding and keeping the funds, agreed the Septon, who'd know well the rhythm of starting and stopping that plagued the building projects of the faith. But it will be beautiful, and a credit to your faith, Lady Myers. Septon Maurice gave another of those placid little smiles. He was not a large man, and age had perhaps robbed him of what stature he could have claimed in his youth. Yet he had climbed to the solar in very good time, considering when I'd sent for him, and did not even appear winded. His hands were speckled with liver spots, but they were smooth and steady handling the deliberately tiny and delicate cup I had prepared for this meeting. When he smiled, the wrinkles along his face deepened and stretched with the motion. Between this and the purely theoretical wisps of white hair atop his head, it gave him the look of a kindly turtle. Yet he was an Old Town man of old, and so I could not help but probe at the edges. Septon Maurice was highly respected, though considered unorthodox by some. Anyone who wasn't a most devout was usually subject to accusations of unorthodox behavior. The faith claimed to be a meritocracy where all left their origins behind, after all. It followed that if the Septon were better than he was, he'd have joined the most sacred of ranks long ago. A useful little fiction. But even so, he would not be ignorant of the wonders of Old Town, having been a fixture there for some years. The black marble dome of the starry September had been packed to the gills with most devout on feast days, though us lowly novices had been relegated to the surrounding square. That smooth expanse of ink dark above you had felt deep and rich enough to fall into. I would see something similar in my dreams. The void that cloaked grandmother gripped all your senses like an icy fist, but that faint ribbon of wonder still wound through me. I wondered if the flattery served a purpose other than politeness. So it is the unfinished that excites you? The Meyer lands will suit your temperament indeed, I said, allowing my skepticism to bleed through. We had been mannerly enough, I felt. Time to see what we were going to be to one another. His eyes narrowed with a more naked cunning now. Perhaps it was that I heard tales of a crone-touched maiden, and wished to see her for myself. I reflected, going to wander over to her rooms and strangle Ivana when this was over. Biting back a sigh, I replied, by the 7, not that awful name. I have never made any such claims and would gladly give it up. It has been loudly and publicly disavowed as much as I can to the point of tastelessness. There is no crone-touched maiden for you here, Septon. Is there no way to make that nonsense stop? I suppose you could hang the next few who say it in your hearing. That often only drives a thing underground, but if the name is born of the love your small folk have for you, that ought to put paid to it at all speed, said Septon Maurice airily, the cruel suggestion jarring in contrast to his sweetly Chelonian mannerisms. It gave me pause. Those warm, brown eyes were so kind and grandfatherly, it was easy to forget that he was examining me every bit as I was examining him. What was he looking for? I wondered. Had I been found wanting? Either way, his response left me feeling wrong-footed and embarrassed. As though I was disrespecting my small folk in some way I could not see. The ability to induce a formless and nameless guilt was a valuable skill in religious representatives at least. Let me be clear, Septon Maurice, I'll not countenance cruelty. An embarrassing name is hardly worth such violence, I said, firmly. There wasn't even a flicker of discomfort at my censure. That was the trouble with the old guard of any institution, they didn't really give a fuck what anyone thought anymore. For good or ill. Lady Myers, in the spirit of frankness, Septon Isella is one of your closest advisors. You were her darling protégé even as a novice. I am simply unconvinced that she has never advised a harsh measure or sharp response. I know the woman of old. I was there the day she joined the faith. She is the one who insisted I come. It did intrigue me, I had to admit. She seemed as though she had sprung forth from the rocks some days, and I was understandably curious about the woman who knew so much of me. Yet his assessment rang false, to my ear. The wellspring of Nicella's kindness was often obfuscated by her razor tongue and tendency towards bleak pessimism. But the old battle-axe was only so disappointed by the inevitable failings of the world because she hoped for better. An unflatteringly pragmatic outlook shaded her worldview, but she had been brusque warmth and protection when I had been only some useless young girl in her charge. She had sworn that I would never be forced to return home and wed if my heart was with the faith, with the certainty that held fast as surely as the oak is rooted to the earth. I did not know when or how, but long before me she had seen something in the faith that lit her from within. Otherwise I had no doubt that a woman of her talents would be gladly leading some terrifying Myrianese fighting company, or a fleet of brothels from here to the Lysane shore. Nevertheless, Septon Maurice, I would know why you agreed. Then perhaps I was enticed by the tales of the Mire Lady, the River of Hag's Hill, or the Raven Maiden. People love to speak of piety to a journeying Septon. You have many titles for one of so young a house, let alone one so young in years. Despite myself, I flinched. Damn. I confess, Septon Maurice, I hadn't heard those ones before. Those are the most flattering, at least, he said, placing the cup down on the elmwood table and leaning forward as though imparting a great secret. We all have names we don't know about, or names other than what monikers our parents granted us. At least the high-born attempt to codify this truth in their tiresomely long list of titles. The Septon gave a surprisingly urbane little shrug, gesturing with his hand as though wafting away an unpleasant smell. It is petty vanity, of course, but alas we are merely pale reflections of the perfection that is the seven who are one. I said nothing as the man tilted his head at me. Self-knowledge was a bastard of a thing at times. You tended to notice your foibles with greater clarity, even as you continued to make all the same choices. It was in this spirit that I found myself liking the old man even as my gut felt with a surety that I was being led about this conversation like a lamb on a string. The last time I'd had to sweat like this, Honorine Tully had been bearing down on me, a vision of disdain and immaculate pleading. Leaning back in my chair, I tried to see him with new eyes. Perhaps I was doing the wrong thing, asking him questions about his intentions. The man was an artful averter of conversational gambits. I had meant to question his character, but instead we had ended up discussing mine. He was skilled at least, and Nicella had vouched for him. In other circumstances that would have been enough for me. But we were staring down the barrel of 2 more years of winter, and all the hate and fear that comes with it. He had to be the right kind of man. Or at least, muttered a cynical voice in the back of my head, able to appear like the right kind of man. Do you have any advice for me, Septon? Not really, he said, still as composed and peaceable as a portrait of himself. But in the manner of all those old enough to dispense advice, he could not help his impulse on the matter. Gossip is never the whole picture, of course, rather it is a hand of cards. It is only when I see how you play that I will know what is to be kept or discarded. I've spent most of the journey north, as well as the last few days, gossiping about you relentlessly. Some of that was my duty as a spiritual leader, but I shall freely confess to loving my work. I dread to think what you heard, I said, dryly, appreciating the candor. Sadly, you must face it. You have a little time, given that you are almost unheard of south of the Riverlands. A fantastical character in a song, at best. Yet much of what I do here will involve managing the opinion of the faith, and we are a notoriously skeptical bunch, much more likely to trust our spies than we are any notion of kindness or piety. It is traditionally only the guilty who do good works in as relentless a fashion as yourself. Septon Maurice waved vaguely at the window, as if attempting to encompass the whole view in emphasis of my apparent good works. I reached out to feed quoth a seed or two from my hand, if only to have something to do with them and buy me time while we talked. He took them, one talon hooked over my wrist to steady himself, but went right back to glaring at the Septon. Before I must face the dreadful knowledge of the opinions on my good person, I find myself curious as to what it is you think your work entails. I cannot quite pin it down. Oh, that depends entirely on who is asking. You yourself are in a position where you must be all things to all people. Where others might see deception in your changing faces, it is simply the reality that comes when competence is expected of you, Septon Maurice said, crisply, dusting some invisible bit of dirt from the knee of his robe where his legs were crossed. With a small sniff, he returned to his tisane. Yet I knew he was not yet done. Outside, the snow was falling in thick flakes once more, casting the eerie grey glow of reflected snowlight against the murals. With the crackling fire now burning low, it turned him pale as death. I am here, Lady Myers, to keep the peace, he said, an inflection of barely audible disdain coloring his tone, which is a notoriously slippery little term that describes nothing. The truth, my lady, is that nowhere is ever peaceful except a silent field after a battle. Dead quiet. Yes. Just before the looters come. I ventured, delicately, my eyebrow raised. Over my shoulder, quoth gave a squawk, having completely lost interest in staring down the apparently unflappable Septon, before beginning to preen like the vain little bastard he was. I loved him like a limb. Ah, I see I have no need to explain this to you. Nicella was not exaggerating in her boasts, then. What suggestions might you have then, for keeping the peace? I asked, crossing my legs in a bid to be seated more comfortably. I found I was almost dreading the answer. I could not tell which would be worse, a long list or a short one. The man leant back in his seat, giving a considering hum as he contemplated my question. It will depend, Lady Myers, on what your goals are. I would hate to provide you counsel that did not meet with your expectations. With an inelegant snort, I replied, is counsel truly counsel unless someone does not wish to hear it? Steady eyes locked on mine, and suddenly the slightly bland mannerisms of Septon Maurice did not quite hide the intensity of his expression. Aged and weakened though they were, his eyes snapped with a fierce intelligence. Not always, he admitted, not for many. I am sure you understand my dilemma, Lady Myers. I gave a little hum of my own in response. He had a point. It unfortunately put the ball in my court again, meaning I would have to puzzle out how best I wanted him to serve me. He had been very good at that, I noted, ensuring that I was forced to take all the steps of our discussion myself before he would follow. I thought for a moment, while Septon Maurice took another sip of his tisane, pleased that at least he allowed me that little leeway. When Nicella had brought concerns around the completion of the September, she had been clear. A dogmatic, hostile Septon, perhaps even one who resented being sent to a backwater as Lewis had, would be a canker at the heart of what we had built. Whatever service he provided to Hag's Hill, an official Septon in Southwold would become the thread that connected us firmly to the faith. He had alluded as much when he had obliquely referred to himself as a spy. The faith would talk amongst itself no matter what we did, and a friendly voice would go some way to influencing that discussion. Never enough to sand the edges off of our strangeness, but enough to sow doubt. That is not to say his job would be pleasant. My people were more distrustful of others than I had anticipated. The twin evils of winter and war birthed suspicion, yes, but Ivana had been the one to point out the pattern. It was a fear that someone would come and take it all away. Nothing good can stay. And yet Nicella had sent for him, out of everyone she knew. So, there was nothing to be done except to trust her and to try. I took a breath and began. The seven-pointed star says that the honest Septon may pray every night and still be found wanting. It is one of my favorite passages in a text I will admit to finding dry even at my most pious. Ah, yes. Do not presume to know the damned. A dark choice, for a young novice, I will admit. Is it complete honesty you require then? That none should conceal their sins from you. Slightly taken aback, I countered, I am not the gods unless he might visit harm upon my people, a man's sins are his own. Frankly, I'm busy enough as it is. So, what is it that drew you to that passage? That we cannot presume to know. For the first time, there was a pause of genuine silence, rather than an artful beat the Septon had simply allowed to happen in our exchange. Septon, I have no need of counsel which will presume me right or wrong. You say you will keep the peace, tell me why or how. I do not know what I do not know, my ignorance compounds upon itself. Seeking that he hadn't quite managed to formulate a response, I pressed ahead. So too is this true for yourself. You do not know what it is for me to try and find a way to provide for all, to feel the dread that comes when I attempt to think 3 steps ahead at all times, when I know the game is rigged from the start. For a moment, I wondered if I had managed to make him see. But that hope was swiftly dashed when an unmistakable sneer wormed its way across his face. Those brown eyes sharpened like swords, and though he was only a little old man, the forceful indignance with which he drew himself up could have achieved lift-off in a slightly more spry body. "I confess," opined Septon Maurice, his tone dangerously silky, "I did not expect a pupil of the indomitable Nacella to be quite so naive. Kindness has a cost. The people will need kept in line in the face of the challenges against your house now. A mother's mercy must be tempered by the father's justice. The maiden's innocence with the warrior's valor. The crone's foresight and the stranger's inevitable end," I snapped, my eyes narrowing at his condescension. "I was an able novice, Septon, so I have a pretty gift for quotation as well. The small folk will desire liberties that you can ill afford this winter. You yourself have expressed irritation at their monikers and gossiping about your person. It is a sign of an undisciplined people. If you seek counsel that does not presume you know all, then hear it now," he retorted. A clenched jaw made his upper lip curl cruelly in his clipped speech. "No doubt you allowed me some time to observe your small folk unobstructed. That was well of you. It has allowed me to see the cracks in the foundation. These small folk are too willing to approach you. They redirect your focus and concerns from the grander picture of your house's survival this winter. That is, just barely, the provenance of knightly vassals for your house, not the rabble." At this grand pronouncement, he shook his head with breathtaking superiority. For one brief, delirious moment, I wondered if they handed those kinds of gestures out in Westeros specifically to enrage me. Better that they bring these trifling concerns to me. I can soothe them and reapply their fears into more productive ends. I assure you, I can be very effective. Is it not best to start now before the supplies run low? You will struggle to see your house rise unless they are brought to heel. The man was capable of such a thing. Of that I was certain. He seemed worldly and skilled enough to bend the populace to his rule. I allowed myself to wonder if this was, in fact, as he had claimed, counsel I did not wish to hear. "Keep the wolf from the door or they are lost," Nacella had said. That little flash of cruelty, his bland assessment of the world as a chessboard or a game of cards. Had I not done the same myself, with others? Yet something in me railed against it, like a bird beating itself bloody on the bars of a cage. If I desired a silent, complacent populace, Septon Maurice, I hissed, hearing quoth echo me from somewhere to my left, I'd have let them fend for themselves in winter, sent the occasional, ostentatious grain wagon to the nearby towns in my name, and never let a single one send their child for schooling. I spread my hands wide, ignoring the twinge in my left palm at the motion. We face an opponent that will outlive and outlast us. My people are afraid. I am afraid. To demand the kind of peace you describe in the face of that is like trying to insist a man walk with a gut wound. It's almost crueler than the injury. With a deeply put upon expression, the Septon sighed, I suppose I could lead services for those who struggle with the situation. Prayers for the end of winter. If prayers could stop winter we'd have no need for seps. I said, sharp enough to cut, I do not need you so that you can preach at them. Frankly, Southwold fears Nacella's censure more than it does the seven hells at the moment. What is it you require then? He snapped. Something very unseemly, it would appear. I want you to be a Septon to them. I want you to love them and fight for them. Kindness has a cost? Pay it. I have. I will continue to do so. His narrowed eyes suddenly softened, the hunched shoulders of his aggression lowered. The unexpected transformation was jarring enough that I started, jolted from what I had thought was a stare down with an adversary. Once more his face was as kindly and familiar as a grandfather from some warm, fireside memory. Ah, Septon Maurice said, soft as the snowfall outside, Lady Myers. It is such a pleasure to meet you at last. Notes. A/N, so it begins. The climb towards the next challenges of House Myers this winter. See you all in the comments. As always, I hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 41, Theo Rivers, Ivana Myers, Maga Bearsdottir. 133 AC. Theo Rivers. Yelena had recently made the decision that she adored winter apples, and while Theo was uncomfortable with his daughter being so on display at the high table, he allowed that it was probably cheering for servants and visitors to the great hall to see her devour them in all shapes and forms without fear. Vanna had explained that a small child asking for more food, and being granted it, was a powerful image in winter. Theo's mind was moving too strangely this morning for him to have much of an appetite. It was one of those days where his tongue was thick and heavy as a lead weight in his mouth, and he found stillness more suited his mood. The Myers household could talk enough for 10 men, so when these moments stole over him the rest of the family took it in stride. Louis was less easy in some ways. He'd begun soliciting opinions on his new works, but was himself happy to talk at length to a placid audience, so it made little difference. He had been mulling over the fan-vaulted ceiling to the September, which would look magnificent once it was completed. Though that section was coming along well, he struggled still with Isila's drawing of the dome, which he had thought possible enough at first glance but was confounding him. Hag's tone was well, but the desire had been for glass, which Theo did not understand quite well enough to trust at that height. Not to mention his fear of hail. No man feared hail like the one planning to raise a glass dome in winter. Something would have to be changed, but he knew not what, and the issue gnawed at him like weasels in the skull. Instead of eating, Theo contented himself with resting his chin atop his daughter's head, feeling the strange rhythms of it as she inhaled her morning meal, and tried to make sure she didn't drown in the stuff. If there was a vision of the seven heavens, his wife at his side and his daughter in his lap would be no bad place to start. Even if the mashed winter apple took forever to clean out of his shirt sleeves, he had long since learned that there was no preventing Yelena from smearing her food everywhere. Drawing attention to it tended to elicit squeals of wicked glee and a determination to do it more. Ursula hated the name winter apple, insisting it be called a potato instead, a strange word that Theo had never heard before and God's willing never would again. It didn't suit the tuber, he decided, squinting at the surprisingly tasty baked ones on offer at the high table. His liege lady's planned feast had been a clever idea to teach others how to cook and prepare the strange food, but Vanna had been pleased for the people to have reason to celebrate at all. Work on the scaffold progressed as it always had, so far as Theo could tell, but his wife misliked something in the bubbling currents of interactions only she seemed able to pick apart. This was one of those working breakfasts that Ursula engaged in regularly. The seat to her right was always occupied by Ivana, but on her left a space would be arranged to remain empty on days such as this. Quite a few had been through to discuss works and plans. Of particular concern was the uncertain nature of this winter. As Theo understood it, the slowing of trade had been a concern for many who needed merchant coin this winter. At least they had glass gardens, a miracle for their stores. Other houses in the Riverlands would not be so lucky. At the moment, Maester Louis was wringing his hands unhappily when asked how long the winter should last. As of yet, no white-winged raven had flown from the citadel, but neither had news of the new length of winter. The silence was almost worse than the waiting. 3 links for astronomy and no information. Came Ursula's incredulous voice, still low enough that only those at her table heard it. But only just. The mathematical model of Archmaester Deimos holds true, my lady. The heat-bringing planets are all in alignment with the rains we are experiencing. By all accounts, it should be a wet spring, he insisted, those pale blue eyes wide with frustration. And yet it is not, Ursula said, flatly. Indeed. I cannot imagine the Citadel is happy about this. It certainly throws some doubts onto their methods. Yet I am vexed, for I cannot see how this model might not work this year when it has been accurate for so long. Louis gave what he probably thought was a cunning expression, but sadly Theo was well aware that if he himself was able to clearly discern such a thing, the man had failed at subtlety. I am still most interested in seeing the calculations your acquaintance used to define his, extended prediction. So would I, Louis. But I must confess that I deceived you somewhat in our first meeting. I was never told the prediction directly. Often, I find, a novice can fade into the background. People used to quite forget I was there, sighed Ursula, listlessly poking at her own baked winter apple, where some fine threads of cheese had been allowed to melt and cool again into an unappealing puddle. Vanna gave a pleased little hum at this response, but beyond enjoying the sound for its own sake, Theo was resigned to not knowing why. Instead, he let the sounds of the people wash over him and gladly gave up his own portion of the morning meal to his wife, who seemed to be enjoying it almost as much as their daughter. Theo wondered if he would ever lose the little thrill that ran through him at phrases like that. His wife. His daughter. For a bastard only acknowledged as a final favor to his dying mother, Theo had gone most of his life believing the trappings of such things would never be his. Now he sat at a high table to a lordly house, loved and loving. It would have eased his mother, when she died, to know this was his fate. She might have wept less. Eventually, most folk cleared from the hall, though Theo and Ivana only moved to a table with a better view of the morning petitions. Vanna liked to be able to watch both Ursula's face and that of her petitioner, but a good view of the crowd was useful to her work for her sister as well. His wife had a memory for people and information that rivaled his own knowledge of stone and building. She never took notes beyond being potentially incriminating, she had never needed to. As a young man in love, Theo had fancied that the whole world lay hidden in Vanna's eyes. It turned out he was more right than not. The petitions were dull enough that he let Yelena play for a bit longer with her food than he should have. With the back of his spoon, he was helping her sculpt the outline of a tower on her plate. Yelena's form was still poor, he was ashamed to say, but he could not mislike her enthusiasm for the project. No one had any interesting questions about building and no one wanted leave to construct something, so Theo paid it little and less mind. It wasn't until someone unusual showed up that he bothered to pay any kind of close attention. Windla of Southwold. Please, lady, I am she. The fair-haired woman was dressed in the new printed fabric that was becoming popular. It was a butter yellow wool, dyed with madder, and across its sleeves and hem in a costly red dye was a printed pattern of flowers and fruit of some kind. Expensive, given what young Gilbert had said of the difficulty in crafting something intricate for use at the print works. Beside him, Vanna stiffened. Readjusting Yelena on his knee, he glanced over at her, a quizzical expression on his face. I don't know her. Unusual. Clothes like that, she's from a merchant or artisan family. They are well known to me in Southwold, she whispered, her lips barely moving. Theo fought the urge to shrug. He did not see that it was relevant, but such things were not his gift. How anyone was supposed to keep as many people in their heads as his wife did, he did not know. Nodding was usually a much safer route, though the wry look she shot him proved that she had not been fooled by his agreeable response. And how might I help you today, Windla? I have that is to say, lady, I've come to ask about the rations. Ursula nodded, her expression serene. With a gentle gesture, she encouraged the woman to keep talking. She'd expected this concern as winter stretched on far further than the maesters had predicted. From the conversation earlier, it seemed Ursula had hoped Maester Lewis would provide more information for her to share with the small folk. It seemed here she had been disappointed as well. When and here the woman licked her lips nervously, wringing her hands, when might it end? Windla, we have had no news from the citadel yet about when they expect spring to arrive. But we have glass gardens and harvests coming out of them regularly. I know your concerns. Indeed, I share them. But so long as we are in the grip of winter, it is my duty to see all my people fed. It's just that with the merchants not coming through as much there is less coin for a household. And less opportunity to buy what rationing might lack. An angry little murmur broke out around the assembled onlookers, and Windla flinched. Her shoulders leapt up to her ears and a black fury rose in her face, before she pressed it down. Even Theo had seen that one. Tilting his ear closer to his wife, Theo laid one hand upon hers without making eye contact, silently asking for her aid. She's wealthy enough to buy luxuries, whispered Vanna, her rich brown curls spilling over her shoulder as she leant closer to him, and there's folk here who'd have starved to death in even a short winter without Ursula's help. They think she's greedy. Or worse, hoarding. Nodding, Theo returned his attention to the proceedings, gently wiping Yelena's mouth with a muslin. His girl fought the attempt to clean her, waggling her head and grizzling, no, no papa. But Theo was implacable, despite his sympathy. It could not be pleasant to be handled so. Yet she'd be a nightmare if the stuff dried completely solid onto her face and got itchy. This was, though his girl could not see it, the lesser of two evils. Whatever Ursula thought of the proceedings, she did not reveal it on her face. Light from the high windows of the great hall filtered through the space and she sat surrounded by dust motes, as though suspended on a sunbeam. This effect had been carefully managed by Septinicella, as though Ursula were a painting and not a girl. Idly Theo wondered how she sat so still even at a drafting table in the throes of an idea. He would have had to stretch something by now. Winter fever has struck a terrible blow, yes. We are almost as far east as the twins and trade from the reach has been slower to them, so much further north, than it has been to us. Our goods sit unpurchased, it's true. Yet I am uncertain how my rations are able to help you in the face of that, Windla. The woman's hands fisted at her sides. She'd come a supplicant and the crowd had jeered her into a villain. Something in Theo tensed, though he could not say why, only that this was how people tended to react when he said something that was not right. With anger. Perhaps Vanna was right though, Theo could not imagine scrabbling for sugar or butter so long as his daughter would remain fed. Yes, lady, but the rations have been changing. The cow's milk is put to an allowance of cheese, for it keeps well, but there is far less butter. Though we've had a slaughter this past year, hardly any fats come through, unless our portion of rations for the time has belly meat. The dried fruits have dwindled to almost nothing, unless someone in line is getting more than they ought. Your maester and your septus tell us that the bitter pine tea will grant us what we lack in humors without more fruit to eat, but it is hard to stomach some days. Theo fancied he could feel the crowd's eyes cut like knives, but Vanna tugged gently at his sleeve and tilted her head. More of those well-dressed folk in their printed fabrics could be seen peppered to the left of the hall, and they were nodding seriously. It was not, as he thought, so cut and dried. Yes, said Lady Myers, and she was Lady Myers like this rather than Ursula. As though she had walked up to the dais and put on a different face entirely, some time between sitting down and tilting up her chin. Ivana could do the same. It was upsetting. As winter grows long these luxuries will be few and far between, Windla, so that we will all remain fed and well. I regret that the merchants do not come as they did, but some things are not within my power to grant. Lady Myers' eyes sharpened like a hawk's before a dive. She normally had a great deal of patience for the people who struggled, but this merchant's woman clearly had struck a nerve. I strive to help my people, Windla, but if you have come simply to curse the trials of winter, I will ask you to start somewhere outside of my hall. It is wet out, bid the rain to cease first and then we'll talk. Unless I misunderstand you however, and you come with a suggestion. No, lady, no suggestion. Windla's blue eyes lowered, and her scarfed head shook vigorously, as though to shake off the accusation that she have any ideas, but still she lingered. It is only, some things can be easier to bear with these to look forward to. A small serving of butter on the breads. Sugar or fruits to sweeten a heated drink. Even just a little more fat to make the food flavorsome or let the cooking pan stretch a bit further. A hungry man is an angry one, lady. There was an actual hiss from someone in the crowd, though a quelling look from one of the guards put paid to it. Beside him, Vanna held back a little twitch of motion. What it signified, he could not say. Theo's eyes focused down on little Yelena, whose wide grey eyes were watching the proceedings with that eerie stillness children sometimes had, when there was a shift in the air or a strangeness of mood, as though they could sense something they were not yet old enough to comprehend. What did she make of the scene? Would she be like Vanna and her Aunt Ursula, able to read these currents and sail them smoothly? Or was she cursed with his lack, and would struggle to swim against it all her life? As he pondered, the crowd grew more anxious, whispers and mutters falling as steady and insistent as rain. Yet their liege lady did not let her lip curl and release a cutting barb, of which Theo knew she was more than capable. Instead, something seemed to go out of her, a stiffness in the shoulders slumped, or perhaps something in her face changed, though he knew not what. It was only that she had been Lady Myers and now she was Ursula. It has been a long winter, she agreed, softly. I think you know, Windla, that if there were more luxuries to offer the Meyer lands, I would give them. You seem a capable wife, to have such knowledge of these things and how they might smooth the way. But I'll not stand before you and make promises I cannot keep. I will try, for us all, I will try. Yet my priority will always be ensuring we have enough to fill our bellies before anything else. With a clumsy curtsy, Windla still could not keep her expression level. There was a devastation in her features that Theo did not quite understand. He would need to ask Vanna in more detail later. Ursula continued, her expression its usual kind one for all her eyes were tired. Your suggestion for fats is a good one. I have a friendship with Lady Rosamond of House Derry, and their cattle are no butterwells, but they are more plentiful than ours. Perhaps a trade can be arranged for butters or dripping, which will survive the journey better than milk this winter. We have alliums and greens in abundance that they cannot grow. Speak to my castellans, it may be that you have a suggestion or a family member who can help us. Privately, Theo doubted it. It begins, murmured Vanna, eyes tight with worry. 7 items belonging to Theo Rivers. A lock of Yelena's hair, bound with blue ribbon. He cried the day he came back from the building site to see that the nursemaids had trimmed her curls. Louis made fun of him for a whole hour before revealing he'd kept some for him. His first chisel, still sharp enough to cut a shout in two, but the blade is so small now that it is fit only for memories. A charcoal sketch of Ivana and Yelena, lying together on the floor. They had clearly screamed themselves out and were sleeping with an identical expression, mouths open in definitive proof that his beloved wife snored like a sawmill. Ursula had nearly paid in blood when Vanna had woken up to find her drawing them and Theo had shamelessly stolen the piece in the confusion. A necklace of obsidian beads that had belonged to his mother. He cannot throw them away, but he cannot bear the thought of passing them down to Yelena, who has never known shame. The idea that she should wear it about her neck makes him ill. A handkerchief embroidered so heavily with Meyerland flowers that it is too beautiful to use. Theo says to his wife that he uses it, but he mostly keeps it tucked against his breast to protect it from dust and the like. He has a deal with the maids to bring him plain muslins for the proper use of such a thing, and hopes they find it well enough that they do not tell his wife. A sketchbook, purchased for him by his master when he had begun to show promise in his apprenticeship. It had been one of the most costly things he'd owned, and now it was so stuffed with sketches, numbers, and folded templates that the binding was going to burst any day now and shower them in parchment. A small figure of the crone, hunched and holding a lantern. Carved in wood and hidden in the back of his wardrobe like an embarrassing relation. He isn't sure he believes. Ivana Myers. In the months following her return from Harrenhal, Ivana had watched her sister's days take on a pattern. It was easy for her to notice, beyond what skills of observation she had, because the state of her little sister upon her return had terrified Ivana so much that she refused to let her out of sight for weeks. In the mornings she would rise early, as was her wont. But despite her deficiencies and even when there had been a sling she was made to wear, Ursula would refuse all help from her handmaidens. They lingered anxiously at the edges of the room, pretending to brush out gowns for her perusal or stoke the fires. Ursula would rise and dress herself under her own power as one might dress a wound. She would kneel by her still unmade bed and bow her head. Most mornings the girls would join her in prayer, but Ivana never did. She would sit and hold her daughter in an armchair by the fire, for Yelena only ever seemed to want to sleep deeply in the wee hours of the morning, and loathe her father's steel ghost that Ursula insisted on keeping propped up in the corner of rooms she still had not made her own. It had an eerie sense of impermanence, especially with Ursula's injury. As though at any moment her sister would vanish, and there would be nothing in these chambers to show that she had ever been here at all. If it was not a day for petitions, the morning would begin in the solar with a quick overview of correspondence. All the ladies had different links across West Eros, excepting Cedra, and so it was usually worth a brief examination. Some missives could be put aside for more leisurely replies, but others contained vital information that would need to be discussed. Ivana had her own works to contend with. Between vetting the new septon and arranging safe passage for Maga's granddaughter, it did not help that she had been put in charge of ensuring Maud, Hetty, and Nate were able to collaborate successfully. Ursula had a cursory knowledge of fabric and fabric arts enough to understand that she had little skill in the matter. Not to mention the fact that the situation in Fairmarket was deteriorating for the small folk, who relied so heavily on the now spotty and sluggish trade routes. Though Ursula's projects often took her all over town, to schools or to building sites, more often than not she would be found chained to her desk and discussing matters with her advisors. A fleet of castellans would share their calculations of the funds available for her household. Maester Lewis was developing something with his lens works. Even her husband came to report on the continuing work Cragtreath was undertaking for their defences. All the while, Ivana watched, as silent as a wraith, stitching a gown for Ursula in the corner of the room. Her sister did not discuss her injury. Indeed, she almost pretended not to see it. Nor did she truly discuss what had happened to her in any detail. When she had returned, Ursula had given them the bare bones of the situation, and she had appeared so weary with travel and wounded besides, that Ivana had not done much to press her. She had been too busy trying to claw her heart back down from her throat where it threatened to choke her with emotion. Fury, fear, and fierce pride had warred within her. But Ursula had refused to bring it up again. Septinicella had tried to draw more out of her but had failed in a manner so startlingly abrupt, that Ivana had witnessed a rare look of bewilderment steal across the Septa's face. Cedra added what little she could, but she had been given dangerous work of her own in the castle and so had not been present at the battle. Only gossip and third-hand accounts from soldiers were left to Ivana. Words from those who had spoken to Tully or Blackwood soldiers who had marched on that mud-slick field behind her sister. A dragon. It made her sick to think it. For so long as William Burleigh lived on this earth, Ivana would praise his name. Yet the lack of reward stung her more than it had Ursula. She had penned the ballad swiftly, working into the night. One to conceal the truth of Wee Allen, one to loudly be declared as the work of House Myers. Ivana had been determined that if Kermit Tully's damned pride would not allow her sister well rewarded for her leal service, she would see to it that her acts would pay in reputation, at least. Even now she used the rich, black velvet fabric that had been given to Ursula, embroidering as exquisitely as she had been taught how, and seated. In the evenings, when there was time to breathe, Ursula would usually take Yelena, and often young Alan. It was these moments that seemed to bring her greatest peace. Usually half lying on a rug, singing or playing those nonsensical games that were a child's usual form of entertainment, she seemed to have no end of delight in them. Alan was still wary of her. How much he understood about his situation, Ivana did not know, but Ursula bore his wariness with a watchful patience. The way men once coaxed wolves to lie down by their fires. No, she thought, staring at the plans her sister was examining for a trip hammer and pretending to think about them. The pattern that had emerged was not one of action or schedule. It was a pattern of avoidance. In the mornings, when she dressed herself, Ursula tugged on more than her gowns. She fumbled with more than her laces. Her sister would tremble and slip that steady kindness back on and around herself. A threadbare thing with ragged edges and half moth-eaten. It barely fit her now, so worn thin, but it was as though she had to wear it or else go naked before the world. It perhaps did not excuse her silence for all this time, but it snarled and tangled whatever hot anger rose up in Ivana, leaving her no choice but to sit and patiently unpick it like one of her projects gone wrong. It was only when Ursula had sat down to write her correspondence one evening in her solar, that Ivana had struck like a viper. Ursula. Her little sister stifled a groan of irritation, her good hand coming up to pinch between her brows, grey eyes fluttering shut. I have possibly exactly 1,000 things to do, Ivana. That tone alone strikes fear into my heart like little else. No. Not today. Ursula, she continued, implacable, would you teach me how to paint? Like you, I mean. Ivana had been granted all the same tutors as Ursula Moore, in fact, considering how young the girl had left for the novitiate. But no one in the world could quite draw like her sister. The little thread of apprehension that trickled through Ursula's expression nearly cracked Ivana clean in two. More than anything else, it was what gave her courage. Meekly, in a way she had never been even as a child, Ursula followed her through the passages, clutching her box of materials. It had to pain her hand to do so, but Ivana said nothing. She was getting her way in what was important, after all. Septa Walburga had been certain that such a thing would be gone before the year was out, if Ursula tended to it and exercised it as she should. But some nameless fear had a hold of Ursula whenever she looked at it, as though she knew something Septa Walburga could not. Ivana shamelessly pressed her advantage. She could see the objection rise in Ursula like a wave when they stopped outside her chambers, but then her sister might be forced into some kind of explanation and that could not be borne right now. It hadn't taken long for Ursula to arrange things to her liking. Ivana had some parchment and charcoals, but the blank stretch of wall was already being primed by Ursula to use as an example. The thing to remember for this style of painting is to begin by drawing what you see and not what you know. What an odd thing to say. What do you mean by it? I know that there are 7 flowers in this vase, but from here I can only see 3 clearly, the rest are half concealed, you see. Slowly, stiffly, Like a body leaving bed rest, Ursula began to demonstrate. Ivana had a steady hand and a good eye. You couldn't paint with thread the way she did and not have those things, but her attempt to capture the winter roses in their vase was startlingly amateurish next to Ursula's work. Ursula wasn't even drawing a sketch first, as Ivana herself was attempting. With increasing confidence, the brush strokes glided and stippled over the plaster. She did not bother to glance at their subject. It would seem that, once you got good at it, when you got really, really good, you could draw only what you knew. That's what you do, with your flowers, and those birds, Ivana thought, you know them well enough to draw them as they should be, not only as they are. Perhaps it was the same light inside her sister that allowed her to look at the world as she did the way things were possible, even if they were not so. Ivana did not have that gift. The only things she knew with a surety were her family. But it was knowing enough for this. When you came back, the first time, Ivana said suddenly into the quiet, before she lost her nerve, I nearly set Theo aside. Startled, Ursula froze and glanced in her direction. But you love him, the girl, and gods she was still a girl, said plainly. As though there were nothing else to say. Yes, more than breath. I did not know to dare to dream of a man such as that for my husband. But I nearly did it anyway. Casting her mind back, Ivana struggled to find the words that were true, and not merely the words that would win. She owed Ursula that much. It was the least of what she owed her. You never needed me like Dickon. There were days I was grateful and exhausted, and there were days I was resentful. What good was I to you if you did not need me? If I could not make you need me? Yet when you came back, already half a head taller than me and so like our father, I could see it plain in your eyes. You needed me. For a moment, I was ready. I am strong and canny, I do not find myself held back by the softness of heart that makes you helpless some days. I would accept your help getting us ready, perhaps until the birth, and then I would release you. For a moment, all the pair of them did was breathe together. Neither quite daring to look at the other. Ivana waited for it. It came. So, why didn't you? Ursula asked, plaintively. If she could, if it would help, Ivana would reach inside herself and scoop out her insides for the girl. Because I heard you in the solar, she said, softly. Behind her a log snapped violently in the fire and Ursula jumped a little from the sound, though her eyes were now fixed on Ivana. She could feel their weight though she could not bring herself to look. I watched you take charge and saw those ideas of yours race behind your eyes. Immediately, you sought to secure not just our family and position, but all the Meyer lands as well. You had the advisors lay out the scope of the challenges facing us and did not flinch. The truth. The truth, do not falter. If I had set Theo aside and taken up the mantle, I don't doubt I'd have taken your advice and watched our house prosper for it. But I would never, not for a moment, have thought of the Meyer lands and its people as anything more than a means to an end. I would not have loved them, as you do. Ashamed enough that it stung her cheeks like 1,000 prickling needles, Ivana raised her eyes to meet her sister's stricken gaze. It is painful, to be seen, she thought. But who that notion was for, she could not say. I cannot love the whole world. I am not fashioned that way. But I love you. From the moment you were born, I loved you. Whatever it is, Ursula, it will be well. Then, haltingly, Ursula began to speak. Ursula's tongue was thick, it stuck to the roof of her mouth and her voice came out cracked. I tried to do as you said. I tried to let them die for me. I didn't mean to be bad at it. I didn't want it to work. Her sister's eyes, the eyes they shared, were wet with unshed tears. Tell me, said Ivana. She did. A conversation overheard by Septon Maurice as he made Albrecht painstakingly dust a sparklingly clean altar table in Southwold's rickety old September. If she were crone-touched, how's come she didn't tell folk of the winter then? The voice is harsh and thin all at once, like a sulky knitting needle. Our Lady feeds us through it, don't she? Mayhap she's waiting for another vision. Oh that's what it is. Just you wait folks, I've got the crone behind this here curtain, she's telling me all sorts of things. Come off it. I'll not have you blaspheme in a September, Harold. It ain't blaspheming if I have faith in the seven, woman. Perhaps the lady is more in my mind of thinking anyway. She'd have you in the stocks if she caught you lighting a candle to her here. Wait on the Citadel's ravens like anyone else, why don't you? Our Lady is crone-touched, says the woman, stubbornly, if anyone can intercede and find out how long this fucking freeze is going to last, it'll be her. She built glass gardens, slayed a witch and faced a dragon. She has holy ravens and even the crone's own mark on her hand. What exactly would be proof enough for you? Finally, cutting, she says, hang the maesters who got it arse backwards in the first place, they don't feed us or school our babes. There is a low groan, and then, oh fine, give one here. Maga Bearsdottir. Maeve was a large woman by Riverland standards, but she barely came to the top of Maga's brows. She was heavily pregnant but bore it well enough, despite all the discomfort the state entailed. Maga herself could recall the impossible soreness and swelling in her hands and feet, the uncanny feeling of her babe moving that had begun as something wondrous and eventually became another source of discomfort every time the bairn kicked at her ribs. Not to mention the incessant need to piss. The girl didn't look much like her. Maeve had taken on her father's broad features and darker coloring rather than the wet sand of Maga's hair, back before everything went grey and saggy. But she held herself like Maga's eldest girl always had, as though her shoulders were strong enough to bear the whole world. And those eyes of hers were dark and proud. She staunchly refused to be impressed by any of the tall houses that greeted her as she stepped off the boat onto Cragtreath's pier. She'd do. Nan, said Maeve, nodding curtly, those thick hands of hers awkward where they clasped beneath her belly like as anything so as to give her back some relief from the strain. Maeve, said Maga, who never bothered to stand on ceremony at the best of times, so she'd be damned if she did it with family, you well enough, but if there were a pressing need to sit somewhere that didn't buck like a horse, I'd not gainsay it. Her eyes darted towards the gathered folk along the beach, betraying her discomfort. Is there a reason a small army is out here to stare at me? The entirety of Cragtreath had not, in fact, turned out. Merely most of them. The rest were hard at work or too ailing to leave a bed and would insist on a detailed accounting. With a shrug, Maga replied, "Them's Meyerlanders for you, a nosy bunch. But true. They'll be your people soon enough, they've a way of getting to you. Let's get you indoors and away from prying eyes." They made their way along the beach, the wet sand compacting beneath their feet. Maeve's arrival at the pier during high tide allowed the boat to come further in, which was well. But hidden beneath the waves were spikes and barricades of sharpened wood, iron, and hagstone. Any ship attempting to land where they ought not on this stretch of coast would have a bastard of a time, unless they were lucky enough to avoid them. It had taken the fishermen only a moment or two to learn the new routes in or out, though many resented it if their boats had been stored in an unlucky spot for the defences, meaning they had to be dragged a long way. Maga refused to give whatever passed for iron-born scouting a chance to see that the boats had changed position at rest. They were murderous whoresuns, but they knew their sailing. It wouldn't be hard for them to read the why of it. Timber from Wildstead and the north had meant there was more to use for Cragtreath's defences, but the beach was such a long, flat stretch at the end of their town that the palisade and towers between the two mounded hillocks looked almost comical. Perhaps it would give the especially stupid iron-born something to aim at. 50 seasoned men of House Myers manned it day and night, but it felt a little like giving a whore gauze-it-covered nakedness only in theory. In her capacity as skald, Maga had placed some cursory traps in the lead up to the palisade, if only to make it look like they were trying, and fitted the rest of her cunning to the exposed flanks with pit traps and tripwires to set off a whole caterwaul of noise in the night. Half of training the militia now was making them dig ditch after ditch in the hopes of funneling attackers better. The mire, fortunately, was its own barrier, and the diver girls and men from the neck had the knowing of how to obscure the drops and gaps that would swallow or trap the unwary in the landscape's muddy jaws. The people of Cragtreath grumbled about the inconvenience, as was the right of small folk the world over, but they had survived too many raids, or indeed, not survived them to gainsay her wisdom now. "No iron-born cunts tailing a tasty merchant vessel like yours?" she asked, though the plain truth was that if it had, her granddaughter would not be here. "You were right that Sigward keeps em quiet. We sailed in their wake as you instructed and saw no vessel from our way. The patrol will be headed towards Tarek lands now. Good for Tarek, and indeed good for me that they had an escort of sorts, but bad for Cragtreath until the following se'night when another ship would make its rounds in Iron Man's Bay." A part of her itched to question the girl on what she had seen or noticed, but she held it still. Even an old cunt like Maga remembered that all pregnant women wanted was to sit, not piss themselves, and be fed whatever they asked. Conversation wasn't to be born until those needs were seen to. When the girl was warmed by the masonry oven on the lowest floor of Maga's tall house, she finally unbent enough to look as tired as she must have been. Maeve sank into a stuffed armchair, a luxury Maga had gladly purchased at great expense, and gave a groan loud enough to wake the dead. "I was half feared I'd birth them on the water, just to get rid of the whole mess." The girl did look ready to pop. A pin and some patience was probably all it would take. Her heart gave a whisper of thanks to the old gods that the pair had made it this far in such a state. It would be no bad thing for a Bear Islander to be born on the waves, but the thought of salt water on the cunny afterwards is enough to make this old woman shrivel even harder. Maeve gave a great clapping laugh like a roll of thunder, and for a moment it was so like her boy Rolf was in the room again that Maga's vision blurred as badly as the time she'd been struck in the head with her own shield. They talked then, truly, as women. Long into the day, until the ruddy gold sunset stretched across the sea and sky, fingers of light to draw the blanket of night over the earth once more. The days did not lengthen yet. Privately Maga was resigned to another year of winter. In conversation it became clear that her granddaughter was not so canny as she'd been hoping. Maga was a bitter old she-bear and had been made cunning by raids and reaving. But though the dance had spelled disaster for most of West Eros, it had sent the iron-born cunts south towards other, fatter prey. Maeve had not been laid out and fucked on the anvil of life yet, or however that phrase was supposed to go. Yet she was stout-hearted and bared her teeth with pride. The rest would come. Perhaps it would come faster than she knew, if the girl had a babe to think about. Jeff joined them for the evening meal. Magga had a cook now, which was well as she'd had her taste buds so shattered by winter years of pine bark and boot leather that she'd never been able to season a decent meal. Her men had not stayed with her for her skill at the stove. The fire was warm, the night was still, the food was hearty, and she had family clothes. Nothing so good could stay, she could feel it in her water. Magga's waters were older than she'd like and probably stagnant, but they did the job. She sent Maeve to bathe after the meal, for after her time at sea the girl stank like a pisspot, and she took Jeff's shift in that rickety watchtower, colder than a witch's tit. Something in her prowled and chuffed at the wind, as though deep within her she could sense something unseen. In the dark, she heard the caw of a raven. An omen, certainly, given her liege lady. But whether it brought good or ill tidings, she could not say. The old gods were silent to even the first men, who spoke not the true tongue like the children had, so Magga would take her portents where she could get them. They answered prayers with blood, as far as she could tell. One way or another. The pinioned beast landed, perching on the edge of the tower rail, feathers so black it was hard to make out the bird's outline against the stars wheeling overhead. Magga would deny ever carrying seeds for something so ball-fondlingly foolish as feeding a god's damned raven, but there was none to see her now. It was likely the same one that often visited Cragtreath, far from the comfort and coddling of the reverent small folk in Southwold, but she didn't have the knowing of how to tell. Knowing her luck, she was making offerings to some common bird that enjoyed getting one over on an old woman. But the night was cold and keeping watch was boring enough to numb the arse before she even sat down, so she minded it less than she might have. As the beast pecked at the little pile, she found herself muttering to it, idly. Mad Magga, they'll call me, just you wait. But I don't trust it. It's been too long since their last fucking try at our shores. World's still cold and the Lanny sport fleet is still ashes. They'll be hungry now, mark me. I'll be Mad Magga to 'em, fine. Better that, than being soft and wrong and dead. The raven finished its meal handily, hopping in that ungainly way which was charming in smaller birds and ugly enough to give you the boke in a bigger creature. It tilted its shaggy little head up at her, croaking unsettlingly, as though responding. The night's clear enough, and they don't strike during the day without fog. But I feel it still. If I had more soldiers to my name they'd be lined up the length of the beach in shifts, spears and arbalests all. The mire lands are big mostly bog, but they take a long while to cross. Half of us died waiting last time, even as the road smoothed Lady Mire's way. Sucking on her teeth, she said, with the surety of a sword stroke, plague to the east and ironborn to the west. Wherever she moves, they'll come slinking in the other side like a horse's hands in the night. Suppose Our Lady has her pick of enemies this winter. Bundled up so heavily she felt like a septa in a whorehouse, Magga ignored the cold from long practice and waited patiently for the dawn. The bastards had got closest on a fogged night that was likely the best shot they had at catching them with their cocks out. Best to let the townsfolk sleep well, rather than wake them all to loiter in the cold and dark for what may never come. So it was, the next few days passed and not even joy at feeling her great-grandchild move in the belly could soothe how much Magga was fit to be tied with stress. It was with this in mind, that she resigned herself to becoming known, in some form, as Mad Magga in truth to her liege lady. Silence saved nothing except her pride. Either an omen was an omen, or she was just some grey cunt kicking about on a beach. Dragging a pimpled young Jeff to the rookery by his ear, and away from the teats of some net-weaving lass who was too old for him, she had him take down her words and send a raven to Lady Mire's. She had not her letters, but Jeff was an able reader for her, and she could count the cost of coin and lives quicker than many her age. Her great-grandchild would have different knowledge available to them and Maeve, likely, if the girl could take to schooling. The missive may have lacked the sort of flowery Southron courtesies that were expected of her, but Magga reckoned she'd never get a handle on those and didn't fancy pretending being young enough to learn. They needed more troops on the shore. Hidden away from the palisades where the rest of the men patrolled. In case those iron-born scouts had a far eye and more sense than she'd like them to. Hunger could make men foolish, but it also made them keen. It would take a few days to send troops without a war wagon and an imminent threat to spur them along the roads, in any case, and that was if they mustered immediately. Normally the grain shipments were her responsibility, ensuring they made their way safely north or safely into Lady Mire's granary. The weather had been foul of late, so the Beesbury ship was nowhere to be seen yet. Without that to occupy her, Magga's day was organized around the ironborn, she realized, which was probably what was making her so prickly. Training the militia, talking with the captain of House Mire's stationed men, checking and double-checking the evacuation plans. Jeff would meet with her briefly to discuss the matter of her holdings, but for winter Lady Mire's had enforced the towns as centers so it wasn't as though she had folk to worry about feeding. She humored him, wee ginger cunt that he was, and allowed that he had a mind for that sort of thing. Seeing that all was as well as it could be, Magga had almost talked herself out of her twitching when Ullard came up to her. Ullard was a thick-waisted, thick-handed man with a lazy eye so pronounced that it made Magga fight the urge to twist her own self sideways to better meet it. How he sailed straight, she did not know, but he was so deft on the waves he ventured far without fear of the Ironborn, and he and his sons brought back the best hauls. Already the back of her neck prickled from his expression. "There's something not right," he began, and Magga's heart seized. "My lads and I were up near Tarik lands, following a shoal of cod. We reckoned we'd be fast enough to outpace any given the wind, and Sigward was meant to be near us round that time." "Ironborn," she hissed, not wanting to panic any listening. But Ullard shook his head and said, "Not so. Were the Beesbury ship I saw. Damn, if they'd taken damage, Tarik lands were a bit too far to go help them. They'd need to rely on their ladies' connections. Did they seem seaworthy? Had they floundered?" Ullard's face screwed up as he considered her words, but he clearly found them not to his taste. There were nought on that vessel that looked amiss. But they were anchored into that cove off the coast, half-decent storm shelter if you get there in time. That was not so unusual, but something in his expression gave her pause. "You mislike it?" He gave an expansive shrug. "Weather's been fogged and colder than a widow's sheets, but no storming. It's an odd place to stop without one. Further back you've got Tarik ports and shipwrights, or supplies if you're needing. Further ahead you have us and coin for your cargo besides." The fisherman looked around, shiftily, and Ullard's face could do shifty better than a dozen liars round a dead man. "If I were of a mind to undercut our liege lady, maybe sell something on? That cove would make as good a place as any." Magga thanked him for the information, and spent the rest of the day chewing over it like it was the last bit of jerky in her pack. As she spoke to Maeve, she pondered. While she drilled the men and women, she fretted. Even as she sparred with some of the House Myers soldiers, she could not unpick the thought from her gums. Magga wasn't blessed with the kind of mind their Lady Myers had. When she'd left Zhao in Mormont's service, he'd made mention of the way the girl's mind could go spiraling and darting like some bird of prey, mid-flight, just when you should have had her. But Magga misliked the current state with a furiousness she could not explain. 50 trained soldiers were good, better than most small towns on a raiding coast ever got. But it had been a whole year since their last blooding, and the Iron Islands had been starving all the while. Even if raids against the Westerlands were good, surely someone else would have tried it. The waiting for it set her teeth on edge. Not being able to say exactly where the fear came from felt too much like cowardice, but it sat in her breast nevertheless. 1,000 tiny things wove together to form a hair shirt of wrongness. It itched at her enough to make her want to claw her chest open. Her surprise could not be overstated, when the next morning, alongside the ration wagons, another 50 men, led by Sir Dominic and Sir Tomas, marched into view along the Great White Road. Even if her missive had caused them to muster immediately, there was no possibility that they could have made it this far without the need for a few more days. It came to pass that Lady Myers had misliked the silence of the Ironborn too, in her own way, and had sent another company of men to guard the ration wagons and be put to use. Sir Dominic himself had no notion that any raven had been sent, indeed it would have missed him entirely as they had been on the march. Magga squinted her eyes at them, added up all she had seen and heard, and wisely decided to say nothing at all. The men were here, she'd not the right to demand much more than that. At least not until she had the opportunity to speak to Lady Myers privately. Despite this, she plotted and fretted, in the manner of all old women, and took more night shifts if only to avoid dreams of sea foam and blood, and so that she could see with her own eyes that they hadn't come in the dark. One morning, when dawn drew back the veil of night from the world, Magga fell gratefully into bed, only to be roused earlier than she'd had a mind to. The yellow and black striped sails of the Beesbury ship had been sighted and it would be in port soon. Stumbling into her clothes and her mail, Magga scraped her braids into something more intimidating than a tangled nest and shoveled the food on the table into her with haste. She had to look imposing for the shipment that would be arriving, or else the merchants might try to make free with their pricing and scalp a few locals. Her liege lady trusted Magga to see the grain safely to shore and into wagons, but also to represent her at these meetings. Though she was curious, Maeve had lingered within the tall house. She was quite taken with the hot water after so long at sea and had shyly asked if another bath could be drawn, for her back pained her this morning. If there was one thing Cragtreath had in fucking spades it was water, so Magga indulged her. Anyone that pregnant and not hewing men down in their droves for the unfairness of it, could have whatever they wanted, as far as she was concerned. So it was that she was stood in the arse-biting cold, a misty drizzle speckling the world grey, when the Beesbury ship came in. They were bearing grain for the north, though they knew it not. The Queen's Sting. A grand name for a fat merchant's vessel, and it made Magga's nose wrinkle whenever she saw the painted prow. The letters were white and peeling on the side that apparently declared the stupid fucking name, for all she could not read them. It was an impressive size, and Cragtreath was eager for a chance to trade since the River Road and King's Road were so choked and slow. If she hadn't been half asleep from her shift the night before, she might have noticed it sooner. The way the captain, as old a sea dog as she'd ever seen, fumbled the ropes that came to tie them into the pier. The eerie silence and stillness, on a ship usually bustling with haulers and tradesmen to ready their cargo. But she didn't. What saved her, in the end, was the fucking Beesbury merchant, doomed twat that he was. When she locked eyes with his sallow face, at first, she feared him to be concealing plague. It was the panicked dart down to the doors below deck and back up at her, the widening of his eyes as though willing her to know. By the time the deck hatch had burst clean open, and the Ironborn poured out like plague rats, Magga was already sprinting back towards the town bellowing, "Raiders! Move, you fuckers! It's raiders!" Chapter 42, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. News from the signal tower arrived just as I was being seen to by Septa Walburga. The woman had been a veteran of many a mother house and had tended everything from stab wounds to legs crushed by angry horses. Her thin lips were tilted in a frown as she poked and prodded at my withered hand, bidding me to turn it this way and that. Her every motion radiated a blistering disappointment. I had not, I was forced to confess, been keeping up with my exercises as I should have been. Discipline is a slippery creature, and though I had enough discipline for 100 women, it failed me whenever I attempted to do as I had been asked by Septa Walburga. I made the usual excuses that people have made to medical professionals in all worlds and every life. That I was too busy, or that my memory was poor, even that they simply weren't effective. The truth was, the stretches were tedious and painful, so I did not want to do them. Not to mention the fact that I did not like to look at my hand too long. With a tut, the Septa carefully laid my hand aside and outright glared at me. "It seems you are determined to make your recovery difficult, my lady. If you do not do as I have bid you, the consequences may outstrip the injury." I could not voice what truly held me back, so I had nothing to say. Yet while my heart quailed at the idea that my hand would never return to being what it was, another darker part of me rolled over at the thought like a satisfied cat after a meal. I did not like to examine the feeling. Sighing gustily, Septa Walburga simply took my hand and began the stretches for me, while I sat mute and motionless with my eyes to the floor. Like a child who had been betrayed by the enforcement of sudden and terrible consequences. With a frisson of delight that I would studiously hate myself for later, I had been pleased to see the runner burst into the solar and interrupt us. The news was grim. On its heels came Sir Cone and my council. Unlike before, there had been no lead up to the attack where my people in Cragtreath could muster and be ready. They had been caught in a trap and it would be an ugly battle. I sent a missive to my allies and to Lord Tully as soon as I got the news, of course. If the Ironborn overran our people at Cragtreath, there was no telling what would happen to the rest of the Mire lands. "Sir Cone," I said, my voice tight with worry, "might we send more to Cragtreath? In the wagons, for speed." His expression was hard, and his reply discouraging. "Our numbers of capable soldiers are not what they should be after Harrenhal. To drain Southwold and Murfield of militiamen would put our position in the Glass Gardens at risk." It was the kinder reprimand to my clumsy attempt at strategy. My stomach cramped with worry at the thought of what might happen if our Glass Gardens were left undefended. Southwold had only been the site of the first builds, most were in Murfield, but every bit of food was worth more than gold. I picked at the corner of my nails, bitter frustration pecking at me. For all the work we had put into training fighters and building our numbers, we had lost many of our best in an effort to pry open the gates of that keep. It was bearing out now. "And unless we use the wagons, any reinforcement we send would be slow-marching militia," I said, biting back the urge to throw something. "If the time comes, we can send the call," added Ivana, her grey eyes scanning the hastily scribed transcription from the signal tower, "for the people to make their way behind our gates, in case the Ironborn make it past Cragtreath. We did not have similar protections elsewhere." My heart seized at the thought of what they might do if they headed towards Wildstead, a place mostly comprised of wood. Something must have shown on my expression, because Sir Cone was quick to reassure me, though perhaps not in the way I wanted. "The keep is very visible from all sides, my lady. If they make it past the men at Cragtreath, they'll soon find no granaries there and our location would naturally be the draw for the best spoils in a raid." Nodding, as much for something to do with my face than for any real expression of agreement or understanding, I said, "See to the people and have the walls manned as you see fit, Sir Cone." "I shall." "It might," he interrupted, "do the people good to see you, my lady. That you are confident and unafraid, at least." Though nothing could be further from the truth, I had to concede that the man had a good point. I started to make for my chambers to retrieve my mail and gambeson when Ivana stopped me. "I wouldn't overtly show that you are prepared for a fight so soon, Ursula. It will take them time to make it here, even if some steal horses, and Cragtreath does not have many. It might give the wrong impression as to your feelings on Cragtreath's fate. I'd suggest gowns and smiles for now," she said, her voice light, the way it always was when she made suggestions she would rather phrase as orders. I looked at her, feeling my eyes narrow despite myself. I never was very good at hiding my displeasure from my sister. But she advised me well and had a better instinct for the currents of Southwold than I did. Currents she had been quite concerned about since the last petition day. I agreed to do as she advised, though my hand pained me all the while, and went to be seen by my people. Gowns and smiles, as Ivana said. Waiting out a battle from within my keep felt a little surreal. It was, in many ways, the more proper thing to do for a woman of my station. I had proven that I was able to command men, though I would never hold my own in battle, and that I had loyal, effective knights sworn to me who could do so in my stead. Now, it seemed, I had to be the Lady of Hag's Hill and not only its lord. I had not been given a lady's training. In truth, I had not been given a lord's training either. As a result, Ivana's desire for me to be seen was difficult for me to get right. Jenny Greens had already been called away from the infirmary and was already airing out a room and preparing bandages or poultices. Even if no harm came to Southwold, there would be a need for medical supplies in Cragtreath whatever the outcome. Much apprentice work to her looked to be in the form of vigorously cleaning everything. It quite upset some of the maids who felt as though their work was being questioned or found lacking. It had taken Maester Lewis explaining that a sick room needed to be cleaned especially to ensure no miasmic creatures could find purchase on the surfaces, before the girls had stopped trying to kill each other with carefully placed wash buckets. I wasn't certain if it had been his explanation itself or the dry lecture he gave for the better part of the morning, but either way the matter was resolved, and I tried to count my blessings. I envied them their place. I wanted to be helping. I wanted to be hauling barrels along the curtain walls so that they could be filled with crossbow bolts or stones. I wanted to start filtering the old and the young into the keep as quickly as possible or ensure that we had supplies enough that we could survive without venturing from the walls for some time. Yet all of these would just be different ways to make my already nervous people even more so. Those tasks were given to my handmaidens and Nicella, leaving me prickly and irritated at being of so little use and trying to ignore the twinge in my palm as I made a fist. Given my lack of experience in these matters, not to mention a complete inability to do the more socially acceptable task of publicly embroidering or sewing with my hand in the state it was no wonder I struggled to find my feet that morning. In the end, I found, it was not entirely unlike being a septa. Nicella had often claimed that the hood was her favorite part about joining the faith. It was a comment that often interspersed jokes about being told terrible secrets or striking fear into hearts, but it hid an element of truth. A septa was a visible sign of calm and faith. If a septa was seen striding about somewhere, then the place you were in was neither too fetid nor too dangerous. Or if it was, then it was a sign that though you were suffering you were not abandoned. Not always, though. Nicella very much preferred inspiring anxiety and malleability in those she came across. My job, at the moment, was to be seen the way a septa might try to be seen. I was to be seen greeting folk who had completed projects for me and inquiring as to whether their vulnerable would need assistance to make it inside the walls. My expression had to be serene and confident, my manner warm. It was good for them to hear me joking with some of the farmers who brought produce up from the glass gardens, or to see me attend the schooling and instruct the children in some small matter. I led prayers that evening, for all we usually only had them at the morning meal. More people came to sit by the fires in the great hall. Enough that we did not have seats prepared for all of them and they took to the floor instead. They were merry enough, but they lingered for some time before the doors closed, as though hoping to be within the ring of the curtain wall for as long as possible, in case bad news arrived. No news came in the night. I ignored the ache in my hand. I went to bed that night feeling as thin and stretched as leather over a tanner's frame and allowed quoth to lull me to sleep. Soft like snow on the moor that feathers grass and heather to a bending sweetness and sharp like ice that gleams a diamond shine cold enough to cut and burn until the frost forces the flame to rise in you like a fever you cannot unmake. Grandmother made a noise that, if one were charitable, might be described as cooing. Some avian noise of affection or concern anyway, as she tilted her now massive head to examine my withered hand. Whether cooing birds generally sounded like the ominous rolling of thunder, however, I was not in a place to comment. I was too busy trying to remain very, very still. Where her night black robe fell away from a wrinkled wrist, I could see that those disconcerting pores from which ragged rakus dotted their way towards her elbow. For a brief, dizzy moment, the scent of blood and something as sharp and acrid as a storm overwhelmed my senses. You do not realize how much better a human's sense of smell is than we give it credit for until something smells wrong. Resisting the urge to look down and the wheeling of nebula beneath my feet, I tried instead to focus on the ravens which perched on her shoulder. This was no less disconcerting, given the inky rivulets of blood that seemed to flow ceaselessly into her robe from where their talons pierced her shoulders, nor their impossible size. Though grandmother had moments where she was more in scale with them these days. What did I tell you? Humans always think of pain as wool. She fixed me with a gaze like a battering ram, though the eye at the center of her forehead remained closed, and added, all things come with a cost. Half the battle is knowing how to avoid it. And I was no proficient, let alone a talent. Still, I thought of the madness in Ali's eyes, of the distance at which she held herself from dust and common death, of her rapidly dimming interest in anything that was not like herself or her son and was grateful not to be. Grandmother stepped back, and seemed to stretch at the edges until she loomed like a destruction. It was disconcerting, this disruption to my understanding of perspective, and made my nausea all the more powerful. When close she was merely the size of a woman, but at a distance she seemed to swell until I had to tilt my head back to keep her in view. Until the wrinkles on her face seemed like the canyons and gorges of some distant and inhospitable country. A palm the size of a shovel gestured at me to speak. "Grandmother," I asked, worry making my tongue feel as dry and scratchy as sandpaper, "did I make good use of your boons?" With a croaky little tisk that burrowed into my teeth like a drill, she shook her head. About her face, those steel braids clattered like harbor chains. "Hardly. I deal in destinies and destinations, in the steps one takes to see to them. Your work was your own, though you only had to bear some of the cost. How did you like it, dearie?" There was nothing in my head grandmother could not pluck out. I hadn't yet figured out if she asked questions for her benefit or my own, but I was beginning to suspect. All the teachers of my life had been seized with a fondness for questioning. "If I never have to work such a thing again, I'll be glad of it, grandmother," I replied, as evenly as I could. "What a slippery little non-answer," she remarked, shrugging shoulders like the rising and falling of mountains. Atop them, the ravens cawed like the shattering of glass. Even her lightest voice was a slap. But no matter. Children never do learn life's lessons until they've lived them. Otherwise, they'd not be children. For a disquieting moment, I pictured grandmother as some kind of baby eldritch being. Had she sprung into existence saw-toothed and raven-bearing? Or had she begun as something else entirely? As I contemplated the idea of a sinister entity in swaddling robes, her terrible eyes caught on something at some point over my head and beyond me. It was as unsettling as being looked at directly, but I felt certain that interruptions would only serve me ill. Beneath my perch, overwhelmed by curiosity, I unwisely dangled a foot as if to test the apparent floor on which my seat was stood. The limb swished sickeningly through empty space and my stomach lurched in a horror fundamental to all on the cusp of sleep, though the endless fall had rather more awful implications than the sudden stop. "Dark wings, dark words, isn't that the saying, my girl?" "Yes, grandmother, that is a saying in Westeros," I answered, still swallowing convulsively at the fresh knowledge my foolish explorations had given me. She paid it no mind. In many ways I was always a little sick with terror in this place. "What wings? That of the penguins you picture? Or the albatross? Do the words have a pigment?" I believe it is a reference to the messenger ravens, grandmother. Even opportunities can be a source of trouble or suffering. "Ah, yes. You'll have 3 of those before the work is done," she said, her voice suddenly sharpening enough that the taste of blood immediately welled up in my mouth. More than a mouthful of flood. I had to hold in the tide. I could not speak, or it would spill down my front and never end, so I could not ask. "What work, grandmother?" Rather anticlimactically, I woke in the morning to word from Cragtreath. The Ironborn had been repelled. Most had been killed and some had been taken prisoner. A larger number than I'd like had fled into the woods or the mire, for us to attempt to hunt down, for a merchant cog required more hands to escape with than a longboat. Within the bowels of the Beesbury ship, we found 7 women, 5 girls and 3 boys who had been taken while wandering at the edges of Tarek territory. Likely foraging or fishing. Snatched from the beach and stuffed into the hold like cattle. The estimated dead sat stark on the parchment, as damning as a bloodstain. I sat, rather stupidly, in the middle of the bed. Befuddled by the bland report in my palms and my mind still foggy from sleep and strange dreams. As I rose and dressed, waving away Gwyndolen's solicitous hands, I kept feeling all the while as though I had missed a step on my way down the stairs. Even as I went through the motions of my day, or I made plans to ride out with supplies and succor for the people who would have been injured in the attack. I felt like I had lost something, even as the people of Southwold cheered to hear that the old enemy had been beaten back. Cone called it a good result. Something within me, piercing and pinioned, wanted to draw myself like a bow and loose a killing blow against those who had harmed my people. Against the vile hands that had snatched my Irelanders from our shores. Something devastating and as final as a footnote, so that never again would they rape or raid. And terribly, hideously, I knew how. Meeting after meeting, I bit back the fury that wanted to burst from my chest, until the sudden tang of blood flooded my tongue where I had sunk my teeth in for real. That night, as we made use of a roadside inn that a very enterprising family from Southwold had set up on the White Road to Cragtreath, Nacella looked up from her work. Ivana had been determined to make good use of the fabrics given to us after Harrenhal and had yet to meet a dressmaker's hands she trusted more than the ones in my household. It looked a little like some sort of insect, embroidered in shell and bead. "Am I to dance prettily about the subject or shall we save time on this short journey?" she asked, her voice clipped and precise, those beryl green eyes glittering. Quoth gave an answering croak, as guttural and harsh as the flickering firelight. Weary from within and without, I surrendered. "Far be it from me to stop you, but I can't promise I've got anything resembling a sensible answer in me. I've pried worse from less, I assure you," Nacella sniffed, setting her embroidery to one side. Despite my permission to fire away, she paused for a moment, studying me. The exploited opening in the Molester patrol has exposed a weakness in your strategy, she began, and I determinedly returned to stroking Quoth's feathers as gently as I could where he perched on the arm of a roughly constructed chair by the fire. It would seem that when a thing is guarded, the Ironborn view it as a challenge, I agreed, my voice sounding as flat as my expression. In your recollection, do the Ironborn plague our shores more? Nicella asked, baldly. Never before had she made such direct reference to what we had discussed before I left for Harrenhal. I do not know. It is likely. Their defeat comes about by such slight and impossible chance that I do not dare hope for it. Certainly not enough to resist making alternative plans. What ends them? A small woman and a smaller knife. A slight chance by every measure, then. I fidgeted with the scratchy, thick woolen shawl that I had pulled over my knees to keep out the cold. My little Meyer dandelion blanket was poor comfort this night. It sat uneasily with me, the idea that the end to the Red Kraken's reign and the resulting civil war in the Iron Islands would hinge on Tessa's suffering. A suffering so great it drove her to kill Dalton Greyjoy and then fling herself into the sea to escape the punishment that would surely follow. The trouble was everyone kept looking to me for clever solutions. The raiding of coasts is as old as boats, and it wasn't until artillery that there were good ways to repel coastal raiders with more than boots on the ground. Even Sir Cone didn't have better suggestions than to keep our men stationed there in numbers and to ensure regular training. I was no military strategist. Oh, I'd snatched a victory or two from the jaws of defeat, but events had conspired to see me through. A river might fell a tree, but it could not be called a carpenter. Again, the urge welled up within me, thick enough that I had to choke it down. But my mind had already pictured it. How many had died for love of their homes in Cragtreath? How much blood had been spilled to keep the raiders from finding purchase on our shores? I did not have Ali's talent, but I had enough knowledge to be dangerous. Nicella squinted at me, something disquieted in her face. Ursula? She asked, as though she wasn't sure. My left hand spasmed suddenly and I grunted from the pain. With a sharp hiss, Nicella set aside her embroidery and came to stand beside me, snatching up my sore hand. She began to perform the stretches that I avoided, her lips pursed with concern and her gaze focused entirely on my palm, her own hands dry and a little coarse from the cold. I took the moment to watch her, even as I flinched away from the movements that were supposed to loosen the muscles where they cramped horribly. Quite without my permission, I began to speak. Perhaps it was the hood. Do you think I've done anything unforgivable? Her eyes didn't even dart up to meet mine as she snorted. Not unless being soft-hearted is a sin. Don't mock me for that right now, I said, my throat tight. Her movements slowed but did not stop. Nicella, I'm so angry. I'm so angry I'm afraid of what I'll do. I have these thoughts. Tucking her hand into mine, Nicella looked at me, her expression grim. The back of her hand was disconcertingly soft compared to her palm. Loose and a little fragile beneath my twisted fingertips. She had old people skin. When had that happened? Anger is not a sin, Nicella said, sternly, for all I like to claim otherwise to the small folk in order to get my way. Thoughts are not actions. The Ironborn are hateful monsters whom you rightly wish to destroy. This is why we pray to the warrior. Though you've never shown much affinity for him before, I'm not convinced that these desires aren't virtues. The faith of the Seven, I was reminded sharply, was not quite like the Christian faiths of my first life. I looked down at our joined hands. They made an ironic picture. One smooth and youthful, twisted as though racked with arthritis. The other heavy-veined and lined, the faintest of age spots beginning to speckle the knuckles, but strong and capable. I was full of hate, she was right. Indeed, she called it righteous. I could not quite see my way to explaining to her why I did not want to be. Why hate like the black ichor which pumped through my veins might be dangerous. I thought about our conversation throughout the night and long into the next day. I turned it over in my mind as I sat in infirmaries, ministered to the dying, and handed out Jenny's medical supplies. It pricked at me as I greeted Mega, who had now gained a truly fearsome wound that bisected a cheek. I comforted the wailing families of Cragtreath, whose people had been killed or stolen once more, as best as I could. All around me were the signs of fighting and suffering. Hands clung to me even when my people stood 20 paces from where I was. I fancied I could feel them, as clammy as sea flesh. They reached to pet Quoth, or desired that I lay my twisted hand upon their sick and dying. Though of course, they were never so forthright as to say such a thing directly. Lady Myers, Seven bless you for coming. Oh, my boy, my lady, he was a good lad. Ah, 'tis no matter my lady, you yourself have a dodgy left hand and I'm sure you get on fine. Those men you sent made all the difference. If they hadn't been here. Sir Dominic saved us, my lady, he. If it hadn't been for Maga's warning, I don't know. People had cowered in their homes, barring the doors if they could. Others had been far out enough to try their luck on the roads. Though the militia had formed up quickly, without the ability to bait them into a pre-prepared route, it had been hard to form a good defensive line in the panic and confusion. Some had slipped through. I wanted desperately to be blamed and no one would blame me. They treated the Ironborn like people treated earthquakes and tidal waves, something to be prepared for and endured. It made my teeth ache. Or perhaps that was because I was clenching my jaw so hard. The Ironborn were just men, as cruel and ordinary and starving as anyone else this winter. That they should be spoken of like a force of nature struck the middle of me with its unfairness. The pyre was still unassembled when the day began to dim into muddy afternoon light. Riverlanders burned their dead, which lent itself to swift ceremonies once the pyre was lit, but a pyres for so many took a long while and it had to be assembled correctly in order to catch and burn well. My eyes fixed a little ways off from where folk were scurrying about the construction. Rust-colored streaks trickled down the wet sand. You saw it sometimes in Cragtreath. The ancient peat bed beneath the sands would sometimes reveal itself, giving up its iron to the sea in rivulets. They would have been careful to hide the blood before I arrived. The wind was bitterly cold, enough to cut off speakers mid-sentence as the gusts blasted their way across the bay. Behind the pyres we could see the slate-grey ocean undulating gently, the Beesbury ship bobbing slightly from the force of the waves, still anchored and tethered to the pier. "We have some taken prisoner," said Magga gruffly, though the pain from the gash across her cheek had to have made speaking agonizing. I hadn't asked how she had got it, and she did not offer to tell me. Her granddaughter Maeve had gone into labor the morning of the raid. Though she had birthed a healthy baby boy, it had been a hard birth, muffling her sounds and stuck in a bath, with only Jeff to bar the door and hold her hand. In his other fist he had clutched a sword. The girl had made him swear to kill her and the babe rather than let the Ironborn take them. "Will he even talk?" I asked, my tone resigned. Magga shrugged expansively. "They're tight-lipped fuckers when they want to be, my lady. But he might be able to let us know how likely they are to follow up their attack, or who might be set to lead the raid. Perhaps even how they managed to steal the Beesbury shipment and sail it back to our shores while we had our cunts out." A pause. Magga was a tall woman, but as lean and rangy as any wheelhound in her build. She was a creature of sharp edges and her face ill-suited the soft cheeks age had left her with. Her skin looked like leather left out in the sun and her braids were more white than grey these days. For all her fierceness, she was an old woman. Yet something powerful stirred behind her deep, brown eyes. It edged the lines harder into her face. "Then again, my lady, perhaps it won't matter if he doesn't talk. Might be worth doing anyway," she growled. On my shoulder, Quoth shifted his position, as though ready to take flight. For a moment, I could see it. A bucket of seawater. A cloth. Straps on a table. Ironborn surely had to enjoy the sensation of drowning. Or even something gentler. Sleepless nights stood in one spot, the room blackened but for a single torch and the guards. The darkness would do the work my hands feared to and gnaw at their minds like a beetle through rotting wood. Images of plague blankets danced behind my eyelids. It would be so easy, to be cruel. To be practical about it. Flexing my hand, I drew myself up and breathed deeply. Then I had a very measured, polite conversation with an Ironborn, who had quite a lot to say about what he'd do to me if our positions were reversed, and did nothing of the sort. We got nothing useful out of him that way, it was true. When it became clear he would rather die than talk, I granted him a death by sword. We couldn't afford to keep him fed and well as a prisoner, not without making someone in Cragtreath a murder in the night, anyway. Sir Dominic did the deed there in the cellar. I had gotten better at controlling my flinch. Then I went upstairs into the fading light and mourned with my people. Break my spirit if you can, I got a well that won't run dry. Fill my pockets full of sand, I got a well that won't run dry. I'm gonna sing my song unto the wind. I'm gonna sing of where I'm going and where I've been. I'm gonna sing 40 years of wandering. A se'night afterwards, I was in conversation with Aklam of Winterfell about his progress when the first raven arrived. The wood gasifiers were slow to progress, being only tangentially within his wheelhouse. Between my poorly explained vision, Aklam, Theo, and Lewis, we almost had too many cooks on this project. Despite this, he was confident that he could create the pipes and systems needed to fire the glassworks. Aklam was a merry man by nature, red-cheeked, broad-chested and permanently in shirt-sleeves, as if he did not feel the cold. His 2 apprentices had loved him from the first and were often heard to sing his praises in the town, according to Ivana. When I saw the seal, I was immediately wary. Kermit had a personal seal for House Tully, of course. I had seen it many times in our correspondence both as friends and as lord and vassal. But the seal of the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands was a thing of high office and official business. It sat, slick and garishly read atop the rolled missive. The message had Kermit's seal put to it, but it was clearly done by a scribe for it did not match his hand. Dark wings, dark words. To Lady Ursula Myers of House Myers. On the first day of the next month, House Tully will hold a winter summit at Riverrun in order to address the ongoing challenges of this season. With no sign of spring, action must be taken to preserve our lands and small folk until such time as the Citadel sends its white ravens. We Riverlanders must work together if we are to prosper. If matters in your own holdings mean that you cannot attend yourself, a representative must attend in your stead. There will be a week of quarantine observed to ensure that winter fever does not spread further. Lord Kermit Tully. Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. Family. Duty. Honor. Tucked beneath this was a second roll of parchment, addressed to me much more informally, was a message in what I knew to be Kermit's own hand. Ursula. I must ask your forgiveness, my friend. Though I know it will mean you must travel almost immediately from the time you receive this message, I require that you and only a small household make their way to Riverrun early. I would hope to receive you at least a fortnight before the rest of the guests. Earlier would be better given the need to quarantine. You will be greeted by my mother and my betrothed as well. There are some things we must discuss. Kermit. Staring in some astonishment at the parchment, all I could think was that I had no recollection of these events. I cast my mind about desperately, but no flicker of recognition sparked to life within me. Perhaps it had only been obliquely referenced? That terrible sensation of having missed a step continued to hound me, but there was no way but forward. If Kermit was calling a summit of his vassals, that meant he was taking the threat of winter seriously. In many ways, I admired it was what I would have done. Together the Riverlands were a web of resources and knowledge that might see us survive where otherwise we would fail. Getting us all to work together, however, might be just impossible enough to drive him into an early grave. You can't be serious, snapped Ivana, when I informed my council of the missive's contents. Her thick brown hair was coming undone from her braided bun, the likely culprit sitting in her lap. Yelena startled slightly to hear Ivana speak harshly, but once it was clear that she herself was not the one in trouble, the girl was quite happy to sit there and make a mess of her mother instead. Frowning, I said, I know the timing is poor, that is why we need a plan of action. I do not want to be halfway along to Riverrun the next time the Ironborn come calling. Though they failed to take anything back from our shores, the Beesbury ship was a fat prize. They have a hold's worth of grain and fewer mouths to feed. I'd wager they're all calling this one a resounding success. I took a quick sip from my willow bark tisane, but left the cup cradled in my bad hand. The heat was soothing to the sore muscles and the willow helped with swelling. Looking discomfited, Sir Cone interjected, I would not be comfortable removing Sir Dominic from his post for quite some time yet, my lady. The people of Cragtreath trust in his and Maga's leadership given his actions to defend them. They'll mislike it if he is taken away. Yet I do not feel confident leaving the potential defense of Hag's Hill to any other than myself. Half the trouble will be ensuring a safe escort for you with this in mind. Not to mention the rumors, added Septinicella, her eyes narrowed with barely banked fury, which will hardly be allowed to fade if you attend to him so much earlier than his other vassals. The fact that his betrothed roams the halls of Riverrun will only make it that more salacious and likely draw her ire as false sympathies come her way from those who simply enjoy fanning the flames of such things. At this, Gwyndolin made a sympathetic face. Her correspondence with other handmaidens meant that she had to artfully redirect and refute a number of rumors about my person, especially since Harrenhal, and Lady Emmeline's work had rooted in people's minds like a weed. Ivana looked around the room, her face astonished, but it seemed no one had brought up what she thought was so obvious. Rounding on me, grey eyes as dark as steel, she snarled, I'm talking about the fact that the last time he sent a missive to summon you to aid him, he won a siege that will see his name sung for 100 years, and you came back half shattered and unrewarded for your service. You cannot mean to let him make such ill use of you again. With a sharp expulsion of air, I leant back in my seat and resisted the urge to pinch my brow. Though I could feel the headache brewing, doing it made me seem condescending and it would only become a red flag to a bull. It was Sir Cone who saved me from responding. Lady Ivana, you and I are in complete agreement. However, she cannot simply refuse her liege lord's summons. You know this, he said, patiently. Which was a mistake, as his tone made her lip curl into a sneer. A devastatingly lovely sneer, but it was impossible to misattribute the feeling. When Ivana felt the need to lie to you, she could lead you like a dog on a lead around the conversation until she had what she needed. An honest Ivana tended instead to meet people with her knives out. Her promise to me that she would never lead me to her own goals as she had before also meant that she was as frank as she could be with the rest of the council. Or perhaps that was motherhood. I was told it shifted priorities. I said nothing about refusing summons to the council. It's an opportunity to help, as well as a place to gain some trade for our house if Ursula can be canny about it. But he leans on their friendship to draw her away weeks early, while our house is on the cusp of crisis, in order to bolster, here she flapped a long-fingered hand dismissively at the papers on the table, his concerns, I suppose. My sister is Lord Tully's loyal vassal, his most loyal, I'd argue, since she's put herself in the jaws of death 3 times now in order to serve him. I'll not sit here and let you convince her that her singular service is at all to be expected. Sir Cone drew himself up, indignant, but Cedra cut him off. I was so delighted by this newfound confidence that I quite neglected to soothe Cone's ego in the face of it. Friends help each other, she said, biting her lip, and you have offered him much in the name of leal service and friendship without much in return. It sits ill with me. Exasperated, despite how pleased I was to hear Cedra speak, I could not quite keep the censure from my tone. I will not be known as someone whose friendship can be kept or bought with the right application of favors. That would make me his whore in spirit, and certainly give those rumors more fuel. But he has a duty too, my lady, came Janessa's barbed voice, and suddenly I was unfairly certain that my counsel had too many voices. I tried to quash the bitter feeling, as it was unworthy of the service they had done for me. It may simply have been that I knew, on some level, they were advising me well. I nodded to Janessa to continue. For all we are able to speak freely to you and be your friends and companions, you are still our lady. You have a duty to see to our trousseau, or to marriages should we desire them. If we were of a higher station, you'd have a duty to teach us the skills of being a lady to a keep. You balance it well, I feel, but it is a balance. And you feel that it has grown too unbalanced. I ventured, taking a long pull from my tisane and wincing at the bitter flavor. Jenny Green's claimed sugar would dull the efficacy, but I was increasingly of the opinion that Jenny Green's was a mean old bitch. The sensation would likely fade once the tea had been consumed. The nods were varied in their enthusiasm, and some were reluctant indeed, but there were a fair few. With a sigh, I gestured to Ivana. I imagine you have a list as long as your arm, but where would you have me start? Kermit. We just had the Ironborn take another bite out of us. They'll be back for a further attempt any day now. I am not certain I can be spared. But if you need me to, my friend, I will come. 2 seaguard ships in the bay at all times while I am away. And another 50 men from your house to guard my shore, to arrive as I depart. There were children in the hold of their ship, Kermit. Children. Whatever else the summit concerns, the Ironborn need dealt with. Ursula. Notes. What would you ask for, if you were Ursula? Do you agree with Ivana? Chapter 43, Honorine Tully, Kermit Tully. 133 AC. Honorine Tully. Lady Ursula Myers had come once again to Riverrun, much grown since Honorine had seen her last. With that raven glaring balefully from her shoulders, and a septa bearing a similar expression behind her, she was every bit the strange creature she had appeared to be on first meeting. Though Lady Myers now stood at an almost equal height to Kermit, which would quite limit her options for suitors who preferred a bride to gaze becomingly up at them through her lashes. The girl was running out of years to grow into that jaw, though Honorine allowed that some of the youthful fat had left her cheeks enough that it appeared handsome rather than harsh to a more forgiving eye. She was dressed more for travel than presentation, but the past month had blessed them with unusually bitter weather. Yet even here Honorine could read the signs of House Myers who were doing well for all it was winter. A thick, dark blue wool kirtle with cape sleeves was lined with sable fur. A clever patchwork, to Honorine's eye. Perhaps they did not quite have the funds to stretch for larger beasts, or perhaps the animals they bred did not grow much in size during winter, but it would fool many. The front was an unbroken line up to the neck to keep her warm, and fastened with freshwater pearl buttons, the irregularity of which was made to look deliberate given the way the kirtle had been woven with different thicknesses of yarn to give a rougher texture. It held water out better than other weaves, she recalled, though she had rarely seen it outside of the storm lands. The layered sleeves of her undergown were creamy white, banded at the elbow and wrist with more embroidered pearl, and a repeated indigo pattern had been stamped along it. The new wealth in fabrics and techniques was intriguing. It seemed the lady was not one to rest on her laurels. Those wide, grey eyes glanced up at her from where Lady Myers had dipped her head in a curtsy, but they were unsettling in the morning light. It was good that the girl did not bother any more with hiding the fact that she had thoughts of her own behind that wintry gaze, but it was a snappish thing. Like the prowling of some caged beast. Clutching her dress was that claw of hers that Kermit had mentioned. It was ugly. There was no avoiding that. Better that she display it quickly and get the shock out of the way. Her hair was perhaps her only unquestionable beauty. Long, thick and a dark, rich brown, she had pinned half of it in a crown of braids and let the rest hang free every inch the Riverlands maiden. Perhaps, Honorine thought, with a subtle glance to her right, an attempt to refute rumors that might make the proceedings here uncomfortable. Lady Myers, said Honorine, gesturing to a servant, who hurried forth with buttered bread and wine, I welcome you to Riverrun. Lady Tully, she replied, her tone wry, you do me a great honor. Snorting, despite herself, and receiving a startled look from Eloise Mouton, Honorine replied, tell me that once the summit is concluded. That's the trouble with talent, one grows lazy and refuses to coax the slow into line as they used to. With a wave of her hand, Honorine introduced Lady Eloise. A tiresome farce considering the pair were known to one another, but to fail in a proper introduction in her role as Lady Tully could be seen as a deliberate slight against either Lady Myers or her good daughter-to-be, and though she longed for it with a fierceness, Honorine was not yet old enough to eschew courtesies entirely and be forgiven. All the troubles of being Lady Tully and none of the comforts of dowagerhood. The faster she had grandchildren to dote on, the better. And the Mouton girl would give her beautiful grandchildren, of that she was certain. Lady Myers, Eloise Mouton said, her voice high, clear, and sweet, I do hope your journey was not too taxing. You are kind to ask, my lady. But though the journey was long, I am well. It was interesting, she thought, watching the pair of them converse. Lady Aloise Mouton was unimpeachable by any measure. Her courtesies were polished to a mirror shine, and she was lovelier than the dawn. But she was inescapably a child who was learning her role. Though she was a few years younger, Lady Myers stood as though she had been born to come into her own, with the poise and carriage of one much older and wiser. It did not matter if it were true or not, for Honorine herself was aware that a soft-hearted nature plagued the pair of Riverland ladies in equal measure, but Lady Myers' sureties seemed to push Aloise off balance. The rumors were troublesome indeed, and winter meant there were fewer social occasions where one might swiftly gain the upper hand over such talk. But in truth half the girl's dislike was a result of feeling as though she was forever trying to gain ceded ground. Best put a stop to that swiftly. Eager as I am to descend into vapid pleasantries, Honorine quipped, the sooner you are quarantined the sooner we can do so at leisure. The truth didn't strike her immediately, not until she had dismissed the child and her attendants from the hall. The girl had not been well. To her credit, it had taken Honorine this long to puzzle it out, an achievement not to be dismissed as Lady Myers was now safely behind closed doors where she could not be observed. Long enough, perhaps, to gather herself up where tiredness had allowed her to unravel like worn thread. Something bruised and snarling had lurked behind her eyes. Quite cleverly, she had leant on that twisted hand of hers as a nice obvious point of weakness. Enough so that Aloise had been moved to ask if there was anything the maester might supply for pain. Willow bark tisane was simple enough to provide, though Honorine shuddered privately at the memory of having to take it as a girl when she had rolled an ankle dancing at Casterly Rock. That night, sat by the fire and working on her embroidery, Honorine quizzed Aloise while Hamish slumbered on the couch and drooled into a cushion older than Mager's reign. What had the girl noticed about the manner of dress she had chosen, or that of her handmaidens? Did she think it a deliberate declaration or had they gleaned knowledge that Lady Myers did not anticipate them having? What did she know of the Meyer lands and its position or incomes? Lady Aloise answered well enough, her soft, white hands folded prettily in her lap atop a notebook she kept close, an ink stain along one finger. It showed diligence in her pupil at least. Honorine had dreaded being saddled with a girl who would not learn and instead think that to be Lady Tully was to have incomparable status, grand gowns and the finest company of the Riverlands. Which it was, of course. But such things came with a cost, and the Riverlands more than most would eat you alive if you refused to pay your dues. The young lady had limited insights with regard to how those of a certain station presented themselves. She had not been taught it in the cradle as Honorine, and indeed her sons, had been, so it did not come naturally. Lady Aloise was effortlessly beautiful, golden-haired and sweet-mouthed, with a fine figure that did not take much hawk-like examination of her table to keep. Tall enough that it was not awkward for men to converse with her but short enough to do that much vaunted fluttering of lashes where needed. It perhaps followed that Aloise had always simply worn what pleased her and nevertheless was able to be shown to her best effect at all times. Where she showed some glimmer of promise, however, was in her encyclopedic knowledge of the Riverlands in abstract. Like some ancient map-maker, if they were concerned with botany or marriages. The Meyer lands are on the site of the old Mud Kings, the girl said softly, her eyes distant as she searched the vault of her memory, a prestigious set of lands for a raised hedge knight if not for its terrible quality. And what do you mean by its quality? She pressed, trying to keep the boredom from her voice, though likely not doing as well as she ought. They had become too familiar in their bid to claw resources out of the reach. While it had been the key to Honorine discovering where her good daughter's skills would lie in service to House Tully, it meant that returning to a more teacherly bent was difficult. Half the holding will be mud and marsh, not suited to farmland or industry. A similar-sized holding almost anywhere else in the Riverlands would be wealthy indeed, but the best loam soils are confined closer to the south, if House Paedge's farmlands are anything to go by. The coast is wide and soft-angled, making it vulnerable to raids from the iron-born and they lack natural stone and ores. A pause while the girl considered, and then she added, lots of plants grow in mires that cannot be found elsewhere, for medicine or dyes and the like, which can be useful. Honorine nodded generously. It was tiresome to have to make such obvious shows, but the girl responded to her approval like a flower in the sun and went to such ridiculous efforts to avoid her disdain that it quite defeated the purpose of her coming to learn. If all she could do when feeling any kind of censure was imminent was open her mouth and parrot words Honorine already knew, they might as well give up the whole venture entirely. The girl had been very specifically taught, and it was proving tricky to undo. For now, she would be more effusive than was her usual way. In time, Lady Aloise would have to learn to do without such comforts. Honorine reflected on never having been blessed with girls. She had mourned it when Oscar came, knowing that another babe would likely kill her. Honorine hadn't much liked the getting of children, but she had hoped for more than her two. Yet perhaps it was best, for it was clear what made an appealing, obedient daughter did not make an effective ruling lady. What if she had granddaughters? They would need different tools than the ones she had fashioned for herself, if Honorine had any say in the matter, yet they could not be raised as she had her sons. A shame that Myers had not lived. The man would likely have had much to say on the subject. And why should that be interesting to you? She began, leadingly, tilting her chin just so in order to illustrate that this was an important question that deserved consideration. Honorine expected the girl to seize upon the sign quickly and hurry to comply. Eloise was sensitive to the moods of others, which was a gift, and eager to appease them, which would be troublesome down the line. It left Honorine affectionately disdainful, as she was whenever Hamish begged for treats. The girl's voice when she spoke, however, was as flat and thin as a worn shift. It snagged Honorine's attention for a moment, like a thread on a nail, before she found herself pleasantly surprised at Eloise's reply. If her lands have little in the way of material goods, it is interesting that she has so many trades to speak of. Even with the slow pace this season, the merchants speak of the incomparable quality of glass, or the many materials in increasing demand for embroidering gowns. She imports little from the riverlands, beyond what trade her small folk require for a living. Mostly she is concerned with food. Her trade in cloth improved somewhat before the Reach was struck with winter fever. How, I am uncertain, considering their lands were caught in the burnings and they likely lost many hands for spinning and weaving. The girl's interests were a little mercantile, but her instincts were sharp, and she had a memory second to none. It came of being a Mouton, no doubt. Kermit may not have given it any thought, but Honorine felt she knew exactly who would be managing the incomes of the Maiden's Rest once it was signed over as part of Eloise's dower wealth. Good. Better than even I knew. What does that tell you of House Myers and its capabilities? Something shimmered behind Lady Eloise's strikingly lovely features. This was where the child struggled. She had a good education, but she floundered when asked to put it to purpose. Perhaps a squeamishness around the idea that her lords and ladies were to become pieces on a game board. Yet even her discomfort had a tremulous quality to it, like a raindrop balanced on a leaf. It was enough to make an old woman sick with envy. If nothing else, Honorine allowed, her son had inherited an eye for beauty. She must have clever people in her lands. It speaks of an eye for talent, or perhaps she has the good sense to make use of what her father left for her. It is also possible that she is simply wonderful enough to think up such things herself. It was a good answer. Honorine had been angling for the notion that the girl was a valuable piece in the game and to be wooed over to their side with steel chains before some other house puzzled out her use. Hopefully the impetus to do so would smooth over any awkwardness Eloise was likely to feel about her. The faint thread of sarcasm was enough to worry her, however. Indeed, my dear, she said, softer than was her usual habit. She far preferred forthrightness and claws in conversation, but the Mouton girl was tiresomely easy to injure. As Kermit's wife you will have power over Lady Myers. But power for a Tully is a rope bridge across a gorge. One wrong step and off you tumble. The Riverlands is full of wealthy holdings. House Tully has one of them itself. Clever ideas cannot be grown like cabbages or mined like jewels. For all the little reasons you outlined, it would benefit you to show that you take an interest, whatever your personal feelings. Lady Myers had uncommonly good conversation and a sense for timing that saw to it she could converse fluidly with the admittedly sharp-tongued Tully household. Kermit was more likely to make cow eyes at his betrothed at length, or fumble to fetch her music sheets for practice than he was to heed her counsel. It was a lever Eloise could pull for some time, given her youth, before she forged it into something stronger. But to a girl untested in the ways of the world, it probably appeared as though Kermit had a lack of interest in conversation with her rather than an inability. Which led Honorine nicely to her point. Refusing to look up from her embroidery, lest she be forced to endure this youthful sulking longer than she had to, Honorine pressed ahead. How do you plan to address those unsavory rumors when the other lords arrive? For they will need put paid to, and sharply, she said firmly, extending a hand towards Hamish's eccentrically shaped head, to calm his instinctive growl at the change in her cadence. Such a good little boy, her dear baby. I cannot speak of it. This was all to the good. Frankly, she'd rather not hear it. Yet it could not go unaddressed, and as it stood Lady Myers was that rarest of things, a leal vassal with some sense. Loyalty enough to face a dragon was hard to measure when the beasts had a habit of appearing when you least wanted them to. But loyalty enough to place themselves in the jaws of a trap over and over? You could not buy such a treasure for your house and its descendants. It would not do for the silence Eloise insisted on to poison the whole thing. Better to draw it out. Rolling her eyes, Honorine gestured dismissively with one wrist, heavy with golden cuffs. That foolish gossip has a grip on you, I take it. I would advise you to pay nonsense no mind. The sudden, cold silence was so deeply unexpected that she was forced to lift her gaze from the tiresome embroidery of a leaping trout which she had been working on. Would you? Came the rejoinder, whip-sharp, blue eyes narrowing. Would you pay such a thing no mind, Lady Tully, and sit, smiling at it? It was an old wound, and she was a grown woman now. But still it felt like needles beneath her fingernails. Incensed, Honorine fisted her hands in her skirts. That this chit dared was probably a good sign, but she was in no mood to rejoice at this first sign of character given the subject matter. It was perhaps unfair of her, for the strike had been true, but Honorine had no interest in fairness, only victory. If you cannot even speak of the rumors, you cannot refute them. Part of your role as Lady Tully is to set aside your personal feelings and work for the good of your new house. It will benefit you to be seen to dismiss such talk. I don't see that it does. Frankly, indifference is the only courtesy I have left. And I would hold to my courtesies even if some would counsel me otherwise. For just a moment, Honorine fancied she could see the woman Eloise would grow to be. It was as ephemeral as smoke, gone in an instant, but it had been there, which was something. How vexing that it only arrived when she was being disagreeable. I certainly wouldn't perch prettily on my cushions and refuse to so much as contemplate what I feel threatened by, girl, she said, silkily, leaning backwards on the settee. What benefit would it gain me to do anything at all on the subject? Better I attend to other matters, surely. Eloise fired back, her face flushing pink with fury. I did not decide to call on her weeks before any other lordly house set foot across the threshold, as though rumors that Lady Myers is his mistress do not gain ground with each moment she is here. You ask what I know? I know enough. If I think on her any longer, I may scream from sunup to sunset without ceasing. My son has no mistresses. You insult him to even imply otherwise when you have heard the truth from his own mouth, she hissed, her voice as clipped and cold as chips of ice. It was madness, her certainty, she knew. If for no other reason than it was quite expected of men. Elmo had been as discreet as any woman could have wished. There was likely no possible way the boys could have even known for certain. Yet some part of Honorine's soul trembled with the certainty that she had not raised her sons to visit the humiliations she had suffered on another woman. Does it matter when half the Riverlands believes otherwise? Eloise said, shaking her head as though to rattle the thought from her skull. That flush of outrage travelled unflatteringly down the column of that swan-like neck. Rather uncharitably, Honorine thought it made her look like one of those long-legged river birds with the wobbling red bills. Eloise pressed her advantage, mistaking Honorine's disdainful silence for a point struck in conversation. Gesturing sharply at the window, she continued, it only matters what they see, and that I cannot control. Every step of the way she grasps for higher station that is her due. That she is successful only feeds the flames. She is my betrothed's loyal vassal who he turns to for conversation and counsel. She has faced a witch and a dragon in his service if you believe the songs, and won him a siege to hear Kermit tell of it. I had to half shout to be heard in matters where I have much knowledge, and yet he pores over her letters when they arrive. If she were his mistress out of passion, he'd be more circumspect. He'd meet her in a hunting lodge in his lands or invent occasions for them to meet amongst others. I'd almost rather she was his mistress, it would provide less humiliation than this. Honorine's laugh was clear and cold as a winter stream. 7 Save her from the histrionics of children. If you knew what it was to be married to a man with those appetites, you would certainly not sit there like some statue and bleat that all you can do is nothing. If you truly believed the rumors, I might have more patience, but instead you bemoan the tide when you have an oar. You will be Lady Tully, your word and actions will carry more weight than 100 gossiping handmaidens. Yet you sit and do nothing about it. Just as you did nothing the whole sennight you first visited. Shaking her head, an expression edged with every inch of disdain she had for such a thing, Honorine snarled, beyond the fact that they are friends and there is nothing between them, if my son favors her, it is because she is of more use to him. I can't imagine why he'd think that. The blow struck true. Honorine's work usually did. The girl's expression wavered briefly, her eyes wet with rage or sorrow. It did not matter which, for they were heavy with unshed tears either way. Lady Eloise rose from her seat, white-lipped, her hands fisted tight at her sides. I will retire now, she said, coldly, though they had only just eaten dinner an hour ago, for it is late. And with that, she glided from the room in a swirl of skirts and blonde hair. Honorine stared at the door from which Eloise had flounced, before reaching across a trembling Hamish and pouring herself a glass of wine. After a little thought, she topped it up higher. Well, she said into the silence, after a long moment and a longer drink, at least she has teeth. Kermit Tully. Kermit sat in the fourth study, avoiding everything as best he could. There was quite enough to be getting on with before the summit without him having to manage a tearful, pink-faced betrothed who would not speak to him, and an icily formal mother who stalked the halls like some tyrant denied supplicants. He reflected, ruefully, that perhaps his father had been correct in some respects about women and their moods. The day of Isila's arrival had unfortunately seen him managing a dispute between 2 farmers over a hedgerow. These farms had been amiable neighbors in summer, but the long winter had fanged the populace as much as it had the weather. The hedgerow in question was one which he had not heard the name of, but apparently it was as highly sought after to sheep in winter as mutton stew was to man. The crux of it was that there was only enough for one flock to feed on, and the extra food would ensure a good supply of winter lambs to the farmer who could claim it. Squabbling was not encouraged when presented before their lord, so the small folk in question were more respectable than not, in what John had explained was quite a cutthroat issue. Certainly better behaved than a bracken in high dudgeon, anyway. In some ways Kermit detested petition days, for his desk in both studies 3 and 5 were so laden with ledgers that he feared too heavy a sigh would bury him in parchment. Yet there was a robust straightforwardness to the issues that compelled him. No less thorny, he could admit, but small folk worried over health, food, and safety. It made beating his head against those particular issues more appealing than insinuations that Lady Amaranth Butterwell was poaching eligible knights for service to her own lands. It took long enough to manage a rotation between the pair that he had quite missed Isola's greeting and retirement into quarantine, before being drawn back to other matters that demanded his attention. When he had emerged, it had been to the sort of frosty politeness that he had learned to dread from members of the fairer sex. With a sigh that sounded older than his years ought to warrant, Kermit pressed his thumbs to the arch of his brow in an attempt to stave off another headache. Perhaps Houses Tarek, Pedge, and Myers would be amenable to working out an agreement around patrols of the coast while the summit took place. For now, he and John were to draw something up as a basis for the discussion. Seven only knew that he'd be flooded with 100 more problems and quite forget his line of thinking once the other vultures burst through the doors of his keep. Kermit had been glad to offer his aid against the Ironborn more directly. Ships and men were within his purview, though Mollister had likely turned as purple as his sigil when he'd received the Raven. Kermit knew he would pay for it in some way soon, but it had been necessary. Even the speed of progress he and his riders had made along the new road did little. They'd have made good time to break a siege or see off a prolonged sacking, but if the Ironborn were in a mood to flee or retreat there was no possibility that Kermit could make it in time to engage the enemy. Those signal towers had done their work well and the distress call had arrived before even the Raven from House Myers. He had been riding with his men when a second Raven had come telling him of their victory. A part of Kermit had wanted to drive ahead anyway, if only to aid his friend in hunting down the last dregs from that foul attack. Yet to demand his vassal host and feed his men and horses in winter, for something so long and drawn out, was no small ask so deep into the season. Besides, the lady would be in mourning for her people, if Kermit had the right of it. Instead, he had turned his grumbling soldiers around and began drawing up plans to have the roads more regularly patrolled by a company of men who could readily respond to threats along the coast. It was an awkward beast to straddle especially in winter. Lords hosted their liege to display their wealth or prestige. The honors they bestowed upon a liege lord were to be returned with the gifts of an eager ear to hear their concerns, or admiration for their works. Many a wealthy house would be glad of the opportunity. Yet the ones harried by Ironborn could not be said to have much to spare, and in visiting he would become a ruinous burden as they sought not to insult him. He had been putting off a progress through his lands until summer, but that season seemed laughably far away now. Patrols did not have the prestige of a lordly visit, but they presented their own troubles. Beyond the concern that some lords would take offense to his soldiers within their borders, there was also the issue of ensuring the patrols would range long and far enough to be anything more than an expensive sojourn in armor. The men would need their own supply in order to move easily along the coast, but to hunt and forage unchecked in the lands of his vassals during the lean winter could be seen as an insult. Or at least an offer that was impossible for his vassals to refuse without offending him. Not to mention that a solid company of at least 100 would be required if he wanted any hope of seeing off a raiding party with a decisive victory. The door to the study opened and closed, almost whisper soft, and into the room came Lady Eloise, still golden and glorious, though much subdued for the past few days. Her handmaiden, an unfair name for a woman who appeared older in years than Kermit, immediately seated herself with some embroidery and did her level best to appear both very properly present and also entirely invisible. John had a similar quality and was currently doing his best impression of an ugly fireside ornament from his corner of the study. Ungallant though it might be, Kermit could not help but think her another of those awkward problems he had to contend with at the moment, and his headache briefly intensified. Though Kermit, untutored as he was, knew better than to think of it in terms of beasts or straddling. "My lord," Eloise said, softly, those blue eyes like jewels in the pale light of the morning, before pausing and pretending to examine the shelf of texts to her right. Kermit pretended not to realize this. His father had advised him to always allow his future wife whatever shield of subterfuge she desired, unless he feared treason. Elmo Tully had sworn it was the path to a happily wedded state. It was just damnably uncomfortable. It was that silence which really set him on edge. From anyone else in the household, it heralded an oncoming storm. Perhaps his betrothed preferred the quiet. It was, admittedly, a state so foreign to Kermit these days that he wondered, slightly deliriously, if it was as relaxing as he remembered. She really was incredibly lovely, Kermit thought, observing Lady Eloise surreptitiously from behind a sheaf of parchment whose contents he had long forgotten. Her hair was left loose and shining, spilling down her back like corn silk. The lady moved with grace, as well, her every gesture lovely to behold. He had been so pleased that some aspect of his lordship had occurred with something resembling an even keel that he had not quite considered the inevitable strangeness of having to ingratiate himself with a woman about whom he knew very little. Though he did not possess Oscar's natural skill, Kermit could charm and flatter well enough in conversation. That part of his education had been seen to by both his parents and his tutors. But it didn't strike him as quite the right approach when engaging with Lady Eloise. She smiled at almost everything he said, which he was beginning to feel meant that he hadn't quite found the right things to say. "Can I help you find what you're looking for, my lady?" Kermit ventured, trying to feel a little more like Lord Paramount of the Riverlands and a little less like a green boy. "Oh," she breathed, one hand pressed to her stomach, a flush coming to her pale cheeks. "No, my lord, I know you are busy. I had no particular choice in mind. I confess, I am here because I find myself somewhat idle." This was a significant improvement over her state earlier that morning, which was pleasing. Kermit smiled and replied, "I'm not certain I remember the sensation with any accuracy, but I recall it blissfully. Do I seem such a tyrant that I'd not let you be easy, Lady Eloise?" Folding her hands in front of her, the lady shifted uncomfortably, her expression stricken. "Please do not think it for a moment. It is only that I find myself almost embarrassed that you and your mother should be working so hard before the summit, and I am, looking for reading material." He'd thought the smile had been obvious enough, but it appeared she was not from a household prone to teasing. Kermit rushed to reassure her, "This is to be your home, one day, Lady Eloise. It is good that you take the time to grow comfortable and get to know it. May the Father judge me justly, but I certainly wish I'd been given more time to settle into my role." Nodding, the lady ventured a step closer to him, a warmer look in her eyes at his explanation. Her countenance was so pleasing, that Kermit found himself wondering what precisely he'd done and if he could be made to do it again. He supposed that it was entirely acceptable to notice that one's betrothed was the right height to tuck under his chin. Nonetheless, permission to think this way at all about a lady was quite a new thing. Usually, it had the air of furtive shamefulness about it, and the less said of his stripling years, the better. It was a warm, unfurling thought, like a sun-ripened vine, one which also threatened to choke him with embarrassment, given the fact that he had concerns like famine or winter fever beating down the door. He wasn't sure what expression he made, but John gave a warbling sound from his right, like Hamish when he'd encountered a cutlet slightly too large for him to inhale in his usual fashion, which brought Kermit right back into himself. "Are you a lover of books then, Lady Eloise?" he asked, realizing he had no idea if she'd been speaking or not. "I notice you are often scribbling, but you never seem to return to a text often enough that I've been able to guess at your favorites." She seemed to like playing the harp, embroidery, and little else that he could discern. Neither of these were particularly conducive to conversation given his lack of experience, and so Kermit fervently hoped she had a fondness for the written word. He didn't, particularly, but he'd at least read before, which gave it a distinct advantage over Lady Eloise's other activities. Ursula had advised him to take an interest in his betrothed's works, if he wished for peace in his household. It was important to respect that his lady wife's pursuits had value in and of their ability to bring her joy, out with his own opinion on the subject. Kermit had been quite indignant at her advice. He was no boor, before a tartly worded letter had reminded him of their first meeting. It had been an acutely irritating response, not only for its accuracy but also for the strange drawings that Ursula had enclosed in the letter to recount the whole event. She clearly had decided to exaggerate both of their features in an unflattering manner, but surely his face did not look at all like that. It would have made Oscar laugh. "I do not truly have a favorite. I suffer from a good memory, my lord. Once I have read something I find it very easy to bring to mind once more. It makes me quite difficult for the maester back in Maidenpool, I'm afraid," Lady Eloise said, glancing down at the carpet before darting a look up at him. "Seems a good skill to have. Maester Cyril might have appreciated it more from my brother and I when we were under his tutelage. I had a head for it in the end, after enough drilling, but Oscar found the sword and loved nothing else half so much." "Well, I am sure your maester educated you both admirably," she said, diplomatically, giving another of those lovely smiles. "I was made to learn, yes, but I found it a lot more difficult to charm my way out of lessons." "I remain not entirely certain Oscar can read," Kermit said dryly. With a little laugh like the tinkling of a bell, Lady Eloise came a little closer still, and Kermit both blessed and cursed the desk. It was uncomfortable to still be seated and stationary while she moved about the room, but equally it meant that he didn't have to worry so much about what he was doing with his hands. "Was it often the way between you two?" My brother, a pang of sorrow in her voice as she faltered, though Lady Eloise's face remained admirably serene. No prizes for guessing which brother she referred to then. There was almost no house untouched by the dance and the death that had followed in its wake. Kermit waited patiently, attempting a kind expression and manfully ignoring the burning gaze from John's corner of the study lest he be put off. "My brother," Lady Eloise began again, her voice still full of feeling and those incredibly blue eyes of hers glistening, "was eldest and ought to have been the taskmaster. But that was often Manfred's role. The rest of us relied on him to get us out of whatever was boring. He used to smuggle my sister sheet music from Dorne, or distract our Septus so that I could run off and have some time to myself. There may have been a time or two where Oscar and I got up to mischief," allowed Kermit with a grin, his brother's laughing voice as clear in his ear as though he were only a room away, "but I'll never own to it, Lady Eloise. Certainly not while my mother still bribes the servants." There, that laugh seemed truer. It burst from her a little higher pitched and unexpected. Enough that her shoulders had twitched as though she were surprised by her reaction. Her eyes cut towards John, amused and alarmed in equal measure. Though of all the servants and castellans he was the one who Kermit knew to be above bribery, which made it all the more upsetting when the man decided to do Lady Tully's bidding of his own free will. He relied on me, you see. Or, at least I felt he did. More than Manfred does, at any rate, Lady Eloise continued, her fingers still folded decorously in front of her. Her stillness was a particular feature of hers. Distinctive and arresting, it meant movement made her look like a painting come to life. Mostly on the matter of trade and keeping the ledgers. On account of my good memory, anyway. I'll freely confess I haven't the head for house politics, but that will come with time, Kermit interrupted, leaning forward slightly and seeking to reassure her. Mother is a hard taskmaster, but in this arena she has no equal in the Riverlands. Her particular methods may not be to your taste, but she desires only our success. Kermit decided firmly not to mention the fact that his study was soon to rotate before his mother's chilling mood reached the stage where histrionics were inevitable. It would not help his point. It was perhaps not his finest moment, considering he had been strategically absent from discussions between his mother and his betrothed this past few days. Lady Eloise's lips thinned at his comment, her expression going a little cooler. Perhaps you are right, my lord. As you say, her methods are not always to my taste. It might be that I lack the opportunity to apply myself, or perhaps I need to see other ways of being, she said. Kermit could see her trying to project some firmness, but her soft voice went some way to making her sound more uncertain than she wanted. Your friend, and here there was a pause. Barely the length of a breath, but there. Lady Myers. She is gifted in this area. The discussion of Ursula had been quite a tense one. Understandably so. Through no one's fault except some damn Vanschit and several credulous lords, Lady Eloise had some concerns around his friendship with Ursula. Kermit had done his best to put paid to it, but time and consistency were the only methods by which he could ensure the lady felt secure in her status. He appreciated the attempt to sound neutral, at least. Among other things, he said vaguely, uncertain how to put into words the razor-sharp competence of his friend, nor the fact that she was likely madder than a sack of cats. There were few other ways to describe someone who stood 15 paces from a dragon bearing down on them, rather than abandon the man who had ridden to their rescue. Brave, certainly. But utterly mad. Until you had seen such a thing, you did not know that the world contained such possibilities. The ballads were probably written in self-defense. Then perhaps I should spend some time watching her work during the summit, if she is so capable. Ah. That would be difficult. It was, in theory, a good idea. But Kermit was not so taken in by his beautiful betrothed that he missed the barb in the suggestion. He scanned for an appropriate response. Perhaps that their strategy might very well depend on his friend operating differently to the Tully household. Or he could mention the slight it would be against his mother if Lady Eloise was seen shadowing someone other than Lady Tully at such an event. Yet these were feeble excuses in the face of his true reluctance that to a novice, watching Ursula at work was a little like telling a squire to take up the vanguard. Lady Eloise seemed eminently agreeable, but the future Lady Tully could not be seen playing second place in strategy or politics to a vassal. Even one as trusted as Ursula. Why, what an interesting idea. Came the crisp interjection from the doorway, where his mother stood in a gown of quilted white silk in an atmosphere usually found just before a hanging. At her feet, Hamish's hideous little face appeared behind her skirts and immediately began to give a low, insistent growl. Damn! Damn! John, the bastard, coughed twice as though preparing to speak, before saying nothing. Kermit could have used the signal significantly earlier in the proceedings, but to look away and glare at the castellan would betray a weakness that would give his mother the opening to strike. Not that she needed it. In an interesting departure from her usual countenance, Lady Eloise did not cower, as one might assume all thinking creatures were tempted to do in the face of his mother in a mood. Instead, she squared her shoulders and tilted her chin. It was almost admirable, Kermit conceded, but it doomed her. At least she would go out looking lovely. I wondered where my pupil had wandered off to. How pleased I am to find her, diligently applying the basics, said Lady Tully, her voice a jarring contrast with an expression that looked for all the world like a proud hen if a little dead behind the eyes. I had assumed that other matters demanded your time, Lady Tully. Just as they have the past 3 days, answered Lady Eloise, her face as still and placid as the surface of a lake. Yes, I'm terribly changeable that way, I'm afraid, snipped his mother, gently edging Hamish to the side with one foot, presumably to allow the beast room to charge face first at whatever displeased her. How relieved I am to see that your education continues apace without me. I invite you to converse with Lady Myers at your leisure during her stay. It's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, it would not be prudent to have you observe Lady Myers too closely at the summit, not with your determination to remain ornamental. Barely breathing, Kermit glanced at the handmaiden, whose back was pressed against the settee where she was perched, eyes roving the room like a frightened horse. She shook her head firmly at his expression, whatever it was, and he manfully took it to mean he did not yet have to speak. I do not feel the need to insert myself into every situation that presents itself, true. A quality that might have done Lady Myers some good. Perhaps we can learn from each other, came Lady Eloise's silky response. It was a little unworthy of her, Kermit felt, considering the circumstances by which Ursula tended to get involved with things, but he'd said worse about better when his mother had roused his temper. Lady Tully narrowed her eyes, the lines around them deepening. When I suggested that you take some action of your own, my lady, I had hoped it would be for the betterment of House Tully. A buoy, instead of a ballast. I do not understand why this is such a concern that it merits being spoken to in this manner, Lady Tully. Why are you so determined suddenly not to have me observe the lady too closely at the summit? Lady Eloise's face was flushed with outrage, her blue eyes snapping. Kermit tried to gamely press himself further into his seat in the hopes that this time he would successfully disappear. If Mother said anything too awful, he really was going to have to intervene despite his reluctance. Yet with a sigh, it was as though the impending storm had blown off course, and quite against expectation, his mother did not open her mouth to snap and snarl. Instead, sounding tired, and so suddenly soft-voiced that Kermit's ears wrung from it, she said, "Because she'll be hard at work, Lady Eloise." The soft censure landed with the force of a slap. "Mother," Kermit said sharply, but the damage was done. Lady Eloise's eyes welled up. To her credit, she swept an admirable curtsy and left the room with her handmaiden without a single tear falling. John, the coward, followed her out swiftly, and had the temerity to close the door behind him, trapping Kermit in the room with Lady Tully. His mother looked at him, the same blue eyes as Oscar's shining out from her face. That soft, tired tone did not abate, but as she had just proven, it was no less dangerous than a shout. "Do you know what her preferred course of action was, when we conversed about how to put these foolish rumors about Lady Myers and yourself to rest?" "Mother," he began again but was cut off. "Nothing," his mother said, the line of her shoulders rising and falling helplessly. She preferred to do nothing at all. Gesturing to the room at large, frustrated and prickly with something not unlike embarrassment, though why and for whom he could not say, Kermit snapped, "Clearly, she changed her mind. Is it not a good thing that she wishes to learn? She wishes to drive a wedge, Kermit. Do not be naive. Frankly, I almost respect her for it." Lady Tully raised one hand to pinch the bridge of her nose, in a gesture so jarringly familiar to Kermit from his own headaches that it was a little like putting his foot through a hole in the ice. It made him want to fix it, terribly. Like when he'd been a boy and could bring her things to make her smile. "The girl isn't unteachable," his mother continued, her eyes still squeezed shut. "In fact, she's terribly intelligent. But she does not know how to apply it. Like one of those dogs kept in a kennel too long until it starts to bite itself." "I hardly think Lady Eloise is some snarling beast," he said gently, rising up from behind his seat and pouring her something to drink. She took it without looking and drank deeply. "Mother, forgive me, but I am glad I never had daughters. They're significantly more trouble." Laughing, Kermit probed, "Even compared to the time Oscar and I got into the kitchens before grandfather's name-day feast." A faint smile and a roll of the eyes. It seemed that the silly tricks he'd learned as a boy still worked. "Even I thought your father might have strangled you for that one. I'll allow that at least you had the good sense to eat that night. I went to bed with terrible pains in my stomach before I realized that I hadn't managed a bite. I can't even remember what needed arranged." Her voice trailed off and she took another pull from the goblet. There was quite a lot he could have said in that moment. Kermit could have noted that she was being uncomfortably harsh to Lady Eloise, who was not used to the men away from her own family. He could even have asked after the original source of the conflict between them. Instead, as though it was quite beyond his control, he found himself asking a question. "Why are you glad you never had daughters?" "Because a son might be a maester, or a warrior, or a lord. I would prefer he wed and sire heirs, but unless vows prevent such a thing it is almost impossible to stop that from happening if the lad is eligible. But daughters. Here," she shook her head. "There's really only one way for them to survive. A/N, Ursula is lying flat on her back and having Janessa give her a head rub. Quarantine is the most relaxed she's been in a while. A shame she's going to walk into this shit show. I wonder what people have puzzled out about Eloise's moods and state of mind? Hope you enjoyed this 8K of Westerosi family politics. See you in the comments." Chapter 44, Ursula Myers. Chapter text. Spoiler equals content warning. GRRM doesn't know quite how his feudalism functions. Which, to be fair, is something he is only tangentially interested in, given the focus of his story. I have had to Frankenstein together some stuff. Ursula doesn't actually know anything about what happened last chapter, but boy is she going to feel it. Spoiler. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. My time in confinement had been surprisingly restful. After about a day, by some mysterious signal, neither Nicella nor my handmaidens would allow me to bounce ideas off of them. Instead, they had insisted on playing games with Janessa's cards or performing silly feats like trying to balance as many bobbins on the forehead as possible. I sketched game pieces onto strips of parchment and taught the girls how to play chess, only I was not so good a player myself and was swiftly trounced by Septa Nicella, to the amusement of all. This certainly made all the dressmaking they were doing pass more easily, especially considering I was only allowed to lay hands on pieces that were nearly impossible to mess up. Hems, mostly. Music, where I was forbidden to touch an instrument, passed the time for a while. Old Riverland and Bogland tunes were sung, such as The Fisherman's Daughter, or The Maiden of Maidenpool. A few favorites of the Meyerlands were sprinkled in there as well, including a rendition of Bitch Queen of Harrenhal, which was, frankly, a fucking banger, loath as I was to compliment Benjicott Blackwood. On one memorable occasion all three handmaidens treated me to a rousing chorus of Billy Rode Harder until I successfully clambered on top of Cedra and was halfway to smothering her with a cushion. My victory was nearly assured as well, if not for being pulled back by Janessa. The less said of my complexion during that exchange, the better, and though they had been the cause, the girls were wise enough not to bring it up. Septa Nicella had no such compunctions, and in fact remarked that she hoped I'd been more circumspect than when I had my brief infatuation with Lord Reed. I feared the bitch too much to smother her, so settled for threatening to take up the gittern once more. I didn't quite know how to explain William to people who didn't understand. Small folk were less finicky about friendships between men and women than lordly houses, but even I was aware that my situation made a good story. Yet I was, in truth, no blushing maiden despite my looks. I wasn't carrying some desperate torch for William and almost resented the idea that I ought to. It was only that when I had thought I was completely alone, I'd turned around to see that I wasn't. I was so used to being alone in my strangeness, so fresh with memories of my first, hideous death, that I'd fully expected to die alone once more. But instead, I had been held. When I was certain we would die, he had visibly fought the urge to giggle at my swearing or been sharp enough to make me laugh unwisely given the state of my ribs at the time. In the face of our end, he'd been funny, warm, and kind. The unexpected gift of his friendship and loyalty in that moment had felt like an embarrassment of riches. One last beautiful thing, before we died. A thrown rock was really the least I could have done. When making fun of me grew stale, the exchanging of stories began. Gwyndolen's mother had been a rich trove of the most classic Westerosi ballads and epic tales, and she had taught them to her daughter. She could bring them to life with enough feeling to set a dead heart beating, her hands weaving through the air. Stories of the first men and the anvil, or songs of Mager's ghoulish court. Janessa mostly told amusing anecdotes from her own life, misadventures she'd gotten into as a girl or great swindles she'd performed for her father's trade. Cedra had a worrisome number of gruesome tales that, after the first evening, we all agreed should not be told unless the sun was high in the sky. Poor sleep among at least 2 or 3 to a bed was a particularly foul experience. Even Septa Nicella got involved, telling a surprisingly ribald one about a horse merchant and an amorous washerwoman. After some prodding, I was convinced to share one of my own. "What shall it be, ladies?" I asked, half drunk on giggles and still contemplating how the washerwoman in Nicella's tale could ever have got so confused. "Something daring," exclaimed Gwyndolen, who had rejoiced to discover that if the Tullys had instituted rationing it wasn't to their guests, and was eating buttered bread as though it were going out of fashion. To be fair, it might as well be, in the Meyerlands. "Oh, a love story, lady," Cedra said, who was most fond of them when sung by Gwyndolen and her gittern, but it seemed she had not had her fill this night and would settle for mine. Beside her, Janessa leaned against Cedra's shoulder, lending silent support. She had cried at the hideously tragic ballad of brave Danny Flint and probably couldn't bear any more sorrow, though she didn't like to say it. Began Septa Nicella delicately, her eyes half closed in her chair by the fire and looking like nothing so much as a well-fed cat, would like something I have never heard before. There was a fullness, a brimming, in the middle of me. Perhaps from the fire, or the stew we had eaten for our evening meal. Perhaps because for once my hand didn't hurt. Perhaps I was just happy in this room, wrapped in warmth while the frost crept along the panes. I paused, for a moment, thinking. Then I said, the year Buttercup was born, a scullery maid named Annette was the most beautiful woman in the world. The morning we were to be released, I had been very carefully dressed by my handmaidens. I had no desire to be overtly adorned in the face of Kermit, who didn't care, or his betrothed, who would be watching me like a hawk given the rumors. The only person I risked disappointing was Lady Tully, and she had the kind of temperament that enjoyed criticizing a good deal more than delivering compliments. Yet even when dressed as practically as could be allowed, I was a representative of my people and could not be permitted to wander the halls of Riverrun in a let-out gown of Ivana's and my hair tied in a low tail with some scrap of ribbon. It took some bargaining to get it down to where I did, and even then, only because I argued we would be here for some time and hardly had the wardrobe to dazzle my liege lord's household daily. A split-skirted gown in dark blue wool, a black undergirdle that was richly brocaded with russet and red leaves. Both of these materials had been taken and repurposed from laughingnell, which would hopefully be message enough. I wore my freshwater pearl jewelry because it made Nacella twitch worryingly when I tried to complain that it pulled at my ears, but I fastened my father's old silver belt around my waist. I had to tighten it less than I'd like, but my father had been a warrior in peak condition when he died. And it felt good to have him with me, today. I had refused to allow any of the glass ornamentation to be trotted out or fastened into my hair. A simple circle of braids would suffice in being both decorative and practical. Besides, I quite liked how it looked when pieces of hair slowly began to unwork their way from the ties. Making my way to one of the many studies in the labyrinthine keep, I felt refreshed, renewed. This may have been a bit of a sticky social sphere given the rumors, but I was actually going to be in a position to do something about them soon. Not to mention that the work before me felt like worthy work, seeing that people survived winter had become something of a profession for me in the last 3 years, and it was gratifying that I would be able to put it to wider use. Sir Calm was the one summoned to my side for his daily dose of exercise, as bushy and silent behind me as some kind of russet hedgerow, and my handmaidens had been dismissed into the tender care of Sept and Nacella for the day. Whether their schedules would involve lessons or deftly inserting themselves into other people's business I couldn't say. In fact, I considered, as we were given admittance into what was being called the third study, it would perhaps be better to never ask. With Quoth on my shoulder and my hand only moderately stiff, I straightened my spine and prepared to get to work. I took one look at the room and immediately wanted to crawl back into quarantine. There were a few people at the table, castellans, the master-at-arms, and even Maester Cyril, who had got an eyeful of my nearly naked chest at laughingnell, when he'd tried to determine if I'd managed to shatter any ribs. Yet these were trifling in the face of what greeted me. On Kermit's left, Lady Aloise was an arresting sight. She had been positioned to best effect in the clear morning light of the window. Her pale blue silk gown was so argentate with glittering thread that she resembled nothing so much as an exquisitely expensive disco ball. The lady's hair was a glorious golden fall to nearly her elbows, unadorned with braids. Instead, she wore a chaplet of golden wire, bedecked with enameled white flowers like snowdrops and crocuses. Like a maiden of springtime, she smiled with such a genuine warmth at my entrance I was nearly convinced we were old friends and I had simply forgotten. At first, I thought this was some kind of intimidation tactic. A way to warn me off in case I was Kermit's mistress in truth. Which would have been fair enough, and frankly no artist could ever feel disagreeable about being menaced with beauty, if I hadn't caught sight of Lady Tully in that moment. She was firmly placed at Kermit's right hand and her expression was not unlike Sir Cone's before a charge. Lady Tully was always extravagantly and elaborately dressed. Frankly, her station demanded it. So it was not her Tully blue velvet gown, studded in the bodice with pearls in a diamond pattern, that set me into a panic. Nor was it the draping sleeves that revealed elegantly embroidered trout leaping and darting among the white-watered silk. Even her hair, wrapped in more white silk and capped with gold and silver cord, was not the source of my vexation. It was the fact that those trout had been adorned thickly with the colored glass beads my Meyer artisans made. It was the fact that around her throat was the expensive gift she had instructed me to send her nearly 6 months ago. A collar of glass peacock feathers, set into gold like stained glass windows. I turned, aghast, to find that Kermit simply wore a thickly quilted doublet whose quality could be seen in its luster, dye, and comfort. He appeared entirely indifferent to the war being waged at the table, though possibly only through the luxury of deliberate ignorance. I nearly went green with envy. I was already green with horror. What the fuck had happened while I had been in confinement? The appropriate introductions were made, but considering my insides were vibrating like a rung bell, I don't think I could be blamed for failing to take in anything new. Ursula, it is good to see you in person. You look well. Came the warm exclamation from Kermit, oblivious to my predicament through sheer force of will. I bobbed a quick curtsy before allowing Sir Calm to pull out a seat for me at the table. The man decided to set me opposite the Tully household, but higher on the table than the castellans. This was well and good for both propriety and my station, but it had the unfortunate effect of making me feel like I was at a job interview. I would be swallowing comments about how I was an agile, big-picture thinker all day. Quoth fluttered from my shoulder with a squawk and settled on the back of the chair, immediately commencing a staring contest with the frenzied tremble of fur that was Hamish in Lady Tully's lap. It is good to see you, my lord, I said, with no small amount of enthusiasm. Not only to see my friend whose letters had been so dear to me, but also to seize upon the excuse not to speak to anybody else in the room. I carefully avoided the intimacy of using his given name, a thing totally innocent until someone decided it wasn't. I am glad I look well, considering the last time we spoke I think I was more bruised than girl. And the time before you were covered in blood and mud so thickly we couldn't actually see your face. It was entirely possible that Bill had ridden to the rescue of some other maiden who had chosen an unfortunate moment to take a stroll among bandit-infested fields, Kermit answered with a wry grin, gesturing for a servant to bring me a tisane. I warmed to him immediately, as not only did he remember my preference, but he had given me an excuse to talk about how ugly and unwomanly I was in front of his betrothed. Don't forget the brain matter, my lord, I replied, my voice dry, as I eagerly wrapped my hands around the warm cup, I certainly never shall. My sister left that one out of the ballad. It's so hard to find a rhyme for disgusting. Your marriage prospects and my tireless efforts on their behalf thank her, said Lady Tully, who did not have the constitution for anything so weak of character as exhaustion. Her elegant hands waving the matter away as though she could banish it by sheer force of will. I have a number for you to look over once we are finished here, by the by. The pleasantries continued in this manner for a little while, as much to give the castellans and maester time to assemble the ledgers on a desk beneath a large window as it was to pay lip service to our mutual interests as liege lord and vassal. Lady Aloise continued to seem all that was agreeable, her expression lovely, but she said little and revealed even less. It set my teeth on edge, which was probably the point. Before we begin properly, said Kermit, gesturing for a castellan to bring him some official-looking parchment, we should discuss Spring. That is to say, we should discuss the difficulty Spring's delay has presented in properly compensating your house for its services to us. This was so unexpected that I could not prevent the twitch I gave in response. Nor could Lady Aloise, I noted. It made Honorine Tully's eyes go slitted with satisfaction, and the hair at the back of my neck stand up, because I was certain that somewhere in this castle Nacella would have sensed my misstep in her very bones. My lord, for the courtly service of parley, I was offered a generous promise of fostering a Tully cousin, Tamsin Cox. Such consideration for a house so low in status has borne fruit in other offers from households in the Riverlands. This was agreed upon already. I'll not have it said that I grasped for more than I was due, I answered, deliberately lowering my head and my gaze. My words were mostly fluff, noise to make while I scrabbled to master my surprise. Frankly, even if I'd been champing at the bit for a reward, courtesy dictated that I behave demurely in the face of offered gifts. The rules were different for a lord and a lady, but both were clear: to do what honor required was supposed to be reward enough. In practice, however, there were other expectations. Which was why the fosterings were such a boon. House Wheeler and Forrester had already sent missives for their own girls. Lady Terrick herself had sent letters discussing if her youngest granddaughter might be a good fit. Nothing yet had been decided, but between my ties to the Tully household and my rumoured fleet of pious septas, it was becoming appealing to others. Certainly more appealing than sending spare daughters to the cloisters of the Reach, who had kept the Riverlands over a barrel most of this winter. My house would never have been so tightly tied to House Cox at the best of times, so short into our ascendancy, let alone offered a blood link to House Tully. They were ephemeral threads, true, but Westeros was as much about whose ear you had as it was whose blood you had inherited. It would do much to bolster us come summer. Though there was a pang in my heart for the girls, Tamsin at 11 was to be the eldest of the children sent to live with me, it could not be denied that I would become their mother in practice. Others might underestimate the web it would build for myself and my house, as these girls grew and went off into the world, but I was not one of them. You and I well know that you did more for the cause than parley, and that alone turned into a pitch battle and a flight from Dragonfire, so it really isn't the point you seem to think you are making. Kermit reprimanded me sternly, his blue eyes like chips of ice, and to be quite frank, House Tully cannot afford to compensate you materially. Which was why, originally, I had wanted to wait until spring. He took the parchment from the castellan's proffered hands and passed it across the table to me. I read it. I read it again. 1,000 hours of Septa Nacella's teachings and my own screaming, threadbare sense of self-preservation were all that prevented my first reaction. And my second. Even my third. Finally, I said, my voice as even and bland as I could make it, the Lord Paramounts of the Riverlands have never granted any of their vassals a city charter before. Nor will they for some time, perhaps not even in my time, replied Kermit promptly, gesturing at the parchment in front of me, for this is not a city charter. There was movement from the corner of my eye. Lady Aloise, no doubt. My stomach clenched at the thought of what even the suggestion of this conversation would mean to her. Not to mention that of all the towns in the Riverlands, Maidenpool was the richest of all, and the most likely to qualify for a city charter if it wouldn't have given them too much power over the Tullys. I opened my mouth, but before I could speak, Lady Tully's voice cut across the table. Lady Aloise, you have a singular memory. Explain to Lady Myers what a city charter allows. It seems her septa has forgotten to teach her the distinction. For all the world, it was a barb directed at me and my education, or perhaps at the fact that I was not effusive enough in the face of what the Tullys offered. But in practice it resulted in this: the future Lady Tully was made to recite a definition to her lowly vassal like a performing monkey. Whether it had been for showing a reaction to this conversation that she shouldn't have, or if it was part of whatever larger, horrible battle that was being waged between them, I could not say. All I knew was, I would be made to pay for that one, for all Lady Tully had clearly meant it as some form of chastisement for Lady Aloise. To her credit, with her clear, sweet voice, Aloise gave nothing away. A city charter grants certain rights, out with the demands of vassalage. The city is exempt from the taxes paid to your liege and answerable only to the king's taxmen, and the city may govern under its own laws so long as they are in keeping with the king's peace. The right is conferred to build a standing force for its defense as well as to build town walls, warehouses and, here, even Eloise's many years of training and natural poise failed her slightly, the right to hold market and staple. Where were you when Maester Cyril chided me over my studies, my lady? I don't think I could have done so well with a text in front of me, said Kermit. He then, probably in an attempt to smooth over his mother's high-handed behavior, gave Lady Eloise such an effusively warm smile that I was embarrassed for both of them. Him, for being such a fool as to draw attention to himself while his betrothed was so wroth, and her for immediately erasing all traces of ire in her face in order to return it. There, said Lady Tully tersely, does that not make it much clearer? It did, and it didn't. The Tullys had never given a city charter to any of their vassals. It would grant the house who received it too strong a military, financial, and political boon. The nature of being Lord Paramount to the Riverlands was essentially a game of extravagant keep-away with a bunch of murderous children. The Tullys stayed in power because they understood that the blessings bestowed for one generation's loyal service would swiftly be turned against neighbor and liege alike once the ancient feuds of the Riverlands demanded blood once more. That was not to say that certain rights had never been granted, though never with the right to staple nor the exemption from taxes. Maidenpool and Fairmarket were examples. Not to mention Lord Harroway's town. All of them had been given the right to hold market and wares generations ago. It was what made them so wealthy. Lord Harroway's town had negotiated lower tax rates on their purchases, Fairmarket and Maidenpool the right to walls and a standing force for defense. The finer details of each agreement were lost to time and the necessary secrecy, but there was no doubt in my mind that they had been a source of great strength for these houses. Each of these boons had been granted in the past for leal services, and each of these became a thorn in the side at some point for a Lord Paramount trying to keep order among his vassals. Some of these houses predated my own by longer than the entire recorded history of my first home. I did not know why Kermit was taking such a chance on me. Perhaps our letters had impressed him, or else I had said something at some point in the command tent, delirious from milk of the poppy. In front of me were 3 rewards that would benefit my house greatly, should I accept, and paint a target on my back a mile wide. First, Southwold would be given the right to hold market, which meant I had the right to ensure merchant wares and goods had to meet my standards before they could be sold, as well as take a tax on sales. It provided me with the right to call market days which would bring guilds and merchant houses to Southwold in their droves to sell and buy. It also opened an attractive line of credit that would have been denied to a house as young as mine for a long while. A market tax was a common collateral for the Iron Bank. Second, Cragtreath would be given warehouse rights. It would be allowed to store goods on behalf of merchants, both those who worked within Westeros and who engaged in trade across the narrow sea. It was highly taxable. Better your non-perishable goods were held by a lord whose soldiers and small folk could defend them, until such time as the wines of trade meant it was good to sell, otherwise you'd have your livelihood stolen from you quicker than blinking. It was not so grand as the staple rights everyone with access to the ocean coveted, but even that was almost unheard of outside King's Landing. That would ensure all merchants who wished to sell their warehouse goods had to stay and provide their wares for a minimum of 3 days before they could go anywhere else, making their town the place merchants had to visit if they wished to get ahead on certain commodities. Third, were tax matters. For the remainder of winter, all paid purchases of glass houses within the Riverlands would be exempt from the rather hefty tax my glass industry commanded. For the span of a single summer, however long it may be, Southwold would be exempt from feudal tax entirely, allowing it time to grow and establish. It was clear enough to me that the market rights were the reward, and the warehouse rights the warning. It was the taxes that did not match, at least not until I met Kermit's gaze, warm with friendship and patience while he sat and let me stare at the document in front of me without chivying. Those were just goodwill, a gesture from a friend. An advantage without a leash. On any other day, I'd have been ecstatic. But between Honorine Tully's languid satisfaction and Lady Eloise's icy repose, I felt uneasy. My lord, you honor me, I began, taking a scalding sip from the tisane to buy me time to think, but I find myself overwhelmed. I cannot in good conscience put ink to paper without greater study. I was not raised to my role like Lady Eloise and I must read it carefully. My father would have taken a strip off of me if I simply signed and sealed what was placed before me without due consideration. Kermit furrowed his brow and said, I once saw Sir Ender agree to purchase a sow sight unseen from a fellow on campaign, saying that it had to have been a magnificent beast from the description. He had, as well, according to the letters he'd sent. Ivana had named her Bettina. That was a kindness for a friend, my lord, I said carefully, not wishing to offend, who would not accept charity. In all other things my father was a rigorous man. He demanded the same of his children. This was only half true. It had been a kindness for a fellow who was down on his luck, but he'd also genuinely believed in the description. My father lived a life of discipline tempered by joy, kept to his oaths like moss on logs, and loved hard enough to hurt. It made him a good man, but freer with his coin purse than he should have been. Ivana had been the one to take father to task over the sow, who barely made average weight, and refused to have it slaughtered. Instead, she'd fastened a bow about the creature's neck and kept it as a reminder to Dickon that he really ought to come to her before agreeing to these kinds of things. It was her voice in my ear that bid me be cautious, and it was Janessa's tones that rang with warning. The document was masterfully crafted and so carefully worded it was as though the text were attempting to walk a tightrope in pitch dark. It was likely the work of the Castellans rather than Kermit, who I doubted had more than a cursory knowledge of the mercantile boon this would be to my people. Perhaps, I considered, as my eyes darted up to meet Honorine Tully's, it had seen other hands in its construction as well. It would establish me as a wealthy woman, despite the fact that my holdings were mostly bogland, and it would make my industries very attractive for buyers as the long summer dawned. It would lose the Tullis some income for a time, but only for a time. The stronger I became in my trades, the better the returns once summer ended. Crucially, it would cost them nothing material to implement. Yet it was not without teeth. The Tullis could not remain Lord Paramounts and simply hand advantages to their friends unless there were checks on their power. The warehouse rights would not be worth much at the moment to those who sailed the narrow sea given its location on the opposite side of the continent. But local merchants would make use of it. Likely northern wares at first, once summer was here. Yet warehouse rights were only worth having if you could protect them, or else no one would pay. And the charter in front of me did not provide leave to increase my standing force. It very carefully left me reliant on a good relationship with the Tullis to ensure my markets were defended from Ironborn and my neighbors both. It would look like a reward to the callow, but anyone with sharp instincts would see it for what it was, the stick to the carrot. Kermit did not seem put out at all by my caution, nodding as though it had been expected. Indeed, he knew me well enough by now that it probably had, and gave me leave to think on it. He would expect an answer soon, however, before the other lords arrived. I refused to look at either Lady Tully or Lady Aloise. The rest of the morning was given over to the scope of the issue before us. There was record in the Tully Keep of other winter summits in the past, but they had necessarily come before winter was declared. Usually while the long autumn took place, and the expected reports from the Citadel had announced an unusually long winter. There was little precedent for a winter summit with snow already thick on the ground. It was, in practice, a little like declaring a state of emergency after the bombs dropped. Partly so that I could get a lay of the land, and partly so that I could avoid further scrutiny after having been such heavy focus of conversation, I kept quiet and took copious notes. Lady Aloise was staying put, it seemed, though she said little as well. It seemed that Kermit was either deferring to his mother in training Aloise or perhaps that he had changed his mind somewhat about taking counsel from women in the 2 years I'd known him. Or perhaps he'd put his foot down and someone disapproved. My mind was a whirlwind, and the conversation offered no obvious answers. But my hands were practiced at filtering through what I was hearing and marking it down, and I was quietly being treated to an excellent refresher on Riverland's politics. Between Honorine Tully and Maester Cyril, more knowledge had been forgotten at this very table than all my studies had ever provided. After a while, though I had not been using it, my left hand began to cramp again. Irritated, I pressed it to the edge of the desk to stretch it slightly, ignoring the discomfited look on the face of the Master-at-Arms. Perhaps I should ask if I could bring Janessa. She was an able scribe and had a good head for a lot of what would need discussed. By the time a small argument had begun to break out among the Maester and Castellans, I was well on my way to being peeved. It had gone in circles for the past hour and showed no sign of abating. That we needed more food than we could possibly grow was clear. The sticking point really was where to get it. The Stormlands do some trade in oats and alliums, but it rains too hard for much wheat growing in winter. As I understand it, the land is still lush for grazing. Perhaps cattle and sheep would be a better investment. Came a suggestion from a timid-looking Castellan's assistant, who was more Adam's apple than he was anything else. He had his heart in the right place, but he exaggerated slightly. The Stormlands could grow food, in theory, but theirs was a mean soil, better for grazing than farming. They couldn't compete with the Reach, so they didn't have the habits and infrastructure to try. It would not be enough oat and allium to feed both themselves and a larger kingdom. Unspoken went the knowledge that Kermit had wielded a morning star and caved in Boros Baratheon's breastplate during the dance, killing him. I doubted the lands of his widow and his men would offer anything like a favorable price. This suggestion was met with no small amount of derision by the table, though the barbs had been growing steadily nastier for the last hour. And feed them what, exactly, when the beasts get here? Bones. Incensed, the man-at-arms spoke up, his salt and pepper hair quivering with indignation. Then I suppose you'd rather Dornish trade? That princess of theirs fancies herself Nymeria come again. Do you think trade will do anything but bolster coffers for another, inevitable conflict? You're quite right, my lord, said Lady Tully, idly scratching Hamish behind the ear, her voice laced with venom. Much better that the small folk starve to death instead. You both ignore the fact that to even get supplies from as far away as the Stormlands is ruinously expensive. Unless you fancy sailing regularly into Shipbreakers Bay and avoiding the Daughters' War on one coast and the Ironborn on the other. The Reach has the wagons and the experience to do trade overland, or only a short distance by sea. It costs more up front, but trying to chisel greater returns from a different venture is rank folly. I'd run out of tisane and my rapidly cooling cup was not so soothing to my aching hand, and frankly I'd been forced to put down the quill or else I'd return to Septa Nacella in a state where she'd scold me for my carelessness. My pleasant mood that morning had been thwarted by the inexplicable tension between the ladies present, being ambushed with a reward whose implications concerned me, and now my hand was bending tightly into its claw once more. Perhaps that was why I opened my mouth when I did. I suppose the question, my lord, I said, the weariness unwisely audible in my voice as I addressed Kermit, is what your goal might be. Do you desire to keep your lords in line, or do you desire to help the Riverlands? Kermit's stern expression, one I supposed Honorine and time had taught him was the acceptable, lordly way to look during proceedings, faded into slight bewilderment. Are the two not the same, Lady Myers? Rarely, in my admittedly limited experience. Neither is an easy task, I should be clear, but much of the disagreement is because we are unclear on this point and chase it in circles. My brows would not unfurrow, and my hand spasmed slightly. Aware that my expression looked uncomfortably like a scowl, I took the time to slowly stretch out my hand with more than a cursory measure. It hurt like a bitch and didn't do much to loosen my ligaments, but at least this time Septa Nacella would be less wroth with me when I returned. The silence that followed my comment was a little concerning. I looked up. Lady Eloise leant in slightly, her expression hard for me to read. But it was Lady Tully who spoke, as imperious as any queen. Lady Myers, I never can predict what you'll say. Kindly share your unique perspective with us. I'm eager to hear an original thought. I glanced around. The menfolk at the table were varied in their responses to Lady Tully's invitation. Most seemed neutral, but there were always a couple who disdained that I should be given any consideration whether for my low station or for my sex. I never could tell until they opened their mouths. Well, it's less a thought than a question, my lady. What exactly is it you want this summit to accomplish? I suppose it is an issue of scope, I said, a touch more delicately than my terse commentary from earlier. It was something of an understatement, considering topics at the table had ranged from the supply of food to the value of marriage alliances, or the appointment of guards in case of a riot. House Tully is in a position to offer largesse, considering the fact that you absorbed the cost of the grain deal with the Reach, but it will not stretch far enough. Not if winter lasts more than another 6 moons hence. And it is not the 6th moon the lords fear, but the 8th. Or the 12th. To appease the lords is to ensure that you provide enough food to keep their interests alive through an unpredictable season. It will certainly require some assurances and some luxuries besides, but overall, it will only cost coin and time beating your head against the wall of a trade deal. Not that these would be easy to gain. Winter was here for the foreseeable and all the same sources of harvest would be squabbled over like seagulls over a carcass. I waved vaguely at the table, a feeble gesture, trying to encompass the mind-numbing length of time trade deals took to negotiate, alongside the strange buzz that took over the senses as the stress and boredom began to take their toll. To aid the people of the Riverlands? That is a far harder task. The small folk outnumber lordly households as the stars outnumber the moon. It may not even be possible. But to even attempt it requires a multi-pronged attack. I picked at a thread at my sleeve, considering how to word my half-formed idea. Winter fever had devastated the Riverlands in the original record. While this had been a hideous loss of life, the ones left standing had fewer mouths to feed, stretching rations further. The plan to aid them would need to be possible, yes, but it would also need to thread together 100 different happenings that I had only just become aware of at this table. But the small folk had suffered mightily this bitter season, and would suffer still more with 2 more years of winter to look forward to. They would die in their droves if a solution could not be found. I wasn't prepared not to try. Kermit tilted his head at me, his eyes knowing. You are still thinking it over, I take it. This multi-pronged attack of yours. I nodded, absently, my eyes distant as I turned the matter over in my mind. As I said, my lord, I am not certain it is possible, and if it is possible, it may not be prudent. He laughed. And you are always so concerned with the possible and prudent, Lady Myers. I looked up, smiling despite myself, only to catch Lady Eloise's expression. It was enough to chill the blood. Keeping my own expression serene, I pretended not to notice. This may not have been the right play, but I was tired and irritable from the morning's work, and it was barely midday. I'd be damned if a woman of my age was going to be cowed by some sulking teenager, no matter how young I appeared. Lady Tully stood abruptly, moved by some unseen force. Probably good breeding. Well, I want a meal and some libations before I'm forced to listen to much more of this carrying on. We shall reconvene in 2 candle marks. Hopefully I will find your suggestions less wearisome by then. Lady Myers, come attend me. With that, she swept from the room in a whirlwind of turquoise gown and ill temper, leaving me to scramble after her like a fool. If you don't say yes, you're a fool, said Lady Tully, her hands decorously folded at the wrists where she sat on her armchair. I said nothing. Instead, I took a drink from the willow bark tea she had provided and tried not to retch. I am a woman of my word, Lady Myers, and your service to my son merits rewards that you can actually make use of. Your hesitance is vexing. Tell me why, or I'll puzzle it out and it will go badly for you. Forgive me, Lady Tully, I said, softly, but I offered nothing more. Narrowing her eyes, she allowed me a retreat, but I would likely pay for it in some unsubtle way later. With a clicking noise, she waved to a servant, who brought a plate of preserves to the table. Arrayed before us was a range of cheeses, breads, and thickly cut ham. I filled my plate shamelessly. I was going to have to suggest some very unpopular rationing measures if my ideas were given due consideration, but until then I was going to eat on Kermit's dime without regret. Quoth squawked interestedly at the foods, but really only wanted to try the ham. Hamish was similarly enamored with the stuff and shuffled out from under Lady Tully's chair to whine until she dropped little pieces of it on the floor for him. Idly, I wondered how expensive a Myrish carpet was. The solar was as lovely and luxurious as everything in Riverrun was. Generously stuffed settees and armchairs were arranged decoratively about the room, to get the best light from the window or to cozy up by a fire. Thick tapestries were draped along the walls, and Myrish carpets underfoot. It was the centre of Honorine Tully's world, where she held court among her ladies, who were lounging decorously in various seats about us, eating in little clusters of twos and threes and giving the illusion of a rarefied salon, rather than the interrogative little soiree it was. After a bite of ham and a kind of olive paste that was good enough to send me cross-eyed, she asked another question. Why did you not mention my necklace? I wore it especially. Here, she gestured to the piece, which winked and glowed in the flickering firelight very fetchingly, as though it was lit from within. Because I didn't want to take a side in whatever was happening, I thought, mutinously. Though Lady Tully had quite put paid to that by summoning me to attend her at lunch and Lady Eloise was nowhere in sight. Not to mention that to directly discuss Lady Tully's clothing was not usually something she required. She played a game where such things could go unspoken. Perhaps she had wanted to make things more straightforward for me, to codify something that a better player of the game could leave unspoken. But the message was clear as crystal, so I had no idea what she thought to gain. Frankly, I could hardly be expected to understand how her mind worked. I simply assumed it was 3 steps ahead of mine and carried on with my day. I took another bite of the sheep's cheese, which I had rested delicately on pillowy white bread. When I'd finished with my blatantly obvious attempt to buy time, I answered, Lady Tully's attention is valuable. I did not want to presume. It is a poor courtesy that repays a kindness with crowing. It was enough for me that you found it pleasing enough to wear. A very pretty little answer, said Lady Tully, waspishly, spooning jam with a vengeance. I suppose I admire your constant willingness to be content. I resisted the urge to quote scripture about the values of contentment. It usually worked to irritate and shame the attacking party all at once, but Lady Tully's natural state was needle-sharp and she needed no help from me. I assumed she'd had the shame surgically removed as a young girl. We had corresponded over the past few months, which allowed me some familiarity, but not enough to protect me if I actively sought to prod her. The truth, girl, is that you are afraid. Afraid of the consequences of accepting this, frankly unprecedented reward for a house so young. Afraid to accept compliments due to you in front of Lady Eloise, lest you court her displeasure. Hardly the attitude of the young woman whom I found so interesting during the feast. With a sniff, she appeared to dismiss me entirely. But I held firm. It would hardly make sense for her to drag me all the way into her solar to simply chastise me for not going along with her instructions. For one, she hadn't outright given me any. Show me the woman in my position who is unafraid, Lady Tully, and I'll show you a fool. Lady Eloise will be the future Lady Tully, and finds my very existence offensive. The reward is great indeed, but the threat sets a knife to the throats of my people that had cut them many times already. I'll not prize my standing over their safety, I replied, trying to maneuver a slice of bread one-handed. The tea hadn't quite made an impact on my fingers yet. I yearned for the loose-limbed readiness I'd felt only a few hours ago. Certainly, you'd prefer the world wrapped in cotton rather than steel, but it is what it is, snapped Lady Tully, the lines around her eyes deepening. House Tully cannot be seen to give you political standing without also being seen to keep a hand on you. Given your friendship with my son, it seems likely to me that the deal should work well for your house for quite some time unless you see fit to break faith with us. At this, she gave a nasty little smile that was still somehow perfectly mannerly. I wondered if she practiced them in the mirror or if that was the true evidence of a high-born education. Lady Eloise could make that expression with some ease as well. I could, I supposed, explain the truth of it, though likely she already knew. The problem was that it required our descendants to be good to each other, that the generations forge as strong a bond as I had with Kermit. That it went both ways. Given the predisposition of Lady Eloise towards my person, I wasn't confident that it would last more than one generation. Yet, the Tullys needed me too. For now. And if I did not tie them to me, this chance might not come again for a long while. Certainly not within my lifetime. I have too many risks to my small folk, my lady. Those on sea would murder and raid our shores even with the might of Sigward bearing down on them. It seems that it served only to spur invention in the Ironborn, I said carefully, as I gave up on the bread and fed quoth a candied walnut, trying to push out the memories of the funeral pyre. Or the imaginings that plagued my sleep fishermen and their families dotting the beach like ghoulish flotsam. As for my enemies on land, they are more subtle, I grant you. Yet it has been said to me that if I cannot guard the gifts of my house, they very soon become everyone else's. I can fight one or the other, I think, but not both. Not yet. Between winter, your station, and the challenges arrayed against you, it is quite the Mirianese knot you find yourself wrapped up in, Lady Tully allowed, with a careless nod of her head. Wherever you turn, something fucks you. I said, keeping my voice light. With a surprisingly scandalized snort from someone who clearly didn't think I'd know what a Mirianese knot was, Lady Tully reached out to take a slice of bread from my hands and slather it thickly with that delicious olive paste for me. I should meet your septa, she said, decisively, before quite enjoying the cold horror that swept through me at the very notion. Absolutely not, my lady. The two of you should never talk. Ever. With a triumphant laugh, because I had indeed lost that battle long before I'd opened my mouth, Lady Tully threw back her head. You were not born to your station, Lady Myers, and sometimes it shows, she said, her voice still light with mirth as she languidly dropped a sliver of cheese for Hamish, whose crumbled face went bulbous with glee. Was it the dirty joke or the concern for my people? I asked dryly, to which I received a well-deserved glare. The olive paste continued to be divine, however, so I could not regret it. It shows, Lady Myers, because you do not conceive of your holdings as what they are, she said, sternly. And what is that, my lady? Power, girl. Your holdings make you powerful. The rewards will make you more powerful still. It was understandable at first you were unproven and unknown. No one would back you. Yet your septus training would have you eschew your new influence, and the means to gain more as sinful or some such. Here she flapped her hand at me, as though my entire education up to this point were merely some irritating fly. Less my training and more my inclination. You'd be surprised how often Septa Nacella has counseled me similarly to yourself, I admitted, taking another sip from my tisane. She raised an eyebrow. Then perhaps you should listen to her better. The summit is an opportunity for someone like Lady Myers, not something to be endured for the sake of it. You have spent too much time with my son if you have forgotten how a woman fights. If the Ironborn come for your people, find a way to stop them. If the rumors plague you, make them toothless. Suddenly, with a little jolt, I had the beginnings of an idea. The thoughts I had been turning over in my head began to slowly coalesce into the vague outline of a plan. It must have been obvious on my face, because she smiled. Very good, said Lady Tully, her expression surprisingly open in its approval. Her regard was striking. It warmed me, to think that a lady such as herself thought well of me. She extended a plate of exquisitely tiny cakes, and I took one, gladly. Now, she said, briskly, these marriage offers. With a mouthful of cake, I decided not to wail. I didn't want to waste a bite. Chapter 45, Janessa, Gwyndolin. 133 AC. Janessa. The biggest problem I see with this idea of rationing is getting folk to hold to it. How long before thieves make their way among the populace? Asked Lord Tully, his blue eyes stern. There is some truth to this, agreed Lady Myers, taking a sip of her tisane. Not so much small folk, she continued, her fingers tapping idly against the table, a good rationing program might see them eating more variety than their usual diet. But merchants, knights and lords. They will be the weakness in the system. They are used to luxuries and unused to the hardships of hunger. But winter is the true enemy. If they can be made to see that, they'll fight it together. It's a lovely dream, but no one ever lost money betting on the self-interest of others, Lord Tully cautioned. Tell that to the Meyerlanders, my lord, who have held together all this winter, and see if they let you keep your teeth, came the pert reply. At this, Lord Tully let out a bark of laughter, even as other faces in the room looked outraged at the implication. Janessa made a quick note of the ones who seemed to suffer from something deeper in their dislike than a severe lack of humor. Lady Aloise kept coming up in these little lists of hers. She'd always had a fast hand with a quill. Janessa had never had the skill or patience for scribing, but she wrote swiftly and neatly, which was rare in and of itself. It had been much praised, but it had never quite been clear what the Septas had intended for her to do with such a skill in the cloisters or mother houses. She had not been highborn enough to be selected as one of the novices trained to accompany the daughters of lordly houses. Janessa had joined the faith because she had wanted an education, and though her numbers and letters had been taught to her by her mother, her parents were not so wealthy as to be able to pay for tutors. Janessa did not know if she'd have taken her vows at the end of her time, but she had liked the novitiate. There were always 100 things to do in order to keep a mother house running, and solvent she might never have been more than passing skilled at the trades which kept such cloisters afloat, but someone needed to man the ledgers and badger the merchants. The Septas may not have known what to do with her skills, but Janessa had never been one to shy away from carving out a niche for herself, no matter her circumstance. In another life, Janessa might have been content with that as her lot. As it was, Septa Nacella had been so uncommonly approving of Lady Myers asking for assistance to save her hand further pain, that she'd practically dragged Janessa into the third study, a ridiculous notion, by her ears. It wasn't that she was reluctant to serve her lady, it was just that Janessa had an uncommonly expressive face, if what one wanted expressed was a contempt for the foibles of others. It endeared her to Nacella, but it was a tricky thing to conceal in a room full of highborn and their pride. She would have to manage herself as deftly as she had with Lady Emmeline and write fast enough to set the page aflame at the same time. Her lady was dear to her, but by the 7, she could talk. The conversation was less a conversation, for all Lord Tully did his level best to make it so, and more an interrogation of her lady and her motives. Janessa was an able enough student of Septa Nacella to understand that he could not be seen to defend Lady Myers so obviously. Certainly not after the generous rewards he had given their house. The burden of service was now on her. But that meant it was up to Lady Myers to steer his counsel, and nearly to a man they behaved like children who resented being asked to wear shoes. Often the only thing that stopped their comments from becoming attacks on her character was Lady Tully, a hand laid almost casually on the necklace she wore around her throat. When Lady Myers presented the modified glass houses, dug into the earth to save on heat and costs, noise was made about the expense and time, or even the labor costs of digging in frost. That this was not the deep frosts of the north did not seem to sway them. There was some interest around the winter apple crop and suggestion that this could be a source of feed in order to keep animals alive longer into the winter, even if the tuber never swelled. Upon learning that the leaves were poisonous to eat, that enthusiasm died a death. Without glass houses, Lady Myers explained, the winter apple would not be able to be planted. Though the harvest could keep well enough in frost, the damn thing needed to grow. Where her lady suggested a line of credit, Lady Eloise, looking believably chagrined, interjected, taking a loan from the Iron Bank was considered when the discussions were being had with the Reach, but alas, they are reluctant to give loans while the Bravaci are still at war and with no sign of stopping. Recommendation for diet and sanitation were considered trifling things, a finger in the dam, as though sickness and weakness weren't the first things to kill small folk in a hard winter. They often killed just as many as starvation. Lady Myers had pointed out that once infirmity and disease was running through the population, any labor efforts which might stem the tide of winter's wrath would be nigh on impossible. This was met with some grumbling agreement, but little enthusiasm for her original point. The only thing that seemed to make good sense to the council was rationing, but even that was met with no small amount of scorn. As it was, Janessa was busy schooling her features into what could pass for irritation with a blotch of ink, as opposed to rank disdain for the lordly head castellan of Riverrun. The other one, John, spoke sense, but his role seemed more the one of a steward. He was likely not of a high station and was reluctant to raise his voice more often. Rationing will not make such a difference as you claim, my lady. It will bring with it other concerns. It will incite tempers and covetousness, not to mention that it will allow the criminal and indolent the same resources as the more deserving, respectful small folk. This one had a long, thin face, that sharpened to a point with unthinking arrogance. Like a needle with ideas above its station. Lord Ewan was a castellan in title, but Janessa's education had not quite taught her the finer points of rank in a castle as grand as Riverrun. He wore a large chain of office, which likely meant that he did little actual work and received much of the credit, but why it should be so, Janessa could not say. I had not heard of Riverrun testing rationing yet, this winter. Was this the result of the trials? Most distressing, said Lady Myers, her tone sharp enough to cut. Grey eyes slid away from the man, dismissing him without another word as she turned her attention to other matters. A trick that both infuriated him and made him look small in the same moment. She'd have to try that one for herself. As for the Meyer lands, Lady Myers continued, addressing Lord Tully directly, through rationing we have stretched stores that should have run out last year into ones which should see us through one more year of winter. It was long enough that we've found ways to get a harvest from our glass gardens, which will feed us longer still. And what of Lord Ewan's concerns? How many of your people turned to criminality or lost tempers? Asked Lady Eloise, her soft voice drifting across the table gracefully. Lady Eloise did everything gracefully, even her disrespect, that was the trouble. It was hard to find anything to fault the lady on, and Janessa wanted to very badly. She settled for recalling how petty and mean-spirited the lady had seemed when first addressing Lady Myers in the hunting tent. That Janessa possessed those same qualities in excess was no barrier to her dislike, it only fueled her sense of correctness, for she was certain it showed a wisdom in discerning only the appropriate targets for her ire. It was one of my first acts as Lady Myers, and in the 3 years since we have had fewer than how many incidents such as Lord Ewan described, Janessa. The feeling of all those eyes falling on her made Janessa suppress the urge to scowl. Or worse, flinch. 12, my lady, and none at all this year. There, Lady Myers said briskly, turning back to the table, once trust was established, the small folk no longer had concerns that they would not be fed, or that their hard-earned stores were being used to supplement my table at the cost of their own. Lords of greater ancestry than I have been able stewards of their small folk for generations. With any luck you won't even have half so many incidents. Janessa suppressed a smirk. It was a neat little trap she had laid for the onlookers. Either you were no better a lord than the up-jumped Lady Myers and her hedge knight forebears, or else you had been so cruel to them that they would never trust you at all. Those highborn reluctant to implement rationing would be ring-fenced by this approach to convincing them. The able lords would be scrambling to outdo her and the cruel would say nothing for fear of revealing their true natures. Cruelty liked the veil of authority or righteousness. Lady Myers had been clear on this point before she and Janessa had entered the study together. They don't need to agree about the why, she'd whispered, her expression steely, they just need to do it. I don't care if they gripe until their dying day if it means people won't starve. Honorine Tully looked completely uninterested in everything that was being said, fussing over that hideous little dog of hers, but Janessa fancied she caught the slightest of twitches about the corner of her mouth. Lady Aloise, however, did not seem to understand the play and instead her expression darkened. Your glibness does you no credit, Lady Myers, came the censure, as gentle as a summer wind. Lord Yuan had a number of concerns that any lordly house might. You should do him the respect of taking them seriously. Otherwise, this rationing scheme of yours might never find the foothold it needs to begin. The afternoon sun beamed down on the girl, that perfectly delicate face and that perfectly upturned mouth burnished golden as she spoke. 100 soldiers would have gladly marched to their death to see a face such as that smile. A shame she'd decided to set herself against Lady Myers, then. Only her lady did not bare her fangs as Janessa had come to expect. Instead, she smiled in return, nodding. You are right, my lady. It is poor service that sits and says nothing. Lord Yuan shall be good practice for us if we wish to convince the other lordly houses of the benefits of this scheme, as you say. It was like missing a step on the way down that particularly winding stair at the northeast of Hag's Hill. Janessa felt she had to trot twice as fast in order to keep up. Pretending she needed to cut a fresh quill, Janessa tried to look incensed at Goosefeather rather than Lady Myers' inexplicable need to make common cause with a lady whose allies had done nothing but run roughshod over her. Across the table, Lord Yuan looked most cheered by Lady Eloise's support and leapt back into the conversational fray, an experience made all the more odious because he had already been effectively thwarted and silenced before that good work had been undone. What of the idle and the criminal? How can they be deserving of such largesse? The man blustered, gesturing towards the window, outside of which a legion of venal and corrupt small folk clearly must have been lying in wait. It was funny, being Lady Myers' handmaiden. No one ever seemed to think of her as one of the small folk. Perhaps they assumed she was another hedge knight's daughter, or from a masterly house. Yet Janessa, Cedra, and Gwyndolin were all common as muck. It thrilled her a little, that feeling sometimes that she was getting away with some grand scheme. Yet it meant she would often have to sit and listen, her expression as bland as a bowl of porridge, while people of her station were decried as vicious criminals, their inevitable descent kept at bay by lordly authority. Though if Janessa had to endure Lord Yuan in person more frequently, who knew what she'd become capable of? She doubted the man had ever had to bring in a harvest, yet he spoke as though the small folk had no hand at all in the grain he'd be so kind as to distribute to them. Janessa was beginning to form the opinion that men like Lord Yuan were like some form of pond life, disgusting, inexplicable, and dubiously necessary for the functioning of the world. Strike him down, and she suspected 2 more would seep into his place. I often find that those who turn to criminality in winter do so out of hunger, or fear of hunger. Once you put paid to it, they are reluctant to risk losing what they have. Though of course, breaches of the peace from those who would thieve or damage their neighbor's share would have to be sharply punished, I grant you. As for the idle? Have a heart, Lord Yuan. I sit on cushions all day, but I have no wish to go hungry. That jape at her own expense won a laugh or two from many, and the atmosphere warmed significantly. They had just been prepared to move on to the more important matters of how best to accomplish rationing, when Lord Yuan decided that grace in defeat was for other men, and muttered, soft-hearted nonsense, to feed small folk at the cost of everyone else. It quite soured the mood. Janessa glared. She had no patience for pretending anything other than anger at so obvious a slight to her lady. With a dangerous little smile, Lady Myers tilted her head. Amusingly, Quoth followed the motion, painting quite an unsettling picture to those who were not used to Quoth's mannerisms. Oh! The only people who might find their tables leaner and duller than they had been before would be the lords themselves. If it is that you lack the discipline to pay the cost of such soft-hearted nonsense, my lord, say so. I'll answer you directly if you've a mind to be direct. The challenge spluttered out swiftly after that. For hours the table went back and forth. A discussion about how to ensure a balance of the humors to ward off sickness. Debates on how holdings rich in ores and poor in pasture could survive the long cold. Twice it nearly came to blows between Maester Cyril and one of the castellans. Carefully, Lady Myers led the assembled men and women through the methods she had used to see the Meyer lands through the bitter winter. The plans, as they stood, were simple ones. But in the course of the discussion, it became clear that they were impossible to implement for everyone. "I do not mean to gainsay your wisdom, Lady Myers," said John, who had a serious, solemn face and eyes that snapped with intelligence, "but much of your success was an ability to adapt and think ahead. You understood your lands and made use of what you had. When you advise them to adapt, some will hear it as though you have no plan for them. They will disdain methods that appear woolly or vague and not keep to them for long. That was the trial, wasn't it? Many a house would try a thing for a moon, or perhaps even as many as 6, but self-denial was hard, and the winter would be over soon if there was any justice in the world." Pressing the heels of his hands into his eyes, Lord Tully grunted in agreement. Just as Lady Myers opened her mouth to answer, however, he spoke up. "Enough," he ground out, "this is a complicated matter, and it will not be solved in one sitting. The rationing measures will be proposed and defended to the other lords, but we cannot control how a lordly house conducts its affairs in such minute detail. That is a fact we will have to accept." The Lord Paramount of the Riverlands leant back in his seat and waved at the assembled men of his house. "We'll begin again tomorrow." With that, they were dismissed. Janessa began swiftly gathering her things. There was much to report to Septinicella and many questions to ask. Around her, the rest of the assembled folk began to make their way from the study. Twilight had rolled in where late afternoon light should have been. The worst thing about winter was the way it was dark all the time, a curse for any scribe. "Ursula," said Lord Tully, as Sir Calm went to extend a hand to Lady Myers where she rose stiffly from her seat, "we shall be dining in the Solar this evening. Perhaps you and your household could join us." "Indeed," purred Lady Tully, something joyfully wicked about her expression, "bring that septa of yours. I'm afraid that my septa has a terrible sickness." "In fact, Janessa is going to attend to her right now," came the reply, swift as an arrow. Her words were an obvious lie, but Lady Myers said that the only way to lie to someone as observant as Honorine Tully was to not bother being clever. It turned the matter into a polite avoidance instead of a deliberate concealment. With a laugh, Lady Tully waved a bangled hand in acquiescence. "Very well, bring a handmaiden to attend you then. Lady Eloise will be doing the same." She rose from her seat, that shockingly expensive gown of hers glittering in the firelight, like droplets of water on a ship cresting a wave. Beside her, Lord Tully had extended a gallant hand to Lady Eloise, who looked no less costly than her good mother to be, though as she stood there was something pinched about her expression that Janessa uncharitably attributed to a lack of character. As the handsome pair, for they did look well together, she could admit, made for the exit, Lord Tully fired over his shoulder, "And you can tell us all about that little multi-pronged idea you have. Perhaps without everyone growling like a dog over a chop, we might actually be able to discuss it properly." All in all, as Janessa took in the terrible weariness in her lady's expression, she was glad to have the excuse to stay hidden in their quarters with Septinicella. A conversation overheard by Cedra, who was sitting quietly and embroidering on a bench opposite the courtyard. "It's freezing, Arla, can't we go back inside?" whines a young girl with yellow hair. Likely a Mouton relation, given the gentle sweep of nose and the same graceful neck. "If Lady Eloise wants to be alone, we should let her alone. Wandering the halls will give rise to questions as to why we are not with her. Bear it for a while. We can eat after she goes back to the council meeting." This insightful little reply comes from a chestnut-haired lady, who seems the older and more experienced of the two. The pair wander behind a hedge, but voices carry easy in stone courtyards, especially when winter had stripped the green from the garden. She was in a terrible mood. "Do you think the rumors are true? Does he really prefer some bog witch to Our Lady Eloise?" A hiss, and then the sound of a strike. A whimper. "If I ever hear you suggest such a thing again, I'll have you sent back to your uncle. Get a hold of yourself. Our Lady's rightful place is being challenged and you leap to the most base possible cause? A mistress is nothing. I fear this Lady Myers is something worse." "I'm sorry Arla," comes the sniffling response, "but I can't imagine why she would be so upset otherwise. I've seen them together. He treats her with affection and respect. Lady Honorine is harsh, but seeks to teach Lady Eloise how to take control of the household far earlier than other good mothers. My aunt says they usually hold off for as long as possible so as to keep control." A long pause. The shifting of cloth. "Treating someone with respect and respecting them is not the same thing, Daphne. Is it very bad, being wed?" The question has all the cruelty and innocence childhood is capable of. At first, it seems as though there is no answer, and then it comes, soft enough that it is almost obscured by the snow that has just begun to fall in fat flakes. Sometimes it's wonderful. Gwyndolin. Gwyndolin did not often allow her face to look tearful. It made her complexion ruddy and rarely did anything except teach people that you were easy to hurt. But she was not going to allow her lady to attend even a small dinner with the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands in the same gown she'd worn all day at the council table. Thus, she had been forced to use all weapons at her disposal. For all her lady had tried to fight any adornment, Likely to avoid Lady Aloise having much ground on which to accuse Lady Myers of anything, Gwyndolin knew that after a certain point there was no appeasing people who were determined to set themselves against you. You could only be yourself, as hard as you could, and let the dogs come. That was one lesson Gwyndolin's dear mother had never seemed able to learn. Perhaps she had found it in the embrace of the seven. They had dressed Lady Myers in a gown of dove-grey wool, full-flounced and long at the sleeve to allow her to expose her elegant forearms or hide her hands if she felt the urge. There was nothing particular about the gown, and Gwyndolin longed for some gold thread to embroider the sleeves to be more eye-catching, or even some lace with which to fill and edge the material. It had pleased Lady Myers to wear a cloth made with thread from the spinning hetty and woven with Maud's new loom. Gwyndolin was better with a needle than a shuttle, so she did not quite understand the change, but she allowed that Maud's work made a fine, tight weave that had a sheen to it in the flickering torchlight. Yet still, it was as plain as a pigeon. The one concession to adornment had been a short-cut, indigo doublet, corded in white and embroidered with seed pearls. Tight in the waist and ending at the elbow, it made the plain flounces of the grey sleeves look like a deliberate choice as opposed to a determination to wear an unfinished gown. It had been a strategic offering, owing to it being thriftily made from the spoils taken from Laughingnell. Her lady struggled to resist a rich blue and some of the Strongs had favoured the colour. Only after her victory did she see to her own gowns. When Gwyndolin had been informed that she was to attend Lady Myers that evening, she'd tried to match herself with similarly simple hair and jewellery. She could not adorn herself more than her lady, but to appear too plain might imply that Lady Myers did not take her duties to provide for her handmaidens seriously. She decided on a pale green gown which had been printed with some of the more elaborate designs. Clusters of flowers in yellow. It was merry enough. She had returned to find Cedra chattering away, as she often did when only in the company of Meyerlanders. Among strangers, the girl was as quiet as a dormouse. She was brushing out Lady Myers' hair, the only part of being dressed that her lady seemed to enjoy. Beside the fire sat Septinicella and Janessa, going over all they had seen that day. Gwyndolin knew that Janessa harboured a fierce dislike for Lady Aloise. She had never quite forgiven her the slight that had been shown to their lady upon their first visit to Riverrun. Septinicella quite approved of such a fierce determination to hold a grudge and was set about sharpening Janessa's discontent like a tinker with a fury. Gwyndolin had long ago sacrificed her ability to hold on to hatred, she'd have been consumed by it otherwise, the day her mother died. Instead, she regarded the evening ahead with some distant curiosity. Owing perhaps to her easy way with people, Gwyndolin had duties to her lady that required being long in the company of others. Often, she was sent to soothe the discontented or offer counsel and succor to those who were struggling. It was rewarding work, and Lady Paege still sent letters regularly, so she knew it made a difference. But she was intrigued to observe her lady at work outside of the council chamber or the petitions in the great hall. The second half of ladyship, where status and standing were in constant motion. Septinicella assumed it a given that Gwyndolin would be able to swim in such waters and confound onlookers besides, but she found herself hesitant. She was no wit, like fierce Janessa, who could squint her canny eyes at a problem and pull apart its many strands in her mind. Cedra had a quiet strength to her, often overlooked by others. Like realizing a stone you thought to move was in fact rooted deep into the earth, the tooth-tip of a mountain yet to be born. Yet, she was eager to learn, for all her apprehension. Though it was her way to be quieter than the others in Lady Myers' retinue, it was easy enough for her to slip into a role that demanded otherwise. Gwyndolin had learned to get rid of stage fright early in her youth, a skill as old and comfortable as a worn set of stays. Cedra and Quoth would not be attending, for they would have work to do this evening. So it would fall to Gwyndolin to be companion and protector both. It seemed quite unnatural to her, Cedra's work, but Gwyndolin could not imagine that anyone working for the benefit of their lady could be sinning so greatly that the seven would disdain them. They said the crone had loosed the first ravens into the world, peeking into the black beyond the door to death with her holy lantern. Surely so blessed a raven as Quoth was a sign of the gods' approval? What would you have me do, my lady? She asked softly, as they were escorted by Sir Calm, shivering slightly for all their layers, in the cold of Riverrun's vast and draughty halls of stone. Lady Myers glanced at her, but did not answer. Janessa and Nicella would likely believe it to be evidence of a scheme, and Cedra that it was another mark of her lady's deeper, uncanny wisdom. But Gwyndolin thought differently. Perhaps Lady Myers truly did not know. Perhaps the truth was simply that her lady did what felt right in the moment every step of the way. Lady Honorine Tully was as glittering and glorious as she ever was, a leonine sense of satisfaction wreathing the woman like a mane. Lord Tully rose to greet them at the doors of the solar. Gwyndolin noted that even he had been forced to change. Whether by the haranguing of his mother or a need to impress his betrothed, Gwyndolin did not know. Janessa would have best known how to calculate the messages of wealth and influence in the room. Likely she'd have spied some item or other on the table and known if the Tullis were dining them like bosom friends or distant vassals. Gwyndolin's eyes flit from face to face, but she had little of Cedra's way about her, to fade into the background and hear what others thought her too mouse-like to catch. Still, she'd not cower before a challenge. Her manners would be decorous, her conversation vivacious enough to be interesting, but measured enough so as not to overstay its welcome. For a moment, the spectre of her mother shimmered behind her eyes, in the shine of her hair, in the upturned wrist. Gwyndolin had learned courtly manners well at Septimicella's feet, but her first teacher could be seen in every step she took. While the expected dance of courtesies took place, they were ushered to their seats. Lady Myers sparkled in the candlelight, her words a kind of spell. The gods had not granted Lady Myers the beauty worn by her older sister, but she had a way about her that drew people in. A quality that would last longer than loveliness, at any rate. As the conversation flowed and food was brought to the table, Gwyndolin took the time to watch Lady Aloise, the girl who Janessa had so disliked from her observations today. She was stunning to behold, yes, but Gwyndolin herself had been born a beauty and knew that it had taken no effort on her part. Lady Honorine? Now there was a woman who had built her beauty from scratch, and she wore it like a mantle. Lady Aloise almost didn't seem to notice it, meaning she didn't know how to use it. Perhaps that was better though, for vanity was a sin. The seven offered the blessings of a fair face seemingly at random, and often it brought more suffering than success. If Mother had been plainer of feature, perhaps the world would not have tried to cut her up for parts. Like trying to eke the last bit of fabric from a bolt of silk, until all that remained were rags. Far more interesting was the warmth with which she greeted Lady Myers, dressed like the heaven's own dawn in a gown of cloud white and pale blue. Attention was paid to her comfort, inquiring if she was cold or if the pain in her hand required anything. The feeling was not genuine, Gwyndolin could tell, though how she knew it was impossible to say, so perfectly controlled was Lady Eloise's voice and expression. But it wanted to be genuine. Gwyndolin could sympathize with wanting to be a better person than you were. Only the seven were perfect, and even they were split into different faces in order to be so. Janessa, for all her cynicism, required a purity of purpose and spirit that was almost Septon-like. She'd have likely termed such a showing deceitful, or perhaps a show of power that the soon-to-be Lady Tully would have as the hostess of Riverrun. Perhaps this was so, but Gwyndolin far preferred kind actions to an innocent heart. The world was not moved with thoughts alone. Prayer moved the world, true, but only when the gods willed it. The rest of the time the only person thoughts could harm was yourself, so long as you did not give them any quarter. They were served what passed for a simple meal at a Lord Paramount's table. Grouse cooked in milk, salted lemons, and cinnamon. Trout was served with a galantine sauce, thick and creamy, heavy with pepper. Fried spinaches were glossy with butter, roasted garlic, and beans steaming in their platters, and even an onion and egg pie, a particular favorite of hers. Dotting the table in small bowls was evidence of the wealth in Tully stores, Dornish olives and lemon curds, pine nuts candied with molasses, and creamy pats of butter, a yellow so pale it was only a suggestion of color. Served liberally was spiced wine, heady with the scent of ginger and cloves. The food was delicious, in theory, but it rather turned to ash in the mouth. There was an awkwardness that did not seem to match Lady Myers' skills as a conversationalist, nor House Tully's fondness for her company. The reason was plain. No one was speaking freely. A tension delightful in a performance and miserable in a meal. Lady Tully did not give her claws free rein and instead prowled the edges of the conversation like some caged predator, inspiring more dread by her reticence than 1,000 barbed observations. Lady Aloise retreated into herself, and if the lady was not inclined to speak then neither could her handmaiden, a nice-seeming girl with chestnut hair, her sleeve embroidered with willow leaves. So the burden fell onto her lady and Lord Tully, and it was plain that he felt stymied as well. Unable to truly acknowledge his friendship with Lady Myers for fear of slighting his betrothed, instead they spoke platitudes that bored them and discussed little of substance. The awkwardness did not serve to save them, thought Gwyndolin, for it made it seem as though the half-silent others at the table were interlopers, which they were, simply by virtue of being callow conversation. Lady Aloise still cut glances across the table, shifting uncomfortably, as though trying to measure up to a standard that had not even truly been set. Eventually, despite her attempts to draw some gaiety from the event, Lady Myers simply set down her knife and set about business. I have to say, my lord, I did not expect to be alone in defending myself this day. Are your counsel putting me through my paces, or are they simply sulking children whenever presented with a new way of doing things? She ventured, waving towards the door with her left hand. It had curled tightly again over the course of the meal, despite Septimicella herself having stretched it carefully only an hour before. It could have been the use of the knife that did it, but Gwyndolin thought that the stresses of the evening could not have been easy on her injury either. She made a note to dig out one of those little salt chews if it pained her overmuch. Too much willow bark would make her ill. To his credit, Lord Tully's eyes did not so much as glance at her injury, instead huffing half a laugh. In fairness to them, their job is to oppose me at every turn. I can order them to see my will done should I so choose it, but unless I can thoroughly convince them to my way of thinking, I am subject to the 1,000 tiny attritions of perfect obedience. Such is lordship, as you well know. Bedsides, drawled Lady Tully, unable to leave so fat a prize as someone else's pride unsavaged, you'll hardly do well at the summit if you can't convince a half-dozen surly men to champion you, girl. Lady Myers, Gwyndolin said, gently but clearly, unwilling to leave her lady to fight alone, came under the impression that you had requested her knowledge, given the fact that our holdings are able to endure this winter due to her works. I am young and inexperienced in the ways of court. Is it common practice that your vassal has to convince your counsel for you? Something satisfied gleamed in Lady Tully's eyes that she could not identify. Though it made her wary, she'd not have chosen differently. For all she preferred quiet, it was not from shyness. Gwyndolin was a forthright creature, who spoke more with emotion and less with calculation, a mummer's instinct. Good to hear you speak. Have you anything of substance to say, or do you yap like a dog at the slightest challenge to your mistress? Purred Lady Tully, who was clearly so lacking in diversions that she could not even play without drawing blood. Her mother had never quite had the looks for villainesses, too like a limped pool to inspire much fire. Yet Gwyndolin had years to learn how to harness what her mother had lacked. Without our young master Raven attending, she said, sweetly, taking a sip from her wine, it falls to me to take up his place. I am less endearing, but I sing better. Lady Myers snorted despite herself, and something eased a little in her. The laughter was infectious and brought with it smiles from the Tullis. Beneath the table, her lady nudged her knee with her own in solidarity, and Gwyndolin felt cheered to have done it. It seems I am to be chastised by Riverland women all my life, said Lord Tully dryly, though his smile softened the harshness of his words. In truth, I do not speak up because I still have some concerns, he admitted, his features pinching suddenly, as though in pain, given how difficult it will be to ensure that the lords and their houses follow the suggested measures. I am Lord Paramount, not a king. Either way, it would be a poor king who tugged the chains of vassalage too harshly. Men are not horses, they resent the bit, added Lady Tully, archly, with a raised brow. Gwyndolin imagined she did everything archly. Some stage folk were like that as well, preferring the comedies to the tragedies almost exclusively. Better to be snide and witty to the point of predictability, than to stand unpeeled before the world. Her own mother, unsurprisingly, had performed almost exclusively tragedies. With a helpless little shrug, Lady Myers looked at the pair of them, something bewildered glittering behind her eyes. Yet surely we have to try? Perhaps we will not convince all, or even most. But some, surely some will see reason? Lives beyond counting are at stake if we do not make the attempt. I confess, I do not understand the reluctance. I understand it less than I do a self-interested desire not to be deprived in winter. Taking a brief sip of her wine, Lady Tully answered, it is barbed little problem, Lady Myers. To be seen to try at all is already a risk. It shows your hand. To try and to fail? Ghastly. Better to have done nothing at all. Perhaps you desire to embarrass us then. It was the strangest thing. Gwyndolin was certain that every word from the lady's mouth was deliberately calculated, as though the world were lines she had memorized before, yet for the life of her she could not see clearly where Lady Tully meant to steer them. If I may be so bold as to speak with the same frankness as Lady Tully, I don't think starving small folk will much care if you are embarrassed, or if your efforts only convince a portion of your lords. Lord Tully speaks of the 1,000 tiny attritions of perfect obedience. Compliance is no guarantee of effectiveness. If they disdain the principles by which you would govern the Riverlands with honor and duty, then make them look at it. Lord Tully offered Lady Myers a true smile then, not the smooth, polished thing it had been all evening. It made him seem suddenly boyish, like a lad teasing his sister rather than a lord addressing his vassal. It dropped years and sorrows from his face. Gwyndolin hadn't even noticed he'd been carrying. How like the river of Hag's Hill, to speak thus at my table, he japed, and for one terrible moment Gwyndolin was certain that her lady was about to stick her tongue out at her liege lord. Fortunately, the danger passed swiftly, and she no longer had to contemplate what Septinicella would do when she heard of it. This is all to the good, Lady Myers. I do hope the notion of duty and honor is sufficient to convince our fomenting, fractious vassals to set aside their enmity and work for the good of all. How pleased I am that your experience of the Riverlands has been so bucolic, sneered Lady Tully. My bucolic experience has thus far contained dead men folk from my house, raiders, bandits, a dragon, and near 100 Mirelanders dead, came the rejoinder from a terse Lady Myers, who had seemed happy to banter only moments before. I know better than most the cost of the disunity in the Riverlands, my lady. The elder lady sniffed and resolutely made no apology, but she did spread honey butter on a slice of ginger cake with her own hands and place it on Lady Myers' plate herself, leaning over the table quite indecorously to do so. Lady Tully crossed her arms elegantly at the wrists, leaning back in her seat, and watched Lady Myers accept her offering. There was a languidness to her movements that was too practiced to be entirely honest. While Gwyndolin could not turn directly to study her lady's face without appearing truly gormless, Lady Eloise's was easy enough to see. The lady barely restrained an eye roll. Apparently, such unnecessarily provocative statements were something of a feature in conversation with her good mother-to-be. All her reactions had been this way for the entire evening, silent and mostly for herself. Nobody had asked the lady a question for quite some time. If Gwyndolin hadn't been watching so closely, she might have missed the expression of utter surprise that flashed across Lady Eloise's face when Lady Myers turned to her. As I said before, the problem is one of scope. If you wish to help the Riverlands, first we need to understand the scope of the problem. Lady Eloise, you spoke with some insight today. You were right when you said the lords will need convinced. Unless we can sway them, these strategies are little more than a thought exercise. How would you make it more palatable for them? Blue eyes darted up to meet unflinching grey. Perhaps Lady Tully was a different type of teacher to Septinicella, for whom the answering of questions was the entire purpose of learning. Or perhaps Lady Tully asked questions with expected answers. Many of Gwyndolen's own septas had been like that in the novitiate. The answers had been taught to you and you were expected to repeat them. Yet the world was wide. As Septinicella was wont to say, there were as many ways to play it as there were to be a person. I suppose that you would need to find a way to make it seem like the best course of action, Lady Myers, came the tremulous response. It was a poor opening, likely to buy her time to think, but her lady remained patient and leant forward to hear. It had the added effect of silencing others who might be prone to interruption, though it was a little unkind to paint Lady Tully's desire to do her best for her house in such a light. Glancing around uncertainly, Lady Eloise found the mild surprise perhaps less than encouraging. Gwyndolen suppressed a flinch. She was reluctant to forge ahead, it seemed. More afraid of getting it wrong than silence, reluctant to bear the vulnerability of thinking something new. Cedra had been the same, in the beginning. So too had young Delilah, she recalled. Where would you look to find the levers that might move them? My sphere is small, and you know these houses well. Lady Tully herself praised your singular memory, coaxed Lady Myers, one hand curled around her cup as though from idle inclination, but Gwyndolen knew her lady liked something to do with her hands when she was nervous. The Brackens, began Lady Eloise, who was now determinedly holding Lady Myers' gaze, as though in challenge, but really Gwyndolen thought it was to avoid having to meet anyone else's eyes. They have a method of copper weave that is unique to their lands. It does not see much demand from houses this winter and it sits unsold. They do not like to say so as it is unseemly, but I believe it is a venture from a minor cousin in which they chose to invest. I recall it, said Lady Tully slowly, at your name-day feast, Kermit. I thought it an unusual material, but I never made inquiries. It would seem that no one did. Or not enough to make a difference. Lady Myers nodded, eagerly, replying, so they would need to see the likelihood of success in that venture in order to make backing Lord Tully's proposals worth it. Nodding, some courage gathering, Lady Eloise continued, in fact, most houses this winter are struggling to make trades, especially since the Reach has been crippled with plague. Ordinarily the narrow sea becomes a vital resource in this season, but it is still racked with war. House Mouton is usually able to fetch grain in good time on a swift wind, at least enough to keep Reach prices down. Not so this winter. The risk is high, and the rewards are slow to arrive. But that way has been closed to us for almost all of winter, intoned Gwyndolen, beginning to see what her lady had been driving at all evening. Housepa Edge has coin but nowhere to spend it to buy grain. The Ironborn raiders make an already costly import even more so. The Riverlands is hemmed in on the east and west. Lord Tully's eyes darted between the women at the table, but his expression was unreadable. Much like in war, he said, carefully, the Riverlands often becomes a bloodbath, being so surrounded by other kingdoms, and with few natural barriers beyond our rivers. When fighting happens on our borders, the results inevitably spill over. Hemmed in east and west, not to mention that the land routes have been painfully slow, agreed Lady Myers. Between bandits and winter fever, the already difficult journey winter trade wagons would take is becoming less and less attractive. Now that we have covered the fact that there is no help from the north, south, east or west to be had for our troubles, I do hope you'll come to a point, said Lady Tully, waspishly, her eyes narrowing with displeasure. Yes, an interesting little tangle. What was the name of that knot you mentioned? Asked Lady Myers, an impish light in her eyes. Lord Tully looked askance at his mother, but Gwyndolen could not see why, and the crone did not illuminate her. Lips thin, pretending at irritation for all amusement was writ clear on her features, Lady Tully replied crisply, I have quite forgotten. Such teasing after all parties had been drawn into conversation properly should have warmed the table, thawing the frigid awkwardness that had cast a pall over the proceedings. It almost worked. But from the corner of her eye, Gwyndolen saw that Lady Eloise had half retreated into herself again. So too did Lord Tully, who tried to catch her eye, but the lady would not allow herself to be helped. The point, my lady, is that even loosening one strand will allow breathing room. As it stands, the grain is hard to buy even if you have coin, and a glass house is a slow, expensive project, even without Lord Tully levelling a tax on it. And Lady Eloise herself mentioned today that those with the credit to borrow for such things cannot rely on the Iron Bank, her lady added, gesturing casually, so we are frozen in a holding pattern, like so much else this winter. There were nods from those present. Which is why I was very interested to hear discussion of the stepstones today, said Lady Myers. Gwyndolin could see the shape of her lady's efforts now, not merely in the plan she was setting the stage for, but in trying to draw Lady Aloise more firmly into the discussion. Gamely, Gwyndolin made an attempt to help. Didn't someone mention the Dornish princess? That she has designs on the stepstones? I do not know why they should desire such a thing, blood-soaked, and battle-scarred as it is, she ventured, for it seemed the lady was well informed about the world. In and of themselves, said Lady Aloise in her sugar-sweet voice, clearly cheered to have drawn Gwyndolin in, and rather more at ease speaking to her, they are simply clusters of rock. But they are the crossroads of the known world. Any goods to the eastern coast and half the free cities must cross through. The one who controls those controls, well, trade. Lord Tully gave an encouraging smile when his betrothed glanced at him, but the lady looked down and away again. Was she not accustomed to him yet? Or perhaps was there something inappropriate about the conversation? How could it be so with her own good mother participating? Gwyndolin raised her goblet to her lips once more, if only so that she distracted herself from the exasperation she could feel rising. It was unfortunate that they so poorly understood each other. She would pray to the maiden to guide their hearts. Or the crone, to guide their heads. How likely is it, mused Lady Myers, her grey eyes pensive, that the Iron Throne will be able to take control of the stepstones in the time we need to ensure trade is no longer cut off from the Riverlands. Lady Tully gave a snort, answering, if Lord Peake thought he could sell them to us for a good rate, perhaps. Half the appointments are related to him, and the other half practically have a writ of exchange pinned to their chests. Lady Aloise, what say you? Has your brother shared much? From her expression, it was clear that she was not in Manfred Mooden's deepest confidence. In fairness, younger sisters rarely were their older brother's first port of call. Yet what little fire had flickered in Lady Aloise seemed to gutter and die at this first obstacle, and without an answer to give she fell mute and shook her head. Lord Tully interrupted, you jape, mother, but you might actually have a point. If someone could make Lord Onwin see that the stepstones being in the control of the Iron Throne could be a benefit to him, he might just expend some energy on the project. His voice was terse with irritation, likely he was in constant conversation with the stony silence of the Regency Council. With pursed lips, though Lady Aloise could not see them from where she examined a richly brocaded sleeve, Lady Tully addressed her once more, undaunted by her silence. Well, Lady Aloise, that certainly sounds like something your brother would be well placed to do. Especially as House Mooden's fortunes are so tied to their access to the sea. I will write to him, came the response. But nothing else was forthcoming. What we need, said Lady Myers, tapping her fingers along the table, is for us to have a presence on the stepstones. I wonder if my lord knows anyone with a fleet of fighters who would be well disposed to him. A small grin appeared on Lord Tully's face. At least one, he agreed, and the other fought well, with honor, and spoke of his brother as being of a similar character. Curious, Lady Tully abandoned whatever it was she was trying to press upon Lady Aloise and turned to her son, her gaze darting between them. There's risk, cautioned Lady Myers, I'll not pretend I know aught of naval battle or fighting strategy. Which is why you need these many prongs, said Lord Tully, his tone admiring, Lord Mooden in the Regency, someone with links to Dorne, and my brother. At this, a fearsome light bloomed like a nova behind Lady Tully's eyes. It seemed the mother was as warlike as her boys. Convincing lords to support rationing for the sake of their small folk will be a difficult task. Those inclined won't need convincing, and those opposed would need much coddling. Holding together so that a son of House Tully can clear the way for their houses to buy grain and make coin in this brutal winter? That is something I can work with. Perhaps Lord Allen? Though he is better known to Lord Tully than me, of course. I imagine he is like something of a caged tiger, denied an appointment as master of ships and with little to occupy him in the Red Keep, added Lady Myers, a fierce little grin on her lips. The discussion afterwards was lively and fruitful, but all the while Gwyndolin watched her lady's face, glancing frequently to where Lady Aloise sat, silent and smiling beautifully. The evening had been an education. Yet for all her wisdom and advice that she freely offered when Gwyndolin peppered her afterwards with questions, there was a tender reluctance to Lady Myers around the subject of Lady Aloise. The other ladies dismissed it as a soft heart or embarrassment at the rumours, but it struck a different chord in Gwyndolin. While she helped Cedra unwind Lady Myers' hair from its ribbon wound coils and unpin them from its twist, she took advantage of her lady's captivity to ask after the why. Grey eyes bored into hers for a moment, in the reflection of the small looking glass on its stand. She had an uncommon gaze when she had a mind to, did her lady. It only grew more so as the years passed. Like a lantern that could see clear through to the soul. Because you are kind and observant. I thought she might need some kindness. I thought she might like to be seen. She'd not accept it from me without some prodding. You seem to have some uncommonly fellow feeling for Lady Aloise, probed Gwyndolin. You take after her more than I do, to anyone watching came the reply, which did not bother to hide the fact that it was no true answer. It was true in some ways. Their coloring matched, for one. Their mannerisms were similar and for the same reasons. Yet still, the comparison did not quite suit. Gwyndolen's softness was a choice she'd made as a girl, but she'd not been so green since she was 6 years of age and the first of her mother's patrons had come breathing beery threats at the barred door, certain he'd a right to more than he'd paid for. Mostly, Lady Aloise reminded Gwyndolen of her mother. Yet it still did not answer the question. My lady, you have a love of beauty. It seems to be shared by Lady Aloise. Is it this which you have found worth defending? It is no crime to love what is beautiful, she said with a tired sigh as the last twist dropped from her hair, but I am embarrassed to say the cause is not even that. What is? It is simply that I feel I met her many years ago. In a mirror. And really, thought Gwyndolen, for all she was 3 years her junior and a little flushed from her success this night, her lady had never looked so old. Notes. For once, Ursula proposes a plan where others are better suited to do the fighting. So now we get to see more of Gwyndolen, the quietest, and frankly nicest, of the Myers handmaidens. I wonder if people puzzled out the stuff she missed? Chapter 46, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. The talks did not improve, but they did progress. To Lord Yuan's credit, he was an able statesman. Whatever had failed at the table might succeed in a back room, over a drink. It would have been easy to dismiss him as a misogynist, which was a pretty safe bet in Westeros, or as the kind of man who resented his petty kingdom of privileges being questioned, which he was. But the truth was a little more complicated than that. Lord Yuan was a lordly castellan to a Lord Paramount's keep, and the funds of that keep had been severely burdened by negotiations with the Reach for supplies. A house such as the Tullis may not have had the wealth of the Moutons, but they were an old house with more assets than I'd reasonably be able to compete with in my lifetime. For one thing, they didn't have to buy the basics anymore. So after the expenses of a long war, a short siege, and masses of grain from the Reach, it was understandable that Lord Yuan would be concerned about many of my measures. He'd likely never seen that much money moved out of Tully coffers in his time, or in his father's time. While the grain had become something of a boon given the unexpected length of winter, it served to make Lord Yuan both complacent about the issue of feeding small folk as well as make him incredibly concerned with the state of the treasury. His points no longer had to come needling their way from his own lips. Many other men of the council now brought his concerns forth, though the words were rarely their own. Mostly, I had been able to fend him off or bring the men around to my way of thinking. Particularly since the plan around the stepstones had been well received. Where we were locking horns was my latest proposal that the summit be used to have the lords share where their stores for their small folk were lacking. Historically, there were very few precedents for what I suggested. Even if it made good sense to me. Lords did business with one another at these things as a matter of course, but generally they brought castellans and stewards to arrange such details with each other. Only very involved lords tended to the minutiae of trades or lords to poorer holdings who needed to count coins to ensure they didn't make any foolish mistakes. But the web of correspondence that my ladies and I had been building these past years, painted a picture of a riverlands that could endure for longer if they shored up their neighbors' weaknesses. House Tarek had access to the bounty of the sea, and rocky scrub along their mountains, but iron-born raids had taken or slaughtered what little herds of goat or sheep they'd had. The Butterwells had beef and dairy cattle who they were struggling to feed this long into winter, a problem that would only get worse. House Leicester was south enough to eke oats and barley from poor soil but had little else to feed their people or make necessary household items. The Paedges had coin but nowhere to spend it, given the state of winter fever and the Reach. Some houses had lost small folk in droves, others had too many mouths. What you suggest is the purview of the Lord. It is not for us to break a tradition that extends back further than Aegon the Conqueror. From the corner of my eye, Lady Aloise opened her mouth as though to say something and then closed it. She had been doing that a lot around me. Reining in the urge to sigh with enough effort to lift the drawbridges of Riverrun clean from the water, I set my face to something hopefully pleasant and replied, "Nowhere have I insisted a lord be instructed how to run his holdings. But we cannot know what we do not know. If the lord in question is ignorant to opportunities on his borders, why should we not point them out?" His objections, to my consternation, were not entirely unfounded. The promise of a clean path through the stepstones would be a rallying cry for many, and the Riverlands did best when it had a collective enemy. Yet introducing, or even declaring, where a house was weak was like fanning the banked embers of Riverland feuds. But instead of working with me, or even suggesting an alteration or reframing as Kermit did, he was determined to sweep my efforts out all in one go. Beside me, Janessa scribbled away and wisely chose to bare her teeth at her page rather than sink them into Lord Yuan's throat. It didn't matter that he'd found a steward to say it for him, the line "a lady's little mercies" was so carefully phrased it could only have been the work of Lord Yuan's social puppetry. Lady Tully was barely paying attention anymore. Genuinely, this time, as far as I could tell. She had been given a goal she felt capable of meeting and was laying the foundations with what could only be described as a prodigious letter-writing campaign. Watching Honorine Tully squeeze her manipulations onto such tiny paper for Maester Cyril's ravens felt wrong somehow, as though being forced to squint in order to comprehend her razor-sharp invectives was crueler. As it was, little rolled pieces of parchment came in and out of the chamber at such regular intervals I considered suggesting they put the door on a pivot. Even Lady Eloise was receiving correspondence, though hers did not cheer her nearly as much. Lady Myers, you have an admirable conviction, began Lord Yuan again, scratching at his short-cropped beard with almost as much exhaustion as I felt, but the naivety is beginning to wear. No wise lord will air his concerns to neighbors. Yunel lied to him in such a way as it will weaken his position. To even suggest it would weaken our credibility. The fact of the matter is, it is a good trade for some small folk to die to cold or hunger if it means the house that guards them stays strong. Cruel, yes, but necessary. The pain in my hand throbbed for a moment and I grit my teeth against it as I tried to summon a response. Unfortunately, Janessa got there first. How a lordly house can claim to guard a people it is willing to sacrifice, I do not understand. Lords often call on righteousness when it means someone other than themselves will suffer for their choices, she snapped, with a cutting certitude, her dark eyes crackling with outrage. I was as proud as I was exasperated and scrambled to think of a way to salvage it. Lord Yuan was hardly the hardest target we'd face during this summit and keeping our cool would be the only way to keep gaining ground with them. They'd moved on the rationing, they'd moved on the collective bargaining power of a Riverlands purchasing bloc. I was certain that with a little more diplomacy we could get them to move on the sharing of information. Turning purple, Lord Yuan glared at Janessa hard enough I worried her skull would burst into flame. My lady, I must object. He declared, trembling with an indignation so powerful he might achieve liftoff at any moment. That you let this girl of yours speak to me in this manner. That she should attempt to teach her betters a lesson on the duties of lordship is an outrage. I urge you to better discipline your ladies. White-hot fury rose behind my eyes. My girl, I snarled, slamming my hand on the table hard enough to send a jolt of pain up my arm, learned this lesson years ago. Right around the time when she threw over favorable terms bartering with the Reach in my name, so that one of my own would not be abused as a bargaining chip. She knows the duties better than yourself, my lord. Well, fuck it. No one's perfect. After that, the conversation deteriorated enough that Kermit brought the whole thing to an early close for a chance to take rest and repast. We would begin again in a few hours' time. Long enough for the sky to darken and tempers to cool in theory. Lady Eloise declined to join us for the midday meal. He's being an ass about it, but he's not wrong, said Kermit, slicing into the quail on the plate before him. Many of the lords will balk at what you are asking them to consider. I wondered if the meal upset Quoth, who was perched at the back of my chair as was his custom, before I recalled that Quoth was a carrion eater and far less picky than I. What I was asking, he said. As though I sought to make them shame themselves or take up arms against their kin. When in truth, all I wanted was the barest cooperation in the face of the true enemy that was going to sink its icy teeth into us. It was enough to make me spit nails. This lunch was the most controlled circumstance I could countenance except Nacella meeting Lady Tully at a working midday meal which would be cut short by the need for us to return to the council. And limited witnesses. When I had informed Nacella of Lady Tully's intention to meet, she had given a wry little laugh that had chilled the blood and replied, of course she does. She had refused to elaborate. Possibly because she felt suffering was holy. The pair hadn't exchanged anything except the vaguest of pleasantries as they sat opposite each other. Lady Tully had remarked that she'd had the fire built up in deference to the limitations of Septa Nacella's attire. Nacella gleefully tormented a page boy by refusing all wine with a sanctimonious series of glances that I knew for a fact had made novices weep actual tears in the past, and had only dragged out the prayer to the 7 before the meal for an extra 5 minutes instead of her usual 15 when at peak irritation. For the moment, the pair were eating so decorously and daintily that it made Kermit and myself look like cavemen tearing at some Westerosi mammoth with our blunt teeth. Not an unnecessary word had been said. The dread made me testy, but then again, so too did Lord Yuan's fucking attitude. Gesturing with his knife as he spoke, heedless of the way I gripped my own cutlery tighter with irritation, he continued, to wait 2, even 3 years, before the slightest promise of a return on any kind of largesse, to make knowingly uneven trades, these are not methods by which a house grows strong. It's hardly largesse if you expect a profit, I said, my voice thrumming with tension, and I asked if you wanted to appease your lords or help the Riverlands. You bid me lay out my plan and I am doing so. I understand your reasons, I am sympathetic to them. I even, perhaps unfairly, hope that you will be able to realize your goal. But Riverland lords understand war. They understand hardship and scarcity. We have been ripped apart by conflict whenever the Seven Kingdoms suffers unrest. We have not survived such things by being as open-handed as you suggest. Perhaps a little open-handedness might have saved them, I thought, feeling a little unfair myself, given the ravages of the dance on this place. The Riverlands was like a scar, still pink and wincing from the slightest brush of air. Kermit's tutors would have been of a far more focused quality than my own. His understanding of the Riverlands could not be easily dismissed, even if it had the stink of rote learning. I took a bite from the quail. It was exquisite. Crispy skin, the savory gaminess of the flesh cut through by a glossy sauce, sweet and sharp with dried currants. It tasted like shame. Curious, Quoth leant forward for a shred of this bird, and I granted it to him. He bothered me less for food these days, possibly because the Tullus were known friends. Frankly, Kermit, I don't know how I could have been clearer to you when you first suggested it. If you want to help the Riverlands, that means all of them. Even the weak. I don't care which lord or which house gets strong from this. That's probably why it bewilders Lord Yuan or leaves you reticent in discussions. If you have concerns, I'll address them, but I can't work with vague portents. I want all the Riverlands to survive as best they can, and we only do that together, I said, straining to keep my tone even. It probably wasn't his fault that there was a face undulating upwards in the sea of my memory. A man, a boy, really, probably of an age with Kermit, who had tried to comfort me even as I condemned him to death. Some nights I wondered if I would have seen his face again in Laughingnell. Perhaps then I might be able to remember his name. Septinicella commented that the sauce was uncommonly good. The page boy started forth to fill her cup while she was distracted, before she froze him in his tracks with a sidelong look. Kermit and I froze with our next bite of food halfway to our mouths in anticipation. But Lady Tully gave a warm smile and replied that the currants had been grown in a grove within Riverrun's own God's wood. They subsided, and so too did our heart rates. Is it your study of the faith that drives you so? Asked Kermit, when we thought the danger might have passed. You are preoccupied with the plight of the small folk more than anyone I've known. I paused, considering, and trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, for all the question raised my hackles. Taking a bite of some peppery cabbage to buy me time, I wondered if I was going to expire from stress or frustration before the meal was through. Aren't you concerned with the plight of your small folk? Otherwise you wouldn't listen to me at all. Beside us, Lady Tully remarked that she thought Riverrun Septon was a dear man. Old, but very devout. A source of wisdom, no doubt, and able to touch many hearts, agreed Septinicella. Pale as milk, Kermit attempted to respond without showing his discomfort in his voice. Of course, it is a lord's duty to care for his small folk. But it runs deeper in you. Near to the point of folly. It isn't folly to be kind. It isn't folly to show mercy. It isn't folly to dream of a better life for the people in your care. Maybe not, he agreed, clearly believing himself to be generous, and never before had he seemed more a young man playing at sophistication, but as a method to approach the world it has its limits. So does a sword, my lord, I replied, tersely. I took a sip of watered wine and tried to project a calmness I didn't feel. I'd hoped to interrogate Kermit on methods to get Lord Yuan on side. Instead, I'd sat down to a meal to have my core values scrutinized. Septinicella idly observed that Lord Tully favored his mother a great deal, especially his eyes. Lady Tully replied that she'd been grateful to get that much, considering the prevalence of the Tully red hair. She gestured to the page boy to fill Nicella's cup, and he trembled in the throes of a moral quandary before glancing at a stony-faced Septa and retreating. The pleasant smile she then gave was almost as bowel-watering as the tinkling little laugh from Nicella. Your mercy is admirable, Ursula, but you take it too far. Otherwise you'd not have lost your temper as you did today, said Kermit, taking a sip from his glass. I avoided asking where the twin to his glass goblet was, as I had a fair idea. But also because he had a point about my temper. I nodded, taking another bite of my meal. His caution was understandable. Am I at risk of losing the progress I've made on my other suggestions? I asked, my voice kept deliberately light, because for all he was a pompous bag of air, Lord Yuan was not the type of man to take back his word once given. Not as such, but you cannot deny that already your efforts here will save many lives. From what I saw this morning, you might need to bend a little in order to get Lord Yuan on side. I pressed my tongue to the back of my teeth to keep my expression level. Because it wasn't bending, that he advised. It was capitulation. That I should yield to Lord Yuan in this to make him better disposed to me. For convenience. Perhaps the me who had not nearly died under the stormy skies of Laughingnell would have done so. Perhaps the me who had not sung morning songs through a ruined, half-strangled throat, for a mountain of dead men. Perhaps the me, long before my rebirth, would have done so, had I not learned in my own way how to become a little bit Westerosi. If Lord Yuan wants me to back down at the council table at which you instructed me to plead my case, my lord, he's going to have to win. I could stomach it better if I didn't think you agreed with me, if truly you thought the ideas had no merit, but I saw your face when I pointed out the web of need that binds us together. More interestingly, I thought with a start, I'd seen Lady Eloise's face as well. To this, Kermit gave an insouciant shrug with the blithe ingratitude of young men in every world. But his eyes, which had always seemed older than the rest of him, turned inward, as though he'd learned something that I hadn't meant to share. What that was, I couldn't say, but I trusted my young friend to make use of it as best he could. Careful, girl, said Lady Tully, pouring herself a small measure of port from a tiny carafe on the table and startling Kermit from his thoughts. He's not on the council solely for our bosom love of his family. You saw him marshal half the room without lifting a finger today. I recalled her words from the dinner earlier that week, as I tore off a piece of bread and tried to ignore the twinge in my palm. She had said that to be seen to try and fail was almost as bad as not trying at all. I had assumed them to be a pointed comment to Lady Aloise, but perhaps she had been trying to correct my own behavior as well. Then again, added Septinicella, an edge to her tone that had not been there before, he has bent on a number of issues already and behaved no differently. He is not made of stone, and you have moved him enough to make a difference. The Seven counsel perseverance not simply because it is holy, but because it is prudent. Slow progress is progress, and while it is courtly to be circumspect about your goals, obfuscation has its own limits. Meaning he did not want to sound a brute and shout me down in front of everyone. Thus, the puppetry, to put some distance between his thoughts and my ears. Indeed, the loss of temper between the two of us in that room had been uncharacteristic, brought on by Janessa's ability to find the soft flesh on any target. He wanted plausible deniability for his opposition, which was useful to consider. Perhaps if I puzzled out the why, or what he was really after, I could use it. I can believe I am right and still lose. But should I not try simply because he might best me? Is he an enemy I need to destroy or is he simply an obstacle? Do you not see my point about swords? With a laugh, Kermit let the subject drop and mercifully launched into an anecdote about how Lord Yuan's father had been a similar source of headaches to his grandfather. It was illuminating, in that the man had a family history of being an ass, but also because he was clearly from stock that was not afraid to speak their mind even in the face of their liege lord. If he'd set his teeth into other prey, I might have admired it. With sparkling charisma, Lady Tully asked after how I'd trained Quoth, only for Septinicella to remark that it was probably in a similar manner to Lady Tully's training of darling Hamish. More Coven-esque laughter. It was a struggle to calm my shredded nerves already, and I considered if the sweet release of death might not be an easier path than this lunch. As though we were marching into Harrenhal once more, Kermit locked eyes with me and gestured for a page to fill my goblet with more wine. It was probably not wise to be drinking it as fast as I was, but it was a better occupation of my hands than throwing a tantrum. I got the sense that the reprieve Kermit offered was temporary. I was proved right just as Lady Tully called for cheeses and he struck up the thread of his original conversation once again. Kermit, I said, pinching the bridge of my nose, I feel as though I've attended a well-catered interrogation instead of an invitation to a meal. Do you ask me such questions as your friend or your vassal? Both, surely. He said, but his expression was a little too knowing. I suppose he had lived his whole life among people who would have to straddle the divide between being a true friend to him and also being beholden to him as his vassal. I shook my head at his question, the motion weary. I am your friend and your vassal in all things, Kermit. But if you come to me, while I am already half enraged from Lord Yuan, to question the contents of my soul, I fear I cannot be both. As you point out, I have a temper. If the subject is that tender, I charge you to speak freely as my friend, he said, smiling. Behind me, Quoth gave a happy little squawk, though whether he was pleased by Kermit or overjoyed by the arrival of tiny plates of cheese, I did not know. Septinicella opined that truly the best cheese needed to be aged and carefully monitored in order to ripen to the best possible flavor. Lady Tully gave an emphatic hum of agreement, but pointed out that quality could only come when the cattle was of good stock and the feed flavorful. She advised Nicella to try the olive paste. Spreading some of that same olive paste on a wafer, that looked too delicate to take the sheer amount he was applying, Kermit tried his best to look unconcerned by whatever nebulous alliance was being forged beside us. What my own face betrayed, I couldn't say, but it felt very tense about the temples. He continued, your point about the sword is a fair one, Ursula, but it is the lot of lords to live by it. Where would my house be if I could not lead my men into battle? True, I said, briskly, taking some cheese for myself, I do not deny it. Yet a sword is a tool like any other, and unless you can put it down and pick up something else, you'll forever see the world as something to fight. My father used to say that to a man with a hammer, all things look like a nail. He had as well, though he'd stolen that one from me. I didn't mind, as I pretended I'd stolen it from old Septon Gregorian. Your father had many such pearls of wisdom, it seems. Yet he was a knight. His work was war, not peace. And there is evil in the world. We faced it at Harrenhal. Your people faced it on the coast only a few weeks ago, said Kermit, gesturing for me to try a fruit compote with a flick of his wrist so identical to his mother's that I caught myself looking to see if he were wearing gold bangles. My lord, you do recall they are dead, yes? Hardly the evidence you seek for my reluctance to use the sword, I replied, wryly. Beside me, Quoth leaned down to stare with great interest at my plate, though badgered me for nothing. I resisted the urge to lay my head against him. The last time I'd done so he had gone tumbling off the side of me, despite his size. I'd woken to mice on my slippers for days. I think what my son refers to, came Lady Tully's rejoinder, like a silk glove around a launched mortar, is that death and sacrifice are a part of survival. There are those in the world who are wicked. There are those in the world who seek to destroy what you have built. Would you extend open hands to the Ironborn? It was a cruel little jab, but I was accustomed to Lady Tully's cruelty. She didn't mean it, not really. Not for more than 5 minutes, anyhow. Mostly I was taking it as a lesson on the areas others would think to needle me, weaknesses that were obvious to the world. Little good would be done denying they existed. As I tried to formulate a response, I was surprised to hear Nicella's low, keen voice. If they'd come to beg for food and raised no hands to her people? My lady would have built them houses and bid them stay and be fed, came the dry response from Nicella, her green eyes slanting towards me with a fond weariness I knew well. Though, she added, with a slight tone that tugged at the corners of my mouth in spite of myself, she might be so kind as to grant us a portion of time to object to actions we know she'll take anyway. We do like to feel useful. Grinning, I raised my goblet to her a little, winning me a smile. Truly, said Kermit, baffled and half offended, ignoring the slice of sheep's cheese halfway to his face, but they killed your father and your brother. I know what they did to us, Kermit, I snapped, my cheer vanishing like an extinguished candle, yet Lady Tully did not ask me about my menfolk's killers, or if I would regard them with suspicion. She asked if I would extend a hand to the Ironborn if they came to me honestly. I cannot know for certain, but I like to think I would. With a disdainful sniff, Lady Tully said, even your septa advises more judicious application of mercy than you wish to display. Sighing, I could feel the building storm and there really was no choice but to ride it out. Kermit knew me well enough at this point that he'd see through any attempt to placate and avoid the question. Lady Tully, I knew, had never once been fooled. Besides, as far as I could tell, arguments were how the Tullus registered emotion. You pose a hypothetical that would take great effort and struggle on my part to fulfill and dismiss it as a piece of foolishness, rather than a battle I would have to wage against myself, every day. To turn them away would be easier, yes, and it would satisfy the part of my heart that wants to gut them and leave them for the ravens. Am I to be my worst self and call it prudence, then? That's an uncharitable way to look at it, said Kermit, frowning. The Ironborn are hardly innocents, and their approach could be as much a trap as anything else. It is a twisting little test you place before me. I thought I was to make a choice, now you say I cannot trust the premise of the exercise. I shot back. How could you expect otherwise with the Ironborn? Said Lady Tully, archly, dropping a piece of cheese to the floor, which prompted a series of wet, delighted noises from Hamish. I don't know, my lady. But I've had ample opportunity to be cruel to them, as they have been cruel to my people. As far as I can tell, it would cost much for little true gain. Behind my eyes, unbeknownst to those gathered at the table, I pictured a groaning ship, laden with supplies, the creaking of the mast hiding the sounds of the dead and dying in its hold and the squeaking of rats among its rigging. I pictured asking Cedra to go to sleep a girl and wake up as a man-eater. I pictured what I might have done to the Ironborn prisoner. Are the lives of your people worth less to you than your tender heart? Lady Tully said, her tone just a shade under being entirely sarcastic, those blue eyes studying me like I was a particularly interesting ant. No, my lady, but my soul is not worth less than anyone else's, I replied flatly. That did something to her expression, but swiftly it was replaced with something more sardonic. Ah yes, I wondered how long it would be before the seven came into it. I am surprised that a clever young woman like yourself would be naive enough to take evil into your lands. Surely your septa has lectured you on evil. The seven-pointed star has a number of evocative passages on the subject. I assure you that my lady has studied and considered them for a greater length of time than yourself, Lady Tully, answered Septa Nicella, her voice an iron certainty. That she defended me was cheering, for all I knew she was more likely to offer me advice that was closer to Lady Tully's than anything my battered modern sensibilities could conjure up. Humans aren't born good or evil, my lady. They're born naked and helpless. It is life that does the rest. I bit back the rest of what I wanted to say, that the only reason anyone you're talking to is alive is because someone looked after them when they were helpless for a time at least. The loneliness felt immense, suddenly. A yawning chasm between myself and the people in this world who I liked and admired, whose company and conversation I enjoyed. They would never quite understand me, and I simply wasn't going to be able to explain it to them. Trying to explain the inherent dignity of all humans was something that would require frameworks that simply didn't exist in Westeros. Whether it is the world that makes them wicked is an interesting question, but facts are facts. A lord who does not know how to be ruthless is soon lord of nothing. You need to learn a little cruelty, I think. Or else the world will teach it to you, said Kermit, nodding to himself. It wasn't even bad advice. How many times had I been told the same? How many times had I followed through? But in that moment, an anger rose up in me like a tidal wave, all-consuming and unstoppable. As cold and deep as the night sky. You think the problem is that I do not know how to be cruel? I snarled, my shoulders coming up sharply, as though if I hunched hard enough I could keep my voice level. It didn't work, I could tell by the way the Tullus balked at my sudden break in tone, my voice like the rasp of saw blades. If cruelty was the only way for me to save my people, do you think I'd shy from it? But in truth, it is so rarely the only way. I gave an ugly little laugh, a clattering sound from deep within my chest. There's no skill to it. An angry child could break people as easily as they might shatter a vase with enough power. I know things about how to break the world into pieces that would make your blood run cold. Incensed, I reached out to the dish of wafers and crumbled one over my plate with my good hand. Brittle shards rained down. I pointed to the mess. There. Now fix it. Do you even know where to begin? I snapped, hard enough that my teeth clicked together. Kermit flinched. Your mistake is thinking my soft heart is a result of ignorance or naivety. It is a choice I make every day, a path I walk even when it is dark. It is not soft or easy, despite your claims, because it is a path where I have to drag everyone I can with me, kicking and screaming. It carries a heavy price. Not least of which is the rank condescension of others. Quoth beat his wings suddenly behind me, a gust of air, and gave a full-throated caw that echoed off of the cold stone walls. There was a long silence. With trembling fingers, I took another sip of my wine. Suddenly, I couldn't meet anyone's eyes. Below the table, I clenched my hand and released it slowly, as Septa Walburga had taught me. Below the table, Hamish gave a whimper. Below the table, I felt Nasella's foot press against the side of my own. A steady presence, as immovable as the earth. It warmed me. She had always known how to make me brave. Lady Tully turned to Septa Nasella and said, bizarrely, yes, not entirely your own then. Are they ever? Came the cryptic response, brimming as it was with some emotion I could not name. Kermit said nothing out of patience or anger, I still did not know. Finally, when I mastered myself, I said, my gaze still trained on my plate, I am fighting for people I do not and will never know. Yes. But I'm also fighting for you, my friend. If we can set a precedent here, we have a chance to change how the Riverlands approaches winter forevermore. A chance to become a rising tide that lifts all boats. It is hard to build something no one has ever seen, but, I spread my hands in front of me, the healthy one and the one that had saved me from death as I fell from a horse. You once told me you wondered how the Riverlands had been in the beginning, before the feuds and the factions. Maybe if we do this, we can get a glimpse. I looked up. Kermit's gaze was warm, and a little shy. But there was no anger or disdain in his expression. Try the dates, he said, pushing the brass bowl slightly towards me, Dornish and terribly expensive, but Oscar arranged for a shipment about 3 months ago and I hate him because now I want them all the time. Later, when things were less taut, I was absolutely going to make fun of him for both this habit and his uncanny resemblance to his mother. To my left, Lady Tully and Septa Nasella took up conversation once more. What's her older sister like? I find myself terribly curious. Cold as sea ice and crueler when she has a mind to it. A rare beauty, conceded Septa Nasella, who finally allowed the trembling page behind her to pour some wine into her goblet. Truly? I wonder that so formidable an elder sister did not contest the succession then, said Lady Tully with her brows raised. She suffers from an unfashionable ailment, my lady. She loves her husband. The fog rode out with the dawn, turning the winter light into spear tips where it broke through, and washing out the rest in a haze that softened the world. Fog was the worst. Something about cold fog really sunk into the bones, a half-wet that convinced you outside couldn't possibly be that bad until it haunted you like a spectre. I drew my mantle tighter about myself. One of the advantages to being a lady was money for the several layers of thick cloth that it was acceptable to wrap myself in. One of the disadvantages was that I was out in this damn weather anyway, trying to wrangle an angry child. Though Lord Ewan and I were still battling it out, I had lost support entirely for the idea that lords might be explicitly instructed or advised to shore up their weaknesses by looking to their neighbors. It was too volatile, and with the notion of fighting in the stepstones, too many houses would be on the lookout for advantages as it was. Conceding was bitter, but I had done my best at least. Frankly, it had been a relief to match wits with someone who just hated everything I proposed, instead of deriding me for being a woman, newly elevated, or possibly Kermit Tully's mistress. But if Lady Aloise opened and closed her mouth one more time without saying anything, she was going to actually swallow a fly. I had not forgotten my little flash of insight, when I had recalled the look on her face at multiple points during the discussions. At first, I had thought it was an expression of her desire to contribute. And it was, but it was also something else. The longer it went on, the more she moped and simmered like some great pot of depressive soup. The greater her despondency, the more bewildered became Kermit's attempts to talk to her, which only made matters worse. The summit would be upon us in only a few days' time, so I did not have the luxury of slowly leading her to water. Nor, I admitted to myself, the patience. The girl didn't have time to get old and crotchety like I had. After a certain point, you really do stop giving a fuck. Neither did I want to condemn anyone to the hard reset of waking up somewhere foreign and frightening after they believed they had died. Still, I recognized much, in her behavior that was uncomfortably familiar to me. Through the insecurity and the passive-aggressive fury, Lady Eloise was a warrior of the first rate, more liable to circle and snap at her own tail than move forward at all. It was never flattering to see your most ugly qualities in someone else, no matter how far behind you felt you had left them. But it meant I had some ideas about how to proceed. Lady Eloise was sat with her ladies in the September. Likely because it was frowned upon to disturb anyone in prayer. Yet I had been a novice for half a decade, so any possible reluctance to speak in a September had been knocked out of me like dust from an old tapestry. Lady Eloise, I said, curtsying. The lady in question turned to look at me. Lady Myers, she said, coldly. The foggy light did little to illuminate the rainbow September in all its technicolor glory, but it still cast colored shards about the hall. Lady Eloise, of course, looked stunning under the speckled vibrance from the window. I was too old and too busy to have a complex about it, and I had done enough reading to know that the wealthy and powerful tended to have beautiful children because it was easy to buy health, which tended to mean beauty. But still, it was honestly getting ridiculous. I need you in there, I began, or if not at the council table, then I need your help come the summit. The world and his wife had tried to beat around the bush with Lady Eloise, and clearly it hadn't worked. Directness could hardly lower me in her esteem more than rumor and insecurity already had. With a sniff, Lady Eloise's pink mouth turned into a frown. I hardly think I am prepared to be mocked or manipulated this morning, Lady Myers. I'm sure you have it all well in hand. I see, forgive my impertinence, my lady, I said, dryly, and with the horrifying realization that I was channeling Septinicella, I thought you were a woman with a singular memory, who possessed a great understanding of the Riverlands and its trades. I had assumed that all the times you stopped yourself speaking at the council table was because you were biting back some insight that you had on the topic, understandable, given that Lord Ewan is about as welcoming as a territorial goose. A small blonde girl, who looked to be related in some way, hid a smirk behind a sleeve, only to cower at a deadly glare from an older lady who I had seen before at the Tullys' dinner. Lady Eloise looked startled for a moment, before folding her arms and raising her chin. Be that as it may, why on earth would I want to help you? She snapped, her tone as haughty as a dozen blue bloods faced with the prospect of having to open their own doors. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Perhaps because it pleases your vanity that you are more skilled in certain areas. Perhaps because you are to be Lord Tully's lady wife and liege lady to the Riverlands. Perhaps because I can help you in exchange. All of these are none of them, it is no concern of mine. Her expression pinched, 2 spots of color high on her cheeks. I knew that I'd baited her appropriately. Lady Eloise could play social games a little with her ladies surrounding her, I'd seen it in the tent, but generally she had relied on Lady Emmeline to throw barbs at me. She was Delilah's sister, but with none of that girl's ability to sit and listen, to be savvy to the currents around her. Where her younger sister's isolation had been turned into a strength, as the elder girl Lady Eloise probably had a whole heap of different expectations piled on her, likely in about 6 different directions. No wonder she froze like a rabbit in the headlights half the time. She warned me away from her betrothed at the slightest suggestion of impropriety, swiftly and without hesitation. She saw no need to cultivate people at the hunt when her ultimate goal of marriage was already secure. She had answered my question at dinner with an immediate suggestion to leverage one of the largest houses not allied with the Tullys by friendship or marriage. Lady Eloise, for all her courtly obfuscation, was a creature of straight lines and direct action. Thus far, all her teachers had failed to draw one, and had likely chastised any attempt on her part to do so for herself. If you think I'll sit here and listen to the woman whose very presence stains the Tully reputation, on how she thinks it best to manage my betrothed. I cut her off, lying through my teeth. I have no idea about anything to do with yourself and Kermit. Lady Eloise blinked, nonplussed, half outraged that I'd used his name so familiarly and half surprised at the change in tone. As though she'd been ready to meet me with swords drawn, only to find I was knitting. Frankly, I said, my tone as terse and exasperated as I knew how to make it, I have enough concerns of that nature, with Lady Tully's expectation that I meet with houses and potential matches whose offers she finds pleasing this summit. If you have concerns about Kermit, I'd take them up with him. Preferably with a blow to the head. He rather struggles to focus whenever you're mentioned, and it's hard to get any man to listen once they go moony-eyed. Beyond the joy of his friendship, our letters in the past months had been useful on 3 points. Firstly, that Kermit had clearly decided I was one of his people, despite our strange start and obligations to one another. Secondly, the gossip a Lord Paramount was privy to was absolutely first-rate stuff. Thirdly, it was supremely easy to collect blackmail material on a lad whose training in the courtly arts had involved a lute. They tended to think they could write poetry. Unless, I conceded, watching Eloise and her ladies carefully from the corner of my eye as I pretended nonchalance, there is anything you need me to do to put paid to those ridiculous rumors. I'll do that gladly. To her credit, she rallied swiftly. Then what could you possibly think to help me with? I think you need help getting your brother to listen to you, I said, flatly, watching her lips and eyes tighten in blatant confirmation. All that correspondence and not a word of the discussion from House Muten? The silence had been more telling than even a vague mention of slow progress might have been. You dare imply, said the chestnut-haired lady, her face set into a scowl. But Aloise raised a hand. Enough, Arla, she said, in that sweet voice of hers. It was still girlish from youth, inclination, or instruction, I could not say. I refused to speculate on the kind of family that might insist its marriageable daughters cultivate voices like confectionery. She looked at me for a long moment, and then asked, and in return. I'd like you and your ladies, or your friends, to drop hints at the summit to the visiting lords. Specifically about the kinds of things that might help them shore up supplies for their small folk. Her brow wrinkled in confusion. I was present at the meeting, for all I was quiet, Lady Myers. I quite distinctly recall you conceding that Lord Ewan had the right of it and that the lords could not be expected to declare their weaknesses so publicly, much less have their liege lord instruct them to do so. I nodded. Oh yes, I was completely outmaneuvered on that one. To make matters worse, he's probably right. Then why should I go against the decision of my betrothed and his council? I saw you in there, my lady. I saw you open your mouth half a dozen times an hour. You have no fondness for me, so if it was to condemn my words you would have done so and found praise, I said, fixing my gaze to hers. She shrugged, and replied, perhaps I agreed with you. Or had some ideas. Yet the council called it folly. I shrugged right back. They were right, it is the wrong approach for the Riverlands. Never in 1,000 years could you convince them into vulnerability. The natural state of the populace is high dudgeon and guile. I noticed that a few of the ladies, especially the older ones, were nodding wearily. Likely they'd been raised on such things better than I had, weaned on tales of their great-grandfather's hatred of some other house over a bridge being built or the wanton slaughter conducted in revenge of some other, more ancient attack. But in that case, what do Riverland lords love better than the idea that they have access to information others do not? In this, I noted, I was perhaps a true Riverlander. I had gone native and not even noticed. The first stirrings of interest could be seen in Lady Eloise's retinue, so I pressed my advantage. If you and your ladies were to mention or hint things here or there, perhaps in conversation or when accompanying your family's representative, then they're all the more likely to arrange matters for themselves and feel pleased to have won something besides. With an exasperated sigh, Lady Eloise gestured vaguely in the direction of the castle. I know a good deal about such things, Lady Myers, but mostly as they relate to House Muten or House Tully. Which is why, I continued, patiently, wondering if perhaps I should sit Nacella down and have an explicit conversation about teaching philosophies before the young Fosters arrived. You will arrange to have some of those nagging little problems that Kermit has been trying to solve. The boring matters of trade or crop dispute, those long, dull letters they send to him about it, taken off of his hands. With a memory like yours, I imagine you'd glean much of what you need in very little time. For one thing, Riverrun fielded correspondence from all the lords of the Riverlands who had concerns they wished to lay at Kermit's feet. The Castellans and Maester Cyril, depending on their bookkeeping, would have access to a wealth of knowledge. And I had no doubt that Aloise and her own knowledge of trade would be able to piece together quite a net of interdependence. It also allowed for her ladies to do the work she was not comfortable performing, the circulating and talking, the sly insinuations. So it was with this plan blooming in my mind, that her sudden tearfulness took me completely by surprise. She was, of course, unfairly pretty in tears as well. Something trembling and dewy-eyed, with delicate features. When I cried my nose went red, and I had to breathe through my mouth. Don't you think I've tried that? All that happened was he told me to apply myself better to Lady Honorine's lessons, she hissed, clenching her fists. For a moment, I did feel sorry for her. Not only for the bladed thing that was Lady Tully's love and attention, I had enough to worry about on that score in my own household. But navigating Kermit and his moods, ensuring his good opinion and protection, would be the labyrinth she'd have to walk all her life. He was a good man at heart, but many a man has been good at heart and beastly to be married to. I opened my mouth. I had some ideas about how she could lead Kermit to understand what it was she so desperately wanted, but something held me back. The whole world told Lady Eloise how to be. So much so that the poor girl didn't quite know who she was. It hadn't seemed to do much more than paralyze her. I followed the instinct. You are to be his wife, Lady Eloise, I said sternly, willing the certitude Nacella's hood gave her into my tone. He doesn't get to brush off your concerns, no matter how busy he is. Perhaps you will be sweetness itself. Perhaps you will simply acquire the papers directly from that castellan of his John, I think, and inform him afterwards. Pick your moment, yes. But pick one. This plan doesn't work, this plan doesn't help anyone if you give up after the first hurdle. If that is who you are, I respectfully apologize and withdraw my request for aid. Because I need the future Lady Tully from Proud House Muten. Frankly, if that is not you, my plan to get your brother to listen to your proposal won't work anyway, so we might as well save ourselves the time. Shockingly, despite the glares and consternation from her attending ladies, Something flickered behind Lady Eloise's eyes. How so? What manner of method do you think will move my brother that I have not employed? I could hear it, for a moment, the elegant diction that hid the blade of a command. If she hadn't sounded like a rabbit that had been squeezed about the middle, I might have been impressed. Your brother will be moved by the same thing that moves you, I thought to myself. Pride, I said simply, palms open in front of me. Your house drew a line against their own liege in the face of wickedness this far and no further. Because it was right. Lean on his pride for his house, on the way King's Landing and its appointments have been bought and sold by the hand of the king. He must act to aid the Riverlands, to support Lord Allen, to convince Lord Peake. It is what honor demands. The truth of what had happened at Maidenpool had never quite been revealed, but rumour was a powerful beast. Enough of the Riverlands had heard whispers about Queen Rhaenyra's demand that Lord Mouton break sacred guest right. His apparent refusal to do so had been a sign of the house's honour. Though I knew a little more than I should on the topic, it still told me about what matter of man Manfred was, at least as a lord, if not as a brother. Frustrated, Lady Eloise took a step towards me, her hands sweeping out in front of her. Soon, in months if the winds are fair, I will be married into House Tully. He dismisses me, for when that day comes my work for our house is accomplished. My brother doesn't listen to me. And neither do you, it seems, despite the silver in your tongue, if you think I can snap and snarl as you do and accomplish anything. I don't know why I wasted my time. Teenagers. The only way to stop them building a head full of steam was to let it run its course or to slap it down. And frankly, we were short on time. Because even when you are married, you are still a lady of House Mouton. That's the whole point of marriages, it's how they stitch the realm together. I interrupted, throwing my hands in the air, exhausted by her determination not to help herself. As a lady of his house you have every right to make him listen to you on the matter of your house's honour. Until you wed, you are the maiden of Maidenpool. Who guards its chivalry if you will not, my lady? Lady Tully says. Lady Tully is a strange and terrifying creature. All the weapons she has, she was forced to fashion for herself. She wants, in her own way, to make it easier for you. But you will not be Honorine Tully. You will be Eloise Tully. Whatever that means. Notes. There we go. When next we meet our heroes, the summit will begin. Ursula has grown since the last time she was here, so there's a lot she's approaching differently. My spider diagram of Riverland politics is full of webs, but as is usual with world building, God knows what is actually going to make it into explicit text. See you folks in the discussion. I hope you enjoyed this one. Chapter 47, Kermit Tully, William Burleigh. 133 AC. Kermit Tully. The day had been spent offering bread and salt to the visiting lords and ensuring that they were escorted to their rooms for quarantine. Fortunately, these stragglers were all that was left of those who could attend. It shouldn't have been as exhausting as it was, but this time Kermit was prepared to place the blame squarely where it belonged, on the womenfolk. He was not a naturally effusive man, unless he was with the people he considered dear to him. So many years of having to project an image of a sober, controlled Lord Paramount had taken their toll. It had been a necessary evil at first, given his age when he had assumed the title, but it did mean he was not in the habit of being gregarious or charming to his lordly visitors. Oscar had always been best at that, an almost sly, lazy shade to his words that put those in his company immediately at ease. Or even his mother, who vacillated between being an utterly delightful hostess, meaning he had little to do, or inspiring arse-clenching amounts of terror, which made him look positively jovial in comparison. Yet he had been forced to play the jolly fool as household after household arrived in his halls to the frigid countenance of his mother at her most cruel and glacial, or the placid, inscrutable expression of his betrothed. The pair were still at odds, that much was clear. While this was uncomfortable, Kermit had been at odds with his mother for most of his life, so had somewhat taken this state of affairs for granted. Yet it was beginning to interfere with his peace of mind, somewhat. It seemed that the disagreement had spilled over into their interactions with him, and Kermit had never found himself so henpecked in all his days. Not to mention that Lady Eloise was even more bewildering than she had been previously, simultaneously pleased to see him and yet reticent in his company. She was incomparably lovely and clearly had a sharp mind, but Kermit had grown most fond of her shyness and sweetness. It made him feel rather gallant in her company, which was not something he was often in a position to feel. Somewhat embarrassingly, he'd begun to believe as though he were learning to be a good husband to her, before this strange sullenness had welled up in her. It had him rather on the back foot. So it was, that Kermit was once again retreating to a dizzying schedule of study relocations in order to avoid the whole thing entirely. He harbored some vain hopes that this whole affair would pass once the quarantine was completed and the other lords took to the floor. Still, it had gone on long enough. Kermit had a sneaking suspicion that unless he got his house in order, the summit was going to progress in a similar manner. It had been a sobering thought. His father had often expressed handling difficult matters involving his mother in terms of getting his house in order, so Kermit allowed that as an expression it was suitably stately. Nevertheless, he did not have the first fucking idea how he should go about such a thing. Which led to this furtive assignation, in what had once been his grandmother's personal solar and was now study number 8. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to fling myself from the highest window, he said, flatly, having quite run out of steam given the lengthy explanation he'd had to give his conversation partner. How thrilled I am to discover that you have inherited your mother's sense of drama, as well as her habit of fattening her acquaintances rather than deigning to admit fault, replied Ursula, sipping on her tisane with a truly hateful expression of enjoyment. Perhaps, Kermit allowed, for he was generous enough to acknowledge that he had few other examples in his life of how one might express feelings of terrible persecution, but surely even you cannot deny that whatever is brewing between them has begun to make matters exceedingly awkward. We can hardly afford it during the summit. Ursula nodded, that curled hand of hers coming up to brush hair from where it fell across her eyes. It was a strange thing, that injury. Maester Cyril told him it was not unheard of with wrist injuries, though why such a thing would damage the hand instead of the affected area, Kermit did not know. It pained her, he knew, and often became tighter with stress or at the end of a long day. She did not seem to want attention drawn to it, so Kermit followed her lead, but more than one servant had been seen blessing themselves with the sign of the 7 upon spotting it. Out of fear or reverence, it made little difference. Frankly, given what Kermit had noticed about his friend, he was not certain they were unwise to do so. Well, yes, but solving it is going to be slightly more complicated than just letting your betrothed have access to your castellan's records or distracting your mother with a bloodthirsty little scheme to hold the stepstones, his friend said, airily, as though either of those were simple decisions. You are a comfort to me, Kermit said, dryly, taking a sip from his cup and wincing. The tisane was a miserable brew, hot and bitter, but if he started on the wine now there was a high likelihood that he'd drink himself into a stupor and refuse to be roused the next day. If you wanted comfort, you would seek out Lord Blackwood wherever he is ensconced. I'm sure the pair of you could bond over the hysteria of women and be self-congratulatory all the while. Ursula sniffed, plucking a non-existent piece of thread from a dark green sleeve. She often liked to occupy her hands when she was being provocative, as though it made her seem unaffected by her boldness, as opposed to a fidgeter of the first water. While her voice was undoubtedly arch, Kermit could not help but take some offense as to her tone. A harsh interpretation of the circumstances. I certainly cannot see why we might be so smug as you describe, considering this situation is slowly driving me mad. With a gusty sigh, which surely should have belonged to a woman 3 times her age, Ursula replied, because you do not understand what their positions might be. So of course they seem mad to you. Kermit gestured towards her, and said, well, enlighten me. Because I thought things were going rather well until the pair of them began hostilities. I have been solicitous of Lady Eloise's comfort and taken an interest in her pursuits. My mother had violence to incite and your marriages to consider. They are as well taken care of as I can make them, and yet I'm skulking about the place like a wet cat in a kennel. Ursula set down her cup, pressing the thumb of her right hand into the palm of her left as she tried to loosen the tense muscles. Her gaze cast about the room, which he admitted was still inelegant, half covered in sheets of fabric to protect the antique furnishings from the sun trickling in through the high windows. It was for the best. Grandmother had been a fan of hunting trophies, though she never so much as ridden a horse outside of a paddock, and had some truly monstrous stuffed creatures concealed under the dusty fabric. To be entirely fair, she admitted, it is not all on your shoulders. I have found that speaking to Lady Eloise was an exercise in frustration. But she is less than enthused by my presence here. Understandably so. I shall speak as frankly as I know how, then. Kermit winced, abruptly aware that they were in a secluded room of the keep, making very disgusting tisane to keep out the chill despite the roaring fire, discussing matters that he did not want anyone else to know. Even with her knights at the door, it did not look well. Fortunately, all the servants at Riverrun were competently bribed by either his mother, John, or himself. Some of them by all 3, if they were particularly important. I see. So you do have some idea of what is occurring? Kermit inquired, shrewdly, for Ursula would not have willingly placed herself in Eloise's line of fire unless she had some insight in how to maneuver around it. To his knowledge, anyway. If she thought there was need, the girl stuck her oar in no matter what good sense dictated. There was a thoughtful pause. Your mother has arranged for several houses who have made offers for my hand to meet with me. Either the lord in question or a representative, at least. Some will purely be for her own entertainment, but others are quite in earnest. Kermit blinked, uncertain as to why she'd changed tack so abruptly. Ursula's eyes were downcast, fixed at where her hands joined in her lap, her posture hunched inward. He waited. Do you know what that feels like? She asked, her face still hidden from him. Though he was not skilled in whatever arts his father had employed to getting his own household in order, neither was he entirely a green boy. I suspect, he said, delicately, that you feel our experiences differ. Ursula nodded, toying with her sleeve again. She is afraid. He flinched. Honorine Tully had not raised fools. Kermit knew well why ladies such as Eloise might be afraid of marriage. Yet something a little ugly, which he did not want to look directly at, clawed at his insides in indignation. Had he not been all that was agreeable? Had he not seen to her comfort and station? Had he not been kind? It got the better of him slightly, and he answered, hotly, I am hardly some brute, Ursula. If you know nothing of me, surely you know that. Eloise is a lady of House Muden. Besides, her kin would be wroth were I to treat her poorly. Ursula's steel-grey eyes flashed up, annoyance plain to see. There are more things to be afraid of for a lady in her position than your fists, my lord. Though I quail to think why that might be your first thought, she snapped. Holding up his hands, lest this turn into a true row, Kermit deliberately softened his tone. Peace, Ursula, he said, peace. What is it then that she is afraid of, and why has this got anything to do with my mother? Another one of those heavy sighs. You'd have thought Ursula was as ancient as the firmament by her attitude, as opposed to 2 years his junior. You chose a bride in opposition to all the traits your mother displays. The good and the ill. This has understandably frustrated your mother, who is responsible for teaching her how to take over as Lady Tully. She is concerned that you have chosen a bride too weak to support you in your role, who will instead need you to make up for her lack, rather defeating the purpose of a Lord Paramount's wife. Aside from heirs, that is. Lady Eloise, on the other hand, is trying to find her feet. She needs to establish a position in your household of respect and honor, but she is paralyzed by fear. Either her methods are insufficient for your mother, or they are in opposition to how you expect your wife to behave. And make no mistake, Kermit, said Ursula, her tone heavy with unspoken implication, her future is almost entirely tied to how you choose to treat her, and she knows it. For one shameful moment, Kermit considered admitting that he really hadn't given Lady Eloise's traits much thought at all. Discretion was perhaps the better part of valor here. If Ursula decided to take umbrage with him as well, he was truly going to board a ship for Essos and force Oscar to take him in. Nor, he admitted to himself, had she said anything that was entirely outlandish. So what would you suggest? Before you go horning in, began Ursula, uncaring of the way he blanched at the turn of phrase, I'd suggest you spend a little time with your thoughts. What do you envision your future to be with Lady Eloise? How might she be a boon to your house? Or do you just picture her in the corner of the scene? Like a doll? The barbed little accusation had not been true for some time, yet it stung. Kermit bore it as best he could but suspected that Ursula had deliberately aimed that particular comment squarely at his pride. Then once I know I should tell her. The look was withering enough that Kermit strongly fought the urge to cross his legs. Once you know, you go and ask her what she envisioned. Then you meet somewhere in the middle. It is a powerful thing, to be heard. Especially if you are a woman, said his friend, with a bitter little chuckle, it so rarely happens. For a moment, Ursula looked so unusually forlorn that he was seized by the need to comfort her. It unsettled him to see someone so imperturbable become so thoroughly perturbed that it seemed to linger in the air like smoke. I'm trying, he blurted, uncertain where exactly he intended to go with such a statement. Ursula's eyes filled with sudden, shocking tears. Panic streaming through his veins like hot lead, Kermit had just decided that he was never again going to attempt to soothe the moods of any woman of his acquaintance, when she said, truly. Kermit nodded cautiously, in the manner of a prisoner who has just been offered their freedom by a guard covered in blood. With a sniffle, Ursula dashed her hand across her eyes and composed herself with a deep breath. She looked at him for a moment. He wondered, not for the first time, what she saw. Would you like to talk about how we can convince the Brackens to out-contribute the Blackwoods for fighting men instead? Gods yes, said Kermit, with such feeling that Ursula erupted into giggles. Much later, in the privacy of his own rooms, awkwardly trying to picture what exactly he expected the wedded state to entail and trying not to get too distracted, it struck Kermit that perhaps Ursula's wisdom in this latest matter had not come from her near preternatural sharpness of mind. Perhaps she herself was afraid of her marriage. Of her future husband. He swallowed a half-laugh. The thought seemed entirely absurd. Ursula was a formidable force when she had the mind to be. He could not imagine the same woman who had so passionately and eloquently advocated for the cost of her mercy, the pains she took to give it, being afraid of anyone at all. Especially considering she'd placed herself in far greater danger than marriage in order to offer leal service to him. Yet the thought would not leave him. William Burleigh. When time had come to reward him for his deeds on the field at Harrenhal, Bill was still half disbelief that events had unfolded as they had. Northmen were rarely knights, unless they were in service to House Manderley, who kept to the Seven, so he'd refused the offer from vassals to House Blackwood who had offered to grant him the honor. Yet the Blackwoods kept to the old gods themselves and so it had been no matter to them. There were those sworn to the house who had taken the oaths themselves, or once cleaved to knightly orders, but by and large the lack of septs and septons in the Blackwood holdings meant that they were few and far between. The sort of men who either held their gods lightly, or else kept them clasped so fiercely to their breast that they were quite capable of anointing any passing bower with holy purpose. The less said of how the latter sort had reacted to his surviving Ali's river's beast, the better. Lord Benjicot had insisted on a reward, which Bill had not minded considering the fact that he'd nearly pissed himself facing down a dragon. What he had minded was the way the thing had grown beyond the bounds of what he considered to be reasonable. Holdfasts and appointments had been offered, but Bill had a Northman's superstition around new beginnings in winter. Lord Benjicot would not hear of him waiting until spring before accepting his due and didn't seem to understand Bill's reluctance at being granted a holdfast and people to be responsible for while the ground was still frozen, and the days were quick as blinking. Smaller holdfasts ran themselves, mostly, for a Sauron night. Unless he was particularly interested in interfering, the small folk tended to see to their own survival enough that it was common for a knight to have to return once a year from whichever great house he was serving, in order to make sure the taxes he was owed were actually being paid. Yet Bill's father, though he had been the lord of a small house and commanded small lands, had drilled the duty into him long before Bill had left home. Third son he may have been, but the world was cruel and promised little safety. In a bad winter, third sons very quickly became only sons. In theory, there was a dragon bone bow being made for him, somewhere in King's Landing. Privately, Bill doubted if he'd ever see it. The closing of the city gates, which had been so vital during a scourge of bandits across the Riverlands and a siege at Laughingnell, apparently paled in comparison to the necessity of retrieving the remains of that ink-black beast. Lord Benjicot had scowled and raged at such a blatant show of greed from Lord Onwin, but it lacked the true indignance that would have come with childish naivety. Lord Benjicot had been at the Second Battle of Tumbleton, after all, and already had the measure of the Lord hand. Bill had asked instead for grain to be sent north, to house Burly of the mountain clans. It had turned the mood somber. The value of such a thing as his service in battle was a hard thing to figure in grain, which itself was harder still to provide in these deep frosts. Yet despite this, his liege lord had not taken offence or waved him off. Nor had he insulted Bill by asking if he was certain. Perhaps it was because his aunt had married into the north. Perhaps it was because he was learning to read Bill better. Whatever the reason, Lord Benjicot's young face sharper now, as he was growing into it, had fallen into a solemn stillness at his words. Lord Benjicot had written to his aunt in Winterfell, assuring Bill that the grain, purchased from what reserves a cousin in the Vale was prepared to part with, would be guarded on her honour and make it safely to his family. "I assume speed is of the essence, yes?" he had asked, while Bill struggled to master himself. Afterwards, his first letter from Dana, when the footstuffs had finally made their way up the treacherous paths towards their home, had been as terse and temperamental as his sister's missives always were. But there were blotches on the page, where droplets of water had smeared the ink. That had been before it became clear that spring was going to be long in coming. Now the Vale would not part with their reserves for love nor money. Bill could only hope it would be enough. So it was with some frustration that Bill was forced to clench his jaw shut and stand slightly aloof in the great hall of Riverrun, pretending as though any of these bleeding lords had the first idea about the cost of winter hunger. Like a furious shadow, Bill trailed after Lord Benjicot as his liege flitted from one conversation to the next. His liege had learned to be a little more circumspect than was his wont in courtly conversation. The situation with the spy in the siege camp at Laughingnell had stilled the lad's naturally sharp tongue with the weight of caution. Lord Benjicot enjoyed the finery and pageantry of court and was always well adorned, but the hidden snares and darts of highborn games were new to him still. Lady Ali's Anne had always expected that he would have more time to learn than he did. Not that Bill had any particular skill in the matter. His role had been to be watchful, to know things, so that Lady Ali's Anne and her good sister might have used them in service to Lord Blackwood. What they then chose to do with such information was rarely something he was privy to, unless they needed him to investigate further. Though he was good at it, this was another area where the damn dragon had made things more difficult than it needed to be. Where once he had been left to do his duty, now he was forced to stand and attempt to appear interested in conversations with lords and knights who had ignored him entirely before. It certainly made his work harder. Not to mention the fact that they tended to enjoy explaining in detail how cleverly they'd have handled such a thing themselves. It always left Bill bewildered, considering that there had been plenty of time for any of these men to ride to Ursula's aid and claim such victories for themselves. Frankly, he'd have been glad to get the lady away from the front lines and let some other man try not to die at the other end of a dragon's flames. He did not think they'd have done so well as they claimed. Sometimes, late at night, he would allow himself to think on that desperate toss of a bloodied rock, and how wondrous and impossible it had been for such a thing to save his life. For the moment, the conversation was around the news that Lord Tully had plans for yet another military venture, which pleased some lords and incensed others. Obviously, such information was not yet publicly announced. Instead, it had clearly been deliberately circulated among the lords in advance of their arrival or at least during their confinement in quarantine. It seems an unwise move. Who is he planning on attacking in the dead of winter? Said one lord, pompously, stroking his mustache with a slow, practiced gesture that he must have thought made him look ponderous but instead gave him the appearance of a man trying to hide a sore from his wife. If spring comes and the small folk are halfway across West Eros, we'll starve in our keeps by the time they return to plant. Bill resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Lord Hugh believed that spring was around the corner with such a fervor that it now bordered on superstition. He'd been the same during the siege meetings, but with greater cause. Now he simply seemed incapable of adapting his thinking. Lord Tully is an experienced commander, my lord, having led us to victory many times. I'd certainly hear him out before dismissing any such plans, said Lord Benjicott smoothly. Though, the pinch between his eyebrows revealed to Bill that he had no further insight and was becoming uncomfortable. It was hard for him to defend his liege and friend without knowing which way he ought to steer. Quietly, Bill scanned the room, wondering if any of the movements he might spot in the currents of the gilded Great Hall would be a boon to his liege. There were more women than one might have assumed, given the nature of the summons. But between the need for regencies after the dance and the luxuries available to visitors of Riverrun, many mothers were representing their houses, and many wives were accompanying their husbands. Bill noticed a pretty blonde woman in dairy colors, who appeared to be representing that house under her own power, though she was young for the position of regent. She was very deftly steering a member of House Wheeler into a disadvantageous trade for crayfish, transported fresh in pots or salted and dried to preserve them. Though the dairy lands would have the many pools and eddies that had been laid by the Blue Fork, he could not recall the dairies ever making use of them to farm shellfish. Perhaps this was a new venture that they'd undertaken? Useful, considering the lack of large river shoreline in the Blackwood lands. Perhaps the lady would be willing to make trades with Lord Benjicott, who had more woodland and its attendant bounties than most other houses. Lady Sabetha Frey was worryingly silent. She was sat away from the crush of mingling lords and ladies and observing the proceedings with those sharp eyes of hers. Mayhap she was skeptical about another call to arms so soon after the siege and was making her displeasure known? Or perhaps she sought different prey this summit. Bill had never realized how useful Lady Alisanne's friendship with Lady Frey had been until he'd been left to try and puzzle out the lady's motives on his own. She was as impenetrable as a curtain wall, and the few who had her favor tended to avoid speaking to her overmuch, in case such blessings were swiftly withdrawn by Lady Frey's notoriously prickly nature. She'd likely be more forgiving to Lord Blackwood directly, for the sake of his sister. It would be worth encouraging his liege to approach her, however much he was loath to, for that advantage alone. Lord Kermit Tully was holding court masterfully. That same incisive skill he had demonstrated in controlling the lords within the command tent was in full view this day. Bill did not have much skill with words himself, so practiced was he at keeping his thoughts locked behind his teeth, and appreciated the ease with which the man could pivot in conversation. He seemed more himself, now that he wasn't exhausted from whatever had haunted that siege camp, and found ways to cajole and dress down the lords who crowded around him with ease. The lad had come a long way from those early days, when his fist would wrap around his morning star so tightly his knuckles would go white. Anything to prevent others from seeing the tremor in his hand. Where his formidable mother had swanned off to, Bill did not know and hoped never to find out. The Lady Eloise was seated among her family. She had not been known to him at all when Lord Tully had announced his betrothal. The lady was surpassingly fair, but had been kept from company for her own safety during most of the dance, and so was rather unknown. Observing the group around her, it seemed to Bill that the girl's other brother, Huger Mouton, had been chosen to represent his house while Lord Mouton attended to the affairs of the Regent's Council. Like some hewn figure of marble, she sparkled in an expensive white gown and drew the envious glances of other women her age, as well as overly appreciative looks from menfolk. Her expression was pleasant, but inscrutable. Every so often a handmaiden would appear at her side to receive a whispered instruction, before the lady would once again return to conversing with her kin, leaving her handmaiden to glide off into the throng. Now the trick, young Burleigh, rumbled the gruff enthusiasm of a lord whose name Bill had entirely forgotten, would have been to wait until the creature's mouth was open and launch your arrow into the soft palate. A much less risky maneuver, wouldn't you say? Bill gave a slow nod, desperately racking his brains for the man's name. It didn't help that the only identifying clothing he wore were stripes of green, red, and blue, like every other Riverland house from the neck to the Blackwater. I confess, my lord, Bill said, resisting the urge to abandon his liege lord's choice of company entirely, I wasn't doing much thinking at the time. He had learned early on that men did not want the truth, that Bill had been certain he was going to die. The truth made for poor heroism. Worse, it was dull. The Southron tradition did not lack for gruesome tales and tragedies, but their knights tended to have more courtly tales of than the warriors of the north. Northern warriors generally won in their tales, of course, but usually by dying grimly in a blizzard so that their heirs could eat. From the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of grey. A tall woman was slipping off behind an extravagant pillar of green marble, her brown hair half braided in the Riverland style. Ursula. Glancing at his liege lord, who was debating the likelihood of spring with Lord Hugh and accompanied by other able men of House Blackwood, Bill decided that forgiveness would be easier to obtain than permission and made his excuses to the gruff lord with whom he'd been pretending to converse. He did so swiftly enough, that he noticed the lord in question went on speaking for a full sentence or two before realizing that his victim had withdrawn. Bill made certain to be in full view of the onlookers from where he chose to stand by an adjacent pillar. The lady had enough concerns without having her chastity constantly questioned by the wagging tongues of idle highborn. Ursula turned at his approach, and her rather formidable glower faded, and she burst into a wide grin. "William!" she cried, brushing her hands down the front of her black velvet doublet. She looked well, the colour back in her cheeks and the elegance back in her carriage. Far better than when he'd seen her last, fierce and ailing all at once. "It is good to see you, my lady," Bill said, his voice warming with fondness. His eyes flickered over her shoulder, half expecting to see Quoth investigating some loose tapestry thread, but he was nowhere to be found. Unusual. She started towards him and then abruptly stopped herself, which was odd behavior for Ursula. The lady tended to move with certainty and preferred stillness otherwise. It appeared she did not want to move into view from her hiding place behind the pillar. Leaning back, Bill half-angled himself so as to plausibly be looking at an improbable, ugly tapestry of Axel Tully raising River Run from the Red Fork with his bare hands. "Who are we hiding from? They must be fearsome indeed for you to retreat." "Sir Riker Wayne," said Ursula, with a weary sigh, leaning her head back against the pillar and closing her eyes in apparent exhaustion. Wrinkling his brow, Bill replied, "The man's as oily as a mink furrier, but hardly a challenge if you want something from him. He likes expensive horse flesh more than people, and the ability to boast more than the other two together. Generally, a good bet in a joust. What do you seek?" If nothing else, this was more useful purpose than being decorative, for which he did not have the calves, and attempting to placate the braggarts. The kind of lords who were conveniently absent during the siege with whose presence, they insisted, the host would have routed Ali's rivers in mere days. "It is not what I seek, but what he seeks," Ursula said, her eyes still closed. "The man has made an offer of marriage that Lady Tully insists I consider. Sadly, this one is viable, and so cannot simply be to ensure I say something amusing in her presence." The lady set her face to a scowl. Enough that he was certain she was clenching her teeth to the point of pain. Bill resisted the urge to press a thumb to the hinge of her jaw to remind her to relax it. There was no helping teeth grinders except to remove the source of stress. "I knew Lady Tully was taking hold of your marital prospects with a will," he began, "that much had been considered interesting gossip for a good 3 days in Raventree Hall. Are you finding them unsuitable?" Sir Riker was known to Bill. The man had once made an attempt for Lady Alisanne's hand. If the knight had caught her eye, no one would have blamed the lady for developing a fondness. There was some hope for the man at the time, Bill recalled, given that Riker was handsome enough, with sandy hair and a winning smile. Yet, it appeared that Lady Alisanne preferred a glower to a grin, given her eventual choice of husband. Besides, Riker had been too lowly to consider with any seriousness, given her lack of affection for him, as a second son of a lower house. But even if he hadn't been, Lady Alisanne had not been impressed with his conversation. Given his past experience of the man, Bill had some idea of Ursula's possible objections. Still, Bill found that her observations were always worth hearing, either for their wisdom or for her wicked sense of humor. "Oh, on paper he is suitable indeed. A second son, willing to take my name. His family is storied and will give some prestige. Not to mention better links to the Vale, through a cousin, I believe. The man is a capable tourney knight and will gladly journey often in order to compete, likely wagering a hefty purse from House Meyer's coffers all the while. When at home, he's more interested in hunting than he is managing a keep and is quite content to allow me the run of my own lands," Ursula recited, the conversation taking on an airy tone that did not match her stillness, nor the pinched expression on her face. "Generous terms indeed," said Bill, despite himself. "I recall our letters were filled with you swooning over men who were as absent from responsibility as possible." That won him a smirk, though she still would not open her eyes, or lift her head from its rest. "Indeed. An embarrassment of riches. I can hardly believe you've let such a man out of your sight for a moment, Lady Myers. Lady Tully has outdone herself." A laugh burst from her this time. He was doing better. But still, she did not move. "All this would be overwhelming enough," continued Ursula, "but he has even more to recommend him. Sir Riker has promised not to bring horse into the keep, and will only expect me to breed him 2 sons. He opened his mouth to offer some other rejoinder at this bleak assessment of Riker's potential as a suitor, when something stalled him. Bill's eyes were drawn to Ursula's pale throat, where she swallowed convulsively. The lady was far more distressed than she wanted to let on. He let the silence stretch between them for a long moment, watching her face. Eventually, she turned to him and opened her eyes. They were impossibly clear in the light from the windows, giving her an otherworldly appearance. As though she had been to some distant land and come back forever changed. "It's not even a bad option," Ursula said, softly, a coldness in her expression, as though she were punishing herself for something. "He is honest, at least. Lord Ollie feigned some great passion for me, which I found quite exhausting. As though believing some lord had deigned to find me worthy of affection, might disguise the fact that he wants to extract the secrets of my glass industry and gift them back to his father's house." The lady straightened, her back still pressed against the pillar, as though under siege from enemies Bill could not see. Words pressed against his lips. Reassurances that Riker was a fool, an alien arse. Indignant protestations at the idea that she should for a moment be subjected to their attentions if she wished to be left alone. Yet there was a tension, thrumming in her voice. Heart sore, Bill said nothing. Should I not be glad, that Sir Riker is as forthcoming as he is? Another man might seek to deceive me, but he has made his offer as plainly as he knows how. It is clear he respects that I have something resembling a mind between my ears at least. Only 2 sons. I'll only have to endure his attentions that long. My household my own. My niece protected. My birthright uncontested. A pause, and then finally she said, it's a good offer. The words fell like hammers into the burdened air between them. You once wrote to me that you did not wish for a husband, said Bill, his voice low. He remembered that letter with crystal clarity. She had been very specific. Can you blame me? If it were only whores and sons, I might be able to bear it. But the cost of it seeps through the cracks of everything like damp rot through a stone wall. Ursula spat, her voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. Even now I have works to set into motion in order to aid the Riverlands, but my world has shrunk to potential husbands and their attentions. As though everything I have accomplished up until now was simply to make me more palatable to some lord who might get me with child. Ursula looked at him then, as though for permission. It made him feel faintly sick. Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides. Those winter sky eyes burned. For all the sorrow in her voice, it was plain to Bill how furious she truly felt. And why shouldn't she? That these men had crawled from the corners of the Riverlands to make so half-hearted an offer of marriage. Disrespectful and devious by turns. That they were not men of honor was plain. But this was not unique. Laying the cloak of their protection over their bride meant nothing to them. A claim of ownership. Like buying one of Sir Riker's expensive horses. Bill was not naive enough to pretend that it was any different in the north, for all the bleating about kneeling before the old gods preventing a man from lying. A man might tell the truth and be a cunt. Dana's husband loved her, for all he was an ass. When her last babe had nearly killed her in the birthing, the Bandrui had asked what Jewel wanted done. He had left the choice with Dana, unable to bear anything else. With a start, Bill wondered how that terrible night might have gone if Jewel had loved Bill's elder sister any less. Is it so impossible to get your niece adopted as your heir? Bill asked, his mind flicking through people Lady Alice Anne and Lady Blackwood had made use of on Lord Blackwood's behalf. Most of them, he realized with a sinking sensation, were dead. Ursula's eyes softened at that. Yes, with the Lord hand. And even if it were so, House Myers has 3 members. One of us still cannot speak in complete sentences. It is not enough to make us strong or keep us safe. A Lord husband was, for good or ill, a sign of strength. Bill pursed his lips. Anything he said would just make him sound an ass. Ursula did not need to hear from him how bitter he found her circumstances. She was living them. Still, something must have come through in his expression, because Ursula sighed, and a little more of the fury drained from her. Forgive me, William. The world is enraging, not your company. You are just about the only enjoyable conversation I've had all morning. She gave him another of those warm, broad smiles, working to master herself. Bill tilted his head in contemplation. Bill had seen Ursula pared to the bone, and still her worth remained. Like iron sleeping in silver. Already she made herself lesser. Hiding the blessed raven who followed her like an avatar of the old gods. Smoothing the bladed edge to her tongue. Pretending to be interested in petty pursuits when she had slayed a witch and braved a dragon when she undoubtedly had some canny plan to bring the whole world to heel for the sake of her people. These men did not understand how rare she was. And abruptly, Bill decided that she ought not to waste another second on them. Tell me what your plans are, he said abruptly, the certainty lending him a steel to his tone. Ursula startled, what? You once asked what exactly it was I did for Lady Alice Anne. Let me show you. What are your plans for this gathering? She gave a sharp little grin, as bladed as the daggers on his sigil. He returned it. Chapter 48, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. While I had been a student of Nacella for most of my life here in West Eros, William had studied under different masters. His work for Lady Alice Anne had been varied enough that he had a better understanding of the social currents than one might expect of a Northman and Westerosi who were notoriously martial in their educations unless they stood to inherit a lordship. And even then, it was houses who expected to take up courtly positions that learned more about the so-called games that those jockeying for position were known to play against each other. Mostly, his role had been to watch and listen, as much was revealed when a man resembled nothing so much as well-behaved furniture. Not to mention that lords who skillfully hid their intentions from the gaze of their conversation partners quite often forgot to do so to the silence, faceless retinues that lined solars or flanked doorways. Having lived in the Riverlands since his 13th year, William had gathered a wealth of information on the dispositions of a number of young lords, many of whom were known to him personally through proximity if nothing else. For all my status as a lady of the Riverlands, the fact remained that I had been away from my father's home for long enough that I struggled to play catch-up, relying heavily on what my handmaidens could glean for me. William's elevated status in Blackwood's retinue had been good for him in more than just increasing his influence, for all he regretted the loss of his once invisible status. His courtly doublet was the rich, bright blue of his house's sigil, brocaded in a diamond pattern. It was an expensive fabric for one without the lands and incomes afforded to warrior with a holdfast. William's decision to abstain from such a reward was reason to admire him, and I was pleased to see that Lord Benjicott had insisted on some more immediate compensation for his contribution despite William's insistence on grain for his family. It made William seem grander to onlookers, yes, but it also signaled that he was a valued man to House Blackwood, which had greater value still. Socially and monetarily. What I need, more than anything, is for people to clamour for Lord Tully's plan, while insisting that the Mallisters stay to guard the western coast from the Red Kraken, I said, flatly, though the tips of my fingers still tingled from the excitement of a brewing scheme. William nodded solemnly. He seemed to do everything with a great deal of solemnity unless you caught him in a mood to tease you, or poke fun at characters he had observed while working for Lord Blackwood. The man could be sharply funny, when he was so inclined. That will be a challenge. Better to have House Mallister retain some ships in Iron Man's Bay, allowing the rest to sail to the Stepstones. Coupland will be wroth if he's denied a chance at glory. Worse still, if there is a fat prize in the Stepstones he'll resent his absence. I shrugged, affecting a nonchalance I did not feel. The disadvantage of playing the game in my position is that I cannot quite predict the shape of the outcome. It is better that I aim high and expect to settle for less. What I cannot do is leave Iron Man's Bay defenseless while the campaign for the Stepstones begins. I had reason to believe it would be a startlingly short campaign, especially if Alan Valerian's navy was brought to bear, but relying solely on my foreknowledge when I had pushed for such a change in the original timeline of events was rank folly. Holding himself upright, his hands clasped behind him in that awkward way that made him look a bit like an old man, William tilted his head at me. Why did you advise Lord Tully to attack the Stepstones instead of the Ironborn? I glanced at him from the corner of my eye, refusing to appear startled. William and I were good enough friends by now that it was not so unusual that he might make a guess. He had been handpicked by Lady Alice Anne, so he was less likely than other lords to dismiss the machinations of a mere woman. The certainty in his voice, however, took me aback. Perhaps I had shown my hand too obviously while circulating the room? Though I had barely enough time to do so before Lady Tully had dragged me into a private chamber to meet with potential suitors. I still felt a little numb from the experience. As though some wounded part of my soul had been plugged with cotton wool. Try as I might, I could not make out the full shape of the hurt and I was wary of picking too much at it when I could not hide the effects. William did not press. He was good like that, unless you caught him in a temper. He just watched me, his steady gaze unwavering, as it had been in the mud and rain outside Harrenhal. William had eyes to see right through you if he had a mind to. It made deceiving him feel like an exercise in folly. Some sluggish, unused part of me wished for honesty between us. Apprehensiveness stung like needles at this fresh impulse to be candid. It wasn't as if he was far off the mark, and besides, he had earned my trust 100 times over already. What were my schemes compared to my fears? And those I had already shared with him. He asked for the best route to help the Riverlands, I said, simply, opening my palms in front of me, and an attack against the Iron Islands will be costly and for limited gain while the Red Kraken lives. He commands too great a reverence among the Iron Icelanders for his success at the Iron Price. He makes them feel like their ancestors in the days of House Hoare. The blood spilt will be great, and the islands are no great prize for the victors. Neither were the Stepstones, in theory, but the Riverlands being one of the ones to have a hold on the trade routes would pay dividends. Especially as the winter was going to drag on beyond anyone's expectations. Even now the buzz about the Great Hall was about surviving the next 8 months at most. No one dared think any further, lest they invite misfortune. It would save many lives, said William, softly. The words were as gentle as featherfall, but they made my heart sore. For a moment, I smelt blood and wood smoke. The whole world gone to salt. I am finally beginning to absorb the lesson that, while it moves me, this reason is rarely enough to move others. Not without a good deal of carefully constructed outrage, I replied, bitterly. I clenched my jaw to stem the tide of anger that welled up in me. Contrary to popular belief, Septinicella did not counsel me to release my rage or resentment. She was of the opinion that anger was a motivating force, when done right. My anger was what made me powerful, but only when I applied it judiciously. Otherwise I was all flood and no focus. William made some aborted gesture towards me but stilled himself. Wrestling with my grief for control, I said, the plan was to ensure overwhelming support for the action, and in so doing try and get some houses to join in enterprise. The suffering of our neighbors motivates Riverlanders differently. Yet for all we fight among ourselves, we are insular in our own way. Holding fast against winters so that our brave warriors might pacify the stepstones and restore trade? That might be enough to forge common cause. With what I could only assume was a Northman's disdain in the face of winter strife, William made a face so unexpectedly disgusted that it startled laughter from my chest. You cannot convince me that the North is so free of politics and greed that winter becomes some sacred peacetime, William. I've met too many of your countrymen, I chuckled. He grinned back at me, clearly finding my amusement infectious. You'll ruin my moral high ground, Lady Myers. Yet the punishment for dishonor in winter is to withdraw all aid and guest right. What we allow the snows to do to our villains, the Riverlands inflicts on its people as a matter of course. He gave a shrug of his own, his broad shoulders lending a drama to the gesture I was certain I lacked. Yet, your winters are not usually so cruel. So perhaps in all places people simply do what they think they can get away with. Which, he added, stepping closer to me and lowering his voice, brings me to my point. If the lords of the Riverlands can get away with contributing less for equal gain, they will do so. In that moment, those fledgling plans I had been turning over in my mind crystallized into something sharp enough to cut. William's eyes narrowed, but I was too busy racing towards my conclusion to do much about my likely unflattering expression as I scrambled to assemble the pieces. Before anything else, I needed to work on bolstering support, as well as helping to smooth over any impracticalities. Kermit and Lady Tully would be far more formidable than myself at bending the lords to such a purpose. Lady Eloise was shoring up trade and interdependence in the face of this fresh campaign. It would fall to me to make sure it was feasible for more than a week. To make sure the gathered lords all felt like they were getting away with something. Who has the means to turn the tide of battle? Naval power is limited in the Riverlands, and despite our success compared to other locations in Westeros, we have lost many fighting men to winter, plague and war. It was easy enough to ascertain who had ships, but men with skill in battle were far more common in the Riverlands than good ship captains. Most anyone on the river could sail a barge, but the open sea was quite another beast. Unless houses were willing to bolster each other's forces, good sailors would die in battle and good warriors would languish inland. The Freys are perhaps the most quietly secure this winter, barring your own holdings, William said, looking for all the world as though he truly admired the quality of this distinctly ugly tapestry in front of us, as they have access to generous farmlands. Not to mention the Green Fork, which is wider and better stocked than other tines of the Trident. They lost few fighting men in the siege and their small folk are decently fed. Do you think that will make Lady Frey better disposed to Lord Tully's plan? He gave me a sideways glance that I could not read, something flashing in his eyes. Extending his arm in an offer to escort me, William drew me away from the corners of the room and closer to the throng of lords. A few faces I recognized seemed eager to interrupt the conversation, likely to absorb some prestige from being seen talking the ear of a dragon slayer clean off, but we had a few moments before their impatience would overwhelm their courtesy. That will depend on the sense of the thing. Lady Frey is an ally to the Tullus, and even to the Blackwoods for the affection she bears for Lady Stark, but she's not so hot-headed as some other targets. The woman is content to vent her spleen at you and have done with it. She does not suffer from a need to prove herself with men in the field. How sensible, I said, scowling, given that I was something of a veteran of tactics designed to make me lose my temper. I had yet to find a way to outmaneuver them entirely. For a minute, I wondered if Sabitha Frey was capable of sleeping soundly when irritating people insisted on being publicly wrong, and my insides writhed with envy. Now, Lord Charlton is the one to talk to from the Frey camp. He's wedded to a lass from House Haywick. Whose house will have ships? Yes, I replied, my mind racing to join the dots. The houses close to the mouth of the Trident had been devastated by plague early on. They were one of the worst affected regions in the Riverlands. It was likely that Lord Charlton had already moved up in the world through the tragic death of so many of his wife's family. If matters continued as they had been, this lady married to Lord Charlton might become significantly higher in the power structure of her maiden house. Perhaps anticipating such an event might make him eager to bolster the strength of that area along the salt pans. Perhaps even enough to be interested in making use of Frey fighting men on the empty, creaking ships of their house. Whether House Haywick had enough worthy sailors to make such a venture achievable was another matter altogether. I am uncertain what they might desire in order to aid you, admitted William, but Lord Charlton's pride is a powerful lever, and he is well liked among many of the old guard. Unspoken was the implication that the old guard would disapprove of me on principle. They probably misliked Lady Frey as regent for her son. A win for him might mean that there was more power to move against their regent. I would have to tread carefully, so as not to alienate the woman currently increasing my house's coffers with coin for road-building projects. Still, this was not an insurmountable obstacle, and certainly worth braving for a fleet of ships to sail for the stepstones that everyone had likely discounted in their calculations. All to the good, I murmured, pretending to be very interested in the watered wine a page had brought me, but I'll need something to fall back on. No man loves a prize so much as the one in another's hands. House Vance has the wealth of Fairmarket and a powerful army. Their daughter mislikes you, but Lord Albrecht Vance is a man who likes winning more than any other prize. Despite the size of his military, he might find himself left out of the fighting if he cannot confidently secure passage to the stepstones for his forces, replied William, promptly, though he looked for all the world as though he were simply surveying the room rather than engaging with my concerns. There was nowhere so private as a crowded hall, it seemed. Nevertheless, I rather ruined his artful little charade with a wince I could not hide. House Vance has reason to dislike me. I caught and executed a spy of theirs. The boy's testimony cast them in a very unfavorable light. It was something of a massive understatement, but despite William's assurances that people wanted to gawk at us in a crowd rather than eavesdrop, I did not feel entirely comfortable bringing the whole hideous affair to light. To my surprise, William shrugged again, his expression unconcerned. "'Tis not unusual for a lord to place an eye or ear in the keep of a new neighbor. That the boy was caught meant that they chose poorly. Embarrassing, but hardly an obstacle if you have something he wants. Unless your sister manufactured an assassination plot that would stain the honor of his house," I thought. It had not done much but generate consensus regarding young Cormac's sentencing and was easily denied as the raving of a boy attempting to avoid justice, but it would hardly aid matters. I resolved to ignore his presence unless matters forced my hand. House Wayne has some access to trade ships, given their position on the Blackwater Rush, but not much. Truly it comes down to Maidenpool for the bulk of the thing, I said, absently. The surprising flood of information from William was incredibly useful, but it also made threading the needle tricky, given the number of strands I was now aware of. William's expression went stony. "Well, stonier. I'd caution you against putting yourself in Sir Riker's power just yet. Even if you choose to accept his suit, he will promise much from his house to appease his new bride and conveniently forget to push his father very hard." I appreciated the warning, for all it fell like a stone in my breast, and made a note to keep Sir Riker well away from the treasury if I did choose to accept him. Still, a ship or two might make all the difference. William knew Sir Riker from their time in Riverland tourneys, though William did not joust, and that was more even footing than the promises a man might make to secure a potential bride. "Right then," I said, briskly, smoothing my hands down the front of my skirts, "I'll leave Sir Riker in your capable hands, since his character is so well known to you. I think I have a way to create an introduction to Lord Charlton." "Good hunting," said William, with a sharp little grin, and he melted back into the crowd. I swallowed the last of my watered wine in an inelegant little gulp and felt the buzz of excitement in my teeth and the tips of my extremities. For all its stresses, I could not deny that I had grown to enjoy this part. All Septimicella's teachings were not in vain, it seemed. I was growing into that most political of animals. Gliding through the throng of gathered lords and ladies, I made my way towards where I could see Rosamund Derry. She caught my gaze and offered a brief wink, before slowly extricating herself from the unfortunate lord from House Wheeler, who couldn't quite decide if he'd been condemned to the seven hells or granted mercy from the sweet young lady of House Derry. I lingered at the corner of their table, amused. From what I knew of Rosamund, she was just as likely to cause such a stir in her target whether her goal was to secure water rights or extra lemon cakes for dinner. She wore an artfully embroidered blyout. The fabric was a rich brown embroidered with gold thread in the pattern of various flowers, which would have looked drab on my coloring but had clearly been chosen by Rosamund for best effect. Her wide fur-trimmed sleeves were another nod to the wealth of her house, as was the gold thread hairnet that only capped the crown of her head. This allowed the rest of her sandy hair to fall free and uncovered, declaring her to be a very eligible maiden indeed. "Lady Myers," said Rosamund, her hazel eyes sparkling with affection, "please come sit with me." "I am so glad to see you well, Lady Rosamund," I answered, keeping my expression demure for all I wanted to laugh. "Let me pour you some wine, my dear friend. I do not forget the service you did for my house. Your cup shall never be empty when I am near," Rosamund opined, pouring wine for me with her own hands. Her voice carried just enough that it would be heard by others, but not so far that anyone might accuse her of anything deliberate. For all she had consulted me regularly on the methods by which the people of House Derry might survive the winter, for all she had bemoaned the limitations of her own education, Rosamund Derry had undoubtedly mastered all that her teachers had seen fit to pass down. The rhythms of acceptable small talk between ladies were adhered to with a fierceness. Lady Rosamund inquired as to my health. I inquired as to her mother's well-being. Though I had never even spoken to the woman, it was considered a deft display of courtesy. In turn we discussed the weather, the length of winter, and the importance of rowan berries enlivening up a table where one might host lordly guests. "There," she said after some time, in a rather more normal tone of voice, "that ought to have sufficiently bored the eavesdroppers." With a smirk, Rosamund gestured towards where William was being gently menaced by an enthusiastic Sir Riker, his placid expression somewhat undercut by the way he was constantly forced to lean back and away from the knight's effusive statements. "If you were looking to put him off, you could have been more subtle than sending the warrior famed for riding daringly to your rescue against traitors and dragon fire." I rolled my eyes. "He hardly seems put off. If the man were any more enthusiastic, he might actually fell a page boy with his next eruption of commentary." Despite my attitude, I felt somewhat guilty. I had not quite anticipated that particular social impact when I'd sent William to handle him. Speaking with William was so easy that I had quite forgotten his now elevated status might reflect on me somehow, and I owed it to my people to manage the minefield of my future husband a little more carefully. For the moment, yes, said Rosamund, her eyebrows raised in slight surprise, but the next time he sees you, Sir Riker is going to remember the conversation he had with the man who is your champion in all but name. Your role in the siege was very much downplayed by the other lords, but Bully's service to you was not. It's enough to make a future husband skittish. She paused for a moment, considering. Unless he is particularly stupid, which can have its own charms. I bit back my conviction that stupid lords were just as likely to be jealous and mean as clever ones. It would fall on deaf ears. The jealous were seen as canny, knowing husbands who would safeguard their line and legacy. Unpleasantness was nothing next to bloodlines. It didn't matter if he didn't have two brain cells to rub together. His power was the threat to me, not his mind. A man might put 2 and 2 together, make 15, and then proceed to make life very difficult for me indeed. Talk of knights, favors, and champions was not new to me, immersed as I was in the cultural landscape of West Eros, but I could not help the squirm of discomfort her words caused. In truth, chivalric relationships between men and women seemed a snare-ridden path that I did not quite have the understanding to navigate. Nicella had taught me how to manage knights sworn to a household, or to apply the uniquely feminine pressure allotted to ladies in matters of chivalry, but the deliberate seeking and cultivation of sworn shields and champions were something of a gap in my lessons. Who expected a septa to grant a man her favor? Yet like everything else, it carried the weight of expectation and unspoken social rules. It seemed far too easy to overstep. I said as much to Rosamund, and added, by your measure, Lady Rosamund, I have been a champion to you. Indeed, as a loyal vassal, am I not a champion to Lord Tully? Hazel eyes narrowed in thought. Rosamund was too well bred to chew on her lip while she was thinking, but I recognized the impulse from this distance. As I waited, I caught Gwyndolen's eye from across the room. She was discussing matters with Lord Paedge and Sir Gale, the latter of whom had only grown more storied given tales of his prowess at Harrenhal. I hoped he wasn't giving her any trouble. You have given me much to think about, said Rosamund, slowly, pretending to refill goblets we had barely touched in our discussions, yet I suspect that is not the reason you approached me. How can I help you, Ursula? I need an introduction to Lord Charlton, preferably one where he might look on me in a favourable light without putting Lady Frey in an awkward position. Rosamund frowned. Her fashionably heart-shaped face made the motion more pout than distemper, but it was not an encouraging expression. The Lord is not known to me personally, I'm afraid. He is more a friend to my brother, and he is not inclined to listen to me since I have been pushing through changes to our small folks' industries and food supply. I have quite used up my influence there, and it will be some time before it returns to me. Though as I understand it, it would be difficult to find a connection to Lord Charlton that did not vex Lady Frey. Many of the late Lord Frey's cousins were wroth with Lady Frey's regency. They believed it was theirs by right. I fought the urge to scoff. Perhaps in a house where Lady Frey had more relatives, or one where her son was older, such a thing would be feasible. But so young a boy under the thumb of a Frey cousin would not meet a good end. He'd either be conveniently killed to make way for a different child of the blood, or he'd be deliberately hamstrung to ensure power never quite left the fist of whatever lord had taken the position. It was always possible that Lady Frey would do the latter. It is never easy to relinquish power, but the woman had a very vested interest in her son growing old enough to take the Frey's seat at the twins. That said, Rosamund continued, with a vague gesture in the direction of a lord I did not recognize, Lord Humphrey of House Goodbrooke might suit your purposes. His sister wed one of the Freys and his daughter is betrothed to a Vipran. And if such a man obviously and publicly introduces me to Lord Charlton, I avoid sending the wrong message, I finished, nodding. Rosamund shot me a smile. I confess, I normally do not speak like this to anyone other than my lady mother. It is quite fun. I did not think to make a friend who took such pleasure in similar pursuits. Perhaps I do take some pleasure in it, I said, dryly, but only until I approach Lord Humphrey and discover that I must do one small trifling favour for him first, only to discover its favours all the way down. Rosamund gave a mannerly, sympathetic nod, that somehow completely failed to convey that she felt the slightest bit sorry for my state. So it goes in the Riverlands, until you become someone others want to beg favours from instead. Take heart, I hear you endeared yourself to his Aunt Annalise Mouton at the feast last you were here. It's a start. I refrained from revealing that, among her myriad complaints about her health, the persistent draught that followed her like a spectre, and the impossibility of maesters to cure her melancholy, the Lady Annalise had much to say about her nephews. Most of them began with the word oaf and ended in the word sloth. I suspected it would go easier if I attempted commiserations with the lord in question instead. My thanks, Rosamund. I am certain I shall return swiftly to bend your ear. What plans do you have? Might I offer any assistance? She shook her head, that net of gold thread catching the light fetchingly. I had been given so many lessons on appearing holy and aloof, that I was quite envious of the ability so many of these young ladies had to imbue their actions with elegance. I felt about as elegant as an elephant most days, but there was little to be done about that. Oh, it is nothing I cannot turn my hand to. In fact, I think I see a way to lighten your burdens a little, but I'll not get your hopes up until I have explored the matter further. With a nod, I rose and braced myself for the slow climb towards my goals. At least, I hoped, the others will be having a less tedious time. Lord Goodbrooke was predictably sympathetic to my hints as to the difficulties I faced maintaining a friendship with his aunt, and was swift to see to my comfort with tales of his own missteps. I was almost halfway to liking him before it became clear that the price of my help would be to attempt to poach Sir Gale from House Paege, an act I was simply unprepared to do. Not only out of respect for my alliance with House Paege, but an extreme reluctance to engage with Sir Gale socially ever again. Failing his gambit for the prize of Sir Gale's, admittedly stellar, service, Lord Goodbrooke rather unsubtle insisted that I arrange a good fostering for his nephew, given my connections to higher houses than my station warranted. This was more achievable, but less than ideal. Yet Ambrose Terrick had been mingling in the hall somewhere, and he would be a likely ally in this. As I crossed the room, I caught eyes with William, who was clearly off on his own tangent, and we shared a wry grin of commiseration before we went our separate ways. It was enough to buoy my spirits so that I could be sufficiently charming to Lord Ambrose Terrick, which was no hardship, and secure an offer of fostering for Lord Goodbrooke's nephew. Though before I was able to relay the happy news, Lord Ambrose regretfully informed me that he was in need of assistance insuring trade with the Butterwells for their surplus goat stock, and of course could not be seen directly seeking such a thing. The already disheartening morning devolved from there, really. For every triumph, it seemed there was always one more favour or chess piece to move. For some I was able to set my handmaidens to the task, and indeed Janessa had wrapped up the Butterwell arrangement so neatly that she had managed to secure a few valuable breeding pairs for my own holdings, but far too many required me to directly tackle the problem. I had risen high enough to command some small amount of respect in my abilities, but not so high that the lords thought it useful to simply have me owe them a favour. It was as Rosamond had said. Each victory brought with it more threads to tug and tangle, and by the time the call went up for the midday meal, my head was throbbing and my hand had begun to clench up tightly. There was no move to disperse from the Great Hall this day, though as the gathering wore on it was likely more intimate lunches would be arranged. It meant that the hall was as crowded as it was likely to get. Though many had been invited, the crowd was not so large as it had been during Kermit's name-day feast. Though a few lords had brought their wives or daughters, and more than I expected were parading mistresses on their arms, the guest list was still significantly tighter than the celebrations had been. I had arranged to seat myself with Rosamond, partly in order to guarantee some good conversation, but also because her house had no unwed young men, and it would not be considered a move on my part to ensnare husbands. Lady Tully was right that I could not put off appearing to even consider a match forever, especially with what everyone hoped would be the looming spring, but it had added an extra layer of complexity to my interactions with other houses that was vexing. Yet as I made my way across the polished sandstone floor, a body barred my path. Startled, as much by the unexpected rudeness as I was their sudden appearance, I looked up into a horrifyingly familiar face. It was handsome indeed. A cap of dark curls, beginning to silver with age, a proud aquiline nose, and deep eyes. I knew it well, for all it was lined with the years granted to the features of a man in their middle age. It was Theo's face. It was Theo's face on the body of a man in the green and black hues of house vants, their signet ring glinting from his forefinger. He sketched a smart bow, his movements precise and elegant. Theo only moved like that when he was building, otherwise he was prone to shuffling and hunching his shoulders. Fluttering panic rose in my breast alongside bewilderment, but really there was little to be bewildered about. Even their hands were the same, broad and square-palmed. I found myself looking for quarry dust in the beds of his nails. Lady Myers, please forgive my abruptness. You have been hard at work all morning and I have not been able to find the time to make your acquaintance. I would invite you to sit with me in my house this meal. I find myself eager to become better friends. Surely that is our duty as neighbours. I found my voice. Lord Albrecht Vance, I assume. He smiled, and I was impressed to see that it even reached his eyes. May I have the honour of escorting you to sit with my wife? Buying myself time, I dipped into as decorous a curtsy as I knew how. Refusing him was very possible. I was in the keep of my liege lord whose favour and protection I had won. We had bad blood in dealings between us before, in which his house had clearly been the instigator. I was a maiden and he had sons. I could insist he speak with Lady Tully first and make my excuses, whatever his intentions truly were. Even Lady Rosamond would serve as a decent excuse. But for how long? And, as plain as the nose on his face, there were things in play I was unaware of. It would not serve me well to continue to be ignorant. What use was playing the game in these halls if I could be outmaneuvered because I wished to avoid discomfort? In full view of the Great Hall was as safe as I was likely to be in such a discussion. Yet still, my heart quailed for a moment, and I found myself desperately wishing that I hadn't left Quoth with Cedra. There was a soft sound from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder. Sir Calm was there, for he had been shadowing me all day. I could only be grateful that Sir Cone had not accompanied me on this venture to Riverrun. My lord, I said, soft as the sheathing of a sword, I would be delighted. As I walked towards where House Vance was seated, distantly pleased that Lady Emmeline had been left at home, my mind was a whirlwind. Theo had only ever spoken of his mother, who had been estranged from her family for her shame, for all she insisted that Theo had been recognized as a Rivers. Ivana and I had long assumed that he had been some minor lady's indiscretion. Likely a member of House Hay, given where he had spent his childhood before his apprenticeship. Theo had been very, very young when she had died, and remembered little. Not to mention that these tricky social waters were not ones in which my good brother knew how to swim. All this may have been true, but it was clear now that this was only a piece of the puzzle. And dangerously, this man or his men had set a spy loose in my keep. With a terrible certainty, I realized that the silence from House Vance had not been reticence or complacency, but patience. The usual greetings felt thick on my tongue, as though I was speaking through a mouthful of gauze. The cold, clear beauty of Lord Vance's wife was not unlike that of her beloved daughter. She was encrusted in emerald gems, like the most fashionable, glorious geode that had ever graced a banquet table. Her hair was hidden by a stiff velvet bonnet on a small frame, studded with obsidian that gleamed like a dark mirror. Lady Vance was valued indeed by her house and her husband. Or at least it was important that she appeared that way, which was not quite the same thing. Nevertheless, it was apparent that the lady deeply resented my presence at her table, for she turned swiftly to the woman on her right and refused to speak to me at all beyond the barest of courtesies when I had sat opposite them. Sir Calm guarded my back, but I was all too aware of the Vance men who flanked me left and right, an impenetrable wall against eavesdroppers. The food that was brought to the table was more subdued fare than that which had been served at the feast. Necessarily, given the grandeur of such an event, but also because this afternoon Kermit was going to unveil the measures needed to make his Stepstones campaign a success. He could hardly advocate for rationing among lordly houses and serve us a stuffed peacock. Delicately flavored bowls of white bean pottage were presented, studded with herbs and made fragrant with nutmeg. Lentils sparkled like slippery green river stones, glossy with butter and pepper. Ribs, likely of swine given the size, cooked in cider and lathered in sage and honey, came to the table towering and steaming. Brown bread raised a few eyebrows. But it came from the kitchen still oven warm and with plenty of salted butter to slather on it, thanks to Lady Tully's ability as a hostess, so it did much to soothe the startled sensibilities of the guests. The necessary trout was served, so impossible was it to dine with the Tullis and avoid eating it, poached in ale and dressed in winter savoury. Parsnips and beets had been slowly roasted in great hearths, before being sauced with the sharp flavour of dried barberries. Not to mention the bowls of nuts and preserves, or the thin wafers studded with seeds that crowded the table. Still, for a Lord Paramount, it was subdued fare indeed. It put everyone on edge, as Kermit and Lady Tully hoped it would, but also did not seem too low a table that the visiting lords would immediately be put off the idea. I had, rather politely, I thought, refrained from explaining to them what my own table looked like in comparison. Picking at my meal, I ate as daintily as I knew how, recalling Nacella's movements from her meeting with Lady Tully. It earned me a sniff from Lady Vance and a condescendingly approving nod from Lord Vance, the reason for which I struggled to puzzle out. It could not only be to put me in my place. The man was driving at a point and I feared I would not like its sting when it came. From across the hall, I caught Rosamond's worried expression, before she set her mouth in a determined frown and began whispering to her dining companion with a fury. You must forgive my house's lack of courtesy, Lady Myers. My wife informs me that she neglected to send condolences to your house on the death of your father and brother. Please be reassured that I held Lord Ander in the highest regard. He would be proud to see you in your new station, I think, said Lord Vance, his dark eyes giving away nothing except a genial warmth. It was a performance almost good enough to fool me into thinking I was simply paranoid, or that the enmity between our houses was the result of someone else's schemes, likely his lady wife whom he had so shamelessly thrown under the bus. If I had been anyone other than Lord Ander Meyer's daughter, it might have worked. My father had written to me diligently. Sometimes matters would be more obliquely referred to, out of a sense of security, but House Myers had never been so high as to warrant spies. There was little he had kept from his children except the horrors of war, and whatever spectres that haunted him some nights. Occasionally badly enough that Ivana would send expensive courier messages to inform me, urging me to write only the most joyful and frivolous of letters. I knew that my father had an ally in his liege lord, but had been too low to cultivate much else. House Myers had been completely beneath House Vance's notice until my father's death. Until, chimed a voice within me, as cold and cruel as starlight, my sister's marriage to Theo Rivers proved fruitful. I swallowed my bite of trout, and the bile that had risen at Lord Vance's casual claim at closeness with my father. Consider it forgotten, my lord. Your house must handle so many important affairs for the Riverlands compared to my own small standing. Please do not concern yourself with our old grief, tender though it may be. Lord Vance did not even flinch. I began to see the knee at which Lady Emmeline had learned her nearly flawless control of her expressions. It was his wife that gave him away. Perhaps he would have known if he cared to look at her even once this meal. Perhaps he was aware and simply did not care. But her baleful glare at my jab at their lowered standing in Kermit Tully's court showed me that my strike had met its mark, and in doing so revealed that their circumstances were indeed far lower than they'd like. Instead of puffing up or becoming cold, Lord Vance toasted me with his own goblet, replying, "Your courtesies are a credit to your education, Lady Myers." I bowed my head. "My lord, you flatter me. I was fortunate enough to meet your daughter last I was in Riverrun. My clumsy ways pale in comparison to her refinement. I fear I did not make a good impression. It is a regret that we could not be better friends." Yet for all her charms, it had been someone else chosen to be Kermit Tully's bride. For all her refinement, I was the one who Kermit Tully had elevated in influence and honors. Lady Emmeline's rumors had caused some strife, it was true, but not enough to dissuade the favor of the Lord Paramount's household. Eventually, the rumors would lose their grip, and once again the Vances' opinions would be irrelevant. I sipped from my own goblet and smiled as prettily as I knew how. As modest as the maiden, the Lord chuckled, sweeping his salt and pepper curls from his eyes with a languid elegance. For a brief moment, I longed for William's stiff mannerisms, made honest with earnestness. Or even Kermit's well-bred lordly gestures, each ridden with his mother's careful training. Anything but the looming sensation of being circled by something I could not see. Yet I hear it is your education that makes you so valuable, Lady Myers. Unless word of a most unusual fostering for young ladies are simply rumors? I am wary of such things, you see. Yet how marvelous it would be if such whispers about your person had a grain of truth to them. It was a clumsy jab, if the intention had been subtlety. Yet a lord speaking to a young lady did not need to go about his business with subtlety. I would have to proceed carefully. Lord Vance himself had made it clear that the slightest hint of impropriety would be cheerfully used against me. I dipped my bread into the white bean pottage, considering how to respond. "Forgive my confusion, my lord, but is it not common knowledge that Lady Meliua's youngest granddaughter is to be fostered with House Myers? I am grateful that one as pious and respectable as Lady Meliua approves of my study under the faith. I am certain her granddaughter will hardly need any instruction, coming from such an upstanding house." It was no use playing stupid, the time for that stratagem was well and truly behind me. Even if my contributions were downplayed to the lords who had not been present, there was no way Sir Regis would have given his liege lord anything other than a full report. For all William had made me laugh recounting the knight's chastisement in front of the other lords, he was a leal vassal to Lord Vance. Yet to behave with any disdain, as though I possessed greater power and influence, was not the way either, not if I wanted the largest military force in the Riverlands to be amenable to Kermit's invasion of the Stepstones. I allowed him to draw me into a discussion of my education as a septa, to which he listened with apparent earnestness, often asking if I had enjoyed the work or found it challenging. I answered him as honestly as I dared and thanked him for his interest. It verged on cheeky. Better to be thought of as no better than I ought to be, than to attempt any kind of leverage just yet. It was clear to me that I had too little information on the Vances, and that for all the work Ivana had done with her people in Fairmarket, there were none in the Vance castle high up enough to glimpse Lord Albrecht's face. Or else I'd have come better armed for this confrontation. Lord Vance did not keep mistresses. Nor did he visit whores. Quite unusually for a Westerosi lord, he was largely faithful to his wife. He did not concern himself overmuch with the plight of his small folk and could often be found attending court in various smaller appointments prior to the dance. It had likely been his courtly position and friendships that had encouraged House Vance to declare for the Greens. He had been spoken of as a sober, pious man. Yet it was clear that not all that information was accurate. Evidence against such strength of character wandered Westeros. My sister, it seemed, had married one such example. There were a million things he might want. None of them pleasing. For a short while, the conversation flowed into more mannerly topics. We discussed winter and plague, being so careful to wish only the best that it came out quite the opposite, and hinted at a desperate longing for the other's holdings to rot back into the blue fork. He complimented my charming embroidery, exclaiming over the glass beads so effusively as to risk it being rendered unfashionable. I complimented the health and vibrancy of his small folk last I visited, to such an excess that anyone listening would immediately conclude that his people had been beaten down and emaciated. I inquired after Lady Emmeline's health with a delicate little smile that highlighted my higher political standing despite her machinations. Lord Vance countered with condescension as to my comparatively low birth and praised me as one might praise an exceptionally slow pet. We expressed our disdain for one another in 1,000 little barbs, each more effusively complimentary than the last. The usual banter between Riverland lords, as far as I could tell. Despite it all, I couldn't shake the certainty that I was being approved of in some way, and the incongruity set my teeth on edge. "Am I to understand that you have a niece, Lady Myers?" "Indeed, my lord," I replied, giving him as little as possible to work with. I swirled the wine in my goblet, pretending to be engrossed by the bouquet, or whatever it was I was supposed to smell. It was wine. I found it palatable and more soothing than beer. There my fascination ended. I doubted it fooled anyone, but the more schooled my adversaries became in the game, the less I found it important to be able to fool them. All that mattered were appearances, right up until the trap snapped shut. The pages were circling the long tables to collect the courses. Soon it would be cheeses and candied fruits. Hardly the extravagance of confectionery the lords had been presented only a year ago. How are you finding your education of your niece progressing? I hear she's a lovely child, said Lord Vance, his expression so warm and inviting that the terrible dread I felt welling up inside of me seemed a kind of madness. A paranoia born of too much time among Riverland graspers. Well, my lord. She's a bright child and a delight to her family. I confess freely to being a doting aunt. I believe I sent sketches of her to Lord Tully during her last name day. I affected a slightly embarrassed shrug. But the message was clear. This was not a child who was unknown and unloved. Yet this only made him smile wider. Ah, that is gratifying to hear. So few siblings take a proper interest, and it takes many hands to raise a child. Especially since rumor has it that some vile traitor tried to harm the girl while still in the womb. I am most gratified he received justice. His manner went as cold as the dawn when recounting the accusations around Cormac. I wet my lips, nervous in spite of myself. Because it was clear to me that Lord Vance would never have sent an assassin after a pregnant Ivana. No man is so reviled as the kinslayer. No man so cursed as one who spills his own blood. The seven blessed us with loyal small folk, my lord, despite the lad's treachery. My sister and her babe were spared any harm. He waved a hand. It is the duty of small folk to be loyal, Lady Myers. The seven bless us, but some things are fact. Some things are incontestable. I tensed. It seemed that sharp point was forthcoming. As unmannerly as it might be, Lord Vance, I'd ask you to speak plainly. Or else the cheese course will be long gone, and I shall be in a foul mood for the afternoon's events. I tried my very hardest to sound as dry as Dorn and appear worldly in my mannerisms. Desperately, I imagined I was wearing a septa's hood. This conversation has been illuminating, Lady Myers. I find myself sympathetic to your virtues. You much anticipated your vows as a septa, I feel. Your duty must chafe. I find myself unable to fault a maiden for the virtue of chastity. His dark eyes met mine, steady and warm, but so false that it made me feel quite sick. I have the means to help you. Lord Peake is an old friend. Chapter 49, Honorine Tully, Ivana Myers, Septa Nacella. 133 AC. Honorine Tully. Chin propped up on one hand, the other dangling treats for Hamish, Honorine surveyed the room with a distant sense of satisfaction. Her little discussion with Lady Piper had proved fruitful even without the woman being able to present herself at the summit. Already her house was discussing the potential of a further military campaign as a unifying force, to knit together the Riverlands sundered by the dance. A sop to the honourable, and one they'd likely see through, but that was the trouble with a lord's honour. It was so often a stand-in for strength of character, that they had to guard it as jealously as a man would the size of his prick. For the more mercenary, Lord Ewan's nature had been invaluable. The Castellan had been talking about the use of levies in a conflict as a way of thinning the herd, to make the proposed rationing measures more effective. The kind of lords who delighted in getting away with hearing about Tully plans before they presented them, even if only by a few hours, were also the kind to be pleased that military action would mean less for them to do at greater benefit. For all Lady Myers had chafed against him, she had won the man's respect. He still thought her impudent and naive, but Lord Ewan didn't like to get his way too often, no matter what he thought. It made him slothful and complacent, which were not skills Honorine was prepared to reward in Riverrun so long as it was her home. His discussions were not precisely complimentary, Ursula had clashed with him too much for that, but there was a proprietary tone to his complaints, and he was quick to silence others who attempted to do the same. Usefully, Lady Eloise's few watery comments in the study had been in Lord Ewan's favour, so she was now of course a wise and discerning future Lady Tully. Gods but men could be predictable. Then again, considered Honorine, her eyes narrowing, her own sex were guilty of the same at times. Rosamond Derry was in quite a pickle, a shame considering that she was a rare quality of girl. The lady was still very much on display as an eligible maiden, tall and slim with sandy hair and vivacious conversation. Yet, with her being about 23 years of age, the men were all too young or too old. Honorine watched the girl attempt to charm a likely lord, realize he was a bore or less beneficial for her house than she'd like, and then pivot to extracting value from him in another way. A monstrous sympathy rose up in Honorine before she squashed it flat with the ease of long practice. There was a girl who would wed out of the Riverlands, sadly. A shame her lady mother hadn't been blessed with more children. Clearly the Derrys knew how to raise daughters. With a lazy gesture of her hand, she sent a lady-in-waiting scurrying to Lord Hugo's side with an incredibly watered cup of wine. The boy was still buckling under the pressures of lordship, for all he'd seen combat a few times, and was drinking like a fish. If he embarrassed himself, his aunt would never forgive Honorine, and she was a valuable contact in the Vale. The lad caught her eye and gave her a slightly shamed nod of thanks, which Honorine appreciated so much that she favored him with a dazzling smile. It stunned him for at least 3, very satisfying, heartbeats. Her arts were somewhat cobwebbed with disuse, and likely only worked at a distance these days, but it was good to know that they had not disintegrated entirely into dust. Kermit was attempting to woo his betrothed again, asking solicitously after her efforts this morning. It filled Honorine with a soft pinkness, seeing her son make attempts at romance. On the one hand, the whole thing was vaguely embarrassing to behold, and she regarded the affair with some distant horror. Yet in those moments he was so much Elmo's child, that she could only feel a pang that her lord husband should never have seen this. Honorine would teach her son how to guard against his wife's influence at a later date, she promised herself. For the moment, it was no bad thing for Kermit to make the girl love him. Rhea stepped to her side and made as though to pour Honorine some more wine. As she bent down, the girl whispered, "Lady Myers is set with House Vance." Lady Myers had been a delight to watch this morning. The girl would never be a classic beauty, but she had an infectious smile and a sly manner of speech that invited her conversation partner to be in on the joke. It put people quite at ease around her, until she managed to unearth some battered wisdom that sounded far too hard won to be the work of a young girl. The contrast was intriguing and often disarmed more traditionally wary targets. Honorine herself had been victim to such tactics. Lady Myers' harried attempts to keep abreast of a network of intertwining favors and bickering lords had left Honorine with a misty little blanket of nostalgia, recalling the days when she had to offer results almost immediately in order to be taken seriously. Not to mention that the lady had found a champion in the hunt in the form of young Burleigh, whose reticence at offering any kind of suit was beginning to look unflatteringly like stupidity. Perhaps she was too old, or at least out of practice. She had grown so used to the girl doing the impossible or skating on the cliff's edge with no small amount of skill, that Honorine had quite forgotten that Lady Myers was still 17 and perfectly capable of being outflanked. Strange, however, for the Vances to do something so blatantly hostile in so crowded a setting, considering those vicious little rumors surrounding the Lady Ivana and a spy in House Myers' keep. Lady Myers, or possibly her sister, if that Septa was to be believed, had very carefully kept the rumors at a low simmer, rather than used them to retaliate. It was a decent play, when it worked. It often meant your opponent had to tread more carefully or risk inflaming the whispers with their own actions. It seemed Lord Vance was done being careful. The gathering would not reconvene properly until a few candle marks from now. This was time Honorine had originally planned to seed information among the other lords. No Riverlander worth their salt would refuse information on the planned announcement. It did not matter that they would have barely any time to act on it, but perhaps she would have to trust in her handmaidens. With a sidelong glance at Kermit, Honorine decided to leave him in play for now. He could not so easily disappear from view. When the girl rose from her seat at the end of the meal and made her way towards an adjoining hallway, Honorine caught a glimpse of her face. Eyes burning like coals and pale as milk, Lady Myers looked as though she could not decide if she was going to sweep through the room like a storm or set her own dress aflame. Whatever rattled the lady had to have been diverting indeed, to unsettle someone who had looked on dragon fire unflinching. "Fetch Septinicella," Honorine said to Rhea, and began making her meandering way towards the spot Lady Myers had vanished from. It took longer than she had hoped. There was always some trifling thing she needed to see to. Lord Tamlin was eager to make marriage links to the Westerlands and waylaid her for longer than was entirely proper. A small feud was brewing between the Ketiks and the Shawnees, which needed dispersing with a properly effusive show of fondness for Lady Sharon. The Blackwoods and the Brackens had been content to circle each other this morning, but were performing the diplomatic equivalent of some horned beast pawing the ground, loudly proclaiming their efforts in battle within hearing distance of the other. That bushy-bearded knight of Lady Myers was standing guard at the entrance to the hallway, which at least meant that no one who the lady did not want to see was going to be granted entry. It was utterly absurd. She didn't need to go herself. Honorine had a number of capable girls if she felt time was of the essence. Smoothing over her absence would be a great deal more effort expended during this gathering of lords, on top of the need to see to a favorable outcome. Yet still, she went. By the time she made it to the annex, someone else had got there first, and Honorine found herself lingering half-concealed behind a stone pillar, shamelessly eavesdropping. A worthwhile pastime, she had often found. Lady Myers was trembling. It did not suit her, Honorine decided. Lady Myers' chief beauty was an elegance of carriage that was rare in the young. That Septa of hers was the same. At her best, Lady Myers seemed to glide through the sticky tangle of favors and lies that carpeted the Riverlands as surely as water crowfoot shrouded the eddies of the Trident. It lent her a sharpness that had become more pronounced as she'd grown into her position, the clean slice of her figure cutting through the plotters like a blade. The girl was propped up against a stone ledge beneath a window. Her eyes were red-rimmed, though as of yet no tears threatened. Lady Myers' posture was rigid with tension, as though trying to dispel the trembling in her frame through sheer force of will, her lips pressed together until they turned white. Her breathing was as ragged as Roving's. Honorine had a distaste for histrionics unless they were feigned or artfully deployed. Her usual course of action would have been to briskly put a stop to such a display, but it was Lady Myers' companion who stayed her hand. William Burleigh was leaning against that same window ledge, his arms folded as he surveyed the hall. He had locked eyes with her almost immediately, and Honorine was treated to the rare sight of someone taking her measure and deciding she was not a threat. Instead, the man's gaze slid back towards Lady Myers, who it appeared was not in a state to take note of her surroundings at all. "So there," gritted Lady Myers, her voice tight, "he offers everything I ever wanted." Immediate alarm shot through Honorine. Not only for the implication of her words, but for the candid way she spoke to the archer. For all he had shown himself to be an ally, it was a risk that Honorine had never considered she might take. Lady Myers would fall over herself to help someone in need and spear herself in the doing, but she did not strike her as someone whose trust was easily bought. Honorine reordered some things in her head. They would become useful later. When William Burleigh spoke, his voice was low and soothing, as though trying to calm a skittish horse. Some part of Honorine bristled at the idea of any man daring to speak to her like that, but it seemed to work well enough on Lady Myers that she hadn't fled or flayed the man. "He could not have devised a better way to bring you anguish if he'd had 100 years, Burleigh said, his sharp eyes darting to the lady's face. A thready little laugh. "The plucking of a string. It probably says something unflattering about my character that I am certain taking his offer will be ruinous. You have always seen the world clearly. Differently to anyone I know, but it has always been your strength. If you say you mislike it, perhaps you should trust your instincts," said Burleigh, leaning a little closer than propriety allowed, but Lady Myers looked like she might keel over at any moment, so Honorine granted him a little leeway. "I struggle to see past it at all, and these instincts you laud pull me in 4 different directions at once. I cannot even say why I feel so ill. Women raise their heirs in other houses all the time. The name does not matter. I know that. And yet it sits ill. The problem," Lady Myers continued, with a hollow chuckle, "is that it would be an ideal outcome for myself. No husband to never be forced to wed. To never have to bear children and..." For a hideous moment, Lady Myers went so white that Honorine took half a step back, certain the girl was about to void the contents of her stomach. In a flash of comprehension, Honorine cursed herself for a fool. The girl's wit and strength had misdirected her after being numb from boredom for so long. Like the glare of a torch in pitch black, it had blinded Honorine to the edges of things. It was not simply a husband the girl wished to put off for as long as possible. Had Lady Myers not said it outright when they had first met? Honorine had dismissed it as rhetoric, but perhaps instead it was a slip of the tongue the truth revealed in a moment of high emotion. She recalled, suddenly, that both of Ander Myers' wives had died soon after birthing children. The girl had likely not been old enough to remember with any detail the manner of her mother's death. But one did not have to see a thing to fear it, or else the dark would hold no terrors. At first, she had thought Lady Myers was distraught over a complicated offer of fostering, or a betrothal, for her niece. But those were not so inconvenient to refuse, especially in a house which had only one child of its blood. And if she was confronting this unnatural fear of hers, it meant she was considering marriage. What offer could Vance have made that meant marriage was a counter-move? Honorine's eyes cut to the right, but Bully's gaze was fixed upon the lady. He was harder to read than most, and if Honorine had still been a girl, she might have missed it entirely. He was not as surprised as he might have been. The lack of suit suddenly made sense. With a shuddering breath, Lady Myers' gaze still fixed on the flagstone in front of her, she rallied. "He will make certain it does not disadvantage me. Not immediately. My acquiescence and cooperation will be what gives his offer power. Lord Vance will be obliged to keep me on side. It is the smoothest way to get what he wants." It was at this point that Honorine chose to make herself known. Stepping into view, her hands clasped decorously in front of her, she said, "I find myself wondering how on earth he could make such an offer. Ought I to stay or take my leave? I'd advise you to think carefully about what you choose to say next. I am fond of you, girl, but I am still Lady Tully." Honorine did not often give permission to withhold information, but the Myers girl was not so closed a book as she liked to believe. Where other lords cried honor, Lady Myers let her virtue guide her. It would hamstring her movements, but it also bore its own rewards. Honorine could not bring herself to doubt the lady's loyalty. That grey gaze rose to meet her own, unsurprised only because she was a little ways past caring. The red rims made the whites of her eyes stand out starkly, and with the pallor in her skin it gave her an otherworldly appearance, as though Honorine were talking to a ghost. "Have I earned such consideration?" "I fear the cost," said Lady Myers, voice flat. "You bled for my son, while others sat in their tents and let you do it. You have earned this much and more," Honorine replied steadily. Something flickered behind the girl's eyes. I don't have time for this," she spat, suddenly furious, which Honorine was rather more comfortable with. "I have ships to win for the Riverlands, defences against the Ironborn to muster. Charter rights to enact, murmured Honorine, a little cruelly, but she was a creature of habit. She watched Bully's attention shift towards her briefly. It was harmless, as far as tests went, since the ink was dry. But it would be informative to see if and where that little piece of information would turn up. Silence would not necessarily absolve him of any wrongdoing, but it would at least mean the man had the space or the wits to pick and choose what he shared with his liege lord. Exactly, spluttered Lady Myers, her right hand flung out before her emphatically, I don't have time to figure out how I feel about it or what needs to be done. Half the Riverlands will starve if this summit goes ill. A deliberate move on his part, perhaps. Burley suggested, scratching the stubble at his jaw, his eyes narrowing in thought. Lady Myers' soft heart was evident to all who knew her, it seemed. Honorine shook her head, her mind still flicking through possibilities and discarding them. Whatever hold Vance had on Lady Myers, it had to be something her own informants had missed. Not impossible, considering how tight-lipped Meyerlanders were about their crone-touched lady, but concerning. A lord who cared little for the minor details, and in possession of a great deal of coin, could make many friends through appointments. It lent others the power of his name, the security of his wealth, and provided the appearance of grandeur to his station. Lord Vance had many such allies at home and likely many more at court if they had survived the purges. He would be used to gatherings such as this from his time in King's Landing. Lord Vance is not one to concern himself with the minutiae of small folk. They were a courtly household in the time of King Viserys. The wife is tiresomely pious and as a green, it behoved him appear similarly. They were away from fair market at court or on pilgrimage often. Likely the gathering was simply an arena where he felt more at home, Honorine replied, her voice crisp and precise. Typical, said Lady Myers with a scowl, he isn't even trying to ruin my work. I'd not be so certain of that, came a voice from the other end of the hall. It seemed Ria's runner had done their work well. Septinicella emerged from the shadows, her grey robes billowing with the brisk pace she had set, and Honorine watched with some amusement as Bilboly's gaze went by instinct to the woman's hands as though expecting a blade. Honorine enjoyed the stateliness of heavier fabrics, and they were more practical in winter, but perhaps come summer she would borrow some of the dramatics that a lighter weave could imbue. Something in Lady Myers unwound, the very slightest bit, at the sight of the older woman. Like a clenched fist opening. Her little display of daughterly affection at their first meeting had not been entirely for show. If I know you at all, my lady, you will have been making good use of that gathering. You will have been hard at work. I imagine he is relying on such a thing keeping you off balance at least. I'd expect to see him always in your eye line this day. Likely for the rest of the Senate, Septinicella said, her low voice given power in the echo of the stone hallway. She turned for a moment and looked Burley up and down with an expression of such artful condescension, that Honorine was seized with certainty that the Septa practiced it in the reflection of her washing up basin each morning. To his credit, the man barely flinched, but it was enough. It was good that he was aware, at least. But surely, if he is as courtly in his education as you claim, he will have trades to arrange or deals to be done. If it keeps me off balance, it takes from him valuable time, said Lady Myers, leaning forward and furrowing her brow with thought. Perhaps 3 generations in, the Myers would cease to betray their lower origins. But more likely, this insistence on the need for the personal touch would persist until the line died out. Honorine's lip curled despite herself. Did you not hear me, girl? The man has vassals in a household to enact such things. If you are his prize, then you will receive the dubious reward of his attentions, she snapped, rapidly running out of patience. Not knowing the exact shape of the problem was beginning to claw at her like a shadow cat. The issue with being as skilled and unchallenged for so long as Honorine had been, was that she'd had to find her own amusement. A nose for trouble is a useful skill, but being denied knowledge meant it manifested in a sort of physical pain. It couldn't be a forced marriage that would put Vance in her direct line of sight, and he'd always been one of the few to respect a political animal when he saw one, regardless of sex. The way bears and wolves could share a lakeshore. Lady Myers threw her hands up in frustration, and Honorine was pleased to see the color had returned somewhat to her cheeks. Yet something about the gesture seemed perfunctory. Performative. Honorine's eyes narrowed, and she recalled that chief among Lady Myers' concerns around this mysterious offer was how personally tempting she found it. The girl wanted as many things as there were stars in the sky. That was the nature of the young. Age had a way of refining your priorities. But the desires Vance would be in a position to honor were limited indeed. Then how exactly am I supposed to fight him on such short notice? My whole purpose here was to tie the Riverlands together, and I'll have to put paid to this offer hard enough to make it stick, and he's Albrecht fucking Vance. And you are Ursula Myers, Camberley's rough voice, quite unexpectedly. Honorine found herself intrigued. The young man had clearly understood the Septa's unspoken instruction to remain silent and had little insight to offer thus far. She tilted her head slightly, watching him closely. It is not my place to tell you your business, my lady. The last time I made the attempt you near took my head off. Nor will I claim that I've a plan for you to enact. But I think you should speak freely. For I know why you dread his offer, despite the advantages it seems to bring. Do you? Because I don't rightly know myself. Only that it makes me sick. I should take his offer. The archer turned fully to face Lady Myers, his straight posture hunching slightly, as though rounding his shoulders might better conceal what he had to say. A childish urge. We were in Fair Market together, my lady. We saw the state of the place. Lady Tully says he is not a man who dirties his hands with the works that you hold dearest. If you take his offer, you might never see the consequences in your lifetime. But he will not understand what you have wrought. You fear he will destroy what you have built. Not now. Perhaps not even on purpose. But he will not respect your will in these matters if you yield to him now. Your hopes for your small folk, your many plans that you write to me about, they will not matter to him. Your way of seeing the world will leave it, once you are gone. In the manner of all men who were too aware of their dulcet tones being recent, hard-won things, young Burleigh generally spoke a touch too gruffly to be entirely free of affectation. But at his last pronouncement, something wounded and keening wound through his vowels as faint as smoke and disappeared just as swiftly. He was eloquent enough, in his own short way, but Honorine had never heard Bill Burleigh speak like this in her presence. Though, most often she had seen him standing guard, which meant he could remain wisely silent, and imitating something sharp and ornamental in the corners of the room. Lady Myers straightened, some strange light in her eyes. She could be disagreeably unreadable at times. I wasn't important enough to deal with until we had glass, the girl said, a little breathlessly, not until I had Lord Tully's ear. With every step, I thought I was protecting us. I only made us a fatter prize for the taking. He's a man who prizes winning more than anything else. A slow smile spread across Billy's face. It was quite a good one, Honorine allowed, for all it was a little crooked with amusement. Lady Myers turned to Honorine and Septinicella and explained the situation with Lord Vance, one impossible little detail at a time. A conversation overheard by Gwyndolin, as she slowly convinced a rather smitten Stanton Grell, that their links to the Farmans meant they had a duty to defend the coast from Ironbourne. But surely, House Lolliston maintains contact with the Footleys? I cannot think a house honourable if it abandons its family once they encounter difficulties. This statement serves as a useful reminder that pomposity and righteousness are seldom as separate as people would have you believe. The owner of this voice is tall and willowy, with sandy hair and an unfortunate goatee. He is not known to Gwyndolin. Young men and facial hair were a tragedy as old as any her mother had ever performed, and the dance meant a number of youths suddenly had need to seem older than their years. Cousin Sherry's is much beloved, but the circumstances of this voice, about to be soundly interrupted, is Lionel Lolliston. He is as unfortunate of feature as he is of name. Lady Paedge had introduced him as a cousin, but at a certain point of nobility, all men were a cousin if you squinted hard enough. Oh, dash the circumstances. She's managing wonders in the middle of winter, given the state the Greens left the place. The Footleys had plenty of coin, even before the sack. I hear from Lady Aloise that it is hands they lack. There are building works and fertile fields, and your cousin will be well disposed to you. You'll have your small folk back when planting season begins. I am less concerned about her fields and more about her child, admits Lionel, though likely out of a sense of scandal and not some fellow feeling for the naming conventions of the women in his life. If we seem to rely on each other too much, chimes in a new voice, dry and exhausted, how long before other reach houses complain to Lord Peake? How long before he finds reason to question the paternity of Aunt Sherry's babe? The same bloviating voice harumphs with a force that illustrates centuries of careful breeding, and snaps, the Lord Hand is hardly going to concern himself with trifling matters and petty infighting. Don't forget that Tumbleton is a sight of his shame. He'd not like to draw attention to it. That is precisely why we fear his scrutiny. Peake is not a man who likes to lose. Ivana Myers. The raven stared at her the whole while it ate its treats. It always surprised her how much meat was set aside for the birds. In her mind the only flesh-eating birds were creatures such as eagles or owls, even goshawks. But ravens were carrion birds. Most creatures are carrion eaters, if they get hungry enough. Distantly, she realized her palm was stinging, crescents from her nails cut into the meat of her by the force of her clenched fist. Theo had long since fled the solar, completely overwhelmed and beyond speech. He wanted nothing to do with any of this, but the only way you thought he might, was if you had never met him before. Ivana itched to grip the corners of the world and pull it over him like a blanket, a shield. She'd be heartsore if she wasn't thinking so hard. Whatever the outcome, she would ensure his happiness if she had to pry it from the earth with bloodied hands. House Hay had refused to answer any questions about Theo's birth, when Ivana had written to ask. She had hoped that an uncle or a cousin might have wished to be present at their wedding, but even an elevation to House Myers was not as established a legacy as House Hay, minor though they were. They had declined an invitation and stated that they had a young daughter once by the name of Harriet, but she died many years ago. A few months before Theo was born, this lady had succumbed to a fever and perished. Ivana had assumed the lady had refused the September, or to be parted from her child, which often led to similar explanations for a young lady's disappearance from the world. That Lady Harriet had been a mistress was not so unusual. Lower houses bartered their daughters all the time. It was why those irritating rumors about Ursula had stuck in the minds of the Riverland highborn like a splinter in the eye. That Theo's mother had been an abandoned mistress spoke of something else. They would not always have lived poorly if she had been favored by so high and wealthy a house as the Vances. Something likely went sour there. Not that Theo had any real recollection of that time. Theo remembered a cottage, a thatched roof leaking in bad storms. The necklace around his mother's long, pale neck, and her fervent promise that his father loved them and would come for him. That she had been given a cottage to rot in spoke of the Hayes' sense of duty, for all they had pronounced her dead to them. Then again, she had died of damp lung, so Harriet Hayes' life had hardly been easy. In the end, she had still been separated from her child. There had been visitors, but faces were hard for Theo at the best of times. They had not liked his silence, they had not liked his furies. They had found much fault with him each time, sending his mother to weeping and pleading. Who had paid the land rent on the cottage, or provided food, Theo had been too young to remember, or even to think about. Theo remembered the fever that had a hold of him as well, those last few days a blur. When he woke, his mother's arms were cold and there was no food. He had waited. No one had come. Ivana had seldom travelled without her father, and more seldom still had she cause to visit Haylands. But she had studied the maps in the solar one dark evening the small town of Haysford sat at its centre. It had taken a 5-year-old Theo 3 days to follow the stream to it, carrying everything of value he could scrounge, alone and half-starved from fever. Sometimes she woke late at night and traced the lines of his face with trembling hands. It would have been the easiest thing in the world for a young, sick boy to die there, among the reeds. It would have been so simple for the world to steal from her a love she had not dreamed could be possible. Both she and Ursula were angry creatures. Women of any sense had to be. It powered them like the rushing of the Blue Fork powered the wheels along its banks. Ursula tended to dam hers up inside, a wall of wool, until either she needed propulsion or something foolhardy broke through and half drowned in the flood of her fury. Ivana had not inherited their father's temper, hers was a cold, quiet thing. Sir Ender had been genial and easygoing, occasionally explosive with his companions but always eager to make amends and be friends once more. She did not lack for spirit, but Ivana only really wasted the energy of an explosive outburst on her nearest and dearest. For the rest of the world, she had a detachment that somewhat bewildered Ursula. Sometimes it even bewildered Theo, big-hearted as he was. It meant she often saw clearly what others allowed sentiment to cloud. But that quiet fury came creeping, as she stared at her sister's letter written in a faintly shaking hand, and Ivana understood glaciers and blizzards and the urge to step on ants. On paper, the benefits were extraordinary. It would preserve Ursula's state as an unmarried lady which held significant value for both her sister's personal happiness and her sister's plans for the Meyer lands. Though, of course, any husband Ursula did choose would immediately become a threat to Van's interests and would likely need an escort 3 men deep, to guard him at all times. It would solve the issue of heirs for House Myers though Ivana noticed that the offer of legitimacy had fallen on her daughter and not on her husband. Potentially a risky play, given the fact that sole heirs were not always guaranteed survival to adulthood. Yet in practice, it meant that a young girl of low standing was beholden to the Vances. His influence would guard Yelena, yes, but it would also put her in his power. Theo had not the type of strength to fight audacious overtures from his natural father. Ivana would not have the status, especially if he was a creature of the King's Landing court. And if Ursula agreed that her niece was a legitimate member of House Vance, refusing him access to her would look a good deal like ungratefulness. With a detached interest, a part of her explored the avenue of Yelena being groomed for succession by one such as Albrecht Vance. It would certainly improve marriage prospects, and Ivana was sensible enough to know that a wealthy family had fewer impediments to happiness than those struggling to make ends meet. It would naturally be a safer environment for her daughter to establish a marriage. He would likely wed Yelena to someone suitable and ensure that the line would wed back to his true-born daughter's issue. It was what Ivana would do. Ursula had written that the man seemed happy enough for Yelena not to be fostered out at this time, though Ivana knew a lord with a girl in his power was as changeable as the wind. To his credit, the man thought in the broad strokes, which was usually the sign of a canny lord. He had no need to cut their knees out from under them. He had a natural son, and they were a household of daughters that was already a winning hand in this world. A little patience, and the Vances would have control of lands from Ironman's Bay to the center of the Blue Fork. They would have Ursula's glassworks and roadworks, her clever, devoted small folk, and links to the north through trade and friendship. All tied to Yelena's blood, for who would wish to harm their beloved liege lady's choice of heir? All the man had to do was wait, and perhaps leak the information if Ursula took too long to answer him. His link to Onwin Peak was worrisome, if only because 5 heartbeats in Ursula's company was enough to see that she cared for the welfare of all. Having the notoriously corrupt Lord Hand as a personal friend would be enough to set the cat among the pigeons, for whatever scheme Ursula had to drag the Riverlands kicking and screaming out of the pits of starvation this winter. The ice crept a little further along the window panes. The letter in her hand crinkled. Ivana's informants had little to say about Lord Vance because he was never at home for long periods of time. She had much more knowledge around the Lady Vance, or her daughter Emmeline. Spoiled creatures the pair of them, but that was hardly surprising. Coin often took the place of affection when wealthy husbands were absent with more enjoyable pursuits than the business of managing their womenfolk. It did not, however, speak well of Lord Vance's expectations for Yelena's education. In the distance, Yelena's shrieks of joy, or quite possibly consternation, echoed down the corridor. "No, Lena, we have to be quiet," came the barely softer tones of young Alan, who could always be seen following the girl's efforts to move about the castle under her own power. Lord Vance would never let Yelena choose her own husband. Not if the sun rose in the west, would he allow that freedom. Not like Ivana's father who, though he had been furious and fuming, stood at the doors to the great hall on her wedding day anyway. Who had loathed her choice but called Theo his goodson for all to hear. Sir Ender had not been a perfect man. Unlike Ursula, Ivana had lived with the reality of him for too long to ever believe such a thing. But he had loved his children beyond sense. He had guarded his people. He had cared for justice when he could. Lord Vance left his holdings in the care of his stewards, and his family in the care of his coin purse. Was this who they were to entrust their future to? A man who had abandoned his natural son and left him for dead? Dearest Theo. Darling Theo. That someone could fail to love him was already an injustice too big to stomach. That he be used as a pawn to control the family he had fought for, built for himself with his own strong hands? That Lord Vance's revelation had reduced her adored husband to a flinching thing, his eyes full of tears and his face full of shame? Ivana bared her teeth. The raven hissed back. Ursula had proposed several options, inquiring as to how Ivana and Theo would like her to proceed. For a moment, bitterness welled up in Ivana. This deal would preserve Ursula's much vaunted independence. Indeed, it was designed to set her interests in line with Albrecht Vance. Did it really matter what Ivana thought? What her dreams were for her daughter? Ursula was Lady Myers and would have final say. But those were a fool's concerns, a fool's weakness. They were only as strong as they were united. Ursula was serving as their Lady Myers. Ursula had left the safety of the Reach, its winter plenty, for their sleepy town at the edge of the mire, because Ivana had wanted to keep her husband. Now this lord came, not when they had needed him. Not when their menfolk had been swallowed by the horrors of the dance. Not when they had been beset by raiders or their fields had been set aflame. Not when his grandchild had been born. He came once they were worth something to him, to his legacy. Fuck his legacy. Lord Vance had waited until her womb had proved fruitful. Until her father and her brother were dead. Then he had been a carrion creature himself and come to feast on the remains of their family. Her sister had some good ideas, but they lacked a cutting edge. Ursula had got a little better about it. There was even a surprisingly mercenary one about a young girl fated to be murdered. Yet too many plans involved Ursula sacrificing her own happiness and securing a strong marriage, a betrayal of their father's promise to her in spirit, if not in letter. Ivana would not suffer her father's house and her sister's works turned over for so cheap a price. She would extract value, where it was due. Maybe he'd see it coming. It was often better that way. Ursula had always been a strange child. A little uncanny. And she had spent much time being educated in the Reach. Ivana knew that it had made her sister a little distant from their family and her roots. But the Myers were a Riverlander house, and their feuds were as old and cruel as the spring floods. Ivana strode from the room, in search of her writing implements. It was time she reminded her sister where they were from. A conversation overheard by Cedra, as she pretended to embroider next to Arla Riger, who was similarly afflicted with the need to look busy while she strained her ears. "You are touched. They call you wise, but that is simply because they cannot comprehend the fact that you have run mad." The voice is naturally sweet, preferring a gentle rounding of the vowels and a decidedly confectionery edge to the consonants. This afternoon, it is nothing less than shrill. "Lady Aloise, the state of my sanity can be debated at a later time. Nevertheless, I am in earnest." The clink of a teacup, the infuriating sound of the composed, made more so by the clear distress of their conversation partner. "And you expect my brother to believe this, do you? The damn proposal has 6 moving parts, and you expect him to take me seriously? You cannot even tell me where you got the information. My sources would be in very great danger if their methods were to be revealed. Not to mention the fact that no more information would ever be forthcoming. Shall I pretend innocence? 'Twas only the birds, my lady." Arla cannot say why, but the particular crispness of tone urges her to make the sign of the 7. "Unbelievable. I should believe you because you admit to concealing information. If you are to be an effective Lady Tully, especially with your ladies-in-waiting as your many hands, you will have to learn the difference between openly concealing information and wishing to deceive you. How you choose to deal with them is your office, but there is a distinction. I see it now, you lecture like a septa. I can but try." A pause. The sound of shifting fabric. How do I know this is not a plot to humiliate me? An incredulous snort. It is not an elegant noise, but as expressing derisiveness goes, there are few allies as great. Because if it turns out to be false, I can hardly defend myself against the Regency Council. What is Housemeyer's few years to the dawn age which birthed half the houses in the Riverlands? They'd wipe me off the board and called me a failed experiment. Perhaps you are, Lady Aloise says snottily, this plan is so convoluted I fear it is halfway to treason itself. Why not simply have the threat expunged, or have her taken somewhere safe? I know this information to be solid, yet you doubt me utterly. As is your right. What evidence might we provide for his removal that would move the council or outflank his master? Besides, Flowers is merely one finger of many that might be extended by this hand. I still say it's a farce. A farce is a type of performance, so in that sense you're right. Let the story he tells himself play out. If he thinks he's won, he will show his hand. Septa Nicella. The appearance of piety was an interesting thing. In her time as a septa, Nicella had encountered nearly every possible kind of person who might pray in a September. They all lied to themselves, one way or another. She herself had been blessed by the light of the seven as a girl, and even she had gone to her knees as part of a performance. The seven worked beyond the stone houses men built to keep them in. The seven were a living thing, a heartbeat in the world. The older she got, the less she felt the need to pray in seps. The older she got, the more holy and impossible it was to stand beneath the sky. It was not the gods who needed seps. It was men. Which was very, very useful. The same beast that made Signed Velum seem mighty, or crowns unbreakable, was the one at work inside of a September. Ideas were powerful, and people used symbols to try and pin them down at the edges, to make them something you could hold in your hand. With this in mind, she was delivering a little lecture on the evils of bastardy. Lord and Lady Shawnee were devout enough to endure her rambling, rictus grins pasted to their faces. Lady Shawnee believed with the fervor of the lost and desperate. Lord Shawnee believed with the fervor of one who had plenty of coin to throw at his sins. Nicella didn't particularly mind. Both sorts of piousness were useful for the faith as they allowed its adherents to get on with the difficult business of actually providing succor. Besides, they were not truly the intended targets. Sat at the opposite end of the September from them, though quite able to hear, Lady Vance was an eager audience. Over by the candles, and taking a shockingly lengthy amount of time to light them, were two other ladies. One was Luella Charlton, one of the few handmaidens that Lady Frey was able to stomach, and Daphne Mouton, who was young, blonde, and frequently in the company of the future Lady Tully. Janessa had done well to herd the pair of them into the September. The true wickedness lies in the lustful creation of these poor souls who must fight the sins of their sires with all their might, droned Nicella, whose tone cantillated by sheer force of habit. It lulled the listener into a false sense of security. Or at least slumber, the embarrassment of which was a useful tool later. Left to fester, continued Nicella, they can make the path of true-born children, born in the holy light of the seven, difficult indeed. Yet the mother counsels mercy for all her children. Lady Shawnee's bewilderment was almost as palpable as her earnestness and unflattering quality with eyes like the lady's. Those watery orbs and pale skin, in conjunction with her unnecessarily tall hennin, gave Lady Shawnee the look of an eager snail. Lord Shawnee was sweating slightly. Despite the fact that Riverrun Septon believed that the only fit temperature for the interior of a September was one where your fingers struggled to unlock from the prayer position. That was interesting. Perhaps she had chosen her decoys better than she had anticipated. The faint reverberation the walls of the September lent to her voice was useful. Nicella had discovered the right pitch many years ago and enjoyed using it to frighten the novices. Today, she would use it to put the fear of the seven into Lord Shawnee, and hopefully instill a number of other sensations in the eavesdroppers feigning disinterest. Yes, of course, Septa Nicella. What would you suggest? We are eager for an heir, but the mother has not heard our prayers, breathed Lady Shawnee, pressing her palms to her abdomen as though in emphasis of her lack. The mother hears all the prayers of her children, Lady Shawnee, said Nicella, sharply, as a little censure made a Septa's piety all the more convincing, and she waits patiently for you to understand the signs she sends you, so that your womb might finally fulfill its true purpose. With an iron will, she resisted the urge to wrinkle her nose. Nicella's womb had persisted in delivering her courses for a good 30 years longer than they had been welcome, before the indignities of her change had come upon her. Barrenness suited her, it provided a structure to her crisp acidity that Septa Nicella found pleasing. Others interpreted it as wisdom, but she knew it for what it was, the relief of blessed peace from organs which had been her enemy for years. But, she thought, with a casual glance to where Lady Vance knelt in solemn repose, when your wealth was your womb, it could not risk lying fallow. I speak of this most distasteful topic, because you and Lord Shawnee are as mother and father to your small folk. Winter's hold will not relent, but even in its cruel grasp we are beholden to the seven. I will pray for you, Lady Shawnee, and hope you see the mother's will, Nicella intoned. She inclined her head in what could barely be called a nod, let alone a gesture of respect. But it seemed she had the measure of Lady Shawnee, who was so desperate for holy approval in the face of her troubles, that it only invited the woman to clasp her by the hands. They say that your lady is crone-touched, that even one blessed by the seven looks to you for holy guidance. Please, Septinicella, the folly is mine for not comprehending the message of the seven who are one. What must I do? Nicella despised being touched, and Lady Shawnee was a particularly damp specimen. Yet she endured, for suffering was holy. Be humble with me, Lady Shawnee. Let the seven illuminate you. Fixing her gaze on the now positively dewy Lord Shawnee, Nicella took advantage of his wife's rapturously bowed head to deliver the most withering glare she felt capable of. He had the decency to look discomfited at least. This long without babes would have justified examination by a maester, and a barren woman would have been set aside. No, Lady Shawnee's womb was well. If the man had sired bastards enough to make him sweat at barely a prod, more likely the Lord was not doing his duty to his wife. If there are these creatures, born of lust and wickedness, making a home in your lands without guidance, you should bring them forth. You surely will find them among the poor and destitute, as they should be. Raise them well and in the light of the seven, chanted Septinicella, her green eyes still pinning Lord Shawnee in place where he had turned a little pale at her words. You should offer shelter to their foolish, wayward mothers, who have not fulfilled their duty to the highest mother with honor. Only when this is done, will the mother bless your womb and make it fruitful. And with evidence of Lord Shawnee's virility, there would be no doubt where the fault lay, if his maids kept getting sent to the outskirts of his lands and his wife remained without issue. The best way for him to hide them now, would be to keep their families well provided for, while Lady Shawnee hunted through slums and ramshackle cottages. Opposite them, Lady Vance twitched. Surely you do not mean that they should be, choked Lady Shawnee, though to Nicella's credit the lady's head remained bowed in supplication before her gods. What need have you to fear these base and pitiful creatures? When hidden like the acts of sin that made them, you give wickedness power. Drag it into the light, cried Nicella, clutching Lady Shawnee's unsettlingly slippery hands and practically snarling her words at the now deeply embarrassed Lord Shawnee. You have been wed in the sight of the gods. No bastard can rightly replace true-born children, be they sons or daughters. You will offer the holy milk of kindness to the sinful. You will be blessed with a child. At that moment, completely without warning, a cloud parted. The tepid winter sun shone through the glass panes, filling the September with dazzling motley hues from that monstrosity of a window. Sometimes, Nicella reflected, as Lady Shawnee gasped with rapture, she thought the seven must have a wicked sense of humor indeed. As Lady Shawnee made her tearful farewell, Nicella kept a firm hand on Lord Shawnee's forearm, a risky move, had she not been old enough to be his mother twice over. Once his wife had disappeared from view, Nicella turned to him. I'll not keep you, my lord. But know that no servant of the seven would ever break the sacrosanct seal of confession. Reveal your sins and seek atonement, secure in the knowledge that the light of the seven will absolve you. With that done, Septinicella released him, and tried not to enjoy how desperately he scrambled away from her. It wasn't as clean a strike as she'd have liked, and she would be the first to admit that she'd got lucky there. Nicella would pray to the warrior for atonement. She'd gone soft. Humming a hymn to the mother, Septinicella pivoted and strode towards the altar with no small amount of grace. She folded elegantly into the seat for prayer, despite the screaming in her knees. Confession was such a useful little thing. Nicella was not embarrassed to admit she enjoyed the benefits, being a solicitous soul quite without parallel. And indeed, she had kept many secrets, from scared young girls at the mercy of their tormentors, to furious, aimless men angry at a world that offered them neither joy nor purpose. But the seven-pointed star was clear: confession was about atonement. Which was why it was so often part of public trials under the faith. Sometimes, the best way for a sin to be atoned for was that it be used as an object lesson to aid another. From behind her, she heard the patter of feet that scurried from the September. Then a beat of silence. Finally, she heard the whisper of fine wool dragging along the flagstone floor. Septinicella, said Lady Vance, her voice as sharp and cruel as diamonds, I understand that you are spiritual advisor to Lady Myers. I think we have much to discuss about bastards and their rightful place. Nicella curtsied much more effusively this time. A conversation on which William Burleigh was assiduously spying, while egging on Lord Charlton's boasts that of course he had significant influence over his good father's house. If my offer is so beneficial to you, Lady Myers, I wonder that you have taken so long to speak to me, says Lord Vance, his tone genial and warm. There is a hint of another emotion in his tone, a sliver of something like the flash of scales beneath the water. But it is soon gone. I confess, my lord, I am wary these days of things which seem too good to be true. I fear offending you, and I fear being taken for a fool, replies Lady Myers, her voice hushed. It is tiresome indeed, my lady, to extend a sincere hand to family, only to have it rebuffed. For all the world, Lord Vance sounds as aggrieved as any father denied his children. But Bill's eyes are keen, and he spots the clenched fist. My lord, please do not mistake me, you are right in that I desire to hold true to the vows in my heart. I was meant for the cloister, not for court. Even now I struggle against foul rumors about my person. Yet the fault is mine, for I was taught virtue and not etiquette. A gentle chuckle, like the purr of a shadow cat after a meal. I have heard your name being bandied about. It must be upsetting to you, Lady Myers. Though Lady Myers' tone is one of sorrow, there is a thread of anger, poorly hidden. It is these rumors that tell me how false my friends are. Lord Tully does not deny them, Lady Tully only throws barbs. Yet it is I whose reputation is stained. Lady Myers, says Lord Vance, his voice near a keen, it is so laden with sympathy, I cannot believe that they have done nothing. I have done a lot of thinking since you spoke to me. The Tullys enjoy a novel example of a vassal. I am an oddity. The way a crowd might enjoy bear baiting. Eventually they will seek other amusements. They have nothing meaningful to tie me to them. Indeed, child. Not like you and I. There is nothing you can rely on so much as family. Lady Myers shifts, her eyes fixed at her knees and a muscle jumping in her jaw. Yet for the moment, my position is precarious, my lord. After the raid that killed my father, we sought trade with House Beesbury to shore up our supplies. A fortnight ago, the Beesbury merchants were taken by the Ironborn. A grandfatherly little hum. A politician's noise that signifies nothing but suggests much. I noticed you scurrying about to curry favor for this venture in the Stepstones. Yes, if trade can be opened up, surely it is better to be beholden to our neighbors than some distant reach house. Lady Myers' earnestness is so palpable it vibrates the very air around her. How very holy of you, Lady Myers, as the seven-pointed star preaches, our neighbors are our brothers, replies Lord Vance. His voice is sweet as honey, and the smirk only threatens for a whisper of a moment. Yes, gasps Lady Myers, as though in relief, you see why now. It becomes clear what you are too shy to ask for now, my dear. You need the Stepstones to succeed. But... oh no, my lord, not at all. A pause. Lord Vance is not a man used to miscalculating. Oh. I am not a lady who understands war. I should leave such things to my betters. It is the Ironborn I fear. The industries of the mire bring it wealth, yes, but they are young yet. If the Ironborn get any further inland, it will not matter that we have the men to repel them. They will kill or steal my skilled workers and they are irreplaceable. The raiders need stopped at sea. They need stopped before they can think to attack us again, and we are the weakest house on the shoreline. Lady Myers, I confess, I am a little disappointed. You have bandied about the point and think to fool me into making some offer. I am not a man who extends his hand for nothing. Of course not, my lord, forgive me. I did not wish to presume. Would your connections in the capital be willing to help us against the Ironborn, while the Stepstones campaign takes place? Will you help your granddaughter secure the future of her holdings? Bill's sudden, wolfish grin nearly puts Lord Charlton off entirely, and he has to spend the next while recovering that misstep.